You are listening to The Innkeeper by Lifesketcher. 301 Mysterious Figure. The ruins that Lex and the group had encountered were not large. Though covered in plant growth and suffering from obvious signs of wear, some of the buildings had collapsed roofs or walls. Even combining all of them, there were less than 10 buildings. That meant this was too small to be a town or even a village, if those existed in the Crystal race culture. Lex assumed that this must have either been a travel outpost, a small research camp, maybe even the private property of someone rich, or something along those lines. Small, adventurous part of him had been hoping that when he entered the building, through some mystical magic or miracle of the Crystal race, he would discover the interior untouched by time, and whatever event drove the race from here. That clearly wasn't the case. However, when he entered the building for the briefest of moments, Lex felt like he saw a figure standing inside. The figure disappeared so fast that under normal circumstances, Lex would have questioned if he even saw something at all. After all, it wasn't usual to catch something from the corner of your eye, but when you turned to look, it was something entirely different. What made him so certain the figure really had existed, though, were the goosebumps on the back of his neck. In that absolute split second, he had felt extreme danger. There was a certainty with which his instincts told him that the figure could overcome his defenses easily and pose a very real risk to his life. But for whatever reason, the figure had no intentions of confronting him. Lex squinted his eyes as he scanned the littered room. The floor was covered in dirt and rocks, alongside broken debris that might have once belonged to this building, but was no longer recognizable. He remained standing in the doorway, observing the room, until Wenhild finally joined him. "What are you looking for?" she asked, having noticed him standing there for a while. "There was someone here before us," Lex informed her. "Whoever it was, they disappeared as soon as I approached. I'm checking for traps, but I don't sense anything out of the ordinary." "That's not possible. We're the first ones in this realm. There's still a few hours before others start entering." "I don't know what to tell you, except that there was definitely someone here." Wenhild pursed her lips as she took in Lex's statement. A list of scenarios went through her head, including someone sneaking on to punish or even assassinate her for giving up her family name. But it did not seem likely. "I'll check out the building. Maybe we'll be able to discover what the person wanted." Wenhild nodded and slowly followed Lex. There was too little information to start speculating, and should not cause her to start suspecting anyone, but it was a fact that the group following her all consisted of people she was paying. They followed her for the prestige and the reward, but considering their qualifications and caliber, none of them were people without sufficient backgrounds. Despite the ongoing war, the politics between the various forces in the human race did not disappear. It became a lot more subtle, and hardly would anyone push things too far, but she was well aware of the cult-like following her father enjoyed. Lex and Wenhild swept the entire building but found nothing of note. They could see that over the years, multiple animals and beasts had turned these buildings into their nests, which, in turn, spoke volumes about the strength of these buildings. But that was it. By the time they exited, the rest of the group was also catching up, Ness panting and completely drenched in yellow blood, but otherwise fine. "Good job, you guys. Ness, Baron, and Tim, you guys take a rest in this building. Cindy, harvest anything useful from the bloody jit. The rest, look through all the buildings and see if you find anything useful. Report back here once you're done. After a short rest and some lunch, we'll move out." The group dispersed as they went about to perform their tasks. None of them needed the rest, but the three combatants had exerted themselves, and it was best to keep them in peak condition than continuously push them. Furthermore, had Lex not encountered the mysterious person, perhaps Wenhild would have chosen to quickly look through the ruins before moving on. Now, though, she preferred to be more cautious. Lex noticed that she didn't pass on information about the intruder, but chose not to say anything. The ruins, despite all the promise of the Crystal race, held nothing too special. In the bloody jit's nest, they discovered a small pond of green liquid that apparently had phenomenal value. Since they could not transport it, the entire group took turns drinking from the pond directly. If Wenhild was able to take control of this minor realm, they would be able to access it as much as they wanted. Until then, though, it was best not to burden themselves by carrying flasks or water skins full of the stuff. When Lex drank it, he felt his entire body heat up for a few minutes before returning to normal. Apparently, this liquid was excellent for cleansing meridians and helped boost cultivation speed. But soon, Lex, as well as the entire group, realized that the situation with Lex was unusual. Everyone, Wenhild included, turned red from the rising body temperature, and soon steam seemed to come out of their bodies. No one commented on it, but the implications of the anomaly were shocking. It was quite simple. Lex's meridians were pure to such a level that the liquid could not provide him with any boost. Everyone quietly contemplated Lex's background, while Wenhild wondered even more what this half-brother of hers had encountered. Other than the liquid, they encountered a few more precious resources that would have otherwise caused the group to squeal. but considering their expectations from the ruins, it was somewhat disappointing. Eventually, the group continued their journey on towards the next set of ruins. As they ventured back into the forest, a figure appeared on the top of one of the buildings and looked at the group. Specifically, the figure stared at Lex, but for now, that was all the figure did. The trek through the forest this time was much easier. They were not attacked at all, and all beasts kept their distance. The reason was fairly simple. Ness reeked of the blood of an apex predator, and there was no beast that was aggressive to the point of being suicidal. One time the group even spotted an extremely rare and precious plant in the territory of a tiger-like beast. When they decided to take a risk for the plant because of how genuinely precious it was, the tiger actually ran away. Lex made a mental note, used the blood of a strong beast to ward off attacks. For the simple fact that they were no longer obstructed, the group's travel speed picked up, and they soon found the next set of ruins, still within the forest. These ruins were bigger, with hundreds of buildings easily, and were simultaneously in a worse condition. "Are we going to search through these as well?" Lex asked as he looked down at the buildings that had somehow become a part of the forest now. He and the group were looking down from the tip of a particularly long tree that gave them a clear sight over the surrounding area. He had nothing against looking through the ruins, but it would take too long, and he still wanted to go towards the energy source behind the mountains. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but he felt the blue light behind the mountains had dimmed slightly. Patrick scanned the ruins. "Are there any concentrated or high-energy signatures?" said Siwenhild, prompting the man to take out his trusted beacon. But before he got to use it, the group spotted hundreds of flashes of light across the minor realm, spread far apart. At the same time, a massive current was formed in the spiritual energy of the realm, indicating that the realm had formed a permanent open door somewhere leading out of it. The group immediately picked up on what this meant and turned to look at Siwenhild to see if she changed her orders. She was considering it. He had not shared this information, but to take over a realm, she would need to find a focal point for the minor realm. The artificially created minor realms did not move through space, the way they did in the origin realm, but instead had an entirely different set of rulers governing them. One of those rulers was about the focal point. Seemingly easy guess would be that the focal point of this minor realm should be in the energy-dense area behind the mountains, but that was not necessarily true as the... "We're being attacked," Lex said, interrupting her thoughts. Before she could ask about or even realize the origin of the attack, he held out his hand and erected his barrier, just in time to intercept an entirely black arrow. 302 welcome guests. The arrow bounced off Lex's barrier with a simple clang sound, as if nothing happened, but Lex's casual expression turned serious. Although there was no visible sign of it, the arrow had nearly punctured his barrier. "We're too exposed, jump down," Siwenhild said, before jumping down herself as well. Indeed, the entire group standing near the tip of a very long tree made them easy targets. Lex jumped down as well, his guard up the entire time, but there was no follow-up attack. Considering that they hadn't even been able to see who the attacker was, the group raised their guard instead of relaxing in the absence of a follow-up. "Do you think they gave up after their first attack failed?" one of the group members asked. "Possibly, but that attack was very misleading. The speed and sound of the arrow made it seem like it was ordinary, but if anyone else would have blocked it, the arrow would have torn through your defense. Whoever attacked was very powerful. If they were just probing, then it's likely that they're gone, but if they're targeting us, then they're probably just waiting for us to drop our guard." "Lex, stay on guard. Warn us as soon as you sense something off. Patrick, scan the ruins. We're looking for high or concentrated energy signatures. If we don't pick up anything, we'll make a beeline for the mountains." The group spread out a bit, while Cindy and Ness went out to see if they could learn anything about their tracker. Patrick scanned the ruins, but this time it took much longer for he was being careful not to attract too much attention. When Cindy and Ness returned, their report was worrying. They couldn't pick up any signs of their attacker whatsoever. This meant that whoever it was, they were extremely proficient in counter-tracking, not to mention there was no way of knowing if they were around or had left. Lex couldn't sense anything at the moment, but that wasn't any assurance. There are 3 extremely concentrated energy zones in the ruins, as well as many life forms. I can't differentiate between beasts and people from a basic scan, but regardless, the ruins are full. Lead us to the nearest one. We'll take the most direct route. Siwenhild's focus now was on being as direct as possible to save time, but for better or for worse, the peaceful portion of their journey came to an end. While they still created an intimidating enemy for beasts, the beasts were already being attacked by numerous students who teleported near these ruins. In the midst of battle, even if they faced an impossible foe, they had no choice but to fight, and fight they did. The group quickly figured out that the ruins had split into 3 territories belonging to 2 different beast packs and 1 flock or avian beasts, and all of them were ferocious. Perhaps under normal circumstances, it would have taken them time to cut through them, but Siwenhild had finally stepped away from just commanding, and was leading the group directly beside Patrick. Her choice of weapon was an enchanted glaive, though Lex had yet to see her use her enchantments, because no foe could survive more than a single cut. Lex wasn't measuring time, but they reached the first concentrated energy zone fairly quickly, and it became immediately apparent why the energy was so dense here. There was a formation surrounding a single-story building. The building was completely untouched and gave the group a glimpse of what these ruins must have looked like in their glory days. But neither the smooth white walls nor the intricate blue tile patterns drew the group's attention here. Instead, it was a battle between a group of humans and beasts that drew their sight. Swenhild frowned, then sighed. She could foresee how this would end, but the beasts had to die for them to figure out how to get through the formation, so she led her group to attack. The beasts gave them no problem at all, and in a few minutes the fighting ended. The humans didn't immediately thank them for the assistance, though, and eyed them warily. A glance was all it took to tell that Swenhild and the rest were together, while the others had come together out of the necessity of the moment. Swenhild held the advantage, but the allure of whatever treasure this building held was enough to get them to try. There was a silent standoff between the two groups, each waiting to see how the other would react, until Lex let out an annoyed sigh. All right, let's get on with it. Which one of you is the strongest? Try and attack me. If you can prick my finger, you can join us. If not, I suggest you leave. This is not me forcing you, just by the way. This is me strongly advising you not to fling yourself off a cliff because you won't like the ending. Without waiting for a reply, Lex held out his hand, as if inviting them to attack. His nonchalance irritated the other group, while his companions silently observed him. In the end, a particularly well-dressed student broke out of the group, looking at Lex with disdain. What do you think you are to advise me? I'm advising you, little kid. Get lost and never show me your face again. If I unleash an attack, let alone your finger, even your ancestors will be decimated. Next time, wash your teeth before talking to me because your breath stinks just as bad as your threats. You. Lex stopped listening as his expression fell. He was not one to be easily irked by insults, but he suddenly had flashbacks of the system telling him to brush as well. He was an extremely clean and hygienic person, God admit. Do whatever you want, Lex said as he put down his arm and returned to the group, ignoring the verbal diarrhea being spewed by the arrogant prick. The group was smirking and chuckling as Lex walked back, all enjoying his slight humiliation. It was not out of spite. It was just that Lex was the only one who ever came out of their fights and training unharmed, so now that he finally suffered some kind of loss, they couldn't help but enjoy it. Swenhild, too, felt the urge to tease Lex, but ultimately didn't as she wanted to stay on task. Without any forewarning, Swenhild appeared before the ranting student and rammed the back end of her glaive into his stomach, throwing him to the ground. The remaining students, caught off guard, were shocked, and then angered. Though before they could respond, Baron appeared in front of them and crashed right into their group. He was careful not to use too much force, as he didn't want to kill anyone. But the difference between an elite dual-path cultivator and a single-path cultivator became easily apparent. This is your only warning, Swenhild said, looking at the group with stern eyes. Get lost or we'll stop holding back. As he watched the fear and anger paint the students' faces, Lex snorted. That's what they got for wasting his good intentions. Any idea how to open the formation? Tim asked. I can try using my bloodline to do some damage, but if opening this was as simple as brute force, I doubt this formation would have lasted this long. I could try to read the formation, but that would take a while, said Lex. No need, we've come prepared. Jovi, link up. Jovi quickly ran up to the formation and opened up his backpack, taking out a number of items that looked like hex nuts. One by one, he began attaching them to the formation surrounding the building, making sure he attached them perfectly level with one another. In the end, he handed the last one to Swenhild, who did not waste time on explanations or ceremony. She channeled her spirit energy, activating whatever items these were. The formation immediately reacted, warping into odd shapes until, eventually, the formation shattered. A wave of dense spirit energy flooded out when the formation collapsed, causing Lex to become momentarily stunned. He was not the only one, as the entire group froze. Not only was this energy extremely concentrated, it was of a much higher quality than whatever they were absorbing. But the stun effect only lasted a moment, mostly because the system absorbed it all. The accumulation rose by 0.1%, bringing his total to 1.3%. Once the rest of the group recovered as well, their eyes became frenzied with excitement and greed as they looked at the building. Whatever it was holding had to be absolutely amazing. Let go, Swenhild said, but don't drop your guard. If whoever shot that arrow is still around, they'll take advantage of any distraction. The group quickly recomposed themselves and went towards the building, only for the doors to open on their own. Welcome guests, said a warm, deep voice. 303 Sleeping Bunker. Lex felt weird being at the opposite end of a welcome, but he did not let the greeting drop his guard. He peered inside the door but could not see anyone. The little he could make of the room inside gave him the impression that it was a cozy, carpeted reception, well lit, and with a line of chairs to sit in, as well as an empty reception desk. But when he was done looking, he realized that his companions seemed much more wary than him. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Didn't you hear that creepy noise?" Baron remarked, slightly annoyed. The sound, whatever that sound was, gave him chills down his spine. The best way to describe it was an utter gut-wrenching squeal of a dying man. "Noise? You mean the welcome?" he asked, confused. But the confusion lasted only a moment as he quickly realized what happened. Lex could speak and understand all languages in the universe due to the universal language converter that had been tattooed behind his ear. In fact, most of the time he wasn't even aware that he was speaking in another language, as to him, it was all in English. But the difference became evident in a situation like this, where they encountered a language no one else spoke. The greatest problem Lex had now was, he had no idea what language he was speaking, so if anyone asked, he'd have to make something up. The sound was a greeting which said, "Welcome guests," though I can't seem to see who was speaking. "All right, get in defensive formation. Lex, you lead. No matter what the situation, we need to investigate the house." Dan-0 Lex nodded and walked in, his shield in his hand. It wasn't that he didn't trust his own defenses, but after that arrow nearly broke through his barrier, he decided to stop underestimating everyone. As soon as they entered, a projection appeared behind the reception desk and looked at them. The projection seemed to be a female from the crystal race. Their body structure, externally, at least, was remarkably similar to humans except, instead of skin, their body was made up of see-through crystals. The way humans wore clothes to cover their skin, the crystal race covered their bodies in cloth and colored gems. To allow others to look through their clear body was considered extremely indecent, equivalent to a human in the nude. But even wrapped in a simple cloth, with turquoise crystals forming a smooth mask to cover her face, the projection looked immaculate. Under the gaze of her purple eyes, Lex felt a warmth in his heart, as if it pleased him to be looked at by her. The innocence in her eyes, the gentleness of her. Lex's soft expression turned hard as he brought his shield forward and drew his sword, glaring at the projection like an enemy. His sudden action startled the group, as well as the projection, but before anyone could inquire, Lex spoke in the same gut-wrenching language that the group had heard earlier. "If the hospitality of your race involves influencing your guest's spirit, then I must say, I am quite disgusted by the crystal race." The projection of the woman was suddenly even more surprised by his words, but then giggled. "Silly human, why do you resist? Is it not your honor to be deemed a guest by the great, the great, the great?" The projection started stuttering, while her seemingly simple and innocent visage began to morph. "There's something wrong with the projection," Lex warned, but just as he was expecting the worst, the projection disappeared and the lights turned off. They waited a few more moments to see if anything would happen, but nothing did. It seemed time had eventually caught up with whatever mechanism was keeping this building operating. Turning on the talisman equivalent of a flashlight, the group continued further in. From the outside, it appeared as though the building was only 1 story large. Yet when they began exploring, they found stairs leading to a basement. Since the remainder of the building was empty, Lex continued to lead the group down, as he tried hard not to think of every horror movie he had ever seen. It seemed that the hold horror movies had on a dark basement guarded by a crazy, hostile projection could affect even cultivators. Yet nothing crazy happened. Instead, after a couple flights down the stairs, they encountered a sealed metal door. There was no grip, handle, or anything of the sort, so he had no idea how to open it. While Lex was comparing everything he saw to a zombie movie called Evil Resident, Wenhild was keeping herself from having too much hope. Her instincts told her that such a well-protected and guarded place would surely be the focal point, right? But at the same time, experience told her not to jump to conclusions. Get through this sealed door, Wenhild turned to the last 2 members of the group, the Jade twins. They were both body and spirit path dual cultivators, but that was where the similarity between the two ended. Jade 1, as the older twin was called, was an intellectual and specialized in materials engineering. Long story short, he was exceptionally good at destroying any object. Jade 2 was strong. That was all there was to Jade 2, but when something excelled to a certain level, it entered a league of its own. Although he had not been able to break Lex's defense with his brute strength, he once picked Lex up and flung him hundreds of feet away with a single flick of the hand. Owing to the hurry they were in, Jade 1 approached the metal wall and, after observing it, began to concoct some kind of solution from different items he had in his backpack. Barely a few minutes later, he added the solution to a plastic spray bottle and lightly sprayed the metal door, immediately causing it to start sizzling, and then eventually dissolve. "Hold your breath," was all Jade 1 said as he returned the items to his bag. Unfortunately, though, The mystery of the building was not immediately solved, as they continued down a few more stories, before reaching a massive hall that seemed to extend far beyond what their feeble lights could reveal. "What are the chances this is a wedding hall?" Lex asked aloud while mentally telling himself that he had already killed zombies before, so he should not be afraid. "There's too much security for it to be something mundane, yet we haven't seen anything that would reveal what this place is," said Siwenhild, doing her best to figure out where they could be. "The highest concentration of energy is that way," revealed Patrick, pointing straight ahead. With his shield and sword still in hand, Lex slowly continued towards where Patrick pointed before he reached a large, glass wall. He could vaguely make out a few shapes on the other end of the wall, so he squinted his eyes and brightened up his talisman to get a better view. With the talisman shining brighter, Lex noticed a bit of writing on the glass wall, but suddenly, it didn't matter. He no longer needed to read to understand what this place was. "No way," he muttered in disbelief. "What is it?" Patrick asked, coming closer. As the one with the best idea of how high the energy concentration was, he was the most excited. But the excitement turned into horror the moment he scanned the area beyond the glass with his spiritual sense. "This is a sleeping bunker," Lex revealed to his companions, as he recalled what he knew of the crystal race's culture. As a species that enjoyed immortality, one of the favorite pastimes among their citizens was to visit the future. More specifically, since they could live for millions of years, their brains and psyches were developed in such a way that they were not depressed by the thought of living to infinity. As such, the dread of the future was often replaced by curiosity and wonder. But actually waiting a million years to see what the future held was a bit tedious. A much better way to see the future was to fast forward through the present, or as near to that as they could achieve. This desire brought forth the idea of sleeping bunkers. It was like a community time capsule service. Anyone interested could visit a sleeping bunker, state how much time they wanted to sleep, and then be put to rest for dozens, hundreds, thousands of years, or even longer. The bunker would provide them with absolute security, so they need not worry about the hassle of finding an appropriate place to go to sleep for extended periods of time. This was such a popular concept among the crystal race that many knew of it. Lex had even studied about it in one of his classes. And now, standing in front of hundreds of glass capsules with sleeping members of the crystal race, Lex was in one. 304 for now. Silence filled the room as everyone took in the sight. It was extremely rare for humans to get to see anything of the crystal race's society, let alone something as well protected as a sleeping bunker. Considering the fact that this minor realm had been unoccupied for a countless number of years, he could not even imagine how old these people, crystals. He could not imagine how old these dudes were. But the level of security suddenly made sense. It was no joke for a protection formation to continue running unsupervised for so many years, let alone the projection that welcomed them once they came inside. Now that it had been established that this was a sleeping bunker, the next question was, now what? The implications of this discovery were monumental, but no matter what, they could not be allowed to wake up before Siwenhild took control of this realm. Lex did not want to speculate on whether they would be friendly or not, since he could not even explain to them why this realm had been abandoned in the first place should they wake. It would be perfectly understandable if they assumed the worst at seeing intruders as soon as they awoke. "Do you think the other high-energy spots are sleeping bunkers as well?" Lex asked, after the silence had gone long enough. Patrick had discovered 2 other high-energy concentration places that they had yet to visit. "Unlikely. It wouldn't make sense to have multiple bunkers nearby. Anyway, let's go. This glass wall should be the last barrier to the bunker and should not be easily penetrated. It will keep anyone else from trying to wake them up, but we should not waste any time." Siwenhild's voice was even, and did not betray any emotion besides calm, but internally she was practically swooning. The value of this realm had suddenly exceeded anything they could have imagined, and as long as she obtained this realm before the crystals woke up, she could even negotiate certain terms with her own mother. "What do you think it's like, sleeping for years at a time?" Lex asked while they rushed towards the next spot. "Their consciousness enters an artificial dream shared by all in the sleeping bunker," Jade One answered succinctly. "They have to maintain such a state to provide stimuli to their spirit, since they're only asleep, not dead. Still, in the dream, time passes by much slower than in real life. A day in the dream may as well be a year." "Cool," Lex commented, as he made a mental note of the idea. Maybe he could do something like that in the inn for guests who rent rooms for extended periods of time. While no one said anything regarding it, the speed at which the group moved betrayed a sense of urgency that filled them. Second spot they reached seemed like some sort of temple. Countless students already filled the area, all of them exploring the massive structure in small groups or on their own. Lex and his group paid them no mind and directly followed as Patrick led them to their destination, and if anyone tried to stop them, or worse, rob them. Lex had learned his lesson and no longer tried to play the good guy, meaning the least any of them got was multiple broken bones. Deep underground, after exploring for a few hours, they finally reached an extremely well-protected chamber. Formations, projections, and automated guards protected the chamber, but their strength had fallen greatly over the course of time, and so, after some effort, they broke through. For a moment, it felt like they had actually discovered what they were looking for. The room was filled with literal treasure. Crystal coins, weapons, clothes, books, tokens, talismans, and more filled the room. As tempting as the sight was, it was a floating gold and crystal crown that attracted everyone's attention. But after probing it, Wenhild revealed that the crown was not what they were looking for. Thus, as much as it physically pained them, the group left all that treasure and went towards their next objective. Trying to carry it would only slow them down, and the realm was more valuable than this measly treasure anyway. The only thing they took was the crown. They did not know what it was or what it did, but it clearly was significant and did not weigh them down. The third and final spot in these ruins ended up being a crater. A deep, dark hole, tearing directly through a building, and the ground was violently gushing spiritual energy. They could not even get close, as even Lex started to bleed spontaneously when he approached it, let alone anyone else. Lex could not even absorb the abundant spiritual energy as it was not neutral, and had a very destructive nature. Whatever the cause or origin, it was beyond anything they could handle. With that, they were only left with one option, to head towards the mountains. And N0VL, there were still other ruins they could explore, but they were out of the way, and it just seemed probably that whatever Wenhild needed to claim the realm would be at the most energy-dense spot in the realm. It was a shame, for crossing the mountain would not be a quick task. Even if they ran uninterrupted, it would take them hours to simply reach the mountain. As for crossing the mountain and reaching whatever was causing the glow, it would take a while, to say the least. Not wasting any time, they immediately began their journey, taking the most direct route. Their intimidating presence and urgency caused most to move out of their way, whether they were humans or beasts, but a few still sought to stand in their way, either out of misplaced ego or greed. But with the group no longer pulling any punches, no one could stop them for long. Ness especially enjoyed such violent, full-force clashes and kept hoping for more of them. Since the only source of light in the realm was that glow behind the mountains, it was hard to track time, but Lex felt like half a day passed before they reached the foot of the mountains. Here they took another break, using the time to eat and drink some water and take short naps. An hour later, they resumed their journey. Lex had been expecting crossing the mountains to be dangerous, since they were getting closer to the most energy-rich part of the realm. Instead, the journey became even smoother. Let alone encounter a fight, the group did not even see another living being in the vicinity. While this was good for maintaining their travel speed, the eerie silence caused the group to raise their guard. At a certain point, as they trekked through a particularly steep valley, the sound of their footsteps echoed for miles, and yet not even a sleeping bird was disturbed. The mountains had been as still and silent as death before their arrival, and after a while the peaks started to weigh down on them. Unknown pressure filled the air and began stifling them. Crossing the mountains unabated somehow became more tiring than their journey before. After what felt like an entire day since they entered the mountains, they took their second break. This time, instead of a short break, they rested properly since they had become mentally exhausted. Keeping their guard up continuously for an entire day was more exhausting than actually fighting. But while the group took turns sleeping, Lex sat in a corner with a frown. A strange sense of déjà vu was hitting him. Normally, this wasn't exactly enough to worry him since the feeling would pass. But that was just it. The feeling wasn't passing, but getting stronger as they crossed the mountains. Try as he might, though, he could not figure out what was causing this feeling. In the end, he chose to focus on the inn instead. It would likely be another day before they reached their destination, and there was no point in wasting his time dwelling on nonsense in the meantime. Space. Unknown planet, origin realm. A group of angry and anxious-looking men were gathered around in a circle, their eyes focused on a young man, as well as a shaman who sat opposite to him. The shaman was burning some kind of paper with a pink flame, the smoke released blood red and the ash falling yellow like sand. His eyes were shut, and he seemed to be in some kind of trance. Despite all the focus on the shaman, no one noticed as the tips of his hair started glowing red, and then burning away. At first, one could have mistaken the scene and thought that the group's attention was focused elsewhere, but even as his hair went from simply glowing to being fully aflame, no one noticed. It was only when the flames touched his scalp, and the shaman screamed and let go of the burning paper that the group suddenly became aware of what had happened. Like magic, the moment the shaman let go of the paper, the flame also disappeared. Yet even in the brief moment that the flame had touched him, all the flesh on his scalp had been burnt away to ash. The shaman collapsed, losing consciousness, but the group, instead of attending to him, swarmed the young man to ensure he was unharmed. Physically, he was fine, but his frustration was eating him alive. Trash, vermin, frauds, can't do anything right. Find someone else and this time make sure they're not a fake. I need to be able to track my soulmate before Lady Cosmos ends, or I'll never be able to find her. Young man had been trying to divine the location of one of the contestants of the Lady Cosmos show, but how could it be so simple to peek into the secrets of the Midnight Inn? Just like him, countless others all over the universe had learned of the Lady Cosmos show as its popularity had exploded. And just like him, countless others were undeterred by whatever prestige the inn may have had, and tried to find its guests or learn its secrets. For now, only the shamans and prophets who were trying to learn the inn secrets had suffered its backlash. For now. 305 Boss Battle. Lex had been checking the inn on and off, ensuring that no issues occurred. Unfortunately, despite the deterrence of a dragon, petty fights still broke out often. Not all guests were as particular about how they behaved, and others believed themselves special. Lex actually laughed the first time he overheard someone screaming, "Do you know who my father is?" Now, though, even mild irritation was a huge reaction for such behavior. After all, it was just too common. But considering that currently he had a little over 5 million guests in the village, it was excusable. Pressure of so many guests was immense, but so was the reward. On average, most guests came in parties between 2 to 4. Even if all of them shared a room and only rented the cheapest room, then on the average of 4 guests to a room, Lex was earning 62.5 million MP a night. But they most certainly were not just renting the most basic room, and they didn't always cohabitate either. Other than the rooms, Lex was earning a lot from food, not to mention the income Lady Cosmos was generating directly. All in all, Lex currently had 978,666,432 MP. This was after he spent another 10 million MP on more security, and another 5 million on more temporary employees. This time there were no more dragons or other over-the-top cultivators, mostly because what Lex needed was a higher number of guards, not higher quality of guards. After all, just the 30 Earth immortals he already had as guards were more than enough. As of yet, despite the massive influx of guests, Nascent Realm was the highest level guest this event attracted. This proved that the kind of attendance he got for the Midnight Games was an anomaly. Lex was very excited because with this kind of MP and his elevated authority, he could really upgrade the inn way beyond its current situation. But that would have to wait till he had more time. Currently, he was just checking in. He saw a system notification stating that due to the Destiny Protection upgrade Lex had previously received as a reward for the Midnight Games, many attempts at scrying or tracking his guests had been blocked. For once, he was glad an issue was resolved before he even had to do anything. Feeling slightly generous due to his newfound wealth, Lex distributed 566,432 MP to all his permanent workers as a bonus. Obviously, the higher-ranking workers, such as Gerard and Velma, received a higher cut, but either way it was sufficient for all his workers to enjoy for a while. As it happened, through sheer coincidence, after the bonus, Lex was left with a neat 978,100,000 MP. Pianda N Oval, CO, and with that, Lex stopped monitoring the inn and decided to get some sleep. Tomorrow would be a long day. A few hours later, Lex was woken up, and the group continued their journey in the desolate silence. For the most part, they were going through valleys or around hills, but the last stretch was too wide a diversion, causing them to climb directly towards the top of the last mountain to get to the other side. Gentle blue glow seemed to get brighter as they neared the top, but it was in sharp contrast to the weight that seemed to be pressing them down into the ground. With each step, it grew stronger, and by now, it was no longer something that could simply be ignored. There was something up ahead that was influencing them from afar. Everyone had already come to that conclusion. All they could really do was bear with it and be prepared for anything. As they approached the final peak, along with the pressure, suspense grew. Lex felt his heart beating in his chest, each beat harder than the last. In the silence, he felt like he could even hear it. But Lex did not feel like letting the moment lord over him, so his speed only grew until he found himself standing at the peak of the mountain, looking over. In front of him lay a wasteland. Time had surely corroded away the truth of what happened here, but hundreds of bare craters covered the land. Bits and pieces of armor were still visible after all this time, but most of it had faded away. In certain areas, the earth as black, as if scorched eternally from the fiercest of flames, marking the land forever. This was the site of a once great battle, that much was certain. In the center of it all, in a structure like a Roman pantheon, was a gold dish with a massive blue flame. Right in front of that flame, however, stood a dark figure with its back turned to them. Yet even from so far away, Lex could identify who, or rather what, that figure belonged to. Suddenly, it all made sense. The pressure they had been feeling, the sense of déjà vu, all of it. It was a craven as well as its coercion. No doubt it had already killed every beast and animal in these mountains. It made no sense, though. What was a craven doing here? How did it get here? Why was there only one? But that didn't matter. As if orchestrated by an invisible hand, before them stood their mortal enemy guarding what Lex suspected was their objective to begin with. Mr. Innkeeper, that flame is absorbing all the energy in the area. If you put it out, the energy will be free for you to take. Lex nodded, showing his understanding, but his companions mistook his gesture. To them, it seemed like Lex had mentally prepared himself for a tough fight. "What the hell is a craven doing here?" asked Ness, dumbstruck. "I don't know about that, but I suspect that blue flame has something to do with it," answered Lex. "It's refining the realm," answered Sewenhild gravely. "It has found the focal point and is taking the realm for itself. Patrick, can you scan it? How strong is it?" "I can't confirm how strong it is specifically, but it's somewhere in the Golden Core realm," Patrick answered with a look of disgust. He knew that they would have to fight that thing, and he wasn't really looking forward to it. "A lone opponent in the Golden Core realm, it's nothing we can't deal with. This is exactly what we've trained for, to fight enemies stronger than us. Once we beat it, the prize is ours. Cindy, scout out the area. Make sure there are no other surprises waiting for us. Sylvia, bring everyone to top shape. Jovi, start planning the best approach. Tim, replenish your strength as much as you can. We'll be depending on your bloodline. Sohi." Sewenhild did not let anyone dwell on the task that lay ahead of them and immediately started making preparations. It was fitting for the final enemy to be a craven. No one would hold back, and everyone here had trained exceptionally long on how to defeat one. Furthermore, everyone here was an elite. The difference in a major realm was not one they couldn't overcome. Whether Sewenhild's distractions worked or not, Lex didn't care. He wanted that fire put out so he could get the energy, so he was ready to fight. He needed no pumping. No one was taking the upcoming fight lightly, so the preparations took a few hours. There were no indications of any other craven, which was a huge relief for them. With everyone ready, they directly trekked down the mountain. They did not try to be stealthy or hide their approach. Their actions were not out of bravado, but simple knowledge of their enemy. None of the races had studied the craven with as much depth as the humans, which is why everyone knew that this creature that had been dominating the crystal realm was not doing it out of sheer luck. Its senses and awareness were beyond many other races, and had several extra senses than just sight or hearing to detect enemies. Let alone the echoes that had been heralding their approach, just the slight temperature difference their bodies caused in the ground was enough to alert this enemy. A simple example of its foreknowledge was the coercion it had been putting out on them the last 2 days. Coercion was not a trait specific to craven, and even humans could do it once their cultivation rose a bit, which is why there was such a deep understanding of it. Coercion didn't naturally exist and had to be exhibited. Just this was proof that the craven had been warning them not to approach. But since when had the human race taken instructions from craven? Baron loudly popped his knuckles as they continued their approach, and Ness was sharpening her blade. Zoe's eyes were already emitted a purple glow as she readied her spells. The rest were also winding themselves up for the incoming fight. As for Lex, it seemed like he was simply walking with his hands in his pocket, but internally he was debating. Should he risk using an array, or should he risk using evisceration? 306, Lex the Defender. As the group walked up towards the craven, they spread out and assumed their proper formation. Ness, Baron, Jade 2, and Tim were at the forefront as they would be attacking. Behind them were Lex and Sewenhild. This was so that Lex could quickly move forward if he needed to block an attack, but mostly it was so that Lex could stop any attacks towards the rest behind him. Sewenhild was close enough to attack as needed, but also a step back so she could coordinate the group. Behind the two were Jovi, Sohi, and Jade 1, to provide support, with the rest farthest back as not only were they the weakest in terms of combat ability, their actual roles allowed them to work from a distance. Lex recalled everything he had learned about craven so far. First of all, other than the usual sight, sound, and spirit sense, craven had another sense that made them extremely sensitive to any changes on the ground. Whether it was the pressure of someone walking, the moisture from a single drop of sweat, the mild change in temperature due to body heat, all could be sensed by the craven. Their superiority on the ground was unmatched, not because they could manipulate it, but because it basically served as another sensory organ for them. Furthermore, they were completely equipped to not only absorb all that information, they could fully process and act on that information in real time. This meant it was effectively impossible to ambush a craven unless one could fly. EANDN0VEL. Secondly, craven had an incredibly muscular structure, but in weaves and layers that somehow multiplied their strength. They had 2 legs and 2 arms, but a majority of the time they stood and moved using all their limbs, similar to a gorilla. In lieu of skin, their bodies were covered in a thick gray leather-like material. But at all times their bodies excreted and were covered in a viscous black slime that moved around their bodies. Craven could use and control that slime as they wished, but not only was it poisonous to almost every other living being, it was very selectively sticky. That meant that normally the slime would not drip from the craven's body, but if a creature came close to it, the slime would latch on to their bodies and was almost impossible to take off conventionally. This way, the slime would often end up endlessly poisoning all of a craven's enemies. Thirdly, Craven's bones and joints functioned differently from humans, or most other creatures for that matter. It had to be repeatedly emphasized that Cravens had a very muscular structure, but also that the muscles were layered in weaves, with the Craven maintaining fine control over every single layer. What did this mean? It meant that while human limbs, for example, were limited in the directions they could move due to their joints, Craven could move any limb in any direction it wanted whatsoever, a fact that made it incredibly difficult to predict their movements. After all that, only a few minor details and specifics remained, such as nails that could cut through metal, teeth that could endlessly regrow matched with jaw strength that could allow it to eat a building, not to mention any individual strengths, talents, skills, or affinities any individual Craven may have. Also, its only physical weakness, its energy core, was hidden in its chest surrounded by a dense metallic structure. That's correct, its only physical weakness. Even if you cut off a Craven's head, or even went as far as dicing up its entire body, so long as the core existed, the Craven would still be alive and could eventually recover. It was this single fact that allowed the Craven to fight the entire realm on their own and still come up as the winning side. This was their own form of immortality, and some believed they were even superior to the crystal race in this regard. Of course, the fact that the Craven had not been able to affect the crystal race in any way whatsoever said otherwise. Lex took in a long, deep breath before slowly letting it out. This was the first time he was going to participate in killing an immortal. It was all right if he was slightly nervous. As if Lex's sigh was the signal, the obviously preoccupied Craven turned around, pointing its long, ugly face towards them. It growled aggressively, the sound causing the group's advance to slow as they coped with a sudden wave of dizziness. Oh yeah, the Craven could also launch spiritual attacks with their voice, Lex suddenly remembered. It was not an overwhelmingly strong attack, but still an incredibly frustrating one to deal with, especially in the heat of battle. He was so nonchalant because he was the only one unaffected by the spiritual attack, since his natural defense worked against all paths, body, spirit, and soul. The next moment the fight abruptly started. There was no probe or build-up of any sort. The Craven lunged towards the group, swinging its right arm to cleave the entire group in half with a single attack. Yet instead of the distracted humans affected by its growl, what awaited it was Lex, standing in its path with both his arms held forward. This was yet another alteration he made to talk to the hand. By using the technique in both hands simultaneously and overlapping them with each other, he fused them together, making them much stronger. The Craven's attack landed on the barrier but did not manage to break it. Lex was pushed back, his feet digging deep into the ground, his arms nearly buckling under the weight of the Armageddon he just blocked, but he managed to hold. Ness and Baron raced past him as they kicked off the battle with their strongest attacks. Jovi, though slightly late, had used a technique to increase their resistance to spiritual attacks to prevent such mishaps in the future. Ness and Baron's technique did little more than cause the Craven to stumble backwards, and as they attacked with their weapons, the ever-vicious slime coating the Craven's body absorbed the strength of their attacks. Just as it seemed that their weapons would get stuck in the slime, a familiar shriek filled the air, followed by purple ribbons flying through the air to surround the Craven. So he was using one of the numerous attacks that made her profession as a witch so revered. It tried to dodge, sensing danger, but as it happened, Tim was standing behind it prepared. A massive fiery explosion occurred. While the Craven remained unhurt, it had been slowed just enough for the purple ribbons to wrap around its body. The slime on its body sizzled, and then was lit aflame in a purple fire. The Craven, in pain and angry, let out a roar that shook the very ground, but its anger could do nothing about the fact that it had suddenly become naked of its slime. Still, the roar disoriented the group once more, for even with Jovi's support, the effect of the spirit attacks had only been weakened, not eliminated. The Craven, still on fire, smashed down a palm to kill Tim, but Lex appeared once again in the nick of time. This time, Lex was using his shield to cover his body as he pushed Tim away just in time. Still without the barrier to block the attack, Lex would have to face the full brunt of the Craven's anger, or so it seemed. When the Craven's palm landed on the shield, instead of the expected sound of metal being crushed, only a solid thud was heard, followed by the sight of Lex sliding back, relatively unharmed. Lex had used ripple shell on the shield, so any impact on its surface was equally distributed over its body, making it easier for Lex to manage. But the fact Lex's left arm had dislocated said much about how successful that plan had been, and even more about Lex's own ridiculous endurance. But there was no follow-up attack for the split second it took the Craven to attack Lex. Wenhild had launched her own attack. The Craven, of course, was not at all surprised by her attack and used its other arm to block her attack. But she was Wenhild, the daughter of a woman who dared to blackmail even the king, so how could her weapon be simple? Her glaive encountered little resistance and cut through the Craven's hand like a hot glaive through butter. What the shit? the Craven roared, genuinely surprised. But for Lex at last, its yell was by far the most surprising thing. Oddly enough, no one told him Craven could talk. But Lex didn't have time to be surprised, or enjoy C. Wenled's successful attack, as a feeling of dread fell upon him. "Ambush," he roared, and used Home Sweet Home, throwing his body at full speed, just in time to block a black arrow with his shield, saving C. Wenhild. But the rest of the group had not been so lucky, and their cries filled the air. 307 puppets. Unlike the first time they were attacked, when the arrow had all the indications of just being a normal attack, this time, the attack was silent, swift, and deadly. The group was too split up for Lex to defend them, and while he had perfectly dodged the arrow aiming for him and protected C. Wenhild from hers, the rest of the group were left to defend themselves. Surprisingly, Patrick had managed to dodge the arrow aiming for him perfectly, and even managed to save Sylvia, the healer. Everyone else, however, was unable to dodge. Due to Lex's warning, they had dodged a fatal attack, but from Baron to Ness to Jovi and the rest, everyone had suffered. Cindy and Jade were hurt the worst, with the arrow tearing through their torsos, and were retreating with pale faces. Only the fact that they were also body cultivators kept them from immediately collapsing. The timing of the attack had been perfect, not only ensuring Lex was too far to help, but also happened just as everyone was coping with the Craven's spirit attack. Had it not been for Lex's warning, this simple surprise attack would have ended the entire group. Very aware of the fact that an angry Craven was right behind them, Lex leapt forward to get some distance while a furious C. Wenhild searched for the attackers. Unexpectedly, they did not hide this time. 12 figures covered from head to toe in black clothes, all holding bows, stood a short distance from them. She squinted. The number of attackers could not have been a coincidence. Someone had been aiming for them from the very start. But who was crazy enough to do that? Even if she cut her ties with her father, she still had her mother's support, not to mention that each one of the members of her group came from one powerful background or another. If even a single one of them died, it was not something that could be suppressed, and there would be a full investigation, with immortals at the lead. But it did not matter. They were in a tough spot now. Had there been no interference, they had a good chance of killing the Craven, but with these assassins attacking from the back, they were done for. "Lex, can you delay the Craven?" she asked, desperately thinking of a plan. "For a short time, sure." "Give me 5 minutes," she said as she stepped to the ground. From the moment he saved her, Lex had been running while carrying her. 5 is pushing it, aim for 3. I'm just a man in the Foundation realm, and that's a Craven in the Golden Core. Every second I occupy his time is a miracle, technically. C. Wenhild snorted at Lex's remark. The urgency of the situation and her erupting anger did not mean she didn't notice the complete lack of anxiety or tension in his voice. It was not the tone of one praying for a miracle, but that of one who had the situation completely under control. During their time together, she had noticed a mild resistance Lex exhibited when following her orders, though with time, he had managed to learn how to hide it better. But since she already knew what to look for, she always found it. The look in his eyes, the way he stood, even the way he spoke, all hinted at the fact that he was used to authority, backed by real power. It was ironic that he, the one sibling of hers who went without his family name, carried the nobility of his royal bloodline the best. Even now, while he tried to hide the true extent of his abilities behind modest words, his temperament did not allow his diminishing words to actually diminish his image. All of that was but a passing thought as C. Wenhild turned her attention towards the assassins who were once again knocking their arrows, and bolted off. She yelled orders as she ran, quickly reorganizing the group's formation towards attacking the assassins and allowing the injured to retreat. Lex was left alone to deal with the Craven. Speaking of which, Lex turned towards the Craven in confusion. He was expecting a swift retaliation that never came. But he immediately realized why. The Craven had picked up its hand and was reattaching it to its body, holding it in place with a lot of slime. You know, it actually never occurred to me that Craven could talk, though I guess everyone considered this knowledge too basic to even mention to me. Anyway, hi, I'm Lex. I think we got off on the wrong foot. Why don't we just talk this out? I've always been very curious about you, Craven. I have so many questions. The Craven looked at Lex with its head twisted, as if looking at something strange. Lex could see it trying to move the claws on its severed hand. It seemed the reattaching process was not so easy. It is because inferior races cannot understand our language or tolerate the resonance our voice brings. How curious that you can understand. A single claw flinched, but it had not yet perfected its movement. Resonance, is that what causes the spiritual attack in your voice? What is that? The Craven didn't answer and turned its head to look back at its arm. It was regaining movement. You're right, that's a bad question. Let's focus on other, more important questions. You see, I have a unique perspective when it comes to looking at the bigger picture. I can see things that others really can't. But I still don't understand, why are the Craven at war with the whole realm? What's the point of fighting everyone? Lex was walking as he talked, positioning himself between the craven and the rest. In a rush to save Wenhild, he had dropped his sword somewhere, but his shield was very much still in his hand. According to my teachers, you don't have a biological need driving you. You don't need to slaughter all the races endlessly for your own survival, and I doubt your resource consumption is so high that you need the whole realm. The craven still did not talk. It had regained almost perfect control of its hand, and its body and slowly started to once again secrete the slime that usually covered it. All right if you do? Lex's next question was cut short by the craven bursting into motion. One moment it was still, the next it had the full speed and ferocity of an avalanche. It was not running towards Lex, though, and instead its eyes glared angrily towards Wenhild. But regardless of how abruptly it had moved, Lex had been expecting it. Holding out both his hands, Lex appeared in its paths, causing the craven to smash directly into the barrier. Since it was a crash instead of an attack, Lex's barrier withstood the force with comparative ease, but Lex was still almost knocked over. "Move out of the way, vermin!" the craven roared, still not even bothering to look at Lex. "I can tell that you think you're a superior race," Lex said, his voice somehow managing to retain its sense of calm and curiosity, even as he ran to once again block the craven. "But if that's the case, why are the craven allowing themselves to be used like puppets by all the races?" The genuine innocence in Lex's voice as he asked was somehow more grating than the question itself. "We are no ONES puppets," the craven roared, finally turning to look at Lex. "The entire realm trembles beneath out MIGHT." Lex should not have considered attracting the creature's fury an accomplishment, as the craven smashed towards Lex's barrier with both hands, this time firmly breaking it. Lex tried to jump back, but one of its claws firmly landed on his chest, cutting his armor to ribbons. 3 ugly gashes cut open on his chest, though he did not bleed, for slime had covered them up. Well, it was a good thing he had Ripple Shell used on himself the entire time, or instead of a few gashes, he would have a hole in his body. Of course, that single attack had destroyed the shell, so unless he used the technique again, it was best not to get hit. Lex grimaced. The craven's brute strength was already a hassle to face, but its claws were just too damn deadly. As for the slime, Lex looked down, then ignored it. If he tried to pull it off, it would only glue his hand to his chest. The slime would slowly poison him, but he should have some resistance to poison. He would be able to get rid of it if he used an array, but the craven would not give him the time to form one. He really needed to practice with them more. "Oh yes, the realm is firmly at war with the craven, and everyone is losing, and there's so much fear," Lex said blandly, as if he was that water was wet. "And yeah, you managed to somehow take over the territory of an entire race. But since then, what have you done? There's constant progress, but it's slow. The threat of the craven is ever present, but you know." Lex used talk to the hand with both hands, but also jumped back as the craven attacked once again. He couldn't dodge too much or the craven would go towards Wenhild, but he also couldn't take head-on attacks. Why was life so hard? "You know, like I said, I have a different perspective on things. Between all the fear, the propaganda, the fighting, and mobilizing all the races' strength to fight against the craven, all you've really achieved is strengthening the reign of each of the races' respective king. After all, before the craven, none of the races had ever banded together to form a unified nation. Now, well, yes, you take land each year, but it seems to me that the humans at least put up just enough resistance to slow down your approach to an acceptable level. Speaking just for the humans, all you've really done is strengthen the king's control on these lands. I can tell that much just by studying the basic history for the last few hundred years, so others should be able to tell that much as well, right? Which is why I asked, why are the craven acting like puppets? 308, a double-edged sword. A degree, Lex was speaking randomly, doing whatever it took to distract the craven even for a moment. But at the same time, a lot of what Lex said was based on his own speculations. He had been studying the history of the realm, and while it was mostly focused on the development of the Hum nation, while studying politics, he got bits and pieces of what was going on with the other races. Under the very real threat of the craven, behind the massive war machine that the human race was morphing into, beyond even the endless waves of brainwashing and propaganda that taught the masses the very purpose of their existence was to fight off or kill the craven, Lex sensed a severe lack of desperation. That was not to say that the common man wasn't desperate. No, the life of the average person was lived under the shadow of an ever-impending doom and a relentless struggle to do absolutely anything to overcome it one day. Even the middle, and some of the upper classes of society had their lives painted with desperation. But at the highest level, where policies and strategies were made, where the future was planned and the direction of the people's lives were decided, Lex sensed a very focused and calculated calm. Since his background was supposed to be from Gristle, or at least that's where he had been brought from, Lex had studied the retreat and eventual fall of the human forces from there. The very calculated way in which reinforcements had been sent to the border, and not Gristle itself, and the precise way in which important forces were withdrawn while letting the main part of the army in Bristol fight to the death felt all too calculated to Lex. Had true desperation been present among those in power, they would have sacrificed as much as they could to ensure the Cravens suffered the most damage they could inflict, instead of just retreating. Lex remembered, back when Vegas Minima had not yet come under control of the Jotun forces, how Chen and Blaine went on a suicide mission to distract zombies so that their caravan could pass through without being detected. The will and determination of Lily, the head of the caravan, to send her own brother on a suicide mission reeked of the desperation to struggle and survive. The Hum Nation, despite all the efforts it was putting into it, had not yet come even close to that. There were a few other hints he picked up here and there, but the basic gist of it was, the massive realm-encompassing war was not as straightforward or dire as it seemed. He was hoping to extract some answers from this particular Craven, but after all that Lex said, the Craven simply looked at him. It was not that it didn't get baited in by what Lex had said, but that it just did not bother responding. The hate and anger in its eyes, though, were unusual. It was more than just being taunted, or at least that's what Lex thought. All right, not puppets, but what? Lex jumped back while using talk to the hand with both hands as he tried to avoid the hurtling Craven. Lex had goosebumps all over his body, and he felt with certainty that the fight was no longer the same. If the Craven was taking things lightly before, which unfortunately for Lex it had been, it was no longer doing so now. Lex narrowly avoided the clash due to his instincts warning him in advance, but comparing speed with a golden core cultivator was a stupid decision. The Craven, when it stood up straight on its legs, was twice the size of Lex, but its nimbleness was remarkable. Lex was too close to it for large maneuvers, and the tempo of the fight was too fast for him to ask any more questions. While Lex would have jumped completely out of the way before to dodge a punch, now he had to limit himself to moving just his torso, just enough to avoid a direct hit. It was a scene out of a movie, or perhaps an anime, as Lex dodged each of the Craven's claws perfectly, moving his body before the creature had even begun its attack. For a time, they became a blur as their bodies wove the fight into the most intricate dance, with each of them moving just right as if they had practiced the performance 1,000,000 times. Instead of enemies, they seemed two machines, working with mechanical precision. In the few seconds Lex had become completely drenched in sweat, and then the sweat started rising from his body as steam. Incredibly, he could actually feel his muscles rip, ever so slightly, not from the Craven's attacks, but from the extreme duress he was putting them under. As much as he wanted to pull away and create some distance between them, the Craven gave him no time at all. Handy AN0 Vel, calm but the seemingly splendid tango ended just as swiftly as it began when a small rock under Lex's foot crumbled. It was not enough of a difference to cause him to fall or even stumble, but it was enough to affect his balance for a split second. It was in that split second, as if the Craven had planned for the moment, that Lex found not its arms, but its leg kicking towards his face. Time seemed to slow as Lex looked right at the claws, gleaming under the soft blue light heading towards him. Lotus or no Lotus, if his brain was punctured, there was no saving him. But what could he do? The beast was too fast. Even knowing how to defend, it would take too much time to actually move his limbs in place. Even if he had a technique that could save him from this situation, he could not move the spirit energy fast enough to perform a whole technique. 1,000,000 thoughts ran through his head, and he thought of every technique, array, item that could move his body just slightly to get out of the way just enough. When Lex could not think of a good solution, he settled for a bad one. With his index finger, he started drawing the character for fire and then screwed it up. Lex's body was flung back, deep orange flames licking his body as he flew through the sky. Lex ignored the uncomfortably familiar sensation of burning skin as he quickly took a look around. Much like him, the Craven was covered in flames, though they seemed to be dying out quickly. He looked towards Wenhild and the rest and found that their battle was still ongoing. With a groan, he looked back towards the Craven. Purely defending was getting him nowhere. As much as he wanted to avoid it, he had to attack. The Craven had been stunned, not by the strength of the explosion or some attack, but by the fact that he had taken the fight seriously, and yet the inferior creature had managed to survive. Then the feeling changed to shame, then to anger. It roared, lifting its head to the sky to warn even the heavens of the consequence of crossing it. Everyone in the vicinity save for Lex was affected by the tsunami-like spiritual attack carried in its voice. But that pleased the Craven. It would be too easy otherwise. It would slowly and purposefully rip that inferior creature limb from limb. Once again, the Craven ran towards the inferior creature, this time at full speed. Oddly enough, the creature seemed not to be avoiding this time and only stood still. Perhaps it had accepted the inevitable. But just as the Craven reached its prey and was about to dismember it, the inferior being's eyes changed. His pupils turned black, as if hiding a void behind them, and from the void the Craven felt the threat of death. There was no ray of light, no shockwave, no sound to mark the attack that came from Lex's black eyes, except maybe the guttural cry of the Craven as it crashed into the ground. its body dragged by its remaining momentum to Lex's feet. Lex was still standing straight, like a hunter before its fallen prey, but his sudden paleness hinted at something more. He vomited out some blood, but he wiped his mouth as he looked at the effects of evisceration. It was an extremely potent soul attack launched from one's eyes. All the attack needed was for Lex to be looking at whoever he wanted to attack. It could not be blocked using normal means, and would require tools or techniques specifically focused on defending the soul. Furthermore, it did not matter how close or far the enemy was. Without any indication or forewarning, the technique would land on the target as soon as it was used. Moreover, as it so happened, while Craven had only that one physical weakness of the core in their chest, their soul was as vulnerable as everyone else's. Under the nascent realm, wherein most creatures lacked a means to protect their souls, such an attack was the most dangerous. But there was a good reason Lex hadn't used the technique right from the start. He had not yet completely mastered it, and as such, he would also take a lot of damage whenever he used it. A tremor ran through the Craven's body as it lifted its head to look at Lex with murder in its eyes. 309 greater than the rumors. "Don't give me that look, I didn't want this. I just wanted to chat," said Lex as he held out his index finger. Right before he started to draw an array, however, he paused, withdrew the index finger, stuck out his middle finger, and started to draw. A stream of blood started to flow from Lex's nose, but he ignored it, and instead continued to talk to the Craven. "I doubt you've had a change of heart, though, right?" The Craven said nothing as it tried to move its body. Physically, he was still in peak condition, but his soul was just in too much pain. All the rage in the world couldn't keep it from losing its control. What's worse, though, was that the pain was slowly getting stronger. His soul was like dry wood, and a flame had started to spread from one corner. No amount of pride could douse such a flame. "I had so many questions. Where did the Craven come from? Were they always indigenous to this realm? Did they come from somewhere else, or were they just a new species that was somehow born?" Craven was growling as it struggled to gain control even through the pain. The ground gently trembled under the terrifying gurgle, but Lex paid it no mind. First of all, if he did something, he would have to give up on his array. Secondly, he had read enough about soul damage to know how debilitating it was. Not everyone could brush it off the way he could. Once I had a random thought. What if the Craven were actually looking for something, like a treasure or something, right? But since they didn't know what they were looking for, they just fought all the races for their land till they found it. But I have nothing to base that thought on, so I scrapped it. I do have one slightly more specific question, though. Maybe you could help me out. How did you get in here? Lex paused to look at the Craven, but it was still growling, so he continued to talk. Honestly, his talking was more to just distract himself from the pain he was feeling. He did not expect the Craven to give him any answers. "Like, I'm sure that this realm was searched at least briefly before students were let in. How could a Craven escape the Academy's notice? Did you come in after us, or have you been here for a long time?" "Pa-nd, a novel." The Craven, while still disoriented, managed to move its arm and pressed it against the ground. It was trying to pick itself up. "What were you doing with that fire anyway? Were you trying to capture the realm? Wait, was the reason these mountains were empty because of your coercion? If that's the case, you must have been here for a while. Did the crystal race abandon this realm because of Cravens?" The answer to his questions didn't matter, for he finally finished his array. It was a very simple, very focused array that served only one purpose, one that Lex would not enjoy. Bright yellow flame formed midair, where Lex finished the array and slowly moved towards Lex's bare chest. The black slime covering his wounds sizzled as the flames approached and soon started boiling. Lex clenched his teeth and groaned as he allowed the flame to burn away the slime and cauterize his wounds. Somehow, he managed not to yell. Once the array faded, Lex did not feel any better. There was poison in his system, and evisceration had caused him internal injuries. He could not even focus on whether his scars would look cool over his abs as he turned to look towards Wenhild and the rest. Their fight was almost over, with only a few assailants left. Had he managed to defeat the Craven before they finished their fight? It seemed so. It would be smart to use this time to crush the Craven's core, but he was not strong enough, and a sufficient array would take too much time. He turned his attention towards the blue flame. So long as he put that out, he would be able to absorb some energy. But he didn't know if putting out the flame would somehow affect Wenhild taking the realm, so he did the most anticlimactic thing ever. He just waited for them to finish. The Craven was grunting and even yelling as it continued to lift its body but kept on stumbling. Lex would be highly impressed if it could do anything in this state. The pain from its soul aside, the soul is literally what gave it life. With a damaged soul, its ability to continue to even stay alive was highly compromised, let alone anything else. If anything, its state was a testament to how superior Craven actually were. For a lesser beings, soul would have already collapsed after taking such a hit. About a minute later, the group finished their fight. Not taking any time to relax, they quickly turned to give Lex aid and froze. The craven lay there, collapsed on the ground, grunting like its mind had been fractured, while Lex stood casually beside it. Slight sweat that covered his body did not make him look exhausted, but rather was a testament to how little he had exerted himself. The char from the flame that burned his chest covered his body, hiding how pale he really was, and instead made him look like a man who had walked out of hell fire. Neither his shield nor his sword were anywhere in sight, but the way the craven kept wailing gave the impression that he had used his bare hands to bring the creature to its current state. Even more impressive was the fact that none of the spiritual attacks in the craven's voice did anything to Lex as he just stood there casually next to it. C. Wenhild had studied in great detail all the rumors about Lex, and came to the conclusion that while true, they had been somewhat embellished. Now, though, she could not help but believe. In fact, at this moment, he even seemed somewhat greater than his rumors. Ness was gravely injured. In fact, she had to sit still and let Sylvia heal her, or there was a strong chance she would go into shock. But as she stared at the man standing beside humanity's greatest foe, she had to remind herself not to move, for she found herself filled with lust. To be more specific, she was filled with lust for battle. Lex had been hiding his capabilities, and her heart was filled with the greatest desire to find out to what degree. Baron was pale, and not just because of his blood loss. He disliked and picked on Lex to show his superiority, so as to let Lex know his place in the competition from C. Wenhild. But all he was good for was defending and running away, so never felt seriously threatened. But now he felt threatened. "What are you waiting for?" Lex asked, waking everyone up from their reverie. "Kill the craven and take the realm. It's best not to let these things wait, lest something unexpected happens." As if listening to Lex, C. Wenhild dashed to him and pierced the craven through its back towards its core. Her glaive, like always, cut smoothly through all opposition and abruptly ended the creature's life. There was a sense of disbelief that filled the air as the creature fell limp onto the ground, no longer grunting or moving. That was it, but apparently it seemed so. C. Wenhild paused to look at the craven's body but could not find a single external wound. She looked towards Lex and saw tired eyes and a nosebleed, nothing else. It seemed she had still underestimated Lex. She wanted to talk to him, but his words were right. It was best to finish things quickly lest anything else unexpected happened. Lex saw her turn towards the blue flame and excitement surged within him. He wondered how much energy he would get. Then a familiar sense of danger filled his body. Before he could react in any way, though at a speed incomprehensible to him, a figure appeared in front of him and placed a single finger on his forehead. Lex felt the cold finger press against him, unable to tell if the sensation was actual temperature or his instincts warning him about death. Yet nothing else happened. The world seemed to have frozen and his body alongside it, with only his thoughts remaining unfrozen. He focused towards the figure and realized two things. First, this was the same figure he had seen earlier, back in the first ruins. Second, standing in front of him was a member of the crystal race, and he was far stronger than anything Lex could go up against. "Do not be alarmed, young human," spoke a warm voice inside his head. "I only came to talk to you. I found your fight quite interesting, but more importantly, I was fascinated by the questions you asked." 310 focal point. Lex relaxed considerably, though there was just something about having a finger on his forehead that could drill into his brain at any moment that didn't let him feel completely at ease. He looked at the stranger in front of him. Besides a small gap around his eyes that showed the figure was made of crystal with a blue tint in it, he was covered in wrappings from head to toe. All it would take was a pair of sunglasses, and no one would ever be able to tell the figure was from the crystal race, and would mistake him for a human. Also noticed that by commenting on the fact that he liked Lex's questions to the craven, he revealed that he could understand whatever language they had been speaking. Yet, the craven had clearly stated that his language could not be understood by inferior races. This either meant that he was lying, which was completely possible, or that the crystal race did not fall into the category of an inferior race. "Do you know the answers? Do you know where the craven came from?" Lex asked with excitement in his voice. It was a lot harder to mask his emotions when the conversation was taking place in his own brain. The man laughed before answering. "Of course I know the answers, and more. In fact, the reason I'm in this realm to begin with is to erase any evidence or historical records that are not for common eyes." Lex tried to analyze his words, but the man did not give away any details. All he had managed to convey so far was that the origin of the craven, or perhaps their goals, may not be such a mystery to everyone. This man at least knew the answers, but wanted to avoid spreading the information. "Give you a few hints, though, if you're interested in searching for the answers. Matters relating to the craven are more complicated than you realize. At the same time, however, those that need to know about these matters do. So there are two ways for you to learn the answers you seek. First, you become important enough to the people who know that they share this knowledge with you. Who they are and how you can become important to them, I will leave for you to figure out on your own. Second, you find old ruins like the ones in this realm, but in an area that has been long forgotten. After all, any time a new minor realm is opened, someone like me comes along to scrub the place clean. And any ruins back in the crystal realm that are common knowledge have already been scrubbed clean. The only way for you to learn the truth through this method is to find a realm, or some ruins, on your own that no one else knows about. For a moment, Lex did not respond as he thought about the information given to him. In the end, he could not stop himself from asking, if this information is meant to be kept a secret, why are you telling me how to find it? Why else? Because I think it will be entertaining. If you're able to learn the truth, you can find me in a city called Lifesketcher to share the story of how you found out. If I like the story, for every secret you uncovered, I'll reveal another one. But I think you're still far away from that for now, so I'll give you a little help to speed up the process. The crown that the little girl is carrying around is called the Isilgarb. It is useless to humans, unless they happen to follow what you call the true path of cultivation. The crystal winked at Lex as he said that. And N0VL next, a small tip about minor realms. Minor realms are a tier in space and so are exposed to a lot of chaotic energy, also known as radiation. If a minor realm is naturally formed, this chaotic energy will soon cause the realm to collapse. But if a minor realm is created, the creator naturally equips the realm with a way to harness the radiation and spread it throughout the realm as spiritual energy. Some of it, however, is saved up in an area known as the focal point, which is a treasure that can be used to influence the realm. If someone were to enter an unowned realm and take control of the focal point, they can absorb all that energy. It's a safe way to quickly raise your cultivation. The man winked again. After all that excess energy is absorbed, the cultivator can still cultivate much faster so long as they do so near the focal point. Of course, it can't compete with taking a new focal point, but typically, a person can only own one focal point at a time. The man paused after that, almost as if considering if he wanted to give Lex a few more hints to help him, but in the end, decided not to make it too easy for Lex. I'll leave you with a letter. If you want to find me, just give that letter to one of the guards in Lifesketcher. With that the man vanished, as if he had never been there, and time seemed to flow again. Wenhild was still walking towards the blue flame, while the rest of the group was either healing or inspecting the dead craven. In Lex's hand was a sealed letter with no name or destination written on any side. He put away the letter and took a deep breath of relief. Then he thought over the new information the man had given him. So other than absorb the abundant energy in the realms into the system, he could absorb it himself and speed up his cultivation. This was good news, because it meant that all minor realms would have a massive amount of energy stored up. While Wenhild did whatever she needed to do with the flame, Lex walked towards the dead assassins. Their demise had not been peaceful, as almost all of them had their bodies split in half, while others had been crushed or burned to death. Lex removed their masks, but, as expected, did not recognize any of them. He searched their bodies, but other than their weapons, they carried nothing else that may reveal their origins. "Find anything?" Jovi asked, limping up to Lex. "Not a thing," he replied impassively. In Lex's mind, he was already planning his next move. The chances that these assassins were after him was extremely slim, and he was sure Wenhild would get to the bottom of it, so he already put it out of his mind. "I can probably guess their origin," said Jovi as he looked around, making sure no one was close. "I can tell you, but you have to answer a question of mine first." Lex raised an eyebrow as he looked at Jovi with curiosity. Intrigued, he said, "Ask away." "What kind of relationship do you have with Wenhild?" Lex almost felt stupid for being curious. All that build-up, and what was it for? Petty jealousy? Did he think they had a romantic relationship or something? "Strictly professional. My designated profession at the Academy is survival consultant, and based on my performance during a previous expedition, she thought I would be of assistance and hired me." Jovi let out a breath of relief and then actually laughed, for he didn't even realize he had been holding his breath. "I'm sorry, after you, the craven Jovi stopped and chuckled at his state. He collected his thoughts and asked, "Are you familiar with the distinctions between Academy students?" "By profession." "Oh, not like that. Let me explain. The Academy, as you probably know it, is a tool used by the king to train the leaders in every possible industry from the entire Hum nation. Its campus, as you've probably noticed, is ridiculously huge. That's because the Academy covers more land than entire provinces such as Bristol. I'm not sure how many students the Academy has at any one point, but last year, 30 billion students graduated from the Academy. After they graduate, those students are sent throughout the realm and assume roles that help their respective communities in massive ways. But all of that is just the most basic and out level of the Academy. These students are, in a way, probationary students. Only by achieving something extraordinary before you graduate can you become eligible to become a true student. Another way of putting it would be that, only after you prove yourself, can you become a core student of the Academy. He paused and turned to look at Wenhild. She's been proving herself for a while now, and once she gains this minor realm, she'll be eligible to become a course student. I'm guessing the assassins were sent by someone who's competing with her for that position. 311 Cursed System. Is there a quota on how many course students there can be? Lex asked curiously. Oh, there's no quota, but there's only so many things you can do that count towards getting you a spot as a course student that are as easy as taking control of a minor realm. There will be a lot of minor realms, and the fight for the focal point for each of them will be intense. We are probably the first ones to actually reach a focal point, all thanks to you and Patrick sensing the energy signatures. Most others will probably spend weeks scouring the realms for it. He paused for a moment, looked at Lex, then continued. The real prize C. Wenhild is after is not this minor realm, despite how valuable it is. It's the admission into the core of the academy, and when she becomes a member, she can nominate 5 people to come along with her. They won't be core members themselves, but they'll still be better than normal students. Realization dawned on Lex, and he understood now why Jovi had asked about his relationship with C. Wenhild. He probably also understood the animosity Baron had towards him. The group was full of competitors, and everyone wanted to be the one C. Wenhild nominated. What actually happens when you become a core disciple? Lex asked curiously. If the benefits were worth it, he would consider it as well. After all, he had plans on absorbing energy from the other minor realms anyway. He didn't mind claiming one if the benefits were worth it. He'd also thought of claiming the minor realms for himself if possible, but if that opportunity arose, he'd already thought of an alternative that suited him more. What happens once you become a course student is a closely guarded matter. C. Wenhild may know a bit, but mostly it is kept secret. What is commonly known, however, is that every student who enters goes through explosive growth. But most importantly, almost 30% of course students end up becoming immortals. Jovi became out of breath as he said the last sentence, and his eyes widened with longing. Even Lex paused his thoughts, then shook his head. Higher realms were not his focus right now. He needed energy, and that's where his focus lay. The process of taking control of the focal point was not quick, and it actually took a few hours before C. Wenhild finished. As unfortunate as it was, as soon as she did, she ended up absorbing all the accumulated energy. Somehow, the loss of the energy hurt Lex more than the severe burns on his chest and the poison still coursing through his veins. With the realm under her control now, the blue flame died out. But instead of the realm falling into darkness, an orb of gentle yellow light appeared in the sky, illuminating the lands. She did not pay attention to the change in lighting, and instead the first thing C. Wenhild did was give Lex a complicated look full of wonder, gratitude, and admiration. It's done, the minor realm is under my control. I'll take you all back to get treated, and then we can discuss payment and the next steps after everyone is healed. But first, let's get rid of all those treasure hunters snooping around my new realm. Pianda N. Oval, C.O. M. No one protested, for everyone needed medical aid, but they all looked at one another with complicated eyes. Lex especially received the most looks of envy and jealousy. C. Wenhild placed a hand on top of the dish in which the fire was lit, and after a moment, let out a sigh of relief. It's done, and the timing couldn't be better. Some people were actually trying to break the barrier to the sleeping crystals. Anyway, let's get out of here. Instead of a portal opening up for them to walk, though, like last time, Lex was directly with the strange yet familiar feeling of the disconnect between his body and his consciousness. But having already experienced it once, Lex handled it like a pro. A moment later, he was back in the familiar setting of C. Wenhild's apartment. A team of doctors and emergency responders were already waiting for them and quickly swarmed the group. Those who were in the worst conditions were immediately taken away, while the slightly less injured were given support, while the doctors examined them directly where they stood. While Lex could also use medical attention, there was something slightly more urgent to take care of. Under the horrified gaze of the doctor who was looking at the massive cauterized wounds on Lex's chest, he signaled C. Wenhild to meet him on the side. "How are you doing?" she asked, now that she could better see his condition. The nonchalance on his face earlier had fooled her into thinking he took on no injuries, but seeing the fact that he had simply been ignoring his wounds worried her. From their voice to their ridiculous strength to the poisonous slime, everything about Craven was designed to kill. In a way, surviving with injuries was more impressive than not getting injured at all. "I have a request, a favor and business proposition for you," Lex said, after considering his words. "I'll start with the request. I'd like to replace my payment with the crown you're carrying." "This?" C. Wenhild asked, holding up the crown that had been hung around her waist, surprised. They'd had the crown for many days, which had given her plenty of time to experiment with it, but she had discovered nothing special. She'd even worn it, and besides acting as a beautiful headpiece, it seemed to offer nothing else. "Do you know what it does?" "I know a little about it," Lex said without elaborating. C. Wenhild shrugged and handed it over without much consideration. As valuable as it might be, it could not compete with the hundreds of actual sleeping crystals in her realm, and Lex had helped tremendously. He more than earned it. Take it as a bonus for beating the Craven on your own and expect your payment in full. We cooperated well. I hope we'll be able to do so again in the future. Much appreciated, he said without being pedantic. Now for the request. As you know, I still plan on visiting other minor realms, but I don't want to waste too much time healing. At the same time, I can't afford to go if I'm not in top condition. I need to speed up my recovery as much as possible, and I'm guessing you'd have access to better facilities than anywhere else. If you could help me out, I'd greatly appreciate it. Consider it done, Siwenhold said. Even if she didn't believe Lex was her half-brother, he had proved himself extremely valuable, and she would have wanted to maintain an excellent relationship with him. If she could use something as simple as resources to win over his favor, she'd consider it a bargain. But it still won't be a miraculous recovery. First, the doctors will need to check your condition to figure out the extent of your injuries, and based on that, we can move forward. Not a problem. Finally, the business proposal, so I was thinking. As Lex explained his plan to her, she gave him a befuddled look, which then fluctuated between absolute disgust and amazement. If he could pull off what he was thinking, it would be the most broken way to earn money she had ever encountered. She had to be a part of this. Space. Osaka, Japan, Earth. Sauda Ito slowly wiped the blood from his katana, ignoring the dozens of dismembered bodies around him. A faint smell of death had begun to envelope the area, but the coming storm clouds should wash away the stain of his sins. In the distance, a crowd had gathered as they watched, horrified but at the same time numbed. For a time, while the Council of New Order ruled Earth, Sauda had purged Japan of all external influence and taken control. The fact that every time he overcame an obstacle or killed a strong opponent, his system would give him generous rewards was in fact just a bonus to him. The people of Japan had long since become used to his ruthlessness and brutality. Most looked at him with disgust and hate, though they did their best to hide it. Some formed a zealous cult, worshipping his actions of bringing Japan back to its roots. What no one knew was that, deep inside, this was not what he wanted. Sauda had lived a simple life before receiving the samurai system, and lived in a small town. His ambitions extended as far as retiring his parents and starting a family, and nothing more. When he received his system, instead of glory and wonder, it brought him hell. The reason was simple. The samurai system made him incredibly strong, and as a system that directly increased his strength and combat abilities, made it so that there was no danger he could not face. But it came with one great flaw. In the old days, samurais were retainers under their feudal lords. Similarly now, as a samurai, his system made him unquestionably loyal to his feudal lord. Unfortunately, through a twist of fate, he had pledged his loyalty to an extremely ambitious man who, while ignorant of the system, understood full well how to take advantage of Sauda's strength. This man, who went only by the name Suzuki, had tasted the power of ruling, before Fernando retook control of the earth and stabilized everything. Now, though, he spent all his time venting his anger on the weak, through Sauda, of course. "Come, Sauda," the extremely well-dressed man said as he walked away from the bloody scene, even less bothered by the surrounding gore. "We have a new commission, someone named Larry who's been hiding at the Midnight Inn. For now, though, we'll only collect information on the target. I've heard security is very tight at the inn." Sauda said nothing and followed Suzuki, his expression indifferent. He had learned to hide his emotions from his lord. Until he found a way to regain his freedom from this cursed system, he needed to hide as much as he could. 312 error. Lex sat cross-legged, wearing an oxygen mask in a tube of a viscous green liquid. His recovery was a lot slower this time around, considering the fact that the lotus on his back wasn't helping. In the first place, it had helped last time due to a misunderstanding, and Lex didn't want to ask it for help again unless the situation was dire. Thus, he was stuck at the mercy of this healing liquid. The greatest obstacle to his recovery was the poison in his blood. As he expected, his body was very resistant to the effects of the poison, but resistant was not the same as immune. Fortunately, if there was one thing that humans were well prepared for, it was anything related to cravens. The green liquid was not exactly comfortable to sit in and caused Lex's body to itch all over. But, for the sake of a swift recovery, he bore the inconvenience in silence, and instead turned his attention towards the inn. First stage of Lady Cosmos finally ended, and a mere 400,000 contestants would move on to the next stage. This phase of the competition was filled with trials that contestants had to complete in small teams. Lex had given Mary 5 million MP to help Audrey form any kind of trials she wanted, and a short glance at the venue showed them clearing some kind of life-sized maze that required ingenuity and teamwork. The size of the audience for Lady Cosmos had not decreased with the number of contestants, but had rather increased vastly. For the first time, Lex noticed a couple of Earth immortals amongst his guests at the inn. They were not mixed in with the crowd, but rented entire small villages and stayed there with their followers. They could not be considered his average guests, but he needed to upgrade the inn to better cater to them as well. Another aspect of the inn he was concerned about was security. Things had finally stabilized. This did not mean that there were no incidents, but that the frequency of incidents stabilized and that the hired security was working well with the inn's own security to handle things smoothly. In fact, it was while he was monitoring his guards that he noticed something strange. One of the security room's functions was picking up on malicious intent, either towards the inn or even its guests. This feature allowed them to often prevent an incident from taking place, and was one of the main reasons that the inn had managed to keep the peace. After all, more than once, a guest had approached one of the contestants from Lady Cosmos with the intention to harass or blackmail, and they had been dealt with swiftly. It was this feature that picked up a certain pair spying on Larry, with the intention of collecting information on him and harming him once he left the inn. Since they had done nothing wrong, they were not punished, but Chad, Gerard's deputy, sent a few guards their way to advise them to honor their guests' privacy. Hand de N0VL this was very routine, and Lex would have forgotten the incident the moment he looked away, but while he was scanning them, he saw something that he had actually forgotten about. Of the pair, one had an unusual status. Name %error%end. Age %error%end. Sex %error%end. Cultivation details %error%end. Midnight in prestige level 1. Remarks: this man is pouting with his eyes. Maybe some Saturn cake will cheer him up and form an addiction that will keep him coming back for more. X frowned as he recalled the last few times he had seen an error message with his scan. First was his unofficial employee, John, and second was the Celestial, who was his bodyguard. They had been enigmatic figures with a mysterious past and unknown origin, so he would understand it if there was something unusual about them that eluded the system. After all, the system had proven that it was not perfect, and there were many loopholes in its functionality. But Lex had seen enough anime to recognize Japanese when he heard it, even if it was automatically being translated for him. So now the question was, what did these three have in common that could elude the system's scan? Or did they each have separate reasons for avoiding the scan's results? Mary, I want you to keep a close eye on that guest, he said, pointing towards Sauda. I want you to collect all the information on him and save it for me. While you're at it, compile all the information we have on John, as well as my bodyguard during the midnight games. Lex made a mental note to consider the cause before turning his attention to other matters. The group of workers he'd hired earlier to plan and design the village had submitted their first report, and Lex took a look at it. They had proposed many additions to the village, but had also suggested some changes to the already existing design as well. They studied areas with highest and lowest density of guests and tracked their movements, as well as analyzed why those were more or less popular areas for guests. Things such as attractions, restaurants, parks, and residential areas were generally high-density areas, but some were more than others. The reason was the easier flow of traffic. All of Lex's designs had an air of Earth about them, but the best or most common forms of traffic flow were not necessarily the best for other demographics. The plan they proposed was only the first step in overhauling the entire village, this being only the first because they wanted to study how the changes affected the flow and distribution of guests. The first change was a major one. Lex, in his pursuit to make the village seem as if it had grown and expanded organically, had placed the various districts slightly haphazardly. The planners proposed small but significant alterations that would make it easier to have a network of roads and paths connected to each area, while at the same time organizing each area into smaller subdistricts. Furthermore, rather than tile walking paths or usual roads, different species of grass were used to mark different paths. A network of canals was also added alongside these roads in many districts, linking them to the underwater portion of the village. Moreover, transport through only subways or golf carts and such was also distinctly Earth-like, and entirely unnecessary. All transport vehicles were designated an aerial level and would not obstruct the crowds on the ground. From various silent pods to booths on ground that would levitate once occupied, to entire small tram-like cabins became the main mode of transport. Not only were they extremely quick and silent, through clever use of formations, the level at which all of these vehicles would be traveling became almost invisible, revealing their existence only when focused on. The random clutter of the city suddenly seemed to take on a more organized look and feel. The massive features of the village, such as the Colosseum or giant pagoda, were no longer intrusions, but rather attractions, becoming sufficiently distanced from residential and recreational areas. Impressed by the detail of their proposal, Lex decided to implement all of it, the complete changes only costing him 3 million MP. Considering the fact that Lex now had 1.1 billion MP, he considered it pocket change. Next, he looked at the changes they suggested for the floating portion of the village. They believed that keeping the floating portion stationary was a waste, and proposed to turn it into an independent district of the village that could move through the air over the village. Not only that, the floating village would play an integral role in controlling the climate of the village down below. They replaced the former method of arrival to the floating village and instead created a few terminals through which guests would be brought or taken away. They also reduced the use of glass, and instead added greater elements of nature, making it seem like a paradise, hiding in the clouds. All kinds of birds made their homes here, so an orchard was also added which would become the designated spot for wildlife. Lex once again approved all the suggestions without any alterations, and with a snap of his fingers, the system started implementing the changes. The guests were initially alarmed, but then watched in awe as the village moved around them, improving right under their eyes. The frequent guests took the changes in their stride, but the millions of new guests observed in awe. Some of the workers revealed that this was the work of the enigmatic innkeeper that none of them had seen, and they all began to wonder what kind of a figure this innkeeper was. The immortals especially were alarmed. It was not every day they encountered a sight that could amaze them. 313 right on the nose. Took nearly 8 hours for the poison to be cleansed from Lex's body. He wasn't completely healed by the time that was done, but he was well enough that he exited the tube to complete some of his other tasks. During this previous expedition, though he had a sword, he had not ended up using it even once. He had practiced using it a little, but the matter of fact was that he was nowhere near competent enough to use it skillfully. He had only been a cultivator less than a year, or a little more. He had lost track of time, but he had been so busy during that time that something like training methodically and systematically was impossible. He had gotten better with his gun, but only because his enhanced senses made using it simple. The amount of time he had trained was minuscule. As such, for now at least, carrying such a weapon was not feasible for him. Perhaps later, when he had the time to train, he would come back to it. Now, though, he decided to go even simpler. Made his way to the weaponsmith who he previously used to work for, and used his newfound wealth to purchase a pair of black gloves. Other than providing basic protection for his hands, the gloves provided him with a series of benefits due to their enchantments. The gloves conducted spiritual energy, and so would not get in the way of his array casting, while another enchantment would stabilize his hands and fingers to help his precision while drawing characters. It also had a simple yet powerful shockwave ability. Lex could store spiritual energy into it and activate it while hitting something to launch the shockwaves. He also bought new armor and gear. He no longer lived with the delusion that either the armor or gear would serve him for long, so he went for items with greater immediate benefits rather than that could serve him long-term. After all, it was all too common for him to lose or break whatever gear he had. He still couldn't get over the loss of his fancy monocle. That done, he returned to see Wenhild. While he was recovering, she had submitted the report of her success, as well as the numerous sleeping crystals in her new realm. Even the admin for the academy had been startled by the news. An investigation was ongoing, and this would most likely turn into a bargaining chip for the academy with the crystal race. It was not easy to earn their favor, and so they would be sure to make the best use of this opportunity. Suffice to say, once her realm was thoroughly explored, and the scope of her situation was understood, C. Wenhild would be appropriately rewarded. Entrance into the core of the academy was all but guaranteed for her at this point. Of course, she had also silently and secretly sent information about this event to her mother. Who knew, maybe this could prompt the woman to even come back to the academy, which was something C. Wenhild would have enjoyed. After all, there were certain things she could only do with her mother around. C. Wenhild's ambitions were no less than her mother's. Of course, none of that had anything to do with Lex. What he was after was something else entirely. This is the list of minor realms with Foundation realm-only designations, C. Wenhild said, as she handed Lex a list. A detailed report of what's happening inside is hard to get, as currently the only source of information is the students who have left. There is one, however, that I think fits your criteria well, though I personally am not so sure about it. It has the highest chances that no one has gotten even close to figuring out where the focal point is because the realm is overrun by imps. And when I say overrun, I'm being modest. Tens of thousands of imps occupy this realm, all part of various warring clans that, I assume, usually fight each other. But as soon as the students appeared, they all attacked them immediately. There have been dozens of casualties confirmed, with hundreds of missing students presumed dead or captured. There's a massive battle that's been going on for the past few hours between students and thousands of imps. It is by far the most chaotic realm so far. Such terrible news, so many innocent students coming to harm. I suppose it is my responsibility to go and end their suffering by taking over the realm and ejecting them from whatever prisons the imps have kept them in. C. Wenhild gave him a bland look, as if she was not at all impressed by his humor. Lex chuckled and said, "Don't worry, just have a buyer ready for me by the time I come back. You're sure there are no reports of cravens in the realm, or any other golden core creatures? No, that craven was an anomaly that the Academy is looking into. Such a thing should not happen. As for other golden core creatures, that's entirely possible. In such matters, as long as the disadvantage is not overwhelming, the Academy does not interfere. But Lex, are you really sure you want to do this alone? You've experienced firsthand how difficult it was to claim a realm. Don't worry, even if I can't get this one, I'm sure I can manage at least one. As for going alone, I think it's for the best. No one will be looking for or expecting a lone person to take a realm. Besides, if I don't need to worry about warning others about danger all the time and only have to look after myself, I'll be much faster. Ianda N. Oval, C.O. M.C. Wenhill did not argue. She did not believe in being pedantic, and showing concern for his well-being once was already uncharacteristic for her usual self. Besides, Lex's business proposal of capturing realms, and then instead of reporting it to the Academy, selling them to students who are pursuing the core of the Academy was an extremely lucrative idea. It was madness, to be honest. Who would value money over getting to the core of the Academy? Lex apparently. If anything, it seemed he thought of it as an inconvenience to avoid. Shook her head and then signaled one of her attendants. An Academy administrator came into the room, and after being informed of which one, opened a portal for Lex to the realm. By going to the realms from C. Wenhild's apartment instead of the public entrances, they could better hide their movements. After all, if the Academy registered the achievement of claiming a realm under Lex's name, the value of selling the realm would diminish drastically. Lex was all too familiar with the sensation of passing through a portal by now and took it in his stride. He was looking forward to the next few days. He had been planning on going to minor realms in search of energy reserves anyway, but now he could gain double the benefits. The moment he arrived in the minor realm, however, a massive hammer the size of a car door smashed him directly in the face. It happened too fast for him to even sense, let alone dodge. His body was thrown in the air, but the disorientation lasted only a moment, and he gathered himself before he even landed. He didn't even need to glance around to realize that he had arrived right in the middle of a massive battle. Lex crashed into a few imps, and while the force of the crash severely damaged them, Lex quickly hopped onto his feet to look around. Hundreds of students were fighting against thousands of imps, as well as trolls. Lex was already familiar with these two races, as he had studied them in his classes. Imps and trolls were both humanoid creatures, but drastically different in size. Imps were usually around 3 feet, 0.9 meters in size, and were feral creatures with only basic intelligence. They were, however, feral in nature and carriers of various diseases. Trolls were usually anywhere between 8 to 12 feet, 2.4–3.7 meters, in size, and were even dumber, making them easily manipulated by the imps. They boasted mild immunity to spiritual energy and great physical strength. Still, the Academy students were not pushovers, and the numerical disadvantage did not deter them. Yet the fight was a wild skirmish, with each doing whatever they saw fit, which only served to increase the chaos. Lex paid no attention to any of that, though. Masterfully dodging any attacks coming his way, he rubbed his nose that had taken the brunt of that hammer, and waited for the Lotus to tell him about any nearby energy reserves. Was not disappointed, and as soon as he got a direction, he used Heart's Marathon to bolster his speed and ran off. The one thing he had learnt while helping C. Wenhild was that, as long as he only faced those in the Foundation realm, he had little to fear. That's what gave him his confidence in trying to claim multiple realms. Now he had to put his skills to the test. Space. Origin Realm, Pendle Galactic Battlefront. Ragnar's command carrier did not alter its paths as it tore through asteroids bigger than Earth, though it had begun to slow down. 6 other command carriers were stationed on the border of this battlefront, a void without any stars, let alone star systems and planets. Only an endless field of rocks and desolation as far as the eye could see, with no indication of what this region had once been. This would be the first time in a long time that Ragnar would face an enemy other than demons. But just as that was a war he had to face, so too was this. But unlike the clash humans had against devils, which was personal, this battlefield was one they were obligated to fight in, so long as they took advantage of the Henali conventions. Somewhere else in the command carrier, a tired Alexander looked out into space. The former golden child of destiny was now naught but an exhausted soldier, yet hidden deep in his eyes was a fire that burned brighter than the stars. So long as he was alive, the universe had not beaten him. 314 Flow. When the command carrier appeared close enough to the battlefront, Ragnar retreated to his private chambers and enabled all the security measures the room came with. Soon, he heard the sound of a notification he was waiting for and sat down on a throne in the center of his room. When he sat, his surroundings seemed to change, and he was no longer in his room, but instead he found himself in a cave, facing several other men sitting in similar thrones. This was not holographic projection. The throne had special enchantments that only he could activate, which would lead him to a nearby minor realm, temporarily formed just for the purpose of holding secret meetings. A novel only other generals of the Jotun Empire had access to such thrones, or those with authority even superior to the generals. This was because every word they spoke had major repercussions on the entire empire, and no chances could be taken for their conversations to be overheard. Even their casual conversations required sufficient authority for one to hear. "Oh my, we have the honor of Hell's Butcher joining us today. Don't tell me the devils have decided to interfere here as well," said one of the 6 other men in the hall teasingly. "You must remember he is not just a butcher," said another one. "When his rank was raised to general, His Highness Serafal called him son of the Empire. Where the Empire has a need, the son will appear to fulfill it. But that does not bode well for us." Ragnar only smiled mildly while the other generals joked about. Even the youngest of them were tens of thousands of years older than him. He, at a mere 3,500 years, was one of the youngest generals in the entire empire. Furthermore, he always had a soft spot for other humans. His ferocity would usually be reserved for demons and devils, or any of the other races that targeted humans. Now, among his peers in rank and strength, Ragnar did not mind filling the role of being the younger brother. "This is no time for joking about," a harsh voice cut through the cave. A man walked in from the darkness, his face locked in a stern expression even as he spoke. All generals recognized this being, for it was no man but the spirit body of a sentient treasure that was stored in the center of the Pendle Galaxy. "Now that Ragnar is finally here, I can begin your briefing. Things have changed, and drastically. While it seems that everything has been as usual on the battlefront, we've gotten reports of anomalies. Within the last 5 years, over 300 star systems just outside the quarantine zone have mysteriously been destroyed. Battlefront was actually a specific zone just at the border of their galaxy, where this war was fought. What was happening beyond this border, or in the galaxy opposite to them, was none of their concern. Their only job was to ensure their so-called enemies did not sneak into their galaxy. It was not easy, but at least it was not complicated since their enemies would only come from a specific region of space, so there was no threat of being backstabbed. Outside the battlefront was a quarantine zone, which was a no-development zone, in case the battle ever spread to those regions. Yet now there was trouble right outside the quarantine zone. Typically, it should not have been possible for anyone to sneak past them, which meant there were 2 most likely possibilities. Either their enemies had somehow gotten reinforcements which were gearing up to attack the generals from the back and front, or that they had discovered a method to sneak past them. Whichever one it was bad for them. "It gets worse," the man said, his expression somehow becoming even more grave. "We suspect they're nurturing a Jorlam." All 6 generals stood up from their thrones, shock and a hint of fear showing in their eyes, Ragnar included. A Jorlam was an absolutely massive creature born in space, such that the average star would be smaller than its eyeball. They were so extremely ridiculously rare that in the entire history of the Jotun Empire, let alone encountering one, even rumors of a living one had not been heard. If the enemy was nurturing, one that meant it had already been born, and that was already too dangerous. The entire Pendle Galaxy was at risk of being destroyed. "We need proof of the Jorlam before we can ask for aid from the Henali Alliance. But not only do we have no idea where it might be hiding, we have no way to get close without being detected." A heavy silence filled the cave while everyone absorbed the information, and were waiting for the spirit body to continue, when suddenly Ragnar had an idea. "I may have a solution," Ragnar said, attracting disbelieving looks not only from his peers but from the spirit body as well. "News has probably not spread to you all, so first let me update you on my most recent assignment. There is an inn. Space." Escaping from the battlefield was actually harder than Lex expected, though it was mostly due to the difficult terrain. Towards the edge of the battle, the ground turned soft and malleable, but his foot didn't actually sink in. The ground itself would stretch under the weight of his body. It was like running on elastic rubber. In the end, he didn't even bother avoiding attacks because they did next to no harm. He just focused on maintaining his balance and getting away. This minor realm was extremely desolate, even away from the battle. He had yet to see any vegetation of any kind, and so he could only imagine what the imps and trolls used for sustenance. Instead, he saw unusual landscapes and terrains that made no sense. Currently, he was standing at the base of a mountain range, except, unlike a normal mountain range that would extend across the land, this one was shaped like an upside-down pyramid and rose into the sky. Out of one mountain grew 3 that rose vertically, and out of those 3 more grew out, and so on. The strange thing was that the base of each mountain was extremely small, and instead grew wider the higher it rose into the sky. Stranger still was that, considering the massive structure filling up the sky, it should be extremely dark where Lex stood, but it was. Each of the mountains was covered in crystals that refracted light so perfectly, sending beams of light to other crystals which then spread the light even further, that it was as bright as midday. He did not even try to understand how this formation came about, or whether it was natural or artificial. He just identified his path towards the energy source, which was somewhere in this range. To be clear, he wouldn't have to climb the mountains vertically. There were roads carved into the mountainsides, just like one would see in any mountain that suffered from a flow of traffic. Once he got a good idea of where he was headed, he didn't embark immediately. Although he had confidence in his defense and other abilities, there was nothing wrong with being fully prepared, which brought his attention to the crown hanging by his waist. He held it in his hands and observed it. As far as appearance was concerned, it was wholly unremarkable. There were no gems or intricate designs. It was a simple gold band with a few ridges throughout, but the function mattered more than appearance. He channeled his spiritual energy into it, but nothing seemed to happen. The energy circled through the crown and entered back into his body. The fact that the energy was able to seamlessly re-enter his body was unusual, but not enough to be of any use. The crystal man he had met earlier told him those following the true path could use it, so maybe he had to wear it to actually use it. He hesitated for a moment, then carefully set the crown on his head. A gentle current of spiritual energy flowed around him as it was absorbed into his body, then directed towards the crown. A few moments later, the crown vibrated and activated. Lex's senses merged with the crown as if it weren't a piece of jewelry, but rather a part of his body. He could feel the crown act as an external meridian wrapped around his forehead with a stream of spiritual energy constantly flowing through it. But most importantly, Lex felt a familiar, yet somehow foreign sensation overcome him. He entered a state of flow. It had been a long time since he naturally entered that state of flow, and he could immediately tell the difference between the state induced by the crown and the natural one. He had not yet entered the flow since he entered the Foundation realm, but he suspected that the benefits it had on him would have increased manifold. Comparatively, this artificial state still calmed his mind, accelerated his thoughts, and helped him gain remarkably precise control over his body, more than he used to back when he was in the Chi training realm at least. But he was all too aware that it was artificial. This would be extremely helpful to him in forming arrays quickly, as well as boost the effects of his instincts as well. However, Lex was not focused on the benefits he had gained. Instead, he began to wonder what this state of flow really was. After all, he assumed this crown was an incredibly special tool based on the emphasis it received in the chamber they took it from. It was a great piece of equipment that could only be used by the crystal race and those on the true path, and yet it could only provide a pale imitation of something Lex had achieved naturally, albeit he could not turn it on as and when he wished. It must really be something special. He would have to put it to the test. 315 Mental Clarity. Taking even steps, Lex walked slowly up the path on the mountain, the fingers of his left hand dragging against the wall in the path cut into the mountainside. At his current pace, it would take Lex years to reach the focal point, but his mind was not on that. Instead, currently, he was doing multiple things at the same time. State of flow was remarkable, and gave Lex the mental clarity he needed to sort out various matters, as well as notice many things he had overlooked. The first thing he noticed, though he could not really blame himself for this, was that due to how busy he had been, Lex had made no progress at all in his cultivation. Lex felt great satisfaction in his achievements so far, and at his amazing performance in general, but he had only just stepped onto the starting line of the Foundation realm. His performance would improve exponentially so long, as his cultivation also improved. For that Lex needed time he didn't have, so he directly dismissed the thought. The second thing he noticed was a peculiarity of regal embrace. It was excellent at helping him learn defensive techniques, but caused him great issues if he tried to learn offensive techniques. Yet it gave him no benefits or obstacles when he was performing either defensive or offensive arrays. The difference was that arrays were not fueled by his own spiritual energy despite being drawn using it, which is where the influence of regal embrace vanished. This helped him determine that his spiritual energy had certain behavior. But what was the underlying cause in the difference in behavior? It wasn't like the cultivation technique could read his mind to determine what kind of technique he was using, or else he could just say he's learning a defensive technique while learning attacks. After all, self-hypnosis was a thing. That meant there was something on a fundamental level about the makeup of these techniques that he did not know about that influenced how his spiritual energy behaved. If he could figure out what that was, he could overcome the obstacle of his techniques. Simple analogy of the situation could be made using magnets. If Lex had two magnets in his hand and wanted to join them, but kept trying to do so by pushing the north pole of each magnet towards one another, he would face great resistance. Yet the same situation could easily be resolved if just used the opposite pole for one of the magnets. The situation with Lex's techniques was no doubt much more complex than simply swapping poles, but as long as he understood the difference, he would be able to channel the speed at which he learned defensive techniques into all other kinds of techniques. This again was a topic that required a lot of time to conduct research, and so Lex pushed it to the back of his mind. The next thing he noticed was his greatest problem with arrays. While drawing one, he could do almost nothing else and was stuck in place. This made sense. After all, the characters would remain stuck in the place where he drew them, right? That was actually incorrect. If his control over his spiritual energy was enough, he could make an invisible platform on which he could draw the characters. That way, he could control the platform to move with him. This level of multitasking was simple for him in a state of flow, but without it, it was still beyond him. This let him appreciate how truly skilled Alexander was back when he was fighting in the Midnight Games. He would use different spiritual and body techniques simultaneously. He did not even have the advantage Lex had of being able to use all techniques with the same energy, and would have to make sure to fuel his techniques with the relevant energy. Yet not only was he seamless, he controlled 6 floating blades behind him at the same time as all those techniques. Truly, it was only when you became more familiar with something that you could appreciate the difficulty it involved. But Lex was getting sidetracked. His focus had been on arrays. While drawing, his speed and stability greatly depended on his finger, but did he really need to use his finger like a pen? Instead of moving his finger to draw, couldn't he directly control the spiritual energy to take the relevant shape? That was the experiment he was conducting as he slowly walked. The state of flow was not a miracle, and Lex didn't automatically become able to achieve the task. It did, however, speed up the learning process endlessly. This was all Lex had been doing consciously. That did not, however, mean that Lex did not leave any tasks for his subconscious mind. It occurred to him that so far he had been treating his instincts as a radar for danger, but was that all they were limited to? He hypothesized that it was not so. The concept of identifying danger or a threat signified that his instincts had a sense of self, and could gauge what was good or bad for him. In that case, his instincts should not only react to harmful things, but also notify him if there was something beneficial to him nearby. In simple terms, along with being a radar for danger, his instincts should also work as a radar for treasures that were beneficial to him. It was for this reason that he was running his fingers across the wall. He was using as many of his senses as he could to absorb all the information from the environment. From the toughness of the rock, to the natural grooves formed by different layers of rock, to the temperature, all of it could end up playing a part in guiding him. Everything he did portrayed a lack of urgency, which was the opposite of what he should have been doing, considering he was in a rush to gain the realm. But in the state of flow, Lex had a slightly different perspective. In this state, his emotions were considerably numbed, though not completely, so he felt no anxiety or stress to influence his decision-making. He simply retained his objective and made the necessary decision. As things were, he was already late to this realm by many days. There was a chance that no one had found the focal point yet, but based on the premise of assuming his competitors were extremely competent, it was most likely they had a lead on him. The more this was so, the more Lex had to remain calm. If he rushed, he could easily fall into any traps they had set for following competitors or give away his position. He also believed that, based on the same premise, if his competitors had not yet taken the focal point, it meant they likely faced some obstruction. It was best to gain a full understanding of the situation before making any decisions. In the end, Lex maintained his slow tempo for a couple of hours, and only sped up when he made decent progress with drawing arrays while walking. By increasing his speed, he also increased the difficulty of drawing the array, but at this point, it was all training for him. The pattern of maintaining a certain speed until he got accustomed to drawing arrays, then speeding up, continued well into the next day. Just as he was due to speed up further and launch into a fast jog, he instead stopped. It happened. His instincts were acting up, and this time instead of danger, it was greed Lex felt. He felt it in his entire body, from his gut to his muscles, down to his very bones. There was something nearby that his body was craving. He took a short break to replenish his stamina before launching into a run. The closer he got, the stronger the sensation became, to the point where his physical desire almost started to interfere with the calm the state of low provided. At a certain point, he had to step away from the path, and had to climb the mountain with his hands and legs. With the dexterity of a spider, Lex crawled up the mountain until he found a small, hidden tunnel. His body blocked the light from the reflecting crystals as he entered the tunnel, but he didn't really need his sight to guide him. At the opposite end, he exited to a small clearing with a cozy little hut carved into the mountain beside a small fountain. Crystal clear water seemed to drip from the fountain, but evaporated before it could fall to the ground. The hairs on his body stood up, and he could feel his body longing for that water. Curious to see what its effects were, he put his hand into the fountain, only to see his hand sucking in the water like a dry sponge. Then his fingers began to turn to stone. 316 exhausted. Panic set in and Lex tried to withdraw his hand, but he was frozen still. He had no choice but to watch as the skin on his hand slowly turned gray, the color cascading up his hand. At the same time, the water from the fountain was quickly being absorbed, and by the time his elbow turned to stone, the fountain was empty. Besides panic, Lex felt immense confusion because the difference between what he was experiencing and what his body was telling him was different. Pure and complete satisfaction filled him to his very core. Before he could think further on the subject, his fingers cracked, and then, as if the stone had been nothing more than an outer layer, it started to fall, revealing his hand, completely unharmed. A moment later, it was as if nothing had happened at all. Lex felt no mystical warmth run down his hand, or noticed any change to his cultivation or anything else. What just happened? Unsure of how to react, almost instinctively, Lex clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the mountain wall. With a loud bang, his fist buried itself directly into the wall. Now Lex was really surprised, because there was no way he was that strong. This entire mountain seemed to be one giant stone, carrying the weight of several other mountains. How could it be so fragile? Yet the evidence was in front of him. He pulled out his hand to find it completely unharmed. He blew on his knuckles and dust flew off, revealing his unharmed skin. To test things further, he clenched his left hand and punched the wall, to the predictable result of absolutely nothing happening. Let alone crushing through the stone, there was not even a single crack. Excitement gleamed in his eyes as he turned to look at the now dry fountain. Oddly enough, there was no water source, so where had the water been coming from? As if to answer his question, a single smooth green pebble at the bottom of the fountain spurted out a single drop of water. When he touched the drop, the tip of his finger turned to stone once again. "Aha, this is excellent," he said as he picked up the green pebble. It was considerably heavier than he expected, but still within a tolerable range. He took the water bottle from his backpack, drank it in its entirety, and then dropped the pebble in there. He had picked up something incredible without much hassle. Wait a minute, was it supposed to be so easy? Lex looked towards the stone hut, but it seemed uninhabited. A brief investigation revealed that the hut was empty, with no indication of anyone having been here in a while. Lex shrugged and decided to take a break before continuing. He had been wearing the crown for a long time and could feel the strain on his mind. One power nap later, Lex left the clearing and headed towards the focal point. He did not notice as he left that the bottle he had placed the pebble in had turned to stone. Picked up his speed now, even going as far as stopping his array practice. He had finished his water and had only a small amount of rations left. When he had packed his gear for this trip, he had packed enough with the assumption that he could supplement his reserves by foraging or hunting. But this realm had yet to show him a single plant, and the creatures he encountered were simply too disgusting to be edible. With the crown on his head and his thoughts much clearer, it did not take long for him to come up with a possible solution. He found it too coincidental that just as he tried to attune his instincts towards treasure, he found some yet had never given him any such indications before. The most likely possibility was that he could channel his instincts towards something, instead of relying on them to work on their own. Danger was probably the only thing that would automatically trigger them. To put this theory to the test, he firmly made his mind to search for food while he continued to journey towards the focal point. Speaking of which, his journey was by no means simple or uneventful. The mountain was infested with 3 feet, 0.9 meters, long lizards that had bodies as hard as rocks. Fighting them off was extremely tedious, as Lex could ultimately only use brute strength to defeat them. They were too numerous to attempt evisceration on, as it would only target a single enemy at a time, and they moved and attacked too quickly for him to complete an entire array. P.A.N.D. No V1, the ridiculous strength of his right arm ended up being his saving grace, and he became somewhat of an expert in this real-life version of whack-a-mole. The lizards, of course, did not provide Lex with any meat once disposed of, because as soon as they died, their bodies could crumble to dust. At least it provided him an opportunity to practice his newfound strength. That, alongside the fact that he had chosen enchanted gloves instead of a weapon, would make anyone think Lex had pre-planned this. Several hours later, when Lex ate the last of his rations without finding anything to replenish his supply, he frowned slightly despite the crown dimming his usual emotions. It was not like he couldn't survive without food or water, just that he would continuously get weaker. In case he encountered a tough fight, it would put him at a disadvantage. How he missed the days when he could just buy stuff from the gift shop. With a sigh, Lex pushed away any distractions and picked up his speed. He made a mental note to ask C. Wenhild if there were any storage space items or easier way to transport goods available for sale. The convenience of the inn's inventory was remarkable, but it was limited by the system's various rules. If he could get something like that without the restrictions, it would solve many of his problems. Lex's journey through the mountains continued for another 4 days. He did not find anything to replenish his food supply or his water, and he dared not drink the water produced by the green pebble without testing it on another creature first. Instead, he repeatedly used the water to wash his body. Now, his entire right arm and left fist had undergone the strange process of turning to stone and converting back. The boost in strength was extremely welcome, for he was beginning to feel weak otherwise. It was not severe yet, and Lex could last much longer due to the fact that he was a body cultivator, but undoubtedly the decline had begun. But at last, on the final day, he approached the focal point. A massive arch was built right on the side of one of the mountains, revealing a tunnel that led deep within the mountain's core. The tunnel was littered with corpses of imps and trolls, and sounds of an ongoing fight could be heard from deep within. The fact that someone had made their way here was within Lex's expectations. In fact, it was probably a good thing because he would have had real trouble facing so many enemies. Utilizing his arrays would have been the only option available to him. Lex reached into his backpack and retrieved an item given to him by C. Wenhild, a silver mask. Since they were doing something shady, they should follow the usual protocols and hide Lex's identity. Putting on the silver mask, Lex proceeded into the tunnel, doing his best to avoid making too much noise. The tunnel, still well lit by the reflected rays of light, took Lex nearly half an hour to cross with his reduced speed and opened up into a massive cave. It was completely bare, giving Lex no option to hide from the battle taking place. Nearly 20 humans were fighting over 30 trolls, with no imps having survived the battle so far. Lex could not see the focal point, leading him to believe it was right in the center. Tired and more mentally drained than anything else, Lex let out a deep sigh. But the next moment, he looked extremely energized as he used Heart's Marathon and dashed right into the fight. He did not actually mean to participate in the battle, which, alongside guidance from his keen intuition, allowed him to avoid most of the trolls. It was only when he reached the middle of the battlefield that his presence was noticed, both by the trolls and the humans. But none of it mattered. In front of him was the focal point, an oddly shaped rock balanced perfectly on a metallic dais. "Who are you?" one of the fighting men roared in anger while a troll just screamed at him. Perhaps if he had been well rested and fed, Lex would have taken the opportunity to deliver a quip, but as it was, he simply dodged all attempts to stop him and jumped at the focal point. Like a mother hen protecting her egg, Lex sat upon the boulder and began channeling his spirit energy into it, while he held out both his hands and used Talk to the Hand, blocking all attacks. Even the state of flow could not help him come up with a better plan, and only guided him how to best implement his stupid plan, which was to flaunt his defense for as long as it took. 317 Private Audience. The nearest troll and human both stopped their fight and attacked Lex with a burning fury, only to be blocked by his invisible barrier. The troll's anger only grew, and it redoubled its efforts, but the human paused after the shock of a failed attempt. Still, it only took a glance to be able to pick out a flaw in Lex's so-called defense. If the barrier extended from his hand, and he was holding it forward, all he needed to do was attack from a different angle. It was the deduction of an experienced fighter, but alas, it made no difference, as Lex simply moved one of his hands so that instead of one strengthened barrier, he had two. His plan was simple. He would block as many attacks as he could, and should any get through, he'd just suffer them. There were a few reasons why he chose to follow this method. First, he was confident in his defense, obviously. Second, while he was confident he could fight the humans and the trolls here if he met them one-on-one, in a group like this, he had no doubt that he could not win. The coordination of a team was something that would put him at a severe disadvantage. Third, and most importantly, it was only when he finally sat on the rock that it occurred to him that he could have waited for them to at least finish fighting before making a move. That way, there would at least be fewer opponents targeting him. But after days of no food, water, and limited sleep, Lex was finding it hard to think clearly. There was, however, one unexpected pleasant surprise for Lex. He was anticipating taking control of the focal point to be a process that lasted several hours. Yet when he channeled his spirit energy into the rock, he felt none of the resistance C. Wenhild warned him of. Instead, it flowed freely into the core and started binding the rock to him. In the meantime, the troll and the human continued to attack him, to no avail. After a minute, the furious fight surrounding had slowed down, as the trolls and humans alike tried to understand what was happening. Then it stopped. There was a moment of disbelief shared by both parties as they looked at Lex, who was actually sitting on the rock with his legs wrapped around it, gripping it tightly. Humans quickly retreated, freeing the trolls to surround Lex and battering him from all sides. They weren't really afraid, for they knew the usual time to take control of the focal point was a few hours. Instead, they used this reprieve to rest and recover their strength. They planned on letting Lex attract all the trolls' attention. Either when Lex fell off or when they were ready, they would attack again, kill the further exhausted trolls, and finally achieve their goal. It was a good plan. Furthermore, they took great pleasure in watching the occasional troll attack slip past Lex's barrier and smash him, though he seemed mostly unhurt. Their plan came to an end, though, 5 minutes later when Lex finished merging with the focal point. The all-too-familiar feeling of control over the realm filled Lex, and with a wave of his hand, all the humans were kicked out of the realm, and the surrounding trolls kicked off to some distant corner of the minor realm. He felt a tide of energy begin to rush into his body, but before it could make any real progress, it suddenly disappeared, absorbed by the system. Lex glanced at the amount of energy accumulated, smiled as he saw the number at 4%, and teleported out as well. He appeared in C. Wenhild's living room once again and received the same treatment of being swarmed by doctors. "Water," he said hoarsely. To his dismay, the doctors refused to cater to his request until they fully understood his situation. He rolled his eyes in annoyance but let them do their job. Eventually, when they were finished with their diagnosis, Lex was provided with a small portion of some kind of soup. It would serve to both rehydrate him and quench his hunger. Furthermore, it was filled with several extremely valuable spirit plants that would speed up recovery. Foregoing all etiquette, Lex picked up the bowl, put it to his mouth, and began gulping it down. A part of him told him to take it slow, as he should not just eat so much so quickly, and another part of him said screw it, he was a cultivator, he could handle it. Lex let out a satisfied and long ah once he finished, and threw himself on a sofa to relax. He took off the crown and the mask, mostly because being so focused all the time drained him greatly. He would think about its limitations later when he wasn't so groggy. Just before he fell asleep, C. Wenhild arrived in the room with a look of excitement and anticipation in her eyes. Before she could ask anything, Lex said, "Have your buyer ready. We'll make the deal when I wake up." He closed his eyes and instantly fell asleep, snoring lightly. C. Wenhild chuckled as she signaled everyone to leave the room and dimmed the lights. Outside, a woman who looked remarkably similar to C. Wenhild was standing, an amused look on her face. Nora Hodgen, head of the Hodgen estate, Earth Immortal and an official wife of King Cornelius, was not an easy woman to meet, even for C. Wenhild. She was an enigma to everyone, her child included. No one knew what her goals were, they only knew that she was a woman who got what she wanted. Even the king ended up marrying her. Yet such a woman had promptly dropped everything and returned to the academy upon hearing news of her daughter's confirmation into the core of the academy. Was it out of pride and love? Not really. C. Wenhild sent her a message informing her that if she didn't come, C. Wenhild would destroy her art collection. "Is that your half-brother?" she asked, amused. "I can see a bit of Cornelius flair in him, but it's too mild for now." "Right now, he's not my half-brother, he's my business partner. Have you arranged everything?" "Yes, the buyer is ready. He will never know who sold him the realm, but the price still needs to be negotiated. We'll need access to the realm to gauge its worth." "What about the assassins? Did you find out who sent them?" "I'm your mother, not your nanny. You can take care of these minor things on your own." C. Wenhild pursed her lips in mild frustration, but suppressed her rising emotions. "Well, what about that thing? I've entered the Core Academy before entering the Golden Core Realm and fulfilled your requirements. When will we leave?" "That thing? Why the need to be so secretive? It's just going over to the Crystal Realm and having them disperse your cultivation and designing a custom cultivation technique for you to cultivate the truth path. The arrangements are made. We can leave once your business is concluded. But you have to remember, if we do this, you owe me 2 favors. "Say whatever you want, I'm not letting you pick my husband," C. Wenhild said as she rolled her eyes. This mother of hers, all she wanted was grandkids. "What? I would never, but 2 favors, remember that." "I don't owe you anything. You're the one who set the conditions for this exchange." "That's because you were being annoying and kept breaking my things. 2 favors. 0 favors, no husband, and you have to help with negotiations. Don't test me, I know where you've planted your pink dream tea. I'll feed it to the dogs." "Is this how you talk to your mother?" Nora exclaimed, her face contorting in anger and her immortal aura leaking a bit, but C. Wenhild was unperturbed. This woman who could manipulate kings and had more than one nation wrapped around her finger had no idea how to be a mother, and C. Wenhild knew her weakness well. "By the way, did you hear about my name?" C. Wenhild continued the conversation, uncaring. One of the main reasons she dropped her father's name was because it would irritate her mother to no end. It would be so entertaining to watch. Space. EANDANOV, one Lex's cultivation professor, the one who had taught about the true path and suspected Lex's cultivation path, had just left one of his classes when he received a letter. A long time ago, he had requested to see the king. He was only a normal professor at the academy, so he did not hold much influence. Yet to be selected as a professor at the academy was no small feat, so even with his limited influence, he was eventually able to finally get a response. 1 month later, he would be granted a private audience. 318 Friendly Fish. X woke up feeling extremely refreshed. His body felt as if he had just come from a hot spring, and the mental drain from the prolonged use of the crown, as well as the physical strain from lack of food, was gone. He credited it to his nap, but if he were to know the value of the ingredients used in the soup he had, he would be startled. Even the Midnight Inn did not serve food of that quality, yet. Naturally, C. Wenhild would not treat her business partner poorly. Before he got up, though, he had to attend to a small matter. Back at the inn, the Lady Cosmos show was still ongoing, but it was now time for him to set up the expo for Earth. Unlike Lady Cosmos, which required the inn to manage the event, the expo only required the inn to host it and market it. Since it was his home planet, he didn't want to treat it lightly, and asked the planning department to design an appropriate auditorium for the event. At the same time, he spent 800,000 MP on marketing. While the reach of the inn had spread far and wide, he chose to target two fronts for this. All the planets in from the X-14 star system would be targeted, since they were commercial planets in a way. More importantly, though indirectly, he gave Booty a commission to spread the word in large and small trade planets. He didn't need to worry about much else, as the preparations for the Lady Cosmos event could be shared for this. With that done, he picked himself up from the sofa and stretched. Unfortunately, a drawback of having his body brought back into peak condition was that he was unable to get the satisfying cracks in his knuckles or any of his bones while he stretched. He sent C. Wenlet a message, and soon she arrived. It did not take a detective to notice the extra spring in her step, which Lex took as a sign that she had arranged a buyer. "Did you sleep well?" she asked as she sat down. A host of waiters had followed her into the room and began to lay down a feast for Lex and her. "I slept perfectly. How long was I out?" "Almost 13 hours. You're lucky you woke up when you did. I almost couldn't wait any more and dumped a tub of water on you." "Patience is a virtue," Lex said as he stuffed 6 dumplings in his mouth. "The only virtue I subscribe to is money. We can't begin negotiations until we get an idea of what the realm is like, but you've blocked off the entrance. Open it up so I can send in a team of appraisers." "Oh, my bad," Lex said as he snapped, unsealing the realm. "Once we have a detailed understanding of the realm, we can assign a price to it. We already have more than one buyer ready, so we'll get the best price for it. Do you have any special requirements as far as the payment is concerned?" "Pianda Nov, E1, I have a few things in mind," said Lex, though he had not slowed down his consumption of food for even a moment during this conversation. There was a look of deep regret in his eyes as he looked at the now empty dish of dumplings, but he turned his attention elsewhere. "What are the chances of getting hands on a spatial treasure, something you can store gear or items in?" Before Siwenhild could even answer, a woman chuckled. The sound of her laughter filled Lex with immense shock and dread, for she had been standing right beside him this entire time, but he had failed to notice her till she made a sound. The feeling only lasted a moment, though, and Lex started attacking a plate of fresh barbecue with vigor. Spatial treasures exist, but they don't fall out of the sky. It would require someone with advanced knowledge of spatial laws to even attempt constructing one. Even most immortals don't have one, so you can forget about getting your hands on one. Oh no, wait, actually, if you stumble onto another realm full of sleeping crystals, you can trade with the crystal race for it. Unfortunately for you, we've already cashed in the favor we received for the last batch. Siwenhild looked at her mother with irritation. Even she had not realized her mother had been snooping. "Lex, this is my mother, Nora. We'll be using her channels to sell the realm." "It's a pleasure to meet you," Lex said with a sly half-smile. If he did not have a cheek full of meat, he may have even looked suave. Honestly, he was too hungry to care right now. "If a spatial treasure is out of reach, then I want my share all to be in energy crystals, or spirit water. Whatever the densest form of energy is available, really. First, go for quality, but when that runs out, you can replace it with quantity." Both Siwenhild and Nora were taken aback by the unusual request. "All of it, are you sure?" Siwenhild asked hesitantly. She knew Lex had his own motives, but did he really understand the amount of wealth being discussed right now? There was a huge possibility that he was underestimating what that would result in. "Yeah, all of it. If possible, make the sale as quickly as possible, and while you're doing it, give me another list of the remaining minor realms and their details. I'll also give you a list of new supplies. You should prepare those as well. There are just a few things I need to take care of in the meantime." "Wait, you're planning on going again?" Siwenhild asked. "This is not really the kind of business that can remain under the table for long. Someone will surely notice, and they won't like that we're cheating with the core academy tests." "Don't worry about it. At most, you can just put the blame on me if anything goes wrong. Besides, they can't blame me for being more skilled than their other students. And I have an entrepreneurial spirit. What's wrong with that? At most, I can just say I was inspired by the academy's motto of not giving a shit." Siwenhild paused as she thought of the various obstacles they would face should they continue, but Nora had a massive grin on her face. It was good to see the kids growing on their own. She decided not to help in case they got into trouble. This Lex had been using the academy's motto too frequently and had even influenced her daughter. She hoped he got a spanking. In fact, she would look forward to it. The discussion went on for a while, but Lex eventually convinced her of his plan. After all, Lex was going after that energy in more minor realms regardless of anything. Might as well make the most of it. Once he was done with dinner, though, Lex left to go to the library. He knew he couldn't achieve mastery overnight, but his experience gave him insight into more techniques that he needed to learn. First, he needed a stealth technique, followed by a reconnaissance one. He also needed lighter and more versatile attacks. His increased strength gave him many new options. Finally, he wanted to look up information on the green pebble that he found. He really wanted to know if the water it produced was safe to drink and what effects it would yield. He spent the next day doing research, and when he returned to see Wenhild, the negotiations for the sale of the realm were complete. She presented Lex with a contract that detailed their division of profits, as well as the remuneration he would be getting and a bunch of minor legalities. He signed it, transferred the minor realm through a method she taught him to an intermediary who would then pass it to the client. As much as he wanted to see his income with his own eyes, he had little time to waste. There were only a few dozen realms left at the Foundation realm that were unclaimed, and he wanted to get his hands on as many of them as possible. Lex chose the next realm and went through the next portal. It was supposed to be a winter wonderland, with ice and snow blanketing everything. The sub-zero temperatures and local beasts made it difficult for others to operate in the realm, but Lex could simply use the same technique he used to avoid the cold produced by the Frio birds. But nothing was destined to go according to plan. When Lex teleported to the realm, he found himself submerged in freezing water. Above him, there was a thick layer of ice sealing whatever water body he was in shut, and surrounding him were hundreds of fish. What were the chances they were friendly? 319 Magikarpet readied himself to be swarmed by the fish, but nothing happened. The school of fat, red fish stared at him with their wide eyes full of curiosity. One hesitantly broke free from the rest and came close to Lex, as if observing an animal at a zoo. It swam in a circle around Lex to look at him from all sides before it came closer, as if to test Lex's intentions. Mused at the fish, Lex slowly reached out his hand and softly rubbed the fish's scales, which the fish seemed to enjoy. Its eyes rolled back slightly and gurgled a little, as if to show enjoyment. Lex smirked. He was reminded of fat red fish he'd seen in an anime before called Magikarpet. He made special note of this fish and decided to add some whenever he got back to the inn. For now, though, he turned his attention back to the ice above him. If he didn't exert himself too much, he could survive underwater for a couple of hours, but that was no reason to stay underwater any longer than he needed to. Under the fish's supervision, Lex swam to the ice, and after testing its sturdiness, punched it as hard as he could with his right hand. There was a loud bang, and massive cracks spread in the ice, but besides that there was nothing else. Surprisingly, the fish did not swim away, as if they were not at all intimidated by his display of strength. Were he not underwater, he would have sighed. These minor realms really tested his versatility. Fortunately, he was not in a rush nor was he under attack, which gave him plenty of time to form an array. But first, Lex used the same technique he used back then against the Frio bird's cold storm. The chill of the freezing water stopped affecting, and an array character meaning ice appeared on the back of his hand. With his hand he rubbed the cracks and tried to get a sense for how thick the ice was. It was impossible to simply see through it, and at most he could vaguely see how deep the crack traveled in the ice. He roughly estimated the ice was 3 or 4, 0.9, 1.2 meters, feet thick. Took a moment to recall if the book inside the ring given to him by John had any pre-established arrays he could use in his current situation. There were a few, but they were inelegant solutions that either deployed excessive brute force or firepower. This was a good opportunity for him to try creating his own array. Broke down the task into 2 simple actions. He needed to cut a hole in the ice and push the cut ice out to create an opening for him to escape. He then further broke down each action into individual steps. To create a hole, the ice needed to be cut continuously, preferably in a circular shape with a diameter of at least 3 feet, 0.9 meters. The cutting force also needed to be sufficient to cut all the way through for the process to be effective. Pushing the ice out also required sufficient force applied in the appropriate direction for an adequate amount of time. The pushing force should only activate after the cut has been complete. Otherwise, the upwards force, combined with the action of the ice being cut, could cause the ice to fracture, making it more difficult to remove. He identified a few more parameters for the required array, then began to think about what characters he needed. Each character existed naturally in nature and had a unique purpose and place, so he needed to pick carefully. For example, while there may not necessarily be a character for cut, there may be one with the same effect. Furthermore, that character then needed to be paired with other characters determining shape, but at the same time be compatible with the kind of character being used to cut. In this situation, a cylindrical shape was the best option. Moreover, the kind of force used also had to be compatible with the task as well as the material. Minor details such as the timing and order of tasks would be determined by the format and syntax of the array, not the characters themselves. Lex equipped the crown, which he had named as his thinking cap, and quickly thought about the makeup of the array. Typically, this was the kind of thing that would take him a while to figure out. but his elevated cultivation as well as state of flow allowed him to determine the entire array in a couple of minutes, even allowing him to run some mental simulations of how he expected things to play out. So far, he had been very lucky in that all of his self-created arrays so far had worked as intended. It was time to test his skill once again. Using his index finger, he began to draw the characters required, his drawing speed elevated due to the state of flow. The next moment, the array disappeared, and before Lex's eyes, he saw the ice started to be cut. Cut. It was too slow. At this rate, it would take him an hour to escape the ice. He made a few adjustments to the array, swam slightly to the side, and drew the array again. This time, it worked as he imagined. A perfect circle was cut right into the ice, and after a second's delay, the cylindrical ice was shot up into the air with a loud bang, moving faster than Lex could track it. Good enough, Lex thought, as he waved goodbye to all the fish, and began climbing out of the hole, right into a raging snowstorm. Lex literally could not see more than a few feet out in front of him, though fortunately that had no impact on the Lotus' ability to detect the direction of the accumulated energy in this realm. The cold was hardly an obstacle for Lex, and the additional armor provided to him through the ice character helped him out a lot when he was attacked by the annoying yet familiar Coulter Flug. He had been attacked by these irritating snowflake spirits back during his assessment, but he was much more capable this time. Relative to his previous realm, this one was a lot easier to tackle for Lex often encountered creatures he could hunt and cook, though cooking was difficult since the snowstorm never ceased. 8 days later, Lex managed to capture this realm as well. The focal point was in the shape of all things, a fireplace. Due to the intensity of the storm, no other humans had been able to find it, and it was not defended by any creature either, making it extremely easy for Lex to capture the realm. Once it was done, and Lex absorbed the energy, he had accumulated a total of 9% of his total required energy. He only needed to pay 5% to complete his quest and establish the Midnight Tavern, though he planned on accumulating more than the minimum required. Once he returned, Wenhild told him the previous realm had been sold, and that only 7 unowned realms at the foundation level remained. Lex quickly handed over control of this realm as well, and after some rest, continued to travel to more realms. This time, his luck was not so good, as after 4 days, before he even managed to approach the focal point, someone else captured it. Such a thing was predictable, since he was entering late to begin with. He did not waste time and continued to enter more realms. He was so focused during this period that he did not even notice his steady improvements in using his techniques or his skill with arrays. More than once, he managed to use arrays in the heat of battle, but he was in such a time crunch that he could not slow down to celebrate. It would not be easy to once again encounter random reserves of energy, just sitting around. 3.5 weeks later, he had managed to only capture 1 more realm, due to the fact that someone else would claim it before him. Still, it was pretty good as he had brought his energy accumulation up to 12%. 1 final realm remained, still unowned, and apparently the difficulty in capturing this realm was incredibly high. More than 1 group had given up, though that was not enough to deter Lex. Not only was his situation unique, allowing him to have a higher threshold for danger, but he was incredibly skilled. Moreover, he had begun to enjoy challenging himself like this. But just as Wenhild had the portal opened for him, and he was about to step through, his oh-so-reliable instincts acted up, and gave him a warning he had never encountered before. 320. Impending danger. Wenhild, her assistants, the professor who opened the portal, and Nora all immediately picked up on Lex's oddity when he suddenly stopped. Over the past few weeks, the actual accumulated time they'd spent with Lex was probably less than a day, but he'd made an impression on them nonetheless. It's the simple fact that he alone could claim a minor realm, while others usually went in massive teams and still often failed, was already enough to crown all the legends floating around about Lex already. The fact that he did it more than once was even more ridiculous, but it was more than that. Every time they saw Lex, it was after a long, extensive period where he would be trying to claim a minor realm. As such, the changes brought about in Lex were always loud and pronounced. Everything from the way he stood, sat, walked, and talked seemed to change each time. Instead of becoming more coarse, as one would expect after spending an extended time in the wild, he became more refined. In the beginning, after capturing his first minor realm, Lex began to radiate confidence befitting a warrior of his skill and standing. Yet with each successive trip, instead of that overwhelming, blatant confidence that would cause others to feel inferior or insecure about themselves, he began to carry himself with charm and charisma. His smile was deeper, his eyes brighter, his each move a flourishing dance. Instead of feeling inferior in the presence of his success, others would feel uplifted by his warmth. Of course, the foundation of all that growth was built on a basis of self-confidence. During this period, not only had Lex overcome unimaginable trials, he'd washed his entire body in the water from the green pebble until it no longer affected him. His strength now was devastating. While it wasn't as ridiculous as his defense, he was definitely living up to the usual standards of body cultivators now. All that remained now was to drink as much of that water as his body could absorb. Moreover, Lex knew his limits well, and knew exactly how and when to push them to further his growth. Once he said he would do something, he would do it without hesitation or reluctance, and with an excited smile on his face. It could be said that if earlier on he was filled with potential, then his numerous experiences and challenges in the realms allowed him to truly bring out that potential. Yet now, suddenly, he froze. Not only that, the expression on his face for the briefest moment flashed with concern. It was only a single moment, after which he quickly collected himself, his usual carefree expression returning to his face. "You know what?" Lex said, as he turned back towards Swenhild. "I changed my mind. Instead of pushing my luck endlessly, I should take a step back and enjoy my success so far. How long do you think it'll take you to sell the last realm?" "Few days, a week max. We still need to complete an analysis of the realm's worth before taking bids," Swenhild answered, reserving her curiosity. The amount of money they'd made so far was truly phenomenal, so she did not feel disappointed. Being too greedy could cause problems, so it was best to know when to stop. Still, she would ask Lex what happened when there were fewer people around. "Aha, I would expect nothing less. I have a few things I need to take care of, so I'm going to head out." Then, casually, as if nothing unusual happened, Lex left her apartment. During this time, he'd become a lot more familiar with Swenhild, so he didn't mind using some of her things, which is why he got in one of the many self-driving vehicles she had and entered his destination. When he finally left her apartment, his expression changed to a frown. He was getting very unusual feedback from his instincts. He was not being warned of danger in the typical sense. Instead, he felt like his time was running out. It was a very suffocating feeling since he could not tell exactly what he was being warned from. All he knew was that with each passing second, something unfavorable to him was coming closer. He sent Swenhild a message, telling her to speed up the sale as much as possible. It was fine to suffer a loss in profits if needed, but she should conclude the sale today. Since he had asked for payment in the form of energy in the densest available forms, whether it was spirit stones or water or anything else, she had been holding his payment for him in a bank vault. He also asked her to have everything prepared as he would visit the vault with her as soon as the sale was concluded. He knew they had noticed something in his behavior, but since Lex did not know the origin of whatever was coming his way, he decided not to share too much. There were a couple of things Lex wanted to do in the meantime. First, he wanted to visit the library and quickly jot down a few more techniques he'd thought of. His system was really pathetic in the ways of helping him out with his cultivation journey, so kept having to anticipate anything he would need. Secondly, he wanted to say goodbye to Amelia. She was the only friend he had at the academy, besides Swenhild. He felt bad not being able to spend time with her the past couple of months, but he had been extremely busy and he had to prioritize. At the library, among other techniques, the one Lex really needed was called Tranquil Mind. He had often been using his thinking cap, and excessive use would often cause him to suffer from extreme mental exhaustion. Sometimes, even a long sleep would not help him recover, and it would take days before he was back in peak form. Tranquil Mind was a meditation technique focused on not only strengthening his mind, regulating his emotions and calming his thoughts, but also replenishing his mental energy. He spent a few more hours here, trying to learn any random technique he thought might come in handy. He didn't need to worry about not remembering them, for with the help of his thinking cap, his memories became extremely sharp, and this was a non-issue. And it was time to say goodbye to Amelia. He found her exactly as she was the first time he bumped into her, eating with her other friends. He did not elaborate on what he would be doing, but only apologized about being so busy, and said that there was a decent chance they might not have the opportunity to meet again in a long time. He saw a lot of complicated emotions in her eyes, but ultimately, she only called him silly for apologizing as there was no need, and wished him well. He would have liked to have said more, but his instincts were beginning to send tingles down his spine now. He messaged Swenhild asking about the bank's details, and directly set off towards it. When he arrived, she was waiting for him with her mother beside her. She was no longer hiding her curiosity, as a hint of concern showed on her face. "Is everything all right?" she asked, unsure if she should be intruding. "Haha, everything is great," Lex replied with genuine excitement in his eyes. "Let's go see how much money I've made." Procedure for entering the bank's vault was extremely complicated, and Lex just found out that if it weren't for Swenhild's mother accompanying them, it would take a couple of weeks before Lex's verification process was complete, which would allow him to enter the vault. As for the fact that it was his own wealth that had been stored there, it was inconsequential. Swenhild was the one who put it in the bank, so as far as they were concerned, Lex was just there to accompany her. Lex rubbed his hands as he let his thoughts run wild, his imagination going to a cartoon he used to watch as a child of a cat and mouse called Timothy and Jeremy, in which their eyes used to turn into dollar signs when they were about to receive money. He could imagine what that felt like. But it was not a mountain of coins waiting for him, nor a pile of spirit stones. Instead, 10 neatly stacked crystals were the only things waiting for him when he entered. Underwhelmed, Nora asked as she saw him observing them. "I'm assuming they're the densest form of energy available," he guessed as he tried to sense something from the crystals. They were so clear, they would have been invisible had there not been a thin, blue ribbon tied to each one. "Not the densest, but it's up there," she said, looking at them. "Since it'll be hard for you to understand, I'll put it like this. These are used by the crystal race to cultivate. They're extremely precious resources that the Hum Nation exports since the energy is too violent for humans to absorb. But if humans could, this is what immortals would be using." "Not bad," Lex said with an approving nod. "Can I have a moment alone?" Nora raised an eyebrow but quietly left so that Lex could be alone. The whole reason she had come along, other than to sate her curiosity, was for Lex's security should he want to take them out of the bank, as a favor to her daughter. Most likely, he still did not understand how valuable they were. But it was none of her business. She just wondered what he needed it for. Inside the bank vault, Lex placed his hand on the crystals, and after a moment they vanished. To Lex's immense surprise, his energy accumulation actually increased by a whole 8%. He now had a total of 20%. Without any hesitation, he paid 10 million MP and 5% energy needed to establish the Midnight Tavern, and heard the familiar ting of a system notification. Space. Lex's professor sat nervously in the palace as he waited his turn to see the king. Honestly, he never thought he'd get an opportunity to see the king up close, let alone have an audience with him. This was, of course, because he never expected to have a reason good enough to request an audience. But now, soon, he would have his chance. His attention was attracted to the sound of a door opening, and an escort of guards came in. It was time to meet the king. 321, another kid. Cornelius once again found himself eating an entire feast as he listened to various reports. He had a busy schedule ahead of him, so he had to make up for it and handle all the governing matters that required his attention today. In his absence, he had others to keep things running, and he was slowly distributing these responsibilities to his sons and daughters. But in the end, some things could only be handled by him. A nervous-looking man entered the chamber and gave him an extremely deep bow. But before he could continue with any more formalities, Cornelius used his spirit sense to stop him. "Save the flourishing for public settings, it is not important. I was told you have some important matters to report to me. You may begin." The professor was caught in surprise, but he quickly gathered himself, recalled the information he had rehearsed. The fact that Lex was suspected to be the king's son was something he need not mention, for it was irrelevant to the revelation he was going to present. As a professor, he was used to summarizing important aspects of his lecture as bullet points in his head, before delivering the lecture flexibly. "I suspect one of my students is secretly cultivating the true path," the professor began, but already the demeanor of not only the king, but of everyone else in the room changed as well. "His name is Lex, and after I began to suspect as such, I did a thorough background check on him as well as kept a close eye on his actions afterwards. My background check only." "Wait," Cornelius said, interrupting him. "Assistant A, bring up a picture of the Lex you previously informed me of." Miscellaneous Assistant A, the king's closest and most loyal assistant, quickly turned on a terminal nearby and brought up a picture of Lex. "Is this the student you're referring to?" the king asked. Yes, that's him," the professor replied with excitement. Just the thought that he may have once been a teacher to a cultivator of the true path filled him with excitement. "Miscellaneous, fill me in on what Lex has done since you last gave me a report. Stick to major things only." Cornelius actually expected a very brief result. He remembered that what he liked most about Lex was his extreme focus and dedication. It was the same mentality that got him to his position today, and it was the same mindset he tried to nurture in his kids. "Let me see. He broke through to the Foundation realm, as predicted, spent over a month training for the realm races with your daughter Siwenhild, and successfully helped her become the first person to take control of a minor realm. It was reported he single-handedly defeated a Craven in the Golden Core realm. During the fight, he is reported to have shown great resilience to spirit attacks and a sturdy body. Autopsy of the Craven, after the fact, revealed minimal to no physical damage other than the killing blow, leading to the suspicion he defeated the Craven using spirit or soul attacks." Cornelius' hands paused halfway through cutting his steak. Just as he was about to comment, Miscellaneous continued with his report. Once he successfully gained experience in capturing a realm, he entered multiple other realms on his own and was able to take control of 2, or possibly more. This information was hidden from the Academy, and the only reason we know about it is because of the spy you placed in your wife Nora's estate. The professor paled, as he felt like he heard something he shouldn't have. The king, though, didn't care about his private life being revealed. In fact, it wasn't as if Nora herself did not know about the spies. The fact that she still revealed the information meant she wanted him to know. She was clever like that. She never outright asked people for what she wanted, but manipulated events to make certain things happen. Well, for better or for worse, she had attracted his attention. "You have done well," the king said, looking at the professor. "You deserve a reward. Tidy up your affairs at the academy and report back here tomorrow. I'll have an immortal be your teacher for a year." Before the professor could even begin to process what he heard, and his elation begin to show, the king disappeared. Space. Upon hearing the familiar ting of the system, Lex checked to see a new notification. Quest complete, Midnight Tavern being established. Host authority sufficient for manual setup. Would you like to manually set up the Midnight Tavern? YN. Please note, manually accepting the Midnight Tavern will cost an extra 5 million MP. Lex didn't even hesitate to select yes. He already had an image in his mind of how he wanted to do things this time around, and for the Midnight Tavern, he planned on doing things differently than the Midnight Inn. A complete map of the entire Crystal Realm was projected into Lex's mind, alongside hundreds of thousands of undiscovered minor realms, as well as millions of discovered minor realms. As if that wasn't enough, he also received a lot of information about each and every region of the Crystal Realm that he would focus on. If he wasn't in a time crunch, he would spend hours, maybe even days, agonizing over every detail. Unfortunately, time was the one thing he did not have. "Mark all the areas on the map controlled by Craven as black," Lex said to Mary. A very massive chunk of the map turned black, nearly 8% of the entire realm. When considering that the total amount of land controlled by the 7 races combined didn't even cover 40% of the realm, that 8% seemed massive. "Now mark all the regions with ongoing wars and conflicts as red. Mark all neutral zones as yellow. Mark all areas where at least basic laws enforced as brown. Mark all areas where all races are freely allowed to enter as green." Different colors filled the map as he looked over it. The best-case scenario was a place that had all the colors representing aspects he liked, while being far away from black and red. Still, there were too many options. Marks areas with low supervision as silver. Mark areas rich in treasures and resources as gold. Mark areas with a high concentration of travelers as blue. The map was still vast, but suddenly one area stood out to him as was colorful enough to be a rainbow. It was rich in resources, was in neutral lands, had a high concentration of travelers, and most importantly, it was far away from any major conflict, so Lex didn't need to worry about war disrupting his plans anytime soon. He would have liked to study the map some more, but his instincts suddenly started screaming, so he made his choice. The next moment, he vanished from where he stood. 40 seconds later, the king appeared outside the bank, his expression one of intrigue. "How did he teleport without emitting any spatial waves?" the king asked, assuming Nora was responsible. "How am I supposed to know? Shouldn't you be the one keeping an eye on your kids? I already have my hands full taking care of one of yours." "How can you call that taking care of? From what I understand, you see her maybe once a year." Cornelius had originally come not for Lex, but for whatever cultivation technique he cultivated. His own personal one was too difficult for most people, but if more and more cultivation techniques for the true path could be discovered, slowly the nation would have more true cultivators. But since Lex was gone, quite mysteriously at that, he turned his mind to other things, namely Nora. He had been so irritated by her behavior that he completely forgot that she was actually quite beautiful. Suddenly, he felt like giving her another kid. On the side, Wenhild was frozen still. Literally. Nora was using her spiritual sense to freeze Wenhild because she had no idea what this daughter of hers would say to her father, and she just couldn't handle the embarrassment if something went wrong. After all, she had worked hard to build her reputation. Space. The bustling town of Babylon, 2 streets away from the busy dock on Baker's Street, a 3-story building stood empty. It was a wooden building, with age and history embedded in every board and plank. But as it often was, when things were described as aged, they were often just run down. Yet beneath its shabby exterior was a building with a strong foundation that had stood for as long as the town had existed. However, on this busy street, full of wealthy traders, skilled workers, soldiers, sailors, and vagabonds, no one cared for history, age, or nostalgia. This was a center of commerce, and as such, the people longed for something new, something bold, something adventurous, something that would add to the charm of the town. That something, or rather someone, stepped out of the wooden building and took a deep breath of the salty sea air. With a grin on his face, Lex turned back in. It was time to renovate. 322, welcome to the tavern. Stepping into the building he now owned, Lex ran his hand across the wooden bar, feeling the subtle, weathered grooves. He didn't mind the dust that gathered on his fingers, as his focus was only on absorbing the feel of this building. Before the system gave Lex the ownership of this building, it had belonged to a once wealthy family. Due to a series of unfortunate events, as well as poor management, the family had fallen on tough times. They didn't have the money to repair what was now the tavern building, yet at the same time, they were too greedy to sell it to anyone else at a cheap price. The extra 5 million MP Lex actually spent was converted by the system into local currency to pay off the owners more than 100 times what the building was actually worth. A condition of the payment was that they would never mention it to anyone or come back to give Lex any problems. Regardless, Lex was now legally the owner of this building. Furthermore, this property had integrated itself with the system. But since the tavern was in the middle of a town and not in its own realm like the Midnight Inn, Lex had an entirely different idea of how to run it. Most of the time, for the day-to-day clients, it would be nothing more than an ordinary tavern. Yet for some people. Lex chuckled, opened the system interface, and allowed himself to get familiar with the layout of the building. The entrance of the building had a small porch with enough space for 4 or 5 people to sit in chairs without blocking the door. After the porch was a tiny patch of lawn which, currently, was nothing more than a collection of weeds and overgrown bushes. A small, tiled path cut through the lawn onto Baker's Street, though the tiles had long since been covered in dirt and were no longer visible. On the inside, the condition of the building was actually worse. While the major structure appeared to be fine, a system scan showed a massive termite infestation. Most of the windows of the building had also been boarded up, but some were left as is, leaving the building to the mercy of the elements. As strange and unpredictable as the weather was in the crystal realm, he could not even imagine what this building had suffered. The list of things wrong with the building was actually quite large, but for the most part it did not matter. Since the Midnight Tavern was in a public place, Lex had no plans to miraculously fix the building overnight and attract the entire town's attention. Yet, at the same time, while he could take his time to fix the external appearance of the building, if he used the system to fix the inside of the building, no one would know. So what had to be determined now was the layout. Ignoring the existing layout of the building, Lex began to tinker with the system interface. Above the front door would be a small banner that read Midnight Tavern, and the door would open up to the main hall. There would be no separate reception, and instead, only a long bar attached to the left side of the hall. Right beside the bar was a door to the kitchen, probably one of the most important places in a tavern, right after the bar itself. He set a few stools in front of the bar and 10 tables in the main hall. At the far end of the hall, there was also a small stage for a bard or musician to entertain his guests. In the back, there were also 2 private rooms guests could rent for their meals, if they wanted to avoid the hubbub of the crowd. As plain and simple as it was, that was all there was on the ground floor. On the first floor, there were 3 private rooms for lodging, equipped with a small bathroom, as well as a smaller hall that could be booked for private events. On the second floor, there were 5 private rooms available for booking. The rooftop was modeled onto a terrace, equipped with a grill, barbecue station, and a minibar. It allowed for a spectacular view of the sea, as well as the town, and made for an overall excellent spot for a small get-together. The area behind the building could be entered through the kitchen, and led to an enclosed space surrounded by a large wooden fence. It had 3 small, attached rooms for any live-in staff, a laundry room, and a small storage room. He did not make the tavern look posh and refined, and while he fixed as well as strengthened the building's structure, he maintained a weathered and rustic aesthetic throughout. Yes, this was nothing more than the average tavern, nothing special about it whatsoever. The renovation for the entire building cost him 7,000 MP. He snapped his finger, and by that it meant he spent some more MP, and the tavern bar became fully stocked. All the furniture appeared, and he was basically ready to open for business. All he needed now was to hire some staff. And Lex cracked his neck and began spending the big bucks. Using his increased authority and a whopping 300 million MP, Lex bought a spatial formation for the building. Its purpose was very simple. It hid a folded space within it, like a manufactured minor realm, but one that couldn't continue to exist without the formation itself. There was no fixed entrance to the hidden space, as any door that Lex wished could turn into the entrance or exit of the hidden space. Lex frowned. He couldn't keep calling it the hidden space, so he decided to call it the backyard. Yes, it was the tavern's backyard. The backyard wasn't big, only about 4 acres of land, but it was completely bare. Lex had to add everything from the dirt to the grass to the air. He fixed the lights so that it seemed like it was always early morning, and the air was fresh and crisp, like a breeze blowing from a snow-capped mountain. This is where the selected guests of the tavern would be allowed to enter and receive all their services. He couldn't wait, he thought of. With a bang, the front door of the tavern slammed open, and a massive man walked in. He was 8 feet, 2.4 meters tall, and seemed just as wide. His grisly face was furnished with an ugly scowl, though Lex found it hard to focus on the man's face when his entire body was covered in blood. With heavy steps that caused the wooden floor to creak, the man trudged into the hall. He gave Lex the ugliest glare possible before throwing his massive body onto one of the stools. Miraculously, the stool did not break. "Barkeep, pour me a drink," the man bellowed before resting his head on the bar. He grabbed his hair with his hands as if he would pull it out any second, though he resisted. Lex was stunned, partly because he didn't expect his first guest to walk in merely a few moments after he installed the tavern sign outside, and partly because he had no idea what drinks to pour. Suffice to say, he had no experience behind a bar, nor was he familiar with the unusual spirits he had filled his shelves with, but you couldn't keep a client waiting, even a blood-covered, giant, monstrous client. He hopped behind the bar, grabbed a green-colored bottle that looked like something out of a pirate movie, and poured from it into a random glass. These were drinks he'd never even heard of back on Earth, so he had no idea what the proportions should be, but he guessed he would find out. Filling the glass to the brim, he slid it near the giant and said, "You all right there, buddy?" "How can I be all right? How can I be all right? The Babylon killer has struck again, my captain's dead, and worst of all, my only good clothes are covered in blood. I was supposed to meet a lady tonight." The giant man lifted his head, grabbed the glass without looking, and chugged it down. "The Babylon killer?" Lex asked curiously. At the same time, he was going through the system to hire a worker for the tavern that could run the bar. "Yeah, there's a serial killer in Babylon, haven't you heard? Say, did you pour?" Before the man could finish his sentence, his eyes rolled to the back of his head, and he fell to the ground. Steam started coming out of the man's open mouth and nose, and he turned red like a tomato. At that exact moment, a few more guests walked in and froze at the sight of the collapsed giant, and Lex's newest worker stepped out of the kitchen door and froze as well. Lex smiled weakly at the new guests, scratched his head, and said, "Welcome to the Midnight Tavern." 323 theme music. 3 men stood at the entrance to the Midnight Tavern, their eyes aimed at the blood-covered, collapsed man on the floor. The steam rising from his mouth was very visible, and his face was redder than the blood covering him, which had started to turn brown. Behind the bar stood a casually dressed, very young man who was flashing them an awkward smile, and at the other door stood a tall, mature man wearing a black coast vest, white shirt, and black pants. Silence hung in the air as the man leading the trio slowly pointed at the man on the floor and said, "I'll have whatever he had." "My God, Big Ben is flat on the floor," said one of the 2 men behind him. "Why is he out cold? Doesn't he know the constable will come around to ask him questions? Who knows?" The 3 men started chatting amongst themselves as they happily walked over the man on the ground, continuing their chat. By the sound of it, they seemed to know Big Ben well, and even knew that he had recently witnessed some kind of murder. Compared to how distraught Big Ben had been, they were completely nonchalant. Lex breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards the new barkeep, who promptly introduced himself. "My name is Roan, sir. I can man the bar and I can also cook." "Very good," Lex said, allowing Roan to replace him behind the bar. "You make the drinks and I'll take them over. Also, take care of Big Ben here as well. Take him somewhere he can take a nap comfortably." "Yes, sir," he said, his hands moving with experienced deftness as he poured the drink from the green bottle in shot glasses. He put them on a tray, allowing Lex to take it over. Lex could have just hired a bunch more workers from the system, but for the tavern he wanted to fit seamlessly in with the town. That is why, other than a few core employees, he planned on hiring the rest of his workers from amongst the locals. Seeing familiar faces instead of all strangers would allow the tavern to quickly become accepted by the locals and provide a fresh experience for Lex. "Here you go, gents," Lex said as he put down the tray on the table. "Drinks today are on the house, seeing how it's the tavern's first day." "I was wondering when this opened up," said the man who had been in the lead earlier. "It's about time we got a decent tavern." The man paused, took a slow look around the place, and then continued. "Well, a somewhat decent tavern. I was tired of drinking Old Husky's homemade spinach brew. Yuck." Grabbing the shot glass, the man raised the glass to Lex, and then downed the glass in one go. His 2 friends did the same, and in only a few moments they started to blush, though fortunately none of them fainted. "Before Big Ben took a nap, he was telling me about some murders that have been happening here. Do you know anything about that?" Lex asked. Yes, the Babylon killer, the serial psycho, the rat barber. People have given him different names depending on the district. What, you didn't look into it before opening the tavern? Worried it'll affect business? Well, yeah, things are bad, but that's also good. As of today, there's been 22 murders in the last 2 weeks, all of them a bloody sight. Local constables can't seem to catch the guy, and no one has any idea who it is. Things are getting worse, but that's good, because the local lord is bound to take notice if it starts affecting his profits. When the lord finally gets here, everything will get better. Until then, just keep on going, and pray that if the psycho is gonna strike again, he'll strike you, because at least that way you don't need to listen to Batty Marge's ramblings. The man's 2 friends cheered and laughed, before they all started rambling about this Bat Marge. Lex went back to the bar and waited for Roan to return from putting Big Ben away. His mind had been focused towards developing the tavern's backyard, but it seemed his first priority needed to be protection. After all, the town apparently had a serial killer on the loose. But he wasn't totally without protection. After all, a 300 million MP formation wasn't simple. Moreover, for whatever reason, the system seemed to be placing fewer restrictions on The Tavern than the inn, so Lex had a lot more room to maneuver. His first form of protection was the fact that no one could sneak into the tavern. No matter where or how they tried to enter, they would always be brought to the front hall. This was because the spatial formation freely allowed Lex to set several safety measures as he wanted in the tavern building occupied space. Similarly, while he could not teleport people freely, he could easily manipulate the location any door led to, effectively making the tavern building as complex a maze as he wanted to make. But for troublemakers who come barging in the front door, this was no obstacle. Unfortunately, the system still did not provide him with any formations with any offensive capabilities, but he could set up a formation to trap people, and then just keep them as prisoners indefinitely. This wasn't a perfect solution, but it was good enough for now. The best part was, once the second formation trapped someone, Lex could treat that trapped area as a room and use the spatial formation to move it around. Yes, this would work out nicely. After all, Lex wasn't a fighter, he was a billionaire innkeeper. He had other ways to handle troublemakers. The trapping formation, due to its simple requirements, was only 1 million MP for one of its best versions. He doubted anyone could break out of it. By the time he was done with that, Roan came back after putting Big Ben in a bed in one of the rooms. "Will he be okay?" Lex asked with a hint of guilt. "Yes, the jade heart ferment that you gave him is a very potent but safe spirit. It's a little hard for most people to tolerate normally, since it burns impurities and diseases in one's body. When he wakes up, he'll be the healthiest he's been in a long time." That's good, that's good. By the way, for today the drinks are free. But starting tomorrow, make sure the guest knows how much each drink is worth when they order it. Drinks that had been stocked in his bar were not random drinks. The same way the Midnight Inn was connected to all the planets Lex anchored to it, the Midnight Tavern was connected to the Crystal Realm. All the drinks here were drinks that existed in the Crystal Realm, but all of varying rarity. These were still relatively cheap ones, but from the system interface Lex could stock his bar with extremely precious drinks. In fact, there were a few drinks that cost energy as well as MP. Lex was truly curious what they were like, but now was not the time to be wasteful. Other than Roan, he needed one more worker who would maintain the place. Somehow, the tavern's banner had managed to attract some customers, but Lex really preferred if the front of the building looked presentable as well. Since he didn't want to use the system interface for that, his next worker would have to be skilled in these things. Lex started entering his requirements into the system. Space. Gamer's Den, Midnight Inn. Z was pacing around the busy store waiting. He didn't need to manage all the guests because under Lex's instructions, Mary had hired more workers for the den, allowing Z to become the manager. A result of that change in position was naturally a raise in salary. A raise in salary meant Z could easily get whatever he wanted. But after a while, he ran out of things to buy, so he stopped thinking about it. Moreover, since the invasion of the rascals, Z had been feeling down, though he never let anyone know. He had been trying to figure out why he hadn't been able to overcome the difficult ordeal like all the anime main characters he'd seen. After all, Z had all the things they had. From spiky hair to the power of friendship, to a training montage that he made in his free time, to even a speaker for combat music. So what was missing? How could he fail? And one day the answer came to him. He'd been using generic music. All the heroes had their own dedicated theme music, but Z had been using random stuff he found online. What he needed was his own theme music, and he couldn't be limited in that either. He needed his signature music for when he was stoic, when he was pumped, when he was fighting, and especially when he needed to overcome his limits and let the power of friendship make him stronger, leaving his enemies saying nanny. So, using favors with friends he managed to make at the inn, he hired the best composer he could find. The next moment, the door to the gamer's den opened and a figure walked in. At first, Z could only see his silhouette due to the bright light coming in from outside, but as the man stepped in, Z felt relief flood him. "Mr. Hans Simmers, I'm so glad you could make it. 324 hot tub." Lex's second worker for the tavern had to be good at repair work, carpentry, have modicum expertise at gardening, and should have some knowledge of various fields. He entered all the relevant information and summoned his latest worker. Soon a man walked out of the kitchen door and presented himself before Lex. Lex immediately compared him to Roan, who had a mature and suave air about him, with the dress and demeanor somewhat similar to that of a gentleman, as strange as a sight that was in a tavern. The new man, Rick, as he introduced himself, instead was dressed very casually, with a shirt much too large for him, and had somewhat of a belly. His hands and face were covered in dirt, and it looked like he had just come from hard labor. Despite his languid appearance, as an employee of the tavern, he would fulfill his duties perfectly. Clean up the front of the building, Lex said to Rick. The weeds need to be removed, the tiles need to be uncovered from the dirt and cleaned, and the porch probably needs some repair work as well. You can judge what needs to be done with that on your own. Rick only grunted in reply before he headed out. Lex glanced at the three guests who were chatting loudly before he turned his attention back to the backyard. He needed to spruce the place up, add the facilities he was planning, as well as finally create his own living space. After that, he planned on exploring Babylon a bit to spread the word about the tavern. Furthermore, he needed to hire a few locals as well. Couple of barmaids, a few people to man the kitchen, a few more to maintain the rooms and complete minor chores such as laundry, room service, and such. And finally, he needed 1 or 2 bouncers. While Lex had very lax requirements for the other positions, who the bouncer would be would reflect on the authority and security of the tavern. The bouncer would need to develop or have an existing reputation, and he could not be easily replaced. As such, Lex's initial plan was to make whomever he chose as a bouncer a permanent employee of the system, rather than just a temporary one. For all of that, first he would need to get acquainted with the locals, and then hold interviews for any interested applicants. But for now, the backyard. He checked the new building options that had been unlocked in the system due to the tavern, and one by one, read through their introductions. First was the wine cellar. Despite its name, the cellar wasn't dedicated only for wines. Instead, all spirit drinks could be stored there as the room had a special function. It would age, develop, and even enhance all drinks placed in the room. Some drinks, for example, served medical purposes, but needed time to mature into the appropriate properties, and leaving such a drink here would speed up that process. Second was the secret room. Its entrance could be as inconspicuous as Lex wanted, and led to a room equipped with a makeshift bed, a bathroom, and most importantly, isolating properties that would prevent tracking from common forms of tracing. Of course, it wasn't as effective as the destiny protection the inn afforded, but that wasn't something Lex could casually buy either. Third room was a peculiar one called the rumor room. Any rumors circulating in the vicinity of the tavern that were repeated with great frequency would automatically be listed there. There was no indication of the veracity of the rumors or how they originated. Lex felt that one was for him, mostly. After all, in many novels he'd read, people came to the barkeep to hear the latest news. Lastly, there was the hot tub room. The hot tub was not massive, as he could have expected, and instead could at most comfortably accommodate 6 people. It did, however, come with various benefits. The hot tub served as a disinfectant, but it was not just germs or disease it was ridding you of, but any unnatural entity latched onto your body. This included but was not limited to minor curses, minor to mediocre poisons, most tracking techniques, artificially inflicted bad luck, etc. It also served to relax the user's mental state in case they were inordinately stressed and help the body recover in case of unusual exertion. Without hesitation, Lex added all these rooms to the backyard, except the security room which he created an entrance for right behind the bar. Moreover, he also added a meditation room, recovery pod, and a training room. Each room was separate, and unlike the wooden exterior of the tavern, were built from the most exquisite marble. He created one more room, of a similar design to the hot tub room, but changed the size of the hot tub to only accommodate 1 person. Then, in a small cage at the bottom of the hot tub, inserted the green pebble that produced the magical water. He still did not fully understand the pebble, and so currently did not plan on letting this room become open to the public. For the time being, only Lex would use the room. After all, he did not know if the water produced by the pebble was limited. Next, he turned his attention to the wine cellar. Much in the way that the gift shop had its selection of items Lex could buy, the wine cellar had a selection of drinks on its own. But unlike the gift shop, the selection for the wine cellar was massive. He suspected it had to do with his increased authority. The drinks started all the way from 1 MP and went well into tens of millions of MP. He strongly suspected that the most expensive drinks were meant only for immortals. He would study the list in detail at a later date, but for now, he bought a dozen drinks in the 110,000 MP range. Each drink, other than just its name, gave a small description of their effects. These dozen drinks that Lex bought all helped solidify and speed up the cultivation for those in the Foundation realm. He was biased to his needs, who could fault him? In the spirit of celebrating his new tavern, and the satisfaction of being able to use his system again, he bought a single bottle of wine for 1 million MP. Although he could afford to splurge, there were other things he had in mind for that. Hey Mary, now that I have a tavern as well as a private space, can I just use a spirit energy formation to gather the energy the system requires? Yes, it's completely possible, but to have any significant effect on your energy accumulation, you would need a formation designed for immortals. To purchase such a formation, you would need to spend 20% energy as well as 5 billion MP. Lex paused as looked towards his MP. Currently he had 2.2 billion MP. In fact, considering how long Lady Cosmos had been going on, he should have had a lot more. But despite his best efforts, he ran out of spiritual food to serve his guests. While his increased authority allowed him to directly buy spiritual food, it was expensive, which meant he was selling it at a loss since he didn't want to randomly increase the food price. All he could do was increase the size of his greenhouse by another 3,000 acres and give the turtle all kinds of new seeds to plant. He didn't want to expand too much, since he fully expected demand to go back down after Lady Cosmos ended, and he wanted sustainable growth. Speaking of Lady Cosmos, it was actually in its final stages. There were only 100 contestants left, last time he checked. One of these days, he would take some time out to actually watch the show. Another thing, Mary said, interrupting Lex's thoughts. Since you now have a tavern as well as an inn, the system's energy consumption has increased. This means every 3 months your accumulated energy will drop by 1%. If it reaches 0%, the system will have to shut down some essential functions of both places to continue operating. I highly recommend you don't let that happen. Got it, Lex said, suddenly feeling the urge to jump into that hot tub and let his stress melt away. But his situation was not as bad as it seemed. He had already turned his attention from seeking random pockets of accumulated energy towards those crystals he absorbed in the bank. Moreover, he had not selected the location of the tavern randomly. It might not seem like much, since at a glance the technological level of the town was vastly below that of the academy, but what did technology have to do with resources? When he was selecting a place on the map, his current location was bathed in gold, the color he decided for treasures and resources. He was literally in one of the richest places in the whole realm. 325 getting started. Lex's thoughts wandered back to the map of the crystal realm. He'd seen it for less than a minute, but even so, it had revealed a lot of information to Lex. Of the many things he learned, the most unbelievable was that the crystal realm was flat. It consisted of hundreds, possibly thousands of continents, and how deep the ground went was not revealed on the map, but the borders where the realm ended were clearly marked. About 1,000 miles, 1609 km, from the edge on all sides was an absolute dead zone where no living thing could enter. The edge of the realm did not open into nothingness, leaving the realm as if floating in space but was tightly blocked. On this, there was too little information, but a preliminary guess Lex made on his own was that there was a solid wall of space blocking off the edge. Of course, Lex's understanding of space was entirely based on fiction novels, so there was likely a better explanation for it. He had a few other theories, and at another time it would make a good subject for research, but currently he had other priorities, so he left it as something unbelievable. Something much more pressing and relevant to him was the information he gathered on the Craven. Unlike the rest of the races, which were spread out across the entire realm, the Craven were inside a bubble. Slowly they were expanding their borders and reaching the rest of the realm, but nonetheless, it was a fact that they were concentrated in a certain region of the realm. Lex had too little information regarding the matter, but based on what he knew, he could venture a bold guess that they either originated in or adjacent to the Polio territory, the first race to encounter, and then be defeated by the Cravens. This meant that if he wanted to discover their origin, he would have to venture into that territory. It was a quest he had from the system, but not one he was actively trying to fulfill. His first priority now was to develop the tavern as his base and start collecting those energy-filled crystals. The first step to that was spreading the tavern's popularity. He opened the event management panel, created a one-day event called Opening Celebrations, and printed out a few hundred flyers for the tavern. He didn't need anything else from the panel, and wasn't planning on doing any mystical or magical advertising, so these flyers would suffice. Lex took a few and walked over to the 3 guests, who were laughing amongst themselves. Even though they hadn't had a single drink after Jade Heart, they seemed intoxicated already. "Lads, you seem to be having a good time," Lex said, putting down some flyers. "But what's a good time if you're having it alone? Take a few and spread them out, invite a few friends over. Remember, drinks are free only today." "Ha, if you think you'll have any drinks left for tomorrow after offering them free today, then you're dreaming. Don't worry, I'll spread the word. Just after one more drink." The way the man insisted on just one more drink, Lex gave up any hope of the man getting anywhere. Lex returned to Roan and instructed him to make sure no more incidents like Big Ben happened before stepping out of the tavern, flyers in hand. Baker Street, where the tavern was located, was an extremely busy street. Buildings lined both sides, filled with various shops and offices, and the wide road was filled with bustling crowds. The crowds were not just limited to humans either, as just from his doorstep Lex could see some sentinels, with bodies seemingly made of metallic skeletal frames held together not by joints, but some strange visible gas. Once or twice he saw some kind of plant walking around, and rightfully assumed that they were the bodies some Trollops were using. To this day, Lex still did not know what their actual bodies looked like. There were a few other, less common races as well, such as fairies, but the most common other than humans were the Varn. The Varn had two forms, their common form in which they walked on all four legs. Their scales covered their body with a smooth flow, and other than their relatively sharp claws and fangs, they did not look too scary. In their combat form, their bodies would expand, they would stand up on their hind legs, their scales would shift and form spikes all over their bodies, and they became the stuff of nightmares. Lex took in the sight and then started walking down the street. He familiarized himself with the shops beside his tavern, as they would be neighbors, and made a mental note to visit them on his way back. His current objective was the docks, where he imagined most of his upcoming clientele would be. At the same time, he wanted to learn more about the town. After all, it would be strange for him to open up a new business without knowing anything about the town itself. Babylon was far beyond the borders of the Hum nation, or any of the other nations for that matter. These were neutral lands, considered property of powerful families or organizations. The rules in these lands were a lot more lax, and besides the basics such as paying tax and avoiding arson and murder, there was limited enforcement of various laws here. Well, at least, that was the case for normal neutral lands. Considering the supposed wealth surrounding this region, Lex imagined that security was somewhat better. The town itself was surprisingly beautiful and well planned out. The streets were wide, the buildings beautiful, and there was greenery everywhere. Most importantly, it was clean. It was a bit backwards, though. All around Lex were beast-pulled carriages, people carrying swords and spears, people dressed in either simple cotton tunics or leather armor. It was as if he had stepped into a fantasy-themed Renaissance fair. In a corner, he spotted a few children selling newspapers, or rather, news crystals. With a smile, Lex walked towards them, flyers still in hand. "Hey there, mister," called out one of the children, dressed in blue overalls. "Want to buy the latest news? The Babylon killer, the Green Reef Pirates, Lord Bori's latest divorce. We have all the news right here, just 6 copper pieces." The kid held out a green quartz crystal. "Nah, kid, I'm here about a job. I opened up a new tavern on Baker's Street. If you hand out all these flyers and spread the word that drinks are free, today only, then you and your friends can come to my tavern and eat for free for a week." "Hey, I'm not a kid," the kid protested fiercely. "I'm 13 years old now and I'm the man of the house, and as a man, a job with no cash payment sounds like a scam. No deal." Lex laughed despite his best efforts not to. The kid was attempting to look serious, but his chubby cheeks and tiny brown eyes just made him look like a teddy bear. "All right, fine, spread the flyers and I'll pay you. You can find me at the Midnight Tavern when you're done. What's your name?" "Roland," the kid replied, as he pulled the stack of flyers with a grin. He picked one up and looked at it from all angles, extremely fascinated by the material. It seemed these kinds of flyers were not common here. "Well, remember, Roland, drinks are free, but only for today. Spread the word." Outsourcing his task to Roland, Lex put his hands in his pockets and continued to explore. He was not too concerned about money, as with his newfound authority, he could convert MP into local currency, though the exchange rate put him at a loss. For example, if a customer spent 1 gold coin making it equivalent to 1 MP, Lex would have to spend 10 MP to get 1 gold coin back. Furthermore, for the foreseeable future, he expected the tavern to run at a loss, or at most, give him very little income. This was because, unlike the Midnight Inn, where compared to the common man, the prices were very high, the tavern's prices were very low. Well, they weren't very low, just that he only expected to sell the low-priced drinks. It would be a while before he could start earning a decent income from here. But, as a new MP billionaire, Lex didn't care about these minor expenses much. As Lex continued to explore the town, most things were within his expectations. When he reached the docks, however, Lex had to pause. It wasn't the massive wooden ships, warehouses, shipyards, fishmongers, or anything else that caused this. No, it was because the moment he stepped here, he felt his instincts act up. This place was dangerous. 326, why would he run? After a few moments, Lex realized that it wasn't that he was in danger, but that the people in this area were mostly at a higher cultivation level. At the academy, he learned that for humans, on average, reaching the foundation realm in your early life was considered normal, and reaching the golden core realm before you die fell in the realm of moderately talented. This was keeping in mind that, for a foundation cultivator with a lifespan of 150 years, even up to the age of 50 was considered early in his or her life. But these people would only be very average cultivators and carry no or limited danger to someone like Lex. That was why he walked comfortably through the town without feeling much danger. Yes, there were other races as well, but not all races carried the overwhelming advantages that the Crystal race, or Craven, boasted. The docks, however, were filled with cultivators who were vastly superior to Lex in cultivation, most likely near the peak of the Golden Core or even in the nascent realm. Moreover, they were not average cultivators. Lex relaxed a bit and continued to explore the docks. It made sense that there was more security in such an important location, not to mention news of that serial killer was everywhere. He even had a witness to a murder sleeping at his tavern right at this moment. Putting such thoughts away, Lex continued his tour. He couldn't approach the ships for that area had been sealed off, but he could see from afar that the activity was unceasing. That was good. It meant that there was a lot of trading going on. Dropped off another batch of flyers with some kids here as well, before asking directions and going towards the biggest market in Babylon. The market, found on Edmonton Square, once again exceeded Lex's expectations. In a town he expected that there would only be a limited number of citizens of the upper class, and that most would be lower or lower middle class, yet this seemed to be untrue. The contrast was massive, as people went from simple tunic and garbs to multi-layered dresses, extravagant gowns, and exquisite suits. There was more than one tailoring shop in Edmonton Square, several apothecaries, weaponsmiths, jewelers, furniture shops, fabulous cafes, and restaurants. After taking in the scenery, Lex decided to return. These were not the kind of people he expected would visit the tavern. The inn would more likely be to their liking. Instead, he would introduce himself to his neighbors and invite them to visit once they closed their shops. Space. Cornelius was sitting in his throne room, continuously tapping his finger on the armrest. Opposite to him sat Nora, her expression one of extreme boredom. She couldn't decide if she appreciated Lex for his guts or hated him for getting her into this mess. After all, it was difficult to escape suspicion when she had met him only minutes prior to his disappearance. "I don't understand. Why would he run?" he finally said, giving up. "Well, if you listen to the rumors, the boy is not too fond of you," Nora replied casually. "You can't trust rumors. I had someone do a background check on him. There's no record of him prior to entering the academy. As for the rumor that he's the son of a fallen lover of mine, I've had it investigated as well. All of my lovers, past and present, are accounted for, and none of them gave birth to a mystery kid, so we can't judge based on that. Maybe he just didn't want to share his technique, that's all." "But why? All true path techniques are extremely stringent, so the chances anyone else would be able to cultivate them anyway is minuscule. All it would have done is provide us with a better repository to design new techniques on our own. And he would have been rewarded. He spent enough time at the academy to know he would be rewarded. He has his own goals. Our daughter told me that when he found out about the core academy, he was not tempted at all." Cornelius let out an exasperated sigh. Kids could be so frustrating, and he was just beginning to like Lex, too. "Well, no matter. On to the next topic. I heard you're getting the crystal race to design Wenhild a new cultivation technique." "Yeah, she made it really easy. I don't know if you've heard, but she found a sleeping bunker in her realm. That helped with negotiations." Cornelius squinted his eyes and stared at Nora, trying to decipher her thoughts. "If a true path technique were that cheap, or if the crystal race were so amenable, I'd be swimming in cultivation techniques. You must have paid them something else as well." "Oh, hush now, let's not get into these trivialities. Let's see Wenhild believe she earned it. It's good for her self-confidence." "If you insist, then I'll let it go. But if the technique works, you must give me a copy." "Oh, and how exactly do you expect to pay me for it? I assure you, whatever you would have given Lex is of no interest to me." Cornelius was silent as he stared at Nora, his thoughts unknown. She hid it very well, but deep down she was actually nervous. And immortal though she may be, she knew her place. Even in her dreams, she could not compete with her husband in strength, and he was not truly as mild-mannered as he appeared to be. Eventually, though, Cornelius let out a sigh. He held out his empty hand to Nora, and a black metallic card suddenly appeared in it. Engraved in the middle was a single word, Ventura. Nora smiled, but otherwise hid her relief well. She grabbed the card and left. After she left, Cornelius disappeared from the throne room and reappeared in what looked like a lounge. There were a few people in the room who had been drinking, but at the appearance of the king, they all froze in horror. "Out," was all he said, but everyone in the room scrambled to exit as fast as possible. Only one person remained in the room beside Cornelius, a man who was sleeping upside down on a table, a mug of ale held firmly in his hand. Unable to hold back his frustration, Cornelius kicked his son on his ass, waking him up. "What, who? Algard, I told you I could outdrink you," said the drunk, but suddenly he noticed the room was empty, except for his very angry father. "You brat, one of my daughters is about to embark on the true path, and I've found a student cultivating it as well. You better clean up your act, or your title as the crown prince will be stripped." 327 Bakery. Lex spent a surprising number of hours visiting the shops on Baker's Street. He thought he'd just pop in, introduce himself and the tavern, and invite the shopkeepers for a drink afterwards. But most shopkeepers started to chat with him, often exclaiming he was so young to be able to open up a tavern. They were friendly enough, and the offer for free drinks made them even friendlier. By the time he visited the fourth store, upon noticing the excitement for free drinks, He wondered if he should add a home drop-off service for his customers once they were done. It was definitely something he would look into. Finally, he approached the last store, which happened to also be his immediate neighbor, a bakery. Walking into the store filled with the smell of fresh bread, Lex could not be happier at his tavern's location. Most of the shelves seemed to be empty, with only a few rolls of bread and some pastries left. Either this was a very popular or unpopular shop. Hey, welcome, friend," exclaimed a particularly jolly man from behind the counter. "Welcome to Baker's Street Bakery." The man chuckled as he said the name. Something told Lex he did that often. "Clever name," replied Lex with a smirk. Yeah, the wife dared me just when I opened up the shop. I was going to call it Dino's Bakery after myself, but well, a dare is a dare. Should have just gone for Baker's Bakery directly. That would have been a blast, but well, it's done now." "Well met, Dino," said Lex as he reached over to shake the man's hand. "My name is Lex. I just opened up a tavern right next door. You should come on over after you're done. Drinks are free the first day in celebration of the opening." "Free? Well now, brother, free is the magic word. I'll be sure to drop by. Better yet, I'll bring the wife too. Ain't no reason she can't enjoy a free drink as well." "I'll be glad to have you. Spread the word if you can, otherwise people won't even know that there's a tavern here." "Will do, brother." With the exchange complete, Lex exited the shop, breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, while Dino was friendly, he was not chatty. That had been his quickest visit yet. He returned to the tavern to find Big Ben finally awake and sitting at the bar, looking much weaker. His cheeks had gone in noticeably, and his once tight shirt hung loose. That, however, did not seem to be his concern, if he had noticed at all, as he was moaning about how his date tonight would be ruined. "Has the constable already come and questioned you?" Lex asked, surprised that he was still here. "No, of course not. When the murder happened, I just ran as fast as I could. When I couldn't run anymore and stopped for breath, I looked up and saw your tavern. I've been here since. The constable probably has no idea I'm even here." Lex was dumbstruck for a moment. If all the witnesses in the case were like this, it was no wonder the murderer hadn't been caught yet. "I have an idea," Lex said. "Why don't you tell the girl you were going to see that you witnessed a murder and you're distraught? That way she can come here to console you. At the same time, I'll call the constable. When she hears the story of how you survived, I'm sure she'll be impressed." "Yeah, do you think so?" he asked, looking at Lex like a messiah. "Either way, you need to tell someone what you saw. Otherwise, what if the murderer ruins another date for you?" Big Ben was convinced, though Lex was seriously beginning to wonder how the big lug had made it through life. Lex told Rick to go find a constable and bring them to the bar. In the meanwhile, Lex had rowned poor Big Ben something to revitalize him. He also looked at the relatively empty tavern and couldn't wait for people to start coming in. He checked the time and discovered it was only 3 p.m. The perpetual daylight was very disorienting, and Lex still wasn't used to it, as it was almost impossible to tell what time of day it was by the soul light. But just because the tavern was empty didn't mean there wasn't anything to do. Lex had Roan start cooking up some finger food for when the rush started. Since there was no kitchen staff, all the food they would serve would need to be prepared in advance and would require Lex and Rick to serve. A day of serving food at a tavern. Just thinking about it made Lex impatient to hire his staff. Space. Nauman Butt dragged his exhausted body out of the recovery room. Never in his life had he felt so good and terrible at the same time. He felt good because he had been fully healed. He felt terrible because, unbeknownst to him, during his pursuit, he had been poisoned. It took him weeks in the recovery pod for his body to completely become immune to the poison, and the entire time he was in pain. If there was one thing to celebrate, it was that his funds never ran out. When he finally woke up after he first passed out, he was informed by Nurse Jubilation about how much treatment was costing him, and how his family was being charged directly for his expenses. For other people this might be a large sum, but for his family it was akin to peanuts. Even if they were deducting it from his personal pocket money, he would have enough to survive for years here. Now what he needed to do was relax and recover. The Clark Kent glasses ensured that his identity remained hidden while he was here. With his new anonymity, he'd be free of the people finding trouble for him. "Oh, Juliet, I love you with all my heart. I could die for you," someone exclaimed within Nauman's earshot. He turned to look at the couple, and before the girl could reply, Nauman said, "He's lying." The duo was startled, but before they could ask any questions, he moved on. Yes, he was finally free from all troubles, and a lifetime's worth of experience hiding his unique power ensured that no one would bother him again. 328 First night. It took 20 minutes for Rick to find a constable and come back, though he didn't really bother explaining the situation to them. Using a series of grunts and sighs, the perpetually tired worker somehow got the constable to follow him. The moment he realized he was being brought to a tavern, the constable groaned as well. for he was almost entirely certain that he had to deal with the result of a brawl. What awaited him, instead, was the massive Ben, covered in dry blood, being fawned over by his girlfriend. She had instantly noticed the man's weakened state and directly attributed it to the trauma he suffered and began coddling the 8-foot man like a baby. The girlfriend, Betty, stood at 7 feet and 8 inches herself, so her presence was no joke. The dichotomy of a massive woman, her arms rippling with muscles, babying an even larger man was, however, quite funny. Despite Ben's best efforts to be interrogated right in the tavern, the constable who happened to know the couple eventually convinced them to follow him back to the constable's office. The tavern was pretty quiet after that, until at exactly 5:30 p.m. when Roland entered the Midnight Tavern, followed closely by a group of other kids. Considering their job, they were relatively well-dressed, with no obvious tears or holes in their clothes, and even they themselves were clean enough to tell they had showered sometime within the last few days. Perhaps it was just a stereotype that kids doing jobs in small towns, such as this, were all homeless orphans. Maybe they were just doing extra work to help around the house. We successfully passed out all the flyers you gave us, specifically 712 of them, each to a separate individual. At 10 flyers per copper coin, that's 71 coppers. Lex smiled at the kids and asked, "Are you sure you wouldn't rather just eat here for a week?" "Money is money, man. Don't renege on our deal. You can't bully us just because we're young entrepreneurs." All the kids behind Roland firmly nodded their heads, looking at Lex fiercely. Lex chuckled and pulled out a silver coin worth 100 copper coins and handed it to Roland. "Well, good job. Here you can keep the change. I'll keep an eye out, and if I get a lot of customers who got your flyers, I'll contact you again." Roland's eyes shone as he grabbed the coin, but he managed to keep his voice steady. "It was a pleasure doing business with you. Why don't you and your friends grab a table? Since stuff's free the first day, let me treat you to something." "They were kids, no, I mean young entrepreneurs," he said hesitantly. "Don't worry, I'll only serve you tea. It'll be good for you." The kids exchanged a few looks, and in the end decided that it would be in poor business spirit to turn down the irresistible offer of free. Lex had a few plates of French fries, along with sweet iced tea sent over in mugs for the kids. Unlike the sugar water that was iced tea back on Earth, this one was made using the leaves of a spirit plant. Not only would it be refreshing, it would nourish their bodies and heal any injuries they have. It was a tea with very mild effects, perfect for non-cultivators. The entry of Roland seemed to be some kind of trigger, as after the kids sat down, small groups started pouring in. Many of them were holding the flyers that had been passed out, but even more of them came asking about the free drinks. This is when Lex turned on his charm. With a grin on his face that made it seem like he was having the most fun in the world, and a tray in his hand that was never empty of drinks, Lex began welcoming all his guests. First it was only a few, but quickly the tavern started to fill up with sailors and workers who'd gotten free from work. As soon as a crowd started to develop, Lex took the sitting kids to one of the private rooms and allowed them to finish up their snacks at their own pace. With that, he returned to the main hall and began serving everyone who dared enter the crowded room. By 7 p.m., there was no longer any room in the tavern hall, and Lex began to carry drinks outside so that guests could at least get something to drink even if they didn't stay. He knew that most of the people who came today wouldn't end up becoming regular customers, but at least this way his tavern would become the talk of the town overnight. He also made sure to pay special attention in case anyone became rowdy. Brawls and tavern fights were a common occurrence, or so he assumed, but Lex had no intentions of tolerating fights in his establishment. Lex saw hundreds of different faces, and people came and went faster than he could keep track. It was only due to the system that he was able to monitor the situation. By 8 p.m., he had served so many people that even his guests were amazed, and someone by the name of Dirty Rye started a bet for what time the tavern would run out of drinks. One of the sailors brought out a harmonica and took to the stage, while another two started dancing. One man, a hauler at the docks, tried to sing along to the tune, but he was so bad that he was quickly pulled down from stage, accompanied by uproarious laughter. Dino the baker dropped by along with his wife, a plump woman who worked as a school teacher. She knew half the crowd in the tavern by name and the other half by their kids' names. After cracking a few jokes, the couple gave Lex a welcome basket full of fresh muffins as a welcome to the street before leaving. By 9 p.m., the tavern was booming with jovial energy and laughter. At 9:01 p.m., there was pin-drop silence as a carriage arrived in front of the tavern, its presence announced by a trumpet that cut through the noise and froze everyone in their seats. 329 Getting Married. The opal-white carriage, pulled by a single brown feathered fantasy lion, stopped directly in front of the tavern. The driver disembarked from the carriage in proper form and stepped in front of the door and opened it. During this entire process, he neither looked at the venue nor deigned to study the surrounding crowd. His gaze was strictly focused only on the ground. From the carriage stepped forth a handsome young man, his fair skin dazzling under the nighttime soul light. He had a soft smile on his face, as if he was enjoying life, and eyes full of curiosity. "My ship just arrived at the dock and I heard say that someone was giving out free drinks," the man said softly, as if to explain his arrival. Yet no one said or did everything, and all eyes were still stuck on him. The man let out a defeated sigh and shook his head, as if he was all too familiar with such a scene. "I told you to let me walk here and blend in. Now look, you've caused a scene." "It is their honor to be in your presence," responded someone from the carriage, his visage strangely hidden from view. "If you are dissatisfied with the reaction, then get back in the carriage and let's leave. These people will not be comfortable with a lord among them." The young man passed his gaze over the crowd one more time, as if confirming the other man's statement, and indeed everyone had frozen expressions, filled with panic and confusion. What he did not know was that the person accompanying him was secretly exposing everyone in the tavern to his aura. He was not suppressing anyone, as the signs of that would be easily identified, but just his aura of an immortal was enough to have the whole tavern in fear for days to come. The man's plan worked, almost. While everyone else was frozen, Lex took out a tray and put a mug and a glass on it. In the mug he poured the cheapest drink in his tavern, Dimmelin juice, and in the glass he poured the most expensive drink he had, sunset wine. Of course, it was only the most expensive drink, not including the ones in his wine cellar. And Lex picked up the tray and casually walked towards the carriage. In truth, it only seemed it was casual, and in actuality he was under a lot of pressure. But it was only because the immortal was not actually targeting him with the aura that Lex could even think, let alone move. After all, he'd already experienced how the coercion from the craven stopped even his thoughts, let alone actions. "Indeed, there are free drinks, though only for tonight," he said, and brought the tray before the man. "In celebration of the opening of my tavern." The man was first startled at Lex's demeanor, and then he grinned widely. Without saying a single word, he grabbed the mug and chugged it down. He expected that he would have to force himself to drink, for he did not know what to expect from such a mediocre-level establishment. Yet whatever he drank was genuinely amazing, strengthening his resolve. In a brute life fashion, he allowed the drink to spill from the mug down his face, and once he was finished, he wiped it clean with a sleeve. "Well, if it's a celebration, then we must also celebrate," the young man declared. "You can go on without me, because I for one cannot turn down my host's hospitality." The man in the carriage only let out a deep sigh, after which the driver closed the carriage door, got back in his seat and drove it away. Now free from the aura, the crowd in the tavern had begun to murmur, and they all watched the young man with fear. A good number of them silently slipped away, but most of them remained. "The name is P. Vardy," the young man said with excitement as he looked around the tavern. It was his first time in such a place. "What was that drink you poured? It was excellent. I dare day even my brother would like it." "Dimmelin juice. Technically speaking, it's just the juice of the Dimmelin fruit. It just so happens that the fruit is alcoholic in nature, so it needs no fermentation to be served." In the entire bar, only P. Vardy and Lex were talking, and the rest were watching, at most whispering amongst themselves. The situation was not ideal, and Lex had only just begun to think of ways to dissolve the awkwardness when a familiar voice yelled across the street. "Barkeep, pour the drinks, I'm getting married." Before anyone could even wonder who had yelled, a shirtless giant burst in, holding a similarly giant woman in a dress. Big Ben and his fiancée were grinning ear to ear, and paid no heed to the unusual silence in the tavern. Before Lex could reply, P. Vardy grabbed the tray from his hand and brought it to Big Ben. "Congratulations, brother," he said as he gave Big Ben a slap on his back. "Here, have this." Without thinking, Big Ben grabbed the drink, and before Lex could utter a warning, gulped it down in one go. "Ah, that was for nascent realm cultivators and above," Lex said awkwardly. "What?" Big Ben asked, unsure of what Lex meant. The next moment his eyes rolled up and he fell back on the floor unconscious. The tavern burst into laughter, Ben's fiancé included. Before the situation could change again, Lex quickly started passing out drinks again while Rick carried Ben to a room once again. He had poured sunset wine intending to pass it to the person in the carriage, but the person never gave Lex the opportunity. Lex turned to look at Roan and asked him if Ben would be okay. After scratching his head a moment, all he could say was probably. 330 triplets. The night was long and bright, and the brightness did not help the hundreds of sleeping guests in and around his tavern. Lex scratched his head as he looked around him and began to wonder if he took the free drink thing too far. He himself was not a big drinker and had little experience with the habits of sailors. On top of that, he did not account for the fact that a higher cultivation allowed his guests to drink even more. Logically speaking, he definitely should have run out of drinks considering how much was drank last night. Yet with the unlimited supply of the system, it never happened, and so it was in the later part of the night when Lex abruptly noticed that the noise in the tavern had been dropping. By the time he picked up on what was happening and told Roan to stop giving out drinks, it was too late. Fortunately, the chances of an accident happening were low to none. This was because the drinks served at his tavern induced intoxication not through alcohol, but through the drink's spiritual properties. The person drinking would fall asleep if they drank too much so that their body could better absorb all the nutrients and nurturing energies within the drink. Big Ben, for example, would likely have a breakthrough in his cultivation, whenever he woke up, that is. This was more or less the version of his statement that Lex prepared, for when the constables eventually came to investigate why there were so many people asleep around his tavern. Lex, Rick, and Roan made sure everyone was all right, turned them on their sides and put down blankets, but that was more or less all they could do. Even P. Vardy was well and truly hammered, though he had the good sense to rent a room instead of passing out on the ground. Eventually, though, the constables never came. At 6 a.m., as if clockwork, everyone started waking up. Those that didn't wake would be roused by the people beside them, and after cracking a few jokes about having a breakfast drink, they started making their way back. Though it needed to be emphasized that it was only a joke, because Lex firmly confirmed that the free drinks were over now. Just like that, his first day as a tavern day owner ended without any major accidents, and just a few tiny accidents. He ended up spending around 250,000 MP yesterday, despite the fact that most drinks were actually very cheap. But it was worth it, because that was the fastest way to spread word about his tavern. Now came the hard part of slowly developing a reputation amongst actual guests, as well as hiring the appropriate staff. He told many people yesterday he was looking to hire, so word should definitely spread. But that was a matter that could not be rushed. Although he finally had time to rest. Unfortunately for him, he did not intend on getting any sleep. He entered the tavern's backyard and began cultivating in the meditation room. He did not forget how his professor told him that cultivating the true path was actually slower, let alone regal embrace, which should be even harder. He could not afford to slack off. He only cultivated for a few hours, though, before stopping. This was both because he needed to pace himself, and because there were a few guests at the tavern who seemed to be waiting for him. Although being a tavern owner did not necessitate him to be as presentable as the standard he kept for the inn, he still took time to freshen up before exiting. 2 people were sitting and waiting for him at the bar, one massive and anxious lady, and another young-looking man in extremely formal attire. "Big Ben is still sleeping," the giant lady Betty said. "He always wakes up on time for work. Is he going to be okay?" Yes, I assure you," Lex said in a soothing voice. "He will be fine, but he will probably sleep for a few more days. He drank a glass of sunset wine, which is not something he can easily absorb at his cultivation level. Once he is done absorbing all the spirit energy, he will naturally wake up, and he'll be feeling better than ever." Betty let out a sigh of relief, although she was still a little worried about how this would affect his work. People at their level couldn't just take unannounced holidays. "You have sunset wine in this place?" asked the young man with a hint of surprise. Lex immediately recognized the voice. It belonged to the person who accompanied P. Vardy to the tavern but didn't get off. This person was an immortal. "Yes, I keep a bottle on hand in case I get a guest with a more demanding palate," replied Lex. At the same time, he used a function of the system he dearly missed. He scanned the person sitting in front of him. Name Bertram Noel. Age 876. Sex male. Cultivation details, Earth immortal. Species human. Remarks, he reeks of prestige. Will be offended if he is not upcharged for services rendered. "Would you like some?" Lex asked. "I originally poured the glass yesterday for you." "You were able to recognize me?" Bertram asked, intrigued even further. "Sure, pour me a glass. I want to see if you have the authentic article." "I recognized your voice," Lex said, as he signaled Roan to pour. "As a tavern owner, I need to be good at recognizing people." Betty wasn't the least bit interested in their conversation, and went back to Ben. Since the fellow had collapsed during the free drinks period, Lex decided not to charge him for a room until he eventually woke up. After all, it would help him build relations in this town, and Lex wasn't really desperately in need of the rent. Roan poured a glass of sunset wine for Bertram, and left the bottle on the table. A single glass of this wine cost 20,000 MP since it was targeted towards nascent realm cultivators. The young man showed a pleasant expression as he lifted the glass and smelled. His attitude was much better than Lex expected based on his behavior the previous day. Still, he only thought that and didn't say it. He was not in the mood to test his formations against an immortal on the second day of having a tavern. "It's the real deal," he said, then looked at Lex as if reanalyzing the man. "It's not easy to get a bottle like this. I'm impressed." "Thank you. I hoped I'd be able to satisfy an important guest when I got it. I suppose I was able to fulfill that criteria. Let me take this opportune moment to introduce myself. My name is Lex, and this is my humble tavern. Well, Lex, your humble tavern has impressed me. Are you waiting for Peabody? It seemed like you weren't too happy about him coming here last night, Lex said, as he sipped some tea from a mug Roan passed to him. Lex had selected an entire menu of drinks that would aid him in his cultivation, and had explained their uses to Roan. As someone with plenty of experience managing a bar, he knew best when to give Lex what for the greatest effects. Bertram chuckled as he poured himself another glass and said, "Do you think this is the first time he's done something like this? Or did it seem like this was a novel experience for him? The truth is, it's definitely not. He's just using any excuse possible to delay our trip home, for he knows how much trouble he's in." Les smiled weakly and did not continue to ask. It was good to be friendly towards people in positions of power, but it definitely wasn't a good thing to pry into their lives. Before he could change the subject, though, the man in question finally arrived, his appearance befitting someone who just came from a brawl. "I've done no such thing, and I'm avoiding no one. In fact, let's go home directly. I'm not afraid," he declared, his voice still as full of energy as last night. "Lex, this is a fine tavern. I'll be sure to tell my father about it and get him to waive your taxes or something. Keep your stock of Dimmelin juice from falling. I'll definitely be back for some more." Then, like a protagonist from a show, Peabody marched out of the tavern, making a grand exit. Bertram rolled his eyes as he paid for the bottle of sunset wine and took it with him. Silence once again returned to the tavern, and Lex was about to return to his cultivation, but his neighbor Dino made a sudden appearance, followed by a few girls. "Lex, I remember you saying you were looking to hire for your tavern, so I brought you some applicants." Behind him, 3 identical-looking girls stepped in, looking around curiously. They were triplets, so Lex had a feeling he would have to hire all of them or none of them. 331 Princess Syndrome. The 3 girls standing in front of Lex seemed to be in their early 20s, and a quick scan showed Lex that they were all still in the early phases of chi training. This wasn't abnormal, since with the average life expectancy in this realm, people were a lot more used to taking their time with things. It lacked a certain sense of urgency that was hidden deep within the psyche of Earthlings. Yet, considering the resource available in this realm, the uniformity of their cultivation realm, and the realm itself told Lex that they had not focused much on cultivating. This meant that they were either lazy or lacked the time to cultivate. The faded colors on their clothes indicated that it was probably their financial situation that took up most of their time in the form of various jobs. "Introduce yourselves," Lex said simply, after a brief moment of introspection. "My name is Naki, and I'm the oldest sister," said the one wearing green. "My name is Nami, and I'm the middle sister," said the one wearing yellow. "My name is Nanny, and I'm the youngest sister," said the one wearing orange. "We have jobs already, but we all work separately. If we could all work in the same place, it would be a lot easier on us," said Naki. Yes, it would be better for us and better for you. We're hard workers and everyone loves us," said Nami. "Naki works as a floor worker in a grocery store, Nami works at a laundry service for rich people, and I work in a kitchen in a restaurant, helping the chefs," said Nanny. The 3 girls radiated a vibrant and positive energy, and Lex had no issues hiring them, but he would first have to test their capabilities and decide what position they'd be good for. "Your jobs sound good. Are you sure you want to change them? The crowd at a tavern can be rough, and the work can be rougher. Of course, you won't need to worry about your safety, as I will make sure to take care of all my workers, but it still won't be easy." "Yes, we're not shy," the 3 sisters answered at the same time. "We have 9 brothers, so we grew up around boys. We know how to take care of ourselves." 9 brothers. Lex prayed for their mother's good health and didn't let his thoughts dwell on the subject. "There's a few positions open. First, I need a few cooks, and I also need barmaids. Rick handles the cleaning for now, so I'm not worried about anything else, but whoever takes up the position will have long hours. Moreover, I need someone for housekeeping as well. Which of those jobs are you interested in? I have to let you know that I'll have to see how you perform in that position before I hire you." All 3 sisters wanted to be housekeepers, but Lex didn't need that many. So they opted for a few different positions, but the premise was that they have the same work hours. Otherwise, there was no point in them changing their jobs. Lex told them he'd make a decision after he saw them work, and instructed Rick to show them around and tell them where they'd be working. Dino, who had been standing silently on the side till now, finally stepped up and said, "I heard your tavern was visited by the Noel brothers last night. If you manage to make a good impression, then I'd say you're in luck, and your tavern will soon be visited by all the rich folk in town." "They were brothers?" Lex asked as he compared their 2 extremely different personalities. "I take it that they're famous around here." While they spoke, Lex invited Dino to sit and poured him a reinvigorating juice. It was way too early in the day for anything else. "Of course they are," Dino said with a laugh. They're the sons of Lord Noel, the ruler of these lands. Babylon is just one of the hundreds of small towns under their family's rule, so it's very rare for any of them to visit. Every dozen or so years, someone from the Lord's family makes an appearance to make sure everything is going okay. As for the Noel brothers, they're even more beloved than the Lord himself. Though they're upper-class folk, they both are very friendly. There are even countless stories of them even helping the common folk if they spot someone in trouble. Lord Pivardi even saved my grandfather's farm once, Dino told with pride in his voice. His story, though, made Lex realize that Pivardi was probably a few hundred years old himself, despite him acting like a teenager in search of excitement. The fact that baffled Lex, though, was that the lord of these lands was actually a human. Not that he was looking down on the human race or anything, but when he compared the wealth that the map showed in this area, he was expecting it to be ruled by the crystal race. That wasn't to say that this was the richest plot of land in the realm, but it was definitely up there on the list, so he expected a more powerful race to control it. If not the crystal race, then even the Trollops would make more sense. The unusual way in which they integrated with nature, making entire forests and other landscapes their bodies made them ridiculously powerful. Lex even expected that, if Trollops existed back in the origin realm, if they became strong enough they could probably even treat entire planets as their bodies. He made a note to learn more about this neutral territory, without arousing suspicion of course. There's a rumor, Dino continued his story, not noticing Lex lost in his thoughts, that Lord Pivardi actually broke off an engagement that his father arranged for him. They say the Lord is furious and is planning on seriously punishing the young lord. That makes sense. Bertram said that he was delaying going home, Lex informed Dino, adding to the juicy piece of gossip. Nothing helped integrate people into communities more than sharing gossip. Ah, indeed. Oh, my wife will be so sad we miss them when she hears about this, Dino said, barely containing his laughter. I should get back to my bakery or else we'll just spend the day chatting like this. Good luck with the sisters, though you don't have to be lenient on my account. They're good girls, so I expect they'll work hard, but if you don't think so, then don't hesitate to tell them no. Thanks, I'll let you know how things go, Lex said. How well they performed really depended on if he got any guests. An empty tavern would make it very hard for him to judge how well they worked. Oh, and Dino suddenly said, his bright disposition suddenly changing to one full of hesitation and concern. I meant what I said. If the Noel brothers compliment your tavern, expect a lot of rich folk to drop by. But well, just be careful if their sister comes as well. Just as much as the brothers are beloved, the sister, well, she just take care if she comes. With that, before Lex could ask any questions, Dino rushed off, afraid Lex would ask him what he meant. Lex raised an eyebrow in curiosity. If there really was some trouble heading his way, it would be best to get some information on it. He used the spatial formation to walk through the kitchen door and enter the backyard instead, and headed towards the rumor room. Since whatever information Dino was sharing was likely rumors and gossip anyway, he believed this room would be just as reliable. The room was akin to a small study station, with an oakwood desk placed against the wall, with a book placed on the desk. Lex took a seat and opened the book that seemed to have endless pages. This book would list all the currently ongoing rumors in the tavern's vicinity. He didn't know how large the range was, but he assumed it would at most cover Babylon. He could read the rumors randomly, or he could specifically pick a certain topic. Choosing Noel family, sister, mentally, Lex began to read from the most commonly circulated rumor, and slowly his expression started to worsen. The fact that all the rumors seemed so typical and predictable made Lex certain that they were likely true. In summary, Pamela Noel, older sister to Pivardi and Bertram Noel, was an extremely spoiled girl. All signs indicated she suffered from princess syndrome and was extremely dominating in her ways. To make it worse, her cultivation was not weak either, at the nascent realm, but worst of all was that she was greatly indulged by not only her father, but by her brothers as well. Lex prayed in his heart that she wouldn't visit the tavern. He was in no mood to babysit. Just as Lex was reading through these rumors, at the other side of Babylon, another person had entered the Noel brothers' carriage. Pivardi was sharing various stories of his adventures with this person, and when his tale finally reached a certain tavern, even Bertram couldn't help but mention that it had a surprisingly pleasant wine collection. Oh, the woman exclaimed, even little Bert likes it. I'll remember to check it out next time I'm around. 332, he's lying. Harry Dershaw was sunbathing near the lake in the Midnight Inn, the one near the recovery room. Nearby, his girlfriend, a Nico, meaning a cat human, was napping comfortably. From time to time, Larry would softly run his fingers through her hair and lightly scratch her head, causing her to purr in her sleep. His life right now could be said to be perfect, if one ignored the fact that he was still a fugitive on his home planet, being hunted by some unknown powerful person, while at the same time, his family that had been exiled to the moon had mysteriously vanished, with no indication of whether they were alive or not. On the bright side, he was able to absorb many strange new ores while at the Midnight Inn, pushing his cultivation to the golden core realm. Furthermore, he had just gotten another new shipment of spaceship scrap, which, after he absorbed, would boost his cultivation once again. Fording such scrap was pretty easy for him once he gained a mastery of his powers, since he was able to use them to start a new business. People would sell him their metal scraps, and the only corresponding price he had to pay was to retrieve a purified form of certain metals within that scrap. For example, someone could sell him a ton of electrical waste and only ask for the gold retrieved from it. After a recent kidnapping attempt back on Earth that he was only able to escape since the kidnappers weren't aware of his cultivation, Larry had more or less moved to the inn. With the business running through the guild room, not only was he progressing in cultivation, he was making a decent amount of money. Yes, if he could just let go of the fetters he had on Earth, Larry would have a great life. Just as Larry was musing as such, he felt a shadow covering his body and blocking the sunlight. For a few moments he ignored it, but after a few seconds when the shadow did not move, Larry opened an eye to look at what was going on. 2 Asian men were standing in front of him, staring directly at Larry. "Can I help you?" he asked without really getting up. Although he was running a business, everything was handled through the guild room, so no one knew his identity. As such, there was really no reason for anyone to be looking for him, especially people he did not know. "Mr. Dershaw, would it be possible to have a moment of your time? We have a proposition we believe you would be greatly interested in." Larry's good mood swiftly vanished, and he took in the 2 men standing in front of him once again. He was trying to recall if he knew them, or had met them ever before, but was drawing a blank. His girlfriend, Irene, sensed the change in Larry's mood and instantly woke up as well. She looked at the 2 men standing above them with obvious hostility. "What is it regarding?" he asked, standing up. His height had increased recently, and at 6 feet 2 inches, 1.87 meters, he suddenly found himself looking down at the 2 men. The change in perspective seemed not to affect them as the one who spoke previously continued. "My associate and I were working for our client, searching for a mysterious minor realm. On Earth, we finally found a lead, but the person in question who has the relevant information refused to cooperate with us. Through some private investigation, we were able to determine that the person in question had close ties with the Dershaw family. We are hoping that we would be able to work out a deal with you to help us out. Regardless of whether the person knows anything or not, you will be compensated for your time." Larry pursed his lips as he thought about what they had said, and the chances it was real. "Oh, I should mention, the Minon realm we're searching for is suspected to have an opening on the moon, as well as on Earth." Larry, who had only just begun to question whether these people were telling the truth, was suddenly shook. He had long assumed that after his family was banished to the moon, they were secretly imprisoned or killed, but the presence of a secret minor realm revealed another possibility. Just as he was about to ask more questions, a random man passing behind Larry mumbled, "They're lying." This time, both Larry and the Asian man who was speaking were startled. They turned to look and saw a random teenager passing them by, not even looking at them as if he had said nothing. "What do you mean?" Larry asked the kid, having suddenly regained his vigilance. He asked, looking back at them. "What are you talking about?" "You said they're lying," Larry clarified. "Indeed, I would like to know your motives in interfering in our business," the Asian man asked, his voice polite yet cold. "I said nothing of the sort. I don't know you. How could I possibly tell that almost everything that man said is a lie?" the teenager asked, though the question sounded incredibly faked, as if it was a scene played out by a very bad actor. In the Asian man's eyes, though, it just seemed as if he was being mocked. "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business and not interfere in other people's matters. A careless remark or prank such as this could land you in big trouble." "See, you can tell the truth," the kid replied with great enthusiasm. "I mean, yes, you are right. I won't interfere in other people's matters." With that, the kid promptly turned around and quickly walked away. An awkward silence was left between Larry and the 2 men, who were just exchanging looks. "Please consider the matter," the Asian man said, as he passed a business card to Larry. "You can conduct your own investigation about this matter if you require before reaching out. I go by the name Suzuki. I'll visit the inn again in a few days, and we can discuss the matter further then." "Sure," was all Larry said, as he took the card. The 2 men withdrew, leaving Larry and his girlfriend alone. By the time they regained their privacy, Larry had lost the mood to sunbathe. He looked in the direction the teenager had gone off, and after a moment's hesitation, followed the same path. Elsewhere in the inn, Ragnar appeared with 3 others appearing behind him. They were also generals, and each had a command carrier of their own. In terms of strength and seniority, they were Ragnar's equal. In terms of experience, they far surpassed him. For the past few weeks, the generals had been discussing how to investigate the presence of a Jorlam within their galaxy. Despite Ragnar informing them about the Midnight Inn, and especially the mysterious Innkeeper, relying on the inn was not the method they decided to go with. This was because this was an extremely serious matter that required the highest level of discretion and secrecy. Relying on an innkeeper with a mysterious background was just too dangerous. In the end, however, the inn still ended up being their last contingency plan. If all else failed, they would have to take certain risks. After all, if a Jorlam matured, let alone their galaxy, all the neighboring galaxies, and even the entire Jotun Empire was at risk. But they would not just directly give out the details of the mission, however. They had to know the qualifications of whoever would be helping them, and so they had to come up with a list of difficult tasks as tests. Would it be possible to meet the innkeeper? Ragnar asked his personal holographic assistant. Unfortunately, the innkeeper is not available at the moment. The assistant innkeeper, however, is available if you wish to meet her. Then please request the assistant innkeeper's presence. I have a series of tasks I would like to put up in the guild room, but they have special requirements and are not fit to be displayed for everyone. The reward for the first task would be in the price range of about 100 trillion MP. Before the hologram could even reply, a projection of Mary appeared in front of Ragnar and the rest. Please, guests, let us go somewhere more fit to discuss business, she said gently. At the same time, she sent every single kind of notification she could think of to attract Lex's attention. Their energy problem might just have been solved. Little lady, if you don't mind me asking, will the innkeeper be free any time soon? Asked one of the generals following Ragnar. Dear guest, I cannot speculate on the innkeeper's schedule. After all, he has left the Origin realm to run an errand. He could be back tomorrow, or he could take a while longer, she replied very calmly. Her answer, however, caused the generals to exchange a certain look amongst one another. Only Ragnar wasn't too surprised. After all, for someone who could recruit a Celestial, this should not be a big issue. It was then that he noticed a familiar type of aura. He looked towards the Midnight Mountain and saw a massive dragon wrapped around the peak, sleeping. He froze. 333 Destiny. In the vast universe, an inestimable number of events were taking place at any given moment. Separated by vast amounts of space, and sometimes even realms, any number of seemingly ordinary and completely unrelated events sometimes brought about strange and seemingly impossible results. Number of people, some oracles, some mystics, some sorcerers, some cultivators, some who could pry the secrets of the foundations of the universe, and some who just happened to have unusual dreams, occasionally could see glimpses of the results before they happened, without understanding the process or cause. These people often claimed these visions as prophecies, or often an undeniable destiny. The truth of destiny was a secret hidden within the machinations of the universe, if there even was a truth to be found. The only thing that could be determined, however, is that in the entire universe, there were very few places cut off from the influence of destiny. This did not mean that the existence of these places would change the destiny of the universe, for even if key people were hiding in these places, the destiny of the universe would remain unchanged. To the universe, there were no real key people to influence events. If one person or being was unavailable, another could take its place to perform a separate action to bring about the same result. A very simple example of this was a hungry man at home. If he went into the kitchen but found he had no groceries, instead of cooking himself, he could order food to be delivered to his home. Whether he cooked the food himself or someone else brought it to him, the end result of the man eating food remained unchanged. But there was an important question that needed to be pondered. In these few places that were cut off from the destiny of the universe, would a new and unrelated destiny arise? If so, it needed to be wondered if destiny was something that was influenced by a person or entity, or was it just a natural state of the universe? Perhaps destiny did not even exist in the first place, and was simply an abstract concept created by the minds of sentient beings to explain a series of unusual events or unusual results. This was a debate discussed by many philosophers, existentialists, scientists, cultivators, beings of unimaginable power, and simple mortals under the influence of hallucinogens. The origin of the debate, throughout time, often stemmed from a single thought. A single coincidence could be attributed to entropy, for in the endless chaos of events taking place, two events happening at the same time and influencing each other to bring about unexpected results could still be acceptable. An example of this was the fact that despite being at the Midnight Inn for a long time, Naman Butt, the man with the unusual power to determine truth, happened to recover from his wounded state just in time to encounter a plot targeting Larry Dershaw. The timing was phenomenal, but it could be attributed to coincidence. But then, if a series of unrelated coincidences, brought about in unpredictable ways, happened at the same time, subtly influencing one another, most minds would be able to accept that there was no underlying entity secretly influencing things. Back in the Crystal Realm, Lex had entered the meditation room and had muted all system notifications so that he could focus on his study of arrays. He had made excellent progress lately, and now with the combined effect of his thinking cap and the meditation room, Lex felt he could finally solve his long-standing problem of not being able to use arrays quickly in battle. As a result of this, he happened to miss Mary's attempt to attract his attention, so that he could give his input on the deal Ragnar was requesting, leveraging a series of tasks with the minimum payment being 100 trillion MP. The timing of Lex's retreat was completely unrelated to anything happening at the inn, for there was nothing foreseeable that required his attention at the inn. Moreover, it was still early in the day at the Crystal Realm, so he had plenty of time to focus on his research before he expected any guests. At the same time, Wenhild, his supposed half-sister, who just obtained the qualifications to enter the core of the academy, disappeared. The 5 people she sponsored entered the core academy, discovering that no one knew where she was. Near the border of the Hum nation, the crown prince stood in the center of a battlefield that had turned silent. Around him lay the corpses of Craven, but he treated them like nothing. He was sober for the first time in years, and the look in his eyes was extremely complex. In his hand, he was holding a plastic fork. It was from a cutlery set Amelia had gifted Lex, after she ate at his apartment once, and realized he had no utensils at home. Back in Babylon, rumors of Pivardi spending the night in the small town spread like wildfire. It caused all the townspeople to scurry and make preparations, for any rumor caused by the Lord's family usually caused an influx of lesser nobles and various other wealthy people searching for some way to gain their favor. The surge in work, the recent death of the captain, and a number of prior debts and agreements with private investors caused the ship on which Big Ben worked to be seized. All those who happened to be on the ship at the time were hired or given other jobs, while the rest were left to sort out their own matters. At the same time, the serial killer inhabiting Babylon struck again. But this time, having learnt from his previous mistake, he killed in a place with no witnesses. He killed his victim in his own home. Moreover, due to his research, he knew the victim lived alone, so it would be a long time before anyone actually discovered the murder. This was not a bad idea. Killing people in their own homes provided him with a new kind of satisfaction. It just so happened that this victim was neighbors with the triplets who were applying for new jobs at the tavern. The triplets had a large family, so they were protected from being targeted by the killer based on the premise that he was avoiding any witnesses to his murders, for now. While all this was happening at the Midnight Inn, a number of odd coincidences were taking place as well. Larry caught up with Nauman and tried to investigate his motives. Before the conversation could even begin properly, or rather, before Nauman could no doubt flawlessly act his way out of the situation without arousing any suspicion whatsoever, someone recognized Larry and called out to him. It was Marlowe, followed by his wife Sophia and their son Raphael. In this way, 3 people with unusual secrets, Larry, Nauman, and Raphael, came face to face for the first time. In another corner of the inn, Ragnar was looking at the dragon sleeping atop the mountain. Unlike humans, who were born weak and had to grow in strength, dragons from the first moment of their existence were near the epitome of the entire universe. Were it not for their very individualistic nature, dragons could establish a civilization at the overlord level, or even beyond if such a level existed. Most civilizations, human or otherwise, were at the ground level, stuck on the planet where they originated. Many had reached the sky level, meaning they could escape their planets and spread their influence within their star system. Some eventually grew to the star level, meaning they could spread their influence between star systems. Very few could grow to the galactic level, such as the Jotun Empire, and span several galaxies. Above the galactic level was the overlord level, such as the mysterious Hanali. Ragnar knew next to nothing about what kind of a level the overlord level really was, or who, or even what species the Hanali were from. All he knew was that the Jotun Empire relied heavily on them for protection and abided by their rules. In the case that the existence of the Jorlam was proved, it was Hanali that the Jotun Empire would rely on to resolve the issue, for only someone at their level were qualified to deal with such an existence. So then the presence of a dragon, a being that could potentially rival Hanali, reassured Ragnar that he had made the correct decision by coming to the inn. Of course, he would not approach the dragon himself. These things were still better left to the innkeeper. He exchanged a look with the other generals before continuing to follow Mary. Elsewhere in the inn, Ramai Laverne, the Attilomorpher who caused Lex to get the quest to establish a space for a secret organization, appeared once again. Casually, he walked to the cabin he had rented out for a year and entered. This cabin had been especially redesigned by Lex to meet Ramai's requirements, and was the space in which he was planning on convening his secret organization. A short while later, a second person arrived at the cabin. 334 1%. The person outside Ramai's cabin waited for a while until yet another person appeared and then politely knocked on the door. Ramai opened and welcomed his guests, but the 3 exchanged no words. The 3 descended into the basement, and each of them entered one of the rooms with the unusual environments. Ramai entered the one with a lava pool and began setting up some kind of formation, while his companions did the same in the freezing room and the room with dirt. A few hours later, when they concluded their work, the three entered the fourth room that happened to be completely normal. There they worked together to finish setting up the formation which, when finished, created a small minor realm around 2,000 square feet large. The three entered the realm that not only already had air and gravity, but was completely furnished with comfortable sofas, tables, various stationery, and warm lighting. Just because they were from a secret organization, it did not mean they had to meet in a dark and dingy environment. Ramai, you've done it this time. This place is great. Once we spread enough golden keys across the galaxies, the organization will be able to exchange information and hand out tasks much faster. The bishop will definitely reward you. Still not completely safe, Ramai pointed out. I have no idea if this formation and minor realm will be able to prevent the mysterious Innkeeper from listening in. Why would the Innkeeper even be interested in what we have to say? Besides, he's running an inn, so I'm sure he will respect his guests' privacy, replied one of the other men. The third person had his lips stitched, so it was unlikely that he would speak. I'm just saying this is something we need to keep in mind. Now let's get on to business. I can't stay at the inn much longer. I have work. If I disappear for too long, people will become suspicious. Fine, our most urgent task right now is to get these golden keys in the hands of as many members as possible. This is a task that will likely take years, but we must begin immediately. Agreed, replied Ramai. While we do that, though, I have to update you on my latest missions from the Empire. Mai was actually someone in the employ of the Jotun Empire. He was usually tasked with extremely sensitive matters that involved great secrets, such as investigating the Midnight in itself when they suspected Lex of being a Tao Lord. Yet at the same time, during his investigation of the inn, he directly informed Lex of his purpose, and now apparently he was also a part of a secret organization. Despite his cavalier attitude, there was clearly more to him than met the eye. Or he was just really lucky. There have been a lot of unusual phenomena taking place on the planet of Hazeth, and the involvement of a Tao Lord is suspected. They want me to. Space. Few hours later, Lex exited the meditation room feeling extremely satisfied with his progress. His plan currently was two-pronged. First, it was to completely memorize an array of arrays, all with different purposes, and practice employing them at a moment's notice. Second was to better familiarize himself with the process of creating new arrays, so that he could easily improvise a new array in an unusual situation. He had made great progress with both of those, and was feeling quite accomplished. It was late afternoon now, so he opened the system to check if he had any guests in the tavern while he was busy, and was taken aback by the numerous notifications. Quickly checked them and learned about Ragnar's visit and his requests. His request of putting up his task, but only for qualified people, was actually very simple. All it would require was further upgrading the guild room so that tasks could be divided into various levels of difficulty. Finding someone capable of fulfilling those tasks would be the actual hard part. But there was great incentive for Lex to do so, because he received 1% of all transactions through the guild room. Mathematics was sometimes very complicated for people when involving massive numbers, especially for people who stood to profit, causing them to recheck their calculations multiple times. In this scenario, no matter how one checked their working, the answer would always be that 1% of 100 trillion MP was 1 trillion MP. That was 1 trillion with 12 zeros involved. Lex could not comprehend such a massive amount of wealth. Even as a billionaire, he struggled to fully understand how to best use his money. He could blindly throw it at randomly upgrading the inn, but doing something blindly, and doing something with direction and purpose gave vastly different results. The difference between the village Lex made, and how the planning division made alterations to make it more cohesive, was an excellent example of this. Still, what to do with the money was a worry for later. First, he had to acquire it. Furthermore, Mary claiming that this could solve their energy requirements made him realize a simple oversight on his part. Was looking for energy manually here, whereas he could just simply put up tasks in the guild room with MP as a reward. Doing things like this opened up another path for him in his quest as well. Since the same races could exist in different realms, he could search for information on Craven from the inn as well. While that would not tell him the origin of Craven in the Crystal Realm, having a deeper understanding of Craven could guide his search here as well. Before he began upgrading the guild room and setting up his tasks, Lex checked the rest of his notifications, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that one of his quests that had been pending for a long time finally ended. Quest: host a secret society. Quest complete. The host's rewarded is being calculated. Hosted an intergalactic secret society. Hosted a secret society related to multiple empires. Hosted a secret society in the first year. Reward rank A+. Reward: Chamber of Secrets. Remarks: no copyrights were infringed upon in the creation of this chamber. He had no idea what exactly caused the quest to be completed, but he wasn't complaining. He investigated the details of his reward. Chamber of Secrets. Secrets can weigh heavy on your mind, body, and soul. The Chamber of Secrets allows users to deposit secrets, effectively erasing them from your memory as well. The secret will be protected, even from the Innkeeper, and can only be withdrawn by the user, or as per the user's conditions, at the time of depositing the secret. The price of depositing the secret varies and depends on the user's cultivation. The Chamber of Secrets was an interesting reward, but Lex did not know how useful it would end up being. He placed the building, which looked like a small, round chapel, near the Midnight Manor. Since the price of each secret would vary, Lex did not set any price variables and let this building function without any profit for him. He wasn't worried, as he didn't know how much use this building would get in the first place. Next, he diverted his attention to the guild room. Using his increased authority, he upgraded the guild room to level 5. This effectively divided all tasks into different levels and changed the layout of the guild room as well. Anyone could set a request at any level, but the moment anyone set a request at the Immortal Realm and above, they would need to pay a 50% deposit to ensure guests would not randomly place requests. View the request would, however, require relevant authority. There were 2 ways to get the relevant authority. The first and easiest was to be of the cultivation level or greater than the one required for the task. For example, a Foundation Realm guest could not view tasks at the Golden Core Realm, but the opposite was true. The second way to get the appropriate authority was to complete sufficient requests of a steadily increasing difficulty to prove that, despite a lower cultivation realm, you had sufficient strength and recognition. This meant that when Ragnar came back, he would be able to set a request and had to pay a deposit. While Lex would not have access to the MP and the deposit, the thought of it still excited him. With that done, he diverted his attention back to the tavern. Even if more guests did not come, he had to interview the triplets, as well as look for more workers. The tavern required more work and supervision on his part than the inn, but that was okay with Lex, for he was the one who planned this. He was also looking forward to meeting some guests and chatting with them. Last night's party was too hectic to do any research, but now he could take his time and get a better understanding of the wealth of this region, and more about the lords of this land as well. Having human rulers presented a problem for him. He just ran away from Cornelius, so if the rulers of these lands had any relations with him, it might cause problems. 335. The Goatfather. That day, the Solbirds in the sky disappeared on the horizon, giving birth to a rare sunset in these lands, and bringing forth darkness that would last for many days. The temperature dropped drastically, so much so that fog started to form with every breath. The tavern wasn't temperature-controlled in the way the inn was, and the addition of a fireplace was something Lex hadn't thought of at the time of his initial renovations. After considering the situation for a moment, Lex purchased a simple formation to resolve the problem. But instead of deploying it directly, he had Rick set it up manually for his guests to see. It would take a few hours to set up, and would only cover the main hall, but that was good enough. Yes, this was nothing more than a simple tavern. Even the formation for heating was simple. Unlike the Academy, which had saw light perpetually all the time, and had well-defined and automated systems for when the light disappeared, the rest of the realm was quite different. The darkness was absolutely lethal in this realm, in more ways than one. In the absence of light, for reasons unknown, spirit energy would begin to mutate, poisoning anyone who tried to absorb it. Even the Crystal race and Craven were not immune to this kind of poisoning. If the darkness persisted, the mutated spirit energy would begin to clump together, giving birth to strange monstrosities. There was no fixed pattern for the kind of evil entity the darkness could birth, and there was even a widely popular theory that the Cravens themselves were born of the dark, due to the black slime that covers their entire body. The monsters formed had basic sentience, just enough to fill them with avarice for flesh and blood of any kind. Fortunately, the monsters formed were usually weak, and it would take months of darkness to actually give birth to monsters strong enough to actually threaten entire towns. Still, lone travelers, small parties, and unsecured outposts of any kind were vulnerable to such monsters, and actually consisted of the main casualties. These still were just the most common form of danger that existed in the dark. The longer an area suffered from darkness, the greater and more unique the danger would form. This was why towns and cities in the Crystal Realm operated differently based on whether it was light or dark. The single most important difference was that all travel outside the town area would be strictly restricted. Most people were given either paid holidays or had reduced working hours based on their jobs. There was no danger of mutation or poisoning in the town itself because any kind of light at all would prevent this from happening, so all towns were well lit. The danger, usually, was from the areas surrounding the town. For Lex, the sudden arrival of darkness actually meant an increase in business. From sailors to haulers, from menial workers to rich merchants, from farmers to landlords, all of them had a habit of enjoying themselves the most during the first few days of darkness. Work hours were reduced, and there was little to no danger from the surroundings. Of course, not everyone got their time off immediately, but enough people did that Lex suddenly went from an almost entirely empty tavern to one where all the seats were nearly filled in less than an hour. The triplets immediately got to work, showing off their skills to Lex. Considering the fact that Lex was still short-staffed, he expected them to struggle more in handling the crowd, but their experience of living in a house with 9 other siblings made them particularly skilled in handling a crowd. He immediately decided to hire them, which brought him a new challenge, which was he wasn't sure how much he should pay them, for he didn't know what the normal salary was in Babylon. He'd discuss it with Dino later. The day passed by quickly, and though Lex's tavern was full, it was not nearly as boisterous as yesterday. Lex took this time to acquaint himself with some of the locals, while at the same time spreading the word that he was still looking for a good chef. As the night was concluded, Lex nodded at himself for successfully getting through the day without any accidents or problems. Yes, he was running a completely normal tavern with nothing excessive or mysterious going on. Of course, that was only his opinion based on his perspective. Because of the limited time he had spent in the cultivation world and the unusual experiences he had, he was completely oblivious to the fact that the Midnight Tavern had already developed a certain reputation, with the tavern owner being the most mysterious. Ignoring the fact that he suddenly moved in and opened up a tavern seemingly overnight, without anyone hearing about it prior to the actual opening, there were still a few things that struck out as odd or impressive. His behavior under the pressure of an immortal need not be mentioned at all, for it was already understood that that single action marked Lex as someone with a powerful and mysterious background. The way he was able to converse with P. Vardy, treating him as a normal guest instead of fawning all over him, also attracted a lot of attention. The timing of him opening the tavern, too, was suspicious, just in time to receive the Noel brothers. But these few things were just noticed by the keen-eyed. Moreover, Lex knew that not cowering under the pressure exerted by Bertram would attract some attention, but his plan was to solely build up some kind of deterrence against the rowdy and aggressive folk. This was something he was planning on taking time with. No, what really caused the Midnight Tavern to develop an inexplicable reputation was that the drinks he served were just too good. Even the cheapest drink he served not only had excellent taste, they had yet to give a single person a hangover, and even left many people feeling healthier the next day. No matter how ordinary Lex behaved, just this simple fact was destined to never let him seem ordinary. Currently, there was no real consensus on what Lex's background was, as the rumors had only just started to develop. What everyone seemed to agree on, however, was that it was unordinary. The everyone here, though, only referred to the actual customers he had received so far, which was a minuscule number. Many others had only just heard of the tavern without a significant impression of it. Just as the last of Lex's guests were getting ready to leave, 3 such men, who had only heard of the tavern without really understanding it, entered. As a respectable tavern, the bar and kitchen were not open all night, and Lex was just about to inform them as such when he noticed the energy in the room change. His guests, who were getting ready to leave, stopped, their eyes glued to the 3 men. There was a look of apprehension on their faces, mixed with a trace of pity. The guests' actions seemed extremely prominent, especially since they were openly looking at the 3 men, but the men in question seemed not to notice. The 2 men standing at the back were large and muscular, while the man in front was shorter than Lex even, but his appearance was striking for another reason. He was wearing formal clothing, but his attire seemed mismatched. It was as if his clothes were close to working well together, but the colors were just a fraction away from being cohesive. Moreover, the hat he was wearing looked very odd as well. It was rude to judge or assume, but at a glance, it seemed like the man was trying very hard to replicate the wardrobe of someone from a higher stratum of society, without a proper understanding of what it actually entailed. Still, none of that had anything to do with Lex, and he was not really one to judge others based on superficial things. "The bar is about to close for the night," Lex said in a regretful tone. "You can still check into a room, though, if that's what you're looking for." The short man, who was up until now surveying the hall, turned and looked at Lex. He gave a warm, enthusiastic smile, took off his hat and put it on the bar. "Oh, that's no trouble. I was in the area and I heard about the crazy party you had here last night. I just wanted to take a look and make some introductions. The name is Elio Rixai." "Pleasure to meet you, Elio. I'm Lex." "Hey, Mr. Lex. You seem very young for someone who owns a tavern. I'm impressed. If you don't mind, I'd like to bring my father here tomorrow to enjoy your hospitality. If there's one thing my father enjoys almost as much as a mean drink, it's meeting new people and making new friends." Would be my honor, Lex replied very simply. So far, Elio had done nothing unusual, so Lex would not treat him differently from a normal guest. Yet he was all too aware that his other guests were still frozen in their place, meaning Elio was anything but ordinary. Very good, Mr. Lex, very good. I'll see you in the morning. With that, he picked up his hat and stepped out of the tavern, followed closely by his goons, maintaining a warm smile throughout. His exit, however, finally allowed the remainder of his guests to relax. That was Mr. Rixai's son, Elio Rixai, Naki, the oldest of the triplets, whispered to Lex. Baker's Street is a part of their territory. They take protection money from all the shops. Lex suddenly understood what he had encountered. Instead of being troubled, Lex was actually excited. Yes, as an ordinary tavern, he definitely had to pay protection money to the local gangsters. Maybe they'd have their secret meetings often in his tavern. Maybe the head of the gang, or dare he say mafia, was called the Goatfather like a very famous movie from back on Earth. Oh yes, Lex was definitely getting excited. His one mistake, though, was that he forgot to hide his excitement, leading everyone in the tavern to look at him oddly. 336, The Chronicle of Falufa Bonus Chapter. The planet Nibiru was an extremely energy-rich planet, causing it to develop a vibrant and diversely populated world. Not only were tens of millions of different species of beasts found in this world, but they also had incredible strength. An unexpected result of this, however, was that it became an extremely chaotic planet. Battles happened night and day, and only a few overlords who could control large regions of space managed to bring some semblance of calm to their lands, if they chose to do so. But in the endless battlefield that was this planet, there was a certain mountain range that gave birth to a very unique environment. The mountains themselves contained hundreds of spirit stone mines, buried deep in their cores. But instead of the spirit stones leaking out energy, as these mines sometimes did, they expanded until they ended up combining with one another. With regions of higher and lower concentration of spirit stones, yet an endless connection of underground mines that somehow managed to form a closed loop, the mines somehow formed a natural formation. This formation gave birth to a land completely separated from the struggles and strife of the outside world, creating a sanctuary for the beasts living within. Those beasts, living in such an environment for hundreds of thousands of years, evolved without the need for any kind of combat ability. In such an environment, they flourished and established entire nations. Among the many such nations was one called the Bunny Nation. Populated only by rabbits, some with fur as white as snow, others orange like the light of the setting sun, and others still brown like a young oak tree, these rabbits were at the forefront of science, technology, art, literature, music, and much more. Such a flourishing nation had many influential rabbits, but none more so than the bunny known as herald for the birth of a new ideology, Pontiff Falufa. The latest generation of rabbits were not satisfied with living in a cage, and as the voice for these new and heretical thoughts, Falufa took it upon himself to educate the masses of the kind of preparations they needed to bring to even consider such a pilgrimage. His ideas were just as hated amongst the older population, as much as his wisdom, foresight, and thoughtfulness were appreciated by the young. But before the debate between generations could be settled, fate took it upon itself to provide them with an answer. In the Midnight Games, the planet Nibiru won the prize known as Bailey's Vitalizing Dwarf Star Ferment. The single drop of the ferment caused the planet to undergo major changes, as it prepared itself for a rise in its star rating. All the inhabitants of the planet underwent some degree of elevation in their strength and bloodline, and the environment of the planet underwent some changes as well. The mountain range, already rich in spirit stone mines, underwent an evolution and came to life in the form of earth giants. The formation protecting the lands disappeared, and the many nations underwent an upheaval. Many died, simply due to the giants standing up from where they were born, and entire nations collapsed in the earthquakes that followed. The few survivors were then, for the first time in living memory, faced with the ferocity of the beasts outside. What ensued could not be called a war, for slaughter and slavery were more apt descriptions. Pontiff Falufa during this upheaval was separated from the Bunny Nation. With no idea of his strength or cultivation level, since it had never mattered before this, Falufa faced the endless onslaught of madness with his ears held up high. With kicks that could shatter not just hide and bone, but the very will of his enemies, the pontiff scoured the lands for his fellow bunnies. Over time, the pure white fur became synonymous with terror as he slowly went from surviving to thriving to hunting. Lions kneeled at the sight of his fluffy cheeks, wolves ran in terror at the sound of the hopping hurricane. Snakes coiled up under his gaze, and eventually, even the earth giant crawled back into the ground and pretended to be mountains at the sound of his name. Yet Pontiff Falufa, the bunny wearing only a black bandana across its head, like the hero from the movie Roomba, was not satisfied with his achievements. He did not crave strength, he craved a safe land for his people. No matter how strong he was, the bunny nation could not thrive if they relied on him alone. Not to mention, he rarely ever found his fellow country rabbits. The few he found were filled with fear and covered with scars. He could not leave them alone, for they would never survive. In the beginning, this was fine, for they were few. But when they grew in number, and word spread that the nightmare Falufa was trying to protect his people alone, all those who feared him banded together to hunt him down. Unable to exert his strength because he was too busy protecting his fellow rabbits, Falufa feared the worst. But then, like a holy blessing from the heavens themselves, at the moment before demise, a shining, golden door appeared. With no recourse, the pontiff led his fellow rabbits into the light, hoping for salvation. What he found instead was the Midnight Inn. Millions of humans, hundreds of thousands of beasts, base animals, all mingled happily and seamlessly without any violence. It was a land that smelled sweeter than carrots, felt warmer than the fuzziest fur, and felt safer than the deepest burrow. But how would they stay? The projection that appeared before them like a holy deity told them that this was an inn, and that they could stay as long as they paid. Falufa had no concept of money, but he had undertaken the gravest of dangers to protect his cohorts, so he was determined to take this burden upon its tiny shoulders. It was then that, like a holy messiah, a kind and benevolent turtle appeared before them, followed by a whale flying in the air, as well as a lone wolf with fur almost as white as Falufa's. Almost. The turtle, that had a single horn on its head, looked at the refugees from the bunny nation with kindness in his eyes. Oh dear, the majestic turtle exclaimed, the rumble in his voice shaking the very ground beneath Falufa's feet. You children seem to have a very special bloodline. Would you like to work in my greenhouse? When the turtle spoke the words that were sweeter than the best honey, he seemed to be taking on the position of one requesting for help, yet it was the bunny nation that was saved. The survivors, one and all, accepted the turtle's offer. Yes, the survivors accepted, but the nightmare that Falufa had evolved into did not enter the hallowed lands known as the greenhouse. Instead, he made a pact with the turtle. The pontiff would return to Nibiru in search of his lost brethren, save them from the hell that land had turned into, and bring them to this heaven. All the bunnies that Falufa brought would be hired by the turtle as its workers, tending to its garden. The turtle accepted the deal, and gave Falufa a golden key to return to this kingdom with golden chariots known as golf carts. Yet just before Falufa left, the fire in his heart reignited. An angel in the shape of a human came to him. Falufa was a rabbit pure of heart, and had eyes only for other rabbits, but even he had to admit that this lady who introduced herself as Anita was spectacularly beautiful. He asked the pontiff his life story, as well as the history of Bunny Nation. She promised that in exchange for his story, she would personally take care of the rabbits he brought to the inn. Enamored not only by her beauty, but by the heart that offered safety in exchange for a story, Falufa began his recitation of the history of the bunnies. He told her of the great bunny pope, the first to enlighten the simple minds of the rabbits. He told her of the king, who turned random rabbits in a garden into a nation. He told her of Mother Tresap, who brought love and peace to the hearts of the rabbits. He even told her of the rumors of the one true bunny god, his true name forgotten in the annals of history, now known only by his holy title Bugs. He also told her of the nightmare, who had sworn an oath to never remove his bandana until every last rabbit was saved. When he had told her all there was to tell, he promised her that he would tell her more every time he returned, and she accepted. Falufa looked one last time at his fellow rabbits who would, no doubt, take a long time to recover before returning to Nibiru. So it was written and thusly recorded in the Midnight Library, the first chronicle of plaintive Falufa, the Roomba rabbit. 337, preparing for a heist. That night, Lex finally decided to get some sleep. He could have meditated or practiced his techniques some more, but going too long without sleep was still detrimental to him, despite being a cultivator. Speaking of sleep, Big Ben was still knocked out as well. His new fiancée was very concerned about him, if for nothing else then because he hadn't eaten in a while, but Roan, the barkeep, assured her that he would be absolutely fine. As he got into his bed in the cozy little room he'd designed for himself in the backyard, he asked Mary for an update. Other than the usual stuff, there were only two things worth mentioning. First was that the galactic sovereign turtle had encountered some beasts with a unique bloodline that would aid him in managing the greenhouse, and thus had taken it upon himself to hire them. Viewed only on the surface level, there was nothing wrong with this. In fact, it was even great since the greenhouse was getting big anyway, and it required specialized workers to manage. The issue with the situation was that even Mary could not directly hire people on behalf of Lex, let alone anyone else. The hiring process required the potential employee to undergo a test generated by a platinum key, and only then would they be acknowledged as a proper employee. Even when Anita and Coween entered the inn and directly expressed their desire to work there, Mary needed Lex to generate the platinum keys. Yet on more than one occasion, the turtle had shown itself to be an exception to this rule. Not only did it hire itself as Lex's gardener, it adopted Little Blue as a pet, and now it had hired beasts to tend its garden. The turtle, although having only helped Lex with everything he needed, proved itself to be immune to the rules of the system. Or at least, it was able to interact with the system in a way no one else could. Heck, even Lex could not hire someone officially without using a platinum key. Since Lex was trying to get a deeper understanding of the system, this was something he needed to pay attention to. While he was at it, it would be best if he did some research on the details of the turtle's species. The second thing was that the date for the Earth Expo was coming up. Miranda, the representative for the council back on Earth, had a huge list of requests for the expo venue and itinerary that Mary required Lex to approve. With everything else done, Lex went to sleep. Tomorrow would be an interesting day. He would have to pay protection money. He wondered how much was an appropriate amount. He would have to talk to Dino about this as well. Space. Earth, USA. Anakin, Indiana McLean resisted the urge to smile. He had to look like a normal employee and not attract any unnecessary attention. He had been planning his heist for months, from the first moment he got his hands on a golden key to the Midnight Inn. It was not some idiot who would pull off a heist, only to get caught later. He had planned this heist in excruciating detail, so much so that he had shaved every hair on his body, put on a wig, and was wearing an artificial skin suit with fake fingerprints. Using modified shoes, he looked taller than he really was, and had especially learned a spiritual technique to alter his voice. All of these were necessary, for he wasn't acting as a person he made up. No, he had taken the place of the real employee who worked at this bank. He didn't harm the man, he just put him to sleep with a powerful sedative. It was easy to get away with using this identity, for he hadn't replaced the bank manager, but the janitor who cleaned the bank. He did his job regularly right up until he saw someone heading towards the bank vault. He activated a special talisman he'd bought from the Midnight Inn guild room and turned invisible. He followed the customer into the bank vault, and instead of robbing the bank, he activated the golden key and entered the inn. A few hours later, when the bank closed, the heist would begin. Space. The next day, Lex woke up refreshed and full of energy. After washing up and making sure he looked presentable, he quickly exited his tavern. It was still early, so the street was mostly empty, especially since it was still dark, but fortunately Dino's bakery was open. After getting a suggestion from him about what kind of salary the girls expected, he brought up a question about a Leorix. This greatly troubled Dino, and it was clear that he was hesitant to say anything on the subject, especially since his relationship with Lex was still new. In the end, he said enough to let Lex know that should the Rixai family feel like he owed them money, they would be very open and clear in communicating it. Before then, he should not offer to pay them, as that may actually end up offending them. With a better understanding of what to expect, Lex returned to the tavern. The street light outside was well lit due to street lights as well as lights embedded directly in the streets. There was no room to allow even shadows to form too deeply. This was starkly different from how things were when either Saul or Frio birds were around. Though the Frio birds brought along with them snowstorms, they gave off an ethereal light that could somehow shine through the snow softly, similar to moonlight. As such, whether it was Saul light or Frio light, when they were around, no one needed to be so careful of the dark. An example of this was how you could sleep in a dark room without a night light. Overall, there was not enough darkness to contaminate the spiritual energy. Now, though, with the town surrounded by the unending void, they had to be extra careful. After appreciating the beauty of the well-lit town, he returned to his tavern. Whether it was dark or light, it did not matter to Lex. After all, the town's security was handled by someone else, and since the town had survived this long, they surely knew what they were doing. The day seemed slow, not only for the tavern, but for the whole town, as the number of people walking on the streets had visibly reduced. Round noon, however, things suddenly picked up for the tavern. A small crowd of sailors entered the tavern with a thirst that could only be quenched by the strongest of drinks. After chatting with them a bit, it turned out they were a part of a merchant ship that had to take an emergency break at Babylon after it got dark while they traveled. They would have to stay till some Saul birds returned. Lex was especially active while chatting with them, for he wanted to understand what kind of trade the merchants in the area conducted. The answers he heard only confused him and betrayed his expectations. Time seemed to fly, for Lex had joined a group of sailors on their table, and while conducting his investigation, listened to the various stories they had to share. As interesting as this new group was, however, Lex eventually had to get up, for the guests he was most anticipating had arrived. Leo Rixai walked into the tavern followed by 8 other men, all of them sharing the trait of looking large and mean, while he himself followed another man. Unlike Leo, who had once again attempted to dress formally, the man in the lead made no such attempt. He had his sleeves rolled up to his elbows and wore loose and casual pants. His hair was long and messy, despite being tied in a pony, and he was growing stubble that told it had been a few days since he last shaved. The man looked older than a Leo, but in no way did he look old. This was the one thing about cultivation that Lex could not get used to. A person's appearance usually had nothing to do with how much they had aged, so it was often difficult to tell someone's actual age. "Mr. Lex," Elio said, his tone warm and his smile casual. "Meet my father, Mario Rixe. I told you he'd come." "Yes, of course. It's a pleasure, Mr. Mario." Mario, after he was done surveying the tavern, looked at Lex up and down. Finally, he said, "No need to call me Mr. Mario, just Mario will do. I'm not like these young kids who pay attention to so many things. Back in my day, respect was in one's eyes, not in one's words." "What does that even mean?" Lex thought, but did not let it show on his expression. "In that case, Mario, have a seat. What kind of a drink would you like? I'm sure you'll enjoy our selection." Before Mario had a chance to answer, however, the door to the tavern was loudly slammed open, followed by a jeering voice. "Is this the trash heap that's claiming P. Vardy spent the night here? How drab. This place is too dirty even for my servants." 338 something snapped. The carriage was absent of all conversation as it rolled into the lone manor. Only the sound of the creaking of the carriage wheel and the occasional growl of the lion pulling the carriage could be heard. From P. Vardy to Bertram to their sister Greta to the carriage driver, and as well as all the guards and workers around the manor, they all maintained silence. As much as he tried to avoid or delay it, eventually they returned home. The pale-looking P. Vardy smiled weakly at his siblings, but did not have it in him to crack jokes. It was time to face the music. Regardless of the circumstances, it was true that P. Vardy had ended up breaking his engagement and ruining the wedding his father had arranged. His father was well known for not handling bad news well, and the news of his ruined engagement and all that it entailed made bad news look like a sprinkle before a thunderstorm. Even the pampered Greta did not have the courage to say anything today. The dark and Saul-bird-absent sky seemed fitting for today's events. P. Vardy took a deep breath, clapped his brother on the back, and jumped out of the carriage before it even stopped. Whatever was going to happen, it was best he faced it alone. "Space." The tavern fell dead silent as everyone turned to look at the woman who yelled. Standing in the doorway was a woman with fair and delicate skin, her purple dress falling elegantly across her supple figure, her arms arched and pressing against her waist. She wore a twisted yet satisfied grin as she surveyed the hall, looking at all the people who were beneath her. The hall lacked the disgusting stench of poverty she had been expecting and was surprisingly clean. For a moment she was almost confused. After all, the lower class should have the characteristics of the lower class and be covered in filth, ripe with a stench of desperation and begging to be saved by the rich and the beautiful. This place clearly was not. But then her sight fell upon the sailors. Wearing ruffled clothes and covered dried sweat, they reaffirmed her belief that this place was truly the lowest rung of society, and all the people here were beneath her. "Do not speak too loudly, Hina," said a man who entered right after her. "You must take care of your singing voice. Should your performance later be affected due to all these—" He paused for a movement, as if thinking, but then shrugged and continued. "Should your performance be affected due to all these, then even if they sell their souls, they will not be able to make up for the travesty." Lex was momentarily stunned in his place. He could not believe that there were actually people this snobby and rude, and moreover, he could not believe that they had the gall to act this way in public. Were they not afraid that someone in the tavern would show them the repercussions of such behavior? His first thought was that they must be incredibly powerful, and thus were arrogant. Yet a simple scan showed that these two were just in the late Foundation realm. His next thought was that they must be from an influential background, possibly even the upper echelon of Babylon or a nearby town or city. A few more people walked in behind the two, almost assuring Lex that his second guess was right. What he needed to consider now, however, was how to react. If the Midnight Tavern were just a normal tavern, how would the owner react? He would probably tolerate them, or at most, try to get them to leave. A normal tavern owner would not pick a fight with nobility, or, at least, important people. P. Vardy has such a benevolent heart, spending his time in such a base environment. He never tires of providing the charity of his presence, even in such a slum. Lex's lips twitched as he suppressed his irritation. "Excuse me for a moment," he said to Mario as he stepped away, who only silently nodded. While the entire tavern had their attention on the two who were badmouthing everyone there, Mario and Elio had their gazes fixed on Lex. They said nothing, nor did they exchange any looks. They just wore an amused smile as they watched. Mario even ordered a drink from Roan. "It's not about charity," the woman who had been addressed as Hina said in an instructive voice. "It's about making use of his noble character for their own nefarious purposes. P. Vardy is too gracious to bother with such rumors, so they probably spread them to gain customers. Maybe if the mayor or even a noble ever actually visited this place, they'd hug their legs and beg for charity like they always do." "I assure you," began Lex as he approached the duo, trying his best to maintain decorum and resolve the situation before things escalated. Yet before he could say anything else, the man promptly lifted his cane and pressed it against Lex's chest. "Keep your distance, vermin," the man commanded. "You may speak to us, but keep your face directed towards the floor. Your gaze is an affront to the civilized, not to mention who would bear the consequence if someone ended up smelling your breath. I'm getting sick just thinking about it." It was not Lex's lips that twitched this time, but a vein running down his forehead. In his life, Lex had never been insulted like this. But, showing great tenacity, Lex managed to control himself. "Just an ordinary tavern," Lex repeated in his mind as he struggled to control himself. He had managed to cool himself down and was about to kindly request these people to leave the tavern. It was at this time that Nanny, the youngest of the triplets, exited the kitchen holding a tray full of food previously ordered by the sailors. Lex did not notice, for he was focused on controlling himself. The man with the cane and the woman Hina too did not notice, for they were focused on belittling Lex. Hina, in fact, had a hint of an excited grin on her face. They were putting these poor people in their place. P. Vardy would secretly be pleased, surely. The group accompanying the two, however, did. One of the men, feeling proud and excited, found the young and energetic Nanny pleasing to the eye. Without warning or any prior indication, he reached out and yanked the waitress towards himself. Lex heard a sharp yelp and the clatter of falling plates, and when he looked, he found his new waitress having literally fallen into a man's arms. Something snapped. 339, losing inhibition. William had grown up with 3 sisters, but, oddly enough, never in his life did he ever feel like he needed to protect them. He had traveled the world with his family, so he was quite familiar with the fact that in most countries, brothers were culturally taught to be protective of their sisters. Even in the countries where this was not a thing, simply out of sibling affection, brothers and sisters would look after one another. Yet despite knowing all this, he never felt weird for not feeling protective of his sisters. There was one very simple reason for this. His elder sister, Belle, was a freaking maniac. Not only was she cold and aggressive, she actively made it a point to be as merciless as she could possibly be. To top it all off, she had not a shred of fear in her body and could not be intimidated at all. Even when they were kids, Lex clearly remembered that Belle would not shy away from scolding even her parents if she thought they were in the wrong. But at the same time, despite the fact that she portrayed herself as an emotionless robot to the whole world, it was very evident that she cared for her younger siblings. In his entire life, Lex never even had the opportunity of simply facing a bully, let alone actually being bullied, because Belle was always around. His parents were a little quirky, but the moment Belle felt like they were affecting her siblings' education or normal growth, she would set them in place. In a way, she was the parent for the whole family. As such, Lex spent his entire life without a strong feeling of responsibility towards protecting the women in his life. That didn't mean he would leave them to suffer should they ever face danger, but just that the thought never crossed his mind. The moment that he saw Nanny pulled into the arms of a strange man, though, something inside Lex's mind snapped. He had been handling the stress and pressure of being stranded in a different realm, far away from home, and everyone he knew quite well, but that did not mean he didn't feel it. Moreover, less than a year ago, he was just an ordinary man, living an ordinary life. He never faced mortal danger, never was hunted by animals, was never burnt alive by lava, never had his mind, body, and soul assaulted by slimy monsters. Overall, he handled the stress of the change well. But clearly it had been building up somewhere in Lex, and now, suddenly, with a tide of anger, it broke through whatever dam Lex had built up inside of himself and tore away at all his inhibitions. Lex clenched his fist, not to punch, but to control the formation in the tavern. He had already planned that, should he ever encounter trouble, he'd put the offender in a room made by the space formation, trapping them. In his mind, he had planned on simply creating a small, invisible room to isolate them from the rest. Yet when he acted out of anger, he overcame limitations that he had on his understanding of how the formation worked. It was said that the invisible room he created using the spatial formation to trap people had to be cubes or cuboids in shape. He instantly created several rooms, exactly in the shape of these important people, and trapped them in it. They suddenly found themselves unable to move in the slightest, and felt something squeezing against their bodies, trapping them, yet they couldn't see what it was. Standing still, and suddenly being forced to become as stationary as a statue, were vastly different, and everyone in the room immediately noticed that something had happened, but they couldn't understand what. Ignoring everything, Lex walked to Nanny and helped her get out of that man's arms. "You're all right now," he said in a warm, soothing voice. "Everything is fine, it's over." He checked her hands to see if she had any bruises, and fortunately she was not harmed, fortunate for the people who stood frozen. The girl, who had suffered more from the surprise of being pulled than anything else, quickly calmed down. Lex had reacted all too quickly, so much so that she had not even understood someone had grabbed her by the time Lex pulled her away. Her two sisters, who had heard the yell, suddenly came to the hall as well to investigate, but Nanny seemed to be fine. "I apologize for not stopping the man sooner," Lex said sincerely. "I was distracted. It won't happen again." "Oh, it's nothing," Nanny said with a laugh when she finally got her bearings. "We wouldn't be in this business if we couldn't handle a little trouble." Though she said she was fine, she quickly grabbed the fallen tray and retreated to the kitchen. Even a blind man would notice by now that some guests in the hall were unnaturally still. Though their expressions remained frozen, since they didn't even have the space to maneuver their faces, their eyes kept darting about in fear and confusion. Lex nodded and turned back to the cream of society. To be honest, he was extremely pissed at them. Not only because they assaulted Nanny and insulted him, along with everyone else in the room, but they also destroyed his attempt at seeming like an ordinary tavern. Something snapped in Lex. It wasn't a blind rage that filled him, though there was definitely an abundance of anger. It was more like his inhibition broke. He kept holding himself back, keeping himself from showing all his cards. It was definitely smart to not reveal all his secrets, for his life was in greater danger while he was not at the inn. Yet now that he had the tavern and the system's functions could help him once again, there was no reason to be so repressed. Lex clenched his fist harder, and the room that had been trapping all the offenders tightened just a bit more, squeezing their bodies. It was not lethal or even dangerous yet, but it definitely wasn't comfortable. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. 340 convenient coincidence. Lex was deciding what to do with these fellows. There was no way he would just let them go. Not only did they need to be punished, but they needed to understand that if they tried to retaliate against Lex or his workers at a later date, there would be far worse consequences. But first, Lex turned to the rest of the guests in the hall, mainly the sailors, and said, "I'm sorry you had to see that. At most you can consider it a little bit of entertainment. For those of you who feel like you want to avoid trouble, now would be the time to leave. If, however, any of you feel like watching some drama, then feel free to stay and enjoy." The sailors cheered and hooted, and none of them moved. Why should they give up free entertainment for no reason? Now that that's out of the way, does anyone recognize any of these guys? The room fell silent. It was to be expected, as these sailors were not locals. Mario and his crew said nothing either. Lex frowned, then walked right up to the man with a cane, and freed his face so that he could talk. Immediately he started gasping, taking big breaths as he looked at Lex with horror and panic on his face. You can't. You ca," the man started stuttering, unable to finish his sentence. Lex, on the other hand, did nothing. He stood in front of him and continued to look at him with an impassive face. The sheer extent of the indifference on Lex's face scared the man even more for some reason, and he quickly found himself unable to maintain eye contact with Lex. When he looked away from Lex, Lex finally nodded and began to speak. "Who are you and where are you from?" he asked, making sure to leave his voice as bland as possible. You. "Stop," Lex suddenly said, realizing the man wouldn't be able to speak. "Just stop, take a breath, calm down, and answer my question." The man obeyed Lex's orders, but when he calmed down and finally was able to talk, he also regained a bit of his wits. "Do you know how much trouble you're in? Do you know who I am?" he asked, his voice still trembling, though he was trying to seem more confident. "Obviously I don't know who you are, otherwise I would not ask. And before you try to threaten me with your identity, know that I don't care in the slightest about it. So now, answer my questions carefully. Or else, I'll just throw you lot in the back room and wait till someone comes to find you, and then I'll ask them instead." X's threat seemed to do wonders, and the man quickly began to explain their background, no doubt doing his best to exaggerate as much as he could. In summary, the law was very loose in neutral lands, and as long as one wasn't too excessive, they could live as they liked. Since this neutral territory was controlled by a human, many powerful and wealthy human families settled in this region, forming a society of elites who more or less treated themselves as kings and queens. So long as they didn't antagonize the Noel family, they could do pretty much whatever they wished. After he understood everything, Lex freed one of the random followers from his bindings and instructed him to go find their backers, whoever they were. He was very clear in explaining the fact that he had no intentions of letting the rest of the group go until each of the respective families or powers behind them came. Since he had already messed up his ordinary tavern routine, it was best to go all out. Once the freed man scurried away, Lex turned his attention to Mario. Without saying a word, he came and sat opposite to the man, his mood clearly very different from when they started their conversation earlier. "You know, I've heard about you. Not a lot, but just enough to get an impression," said Lex slowly. "Oh, and what is your impression?" Mario asked curiously. "My impression is that it's quite a convenient coincidence that the stupidest lot of self-titled nobles came to cause trouble at my tavern the very day you came to visit." Mario raised an eyebrow in question. "Space. Anakin I. McLean finished his drink and stood up reluctantly. The Lady Cosmos show was just too amazing, making him want to never leave. Moreover, he heard a rumor that a bikini segment was supposed to come up. Yet as alluring as it was, he had to get to work. He knew that the moment he entered the bank vault, chances were high he'd trigger some kind of alarm. He could have bought more stuff to help him remain undetected from the inn, but if he had the money to afford that stuff in the first place, he wouldn't be robbing a bank. He picked up the various bags he'd left in a room he previously rented at the inn, put on a mask and exited, coming out right in the middle of the vault. Surprisingly, the vault was well lit even at night. It only made it more convenient for him. Not bothering with any kind of stealth, he took out the only weapon he bought from the inn, a heated knife that could easily cut through the toughest zombie hide. He'd blown all his savings on this, but it was about to pay off. Starting from a random corner, Anakin began to cut open the safety deposit boxes and began filling his backpacks with whatever he found. There were an annoying number of documents, a lot of nudes, some computer hard drives, but mostly it was just cash, jewelry, and gold. Anakin did not get greedy. As soon as the alarm he set on his wristwatch went off, he packed his bags and returned to the inn. Maybe he would have had more time, and maybe his little heist hadn't even been noticed yet. Or maybe it had. None of it mattered. Anakin had set rules for himself, and he would abide by those rules. Besides, he had money to spare now. Just to be safe, he'd be spending a week at the inn before he tried to return. 341 death approaching. Mario felt an interesting cocktail of emotions at being so bluntly accused. At first, he felt amused, and that this tavern owner was very interesting. He'd been in Babylon for so long that he had pretty much established the list of people who he should not cross, and it had fewer people than one would assume. Then, however, he felt caution and apprehension. Lex had used some strange method to trap all the troublemakers, and Mario had not been able to sense what it was. But then his experienced mind got to work, and he calmed down and, in fact, looked at Lex in an admiring light. Very fact that Lex was coming to question him meant that he wasn't sure if Mario was involved in the first place. Otherwise, instead of asking, he would have directly acted. Moreover, if one carefully analyzed the situation, the timing of Mario's arrival was perfectly in time to watch this little performance, and it did seem too coincidental. No matter how the situation would have been resolved, it would have given Mario a deeper understanding of this mysterious young man who appeared out of nowhere. As for the matter of whether Mario really instigated the little situation that developed at the tavern or not, it didn't matter. What mattered was that Lex thought there was a possibility he did, and was now confronting him about it. What this told Mario was that Lex was a man of means, but he did not let his capability turn him arrogant. It was more beneficial to everyone if he directly confronted Mario and reached a resolution. This could even create room for some kind of cooperation in the future. "Does look suspicious, I'll admit," Mario said calmly, as if he was in no hurry to explain himself. "But I think, Lex, that you are both overestimating my deviousness and the reputation of your tavern. I had not heard of this place until my son told me about it, which was this morning. I'm only here for a drink and maybe something to eat. After all, everyone knows we have a lot of work to do once it gets dark. This town is full of people who require our protection." Lex did not respond immediately and kept looking at Mario. He was trying to decide whether or not to believe this self-proclaimed protector. He scanned Mario for some extra information. Name Mario Rixa. Age 283. Sex male. Cultivation details nascent. Species human. Condition, his body has accumulated a lot of injuries over the years that have not fully healed. While it is not a solution, a dip in the hot tub will improve his health. Remarks, the most valuable item on his body is his wedding ring, such a devoted husband, and a cheapskate, not a target customer. After reading the remark, Lex took a look at Mario's ring in passing and almost instantly decided on his following line of action. His wedding ring was a simple silver band with a single small gem infused right in the middle. It did not, in fact, seem like much if one did not pay attention to it. Yet the small, incredibly clear gem was not a diamond. It was the same crystal from which Lex absorbed so much energy. This was an important clue for Lex on the wealth of this region, for the result of his queries for the past few days told him that there were no valuable resources in the area, and the main lines of trade in the region focused around items and treasures made by the Noel family using some secret family technique. This did not coincide with the information Lex got from the map. That, along with the fact that such a supposedly resource-rich area was under human control, told Lex that there must be something going on in the region in secret. When he came to that conclusion, he immediately stopped asking such questions openly, lest he attract any unnecessary attention. Now, finally, on Mayo's ring he'd seen his first indication of the hidden wealth of this region. That meant that, regardless of whether Mario was involved in the current situation or not, Lex planned on letting him go. Moreover, he planned on improving relations with the man. You're right, Lex finally said, relaxing his stance. The tavern probably isn't as popular yet as I imagine, so let me do something about that. He got up from his seat and walked to the bar, and after having a short chat with Roan, came back with a round crystal glass filled with some kind of drink. Here, have a glass on the house, said Lex after putting it on the table. If you'll excuse me, I have some other matters to attend to. With that he left, the glass on the table acting as the main attraction at this point. Mario and Elio exchanged a look. They didn't know what Lex had poured, but a thought entered both their minds. What if it was poisoned? Yet after only a moment Mario chuckled and then chugged the glass. The taste was fruity, and the drink did not have the kick that Mario usually enjoyed. It was not something he would have normally liked, but before he could even make a comment, he felt a cooling sensation spread in his body from his stomach. He couldn't tell what it was doing, but it felt pleasant. He only nodded and signaled his son and his men to sit alongside him. Since they were already here and had passed the hurdle of Lex's suspicion, there was no point in missing the upcoming show. The preceding wait ended up being much longer than expected, and it was only several hours later that a line of carriages arrived in front of the tavern. Hina and the rest remained frozen this entire time, but Lex had moved them to the middle of the hall to avoid blocking the door. After all, he had a business to run, despite what it seemed, with him constantly giving stuff away for free. 5 men dressed in the most uncomfortably formal suit Lex had ever seen walked into the room, followed closely by a mob of no-doubt guards and goons. A quick scan revealed to Lex that the strongest of the group, despite the many followers, were the 5 men themselves, each in the nascent realm. When they saw the frozen Hina as well as the rest, their expression worsened, but they said nothing yet. The entire hall had fallen silent at their entrance, and all eyes had fallen on them. There was a distinct lack of fear in those gazes, which annoyed the 5 gentlemen, but that was a matter for later. For now, they all focused on Lex, who had been waiting for their arrival. They had their aura on full display, like wild cats raising their hair to warn their enemies. Yet Lex was not bothered in the least, for inside the tavern controlled by the system, he had the blind confidence of a billionaire. He did not wear his usual amicable smile, and left his face with a neutral expression. Somehow, though, he looked more intimidating than the 5 men. The silence continued until one of the men, a tall gentleman with a large and curly mustache, could wait no longer. "Do you know the trouble you're inviting for yourself, young man?" he asked with a stern voice. "Do you think this is a simple matter that will just go away?" "I definitely don't think this is a simple matter," Lex said, his voice extremely grave. He pointed at the mustached man and enveloped him in the same room that froze Hina. He then raised the finger, while at the same time controlling the room encasing the gentleman, lifting him up into the air. Then, ignoring the additional layer of shock and silence that had filled the room, he curled the finger towards himself, as if summoning the man. Naturally, he did not forget to control the room, and bring the man directly in front of himself. The man was actually taller than Lex, but he lowered the man until they could look each other in the eyes. "I'm a simple tavern owner," Lex blatantly lied with an even tone. "We serve food and drink to the hungry and thirsty, and provide lodging to those who need a place to rest. Occasionally, we provide entertainment and music, and more often than not, we let our guests have a good time. A service we do not provide, however, is one where we let vermin harm the staff. Where I'm from, if a man comes into another man's home and assaults someone, it can be taken as a declaration of war. So that is why I have summoned you here today to ask you, shall I take this as an announcement of war?" Even if the 5 men wanted to answer at that moment, they could not, for much like the force strapping Hina, and the force holding the mustached man in front of Lex, there was a force wrapped around their necks, squeezing. In the silence that followed Lex's question, they could hear death approaching. 342 Solving Problems. The question boomed like thunder in the 5 men's ears, especially because they had no idea why they were so helpless. They felt no pressure of a superior spiritual sense, and the usual resonance and disturbance created by formations was lacking. How were they supposed to know that the formation provided by the system was vastly superior to anything they had ever encountered? Therefore, it created no disturbance in the ambient spiritual energy. Half the spectators got goosebumps all over their bodies when they saw the confrontation, and the other half were giving each other dirty looks and continued drinking. Lex wasn't paying attention to that, though. He was looking the 5 men in the eyes. He had raised the stakes now, but it was also up to him to lower them. If he really did end up killing these people, it would create more problems for him, problems that he wanted to avoid. Of course, the possibility remains that these kids did not come with the intention of starting a war. Maybe they're just spoiled, entitled brats. Lex paused again, and this time, instead of the men, he paid attention to everyone else's reaction to what he was saying. For this next part, how much everyone believed his words were more important than the men he was threatening. Lex had some experience with wild, crazy rumors, and now it was time for him to create some on purpose. Maybe they're so used to not being punished for taking advantage of commoners that they never even considered it was anything wrong. Or maybe they know that, no matter what they do, they can get away with it. Speaking of which, it kind of reminds me of the serial killer roaming about. Suddenly, even the sailors who were laughing at the noble's misfortune froze, and then turned to Lex to listen to what he had to say. The moment they docked in this town, they heard about a crazy killer on the loose. This was not the kind of place they would want to stay, but considering the darkness, they did not have the opportunity to go elsewhere. Mario especially paid attention, for the killer had seriously affected him, in more ways than most people realized. I heard that no one can catch the killer, and that no one even knows who it is. The killer, who had been killing nonstop every day, and apparently stopped the last couple of days, maybe to honor the presence of the Noel brothers. The more I think about it, the more it sounds like a bunch of noble kids having fun killing the common folk, and then using their influence to derail before it can point to them. X paused again to let his words settle in. This time he was no longer choking the 5 men, simply keeping them from speaking, but the dread they felt was the same. No matter what they did or how influential they became, they absolutely could not cross the Noel family. If word spread that they were using their authority to randomly kill people in the lands under the Noel family's protection, they would not survive. The sailors who at this point were intoxicated, high or exhausted from work or just plain dumb, did not think for even a second deeper and accepted this new information as truth. Some were suddenly afraid of being silenced and started to leave, while others looked at the nobles with anger. The 5 gentlemen never considered the common folk as a threat, for they themselves were nascent realm cultivators. While such a realm was far more common here than on a planet like Earth, it was still not something casually reached. In this entire town, besides the 5 of them, who were only living here temporarily due to the darkness, only the mayor and Mario were in the nascent realm. So which is it? Are you here for war, or are you just so used to keeling over whenever you want that you never even considered that I might actually take issue with being your latest victim? At this point, he released the 5 gentlemen from his hold, allowing them the opportunity to respond. The mustached man nearly fell to his knees when the force holding him up disappeared, but he recovered quickly and took a few steps back to join his cohorts. The men were rubbing their neck, as if loosening their ties, and looked at Lex with newfound caution. This matter needed to be handled delicately. "Space! God damn it!" roared Anakin as he fell to his knees, cursing the very skies, and even the gods if they existed. He returned to the inn just in time to hear the latest rumor. Because of suspicious behavior on the part of the husband of the woman running the Lady Cosmos competition, a certain Brandon Morrison, the bikini portion of the competition had been cancelled. Then he cried, along with many other men, and even women, yet their dream would remain a dream. Even the happiness of his newfound wealth could not console him as he walked listlessly around the inn. He knew not where he was going nor where he was. He only knew the name of his enemy, surname Morrison, first name Brandon. It was amidst his mindless wanderings that he ended up in an almost entirely remote area of the inn, save a group of 3 boys who sat around a circled table silently, their expressions grave. Suddenly he felt that they too knew his pain, and that if they shared with one another the stories of their idols, maybe the pain would be lessened. "Fret not those who have dared to love," he said dramatically as he approached the 3 men. "Though our dreams have been sabotaged this time, there is always hope next year." He looked with gleaming eyes, expecting understanding and recognition amongst his fellow men. Instead, all he received were curious stares and silence, at least until one of them said, "He's lying. He probably has no hope for next year either." As if his heart had been pierced by an arrow, Anakin collapsed onto the ground. Indeed, his heart was cynical, and he did not believe there would be bikinis next time either. Raphael and Larry both looked towards Nauman with anger and frustration. Were it not for the rules of the inn, they would have murdered Nauman 100 times over. This human lie detector didn't know was pretty much an idiot, but for reasons they could not explain, he was immediately able to tell when someone around him lied. Moreover, every time he heard a lie, he would mumble as much under his breath, as if cultivators didn't have hearing sharp enough to pick up on it. The truth had yet to be revealed, but Raphael was completely unable to build a connection with Larry when they first met because Nauman kept revealing his lies. At the same time, Larry felt frustrated because people kept trying to approach him, and Nauman apparently knew more than he revealed, but only pointed out when others lied. In fact, even when Larry casually lied, Nauman picked it up. Larry and Raphael both had secrets that could not be revealed to the world, and they needed to know how much Nauman knew. But he never admitted to anything, yet kept pointing out lies. It was frustrating the hell out of them. It actually came to the point that the 2 of them, despite not knowing each other much, felt a sense of camaraderie in their hate for Nauman. All right. I can see you all are having an important meeting and don't care about Lady Cosmos," said Anakin. "I'll get out of your way and let you continue. After all, I'm just an ordinary, completely average person. It's all the same no matter where I go. Before Anakin could even turn around, however, he heard the same boy mumble, "He's lying." The wary Larry and Raphael suddenly looked towards Anakin, who was also looking suspiciously at Naaman. Why did the situation keep getting worse? Hey, what do you mean I'm lying? You're lying, your mother is lying, I never lie. He's lying again, he mumbled before speaking out loud. Hey, there's no need to bring my mother into this, although she did indeed lie a lot. Instead of getting annoyed or frustrated, the way the other two did, Anakin stared at Naaman for a moment before he got a brilliant idea. The sky is green, he said. He's lying, Naaman mumbled. My name is James Pott. He's lying. I have an excellent business idea. He's actually telling the truth. I wonder what it is. Anakin grinned and patted Naaman on the back. My friend, you and I are going to make a lot of money together. Anakin tried to lead Naaman away, but Larry and Raphael immediately stopped him. Not so fast there, buddy. He's not going anywhere until we solve our situation. The extremely perceptive Anakin immediately guessed the intricacies between what happened with the three of them. With Naaman's disposition, he was bound to create problems if left unmonitored. A part of him wondered how Naaman had survived so long outside the inn. All of that was for later. For now. Why, of course, first come, first serve. Let me introduce myself. My name is Anakin Indiana McLean, and in the field of solving problems I am a master. 343 reparations. I believe there has been a misunderstanding, one of the men said, taking off his top hat. Perhaps we could discuss this matter privately. The 5 men, this one showed the most composure and was likely the leader of the group. Lex simply nodded and led them to one of his 2 private rooms on the ground floor. So long as they were in the tavern, he did not mind wherever they talked. But at the same time, he could not let them know that his confidence was limited to the tavern. While Lex himself maintained a psychological advantage, in the few short moments it took them to enter the room, the rest of the men also regained their composure. They were not inexperienced, nor did they share their children's spoilt and skewed world views. If they lacked aplomb, then they simply would not have made it this far in life. The only reason their mindset was disturbed earlier on in the first place was because they were facing something new and unexpected. Lex compared their mindsets to the original 5 nascent cultivators who ruled Earth. Other than Brandon, whose mental state could not be gauged using normal means, the rest were severely lacking. I believe we have not yet been introduced, said the leader, his voice calm and dignified. My name is Reginald Maud, head of the Shipwrights Association, owner of most of the shipyards in the locale and founder of the Naval Research and Engineering Facility. The rest also introduced themselves, one by one, as well as their occupations. They truly did have the right to be arrogant, for the industries under their command were both numerous and expansive. From construction to agriculture to medicine and more, every facet of a normal people's life in Babylon was directly or indirectly controlled by these men. Moreover, they did not fail to imply that they were not the only nobles in the area, just the nobles close to Babylon when the darkness arrived, causing them to take shelter here. Based on how one viewed it, their statement could be taken as a threat. Lex, however, was of the mind that he could use these 5 nobles to gain access to the rest. This was important to his plans, for while the inn was one way of gathering energy, he did not want to give up what he established in the crystal realm either. He could use them to gain a deeper understanding of the region and develop a network of his own. There were many uses he could think of off the top of his head. I am Lex, the owner of the Midnight Tavern, he said simply. In this situation, a mysterious background was to his advantage. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lex. It is very unfortunate that our meeting was under such troubled circumstances, but I assure you that the intentions behind the incident were not so nefarious as they appear. It is with great dismay that I must confess that our children are somewhat unaccustomed to the ways of the world. But at the end of the day, they are still just children, so it is not too late to educate them on proper decorum. I'm sure that between us, we can work something out to put this matter behind us and look forward to a better working relationship. Lex did not respond immediately and spent some time evaluating Reginald. The man was definitely formidable. Not everyone who achieved great success could so quickly adapt to being threatened and even look for a way to resolve the situation without getting even for the threat. Naturally, there was still the possibility that Reginald was waiting till they saved the kids before plotting some revenge, but Lex didn't think it was likely. There was nothing to gain, and a lot to risk by further offending Lex. A business-minded man like Reginald would not do something that offered him no profit while leveraging his safety and stability. If it really was just a simple mistake, and you are sincere in your attempt to make amends, then I see a simple solution that will satisfy everyone, said Lex slowly, as if testing them out. You see, I have only recently opened this tavern and am sorely understaffed. You, on the other hand, need your children to expand their worldviews while at the same time disciplining them. This presents an opportunity for both of us. Everyone who was involved can come and work at my tavern for 1 week. The principal offender, of course, needs to be punished more than the rest, so he can work here for a month. This can both be a humbling experience for them, as well as reparations for their misbehavior. If you find this agreeable, they can start tomorrow. On the surface, it seemed like Lex was letting the kids get away with a mild punishment as a favor to the 5 gentlemen. But in truth, by increasing the amount of contact they had, Lex was hoping to develop a deeper relationship. At the same time, by letting the kids return once, he showed them that he was not afraid of them reneging on the deal, thus making it seem that Lex's confidence was inherent and had nothing to do with the tavern itself. During this time, Lex would also let the kids, accidentally, witness some of the more profound aspects of the tavern for them to report to their parents, further increasing the mystery behind Lex. Reginald did not delay and immediately accepted Lex's offer. Lex unfroze the kids, allowing their parents to take them back home. This would give them time to recover and give the parents an opportunity to properly interview them about what actually happened. Space. Serial killer licked the blood off his blade, relishing in the excitement of his latest kill. The darkness made it easier for him to perform his deeds in secret, but it would also speed up the decaying process. Soon people would discover the odd smell coming from the houses in this area, so he would have to find a new hunting ground. Maybe he should make use of the dark and attempt a more difficult hunt. He chuckled as he walked out of the house, wondering where to go next. He was already bored of the poverty-stricken portions of Babylon. Next, he would see if the rich bled differently from the poor. Space. Midnight in the village. Miranda took in a deep breath as she looked through the curtains at the massive crowd in the auditorium. The turnout was good, but she didn't know if the results would be satisfactory either. The Earth Expo would last a month, and if they could get some solid backing or funding from some interstellar source, it would greatly speed up Earth's development. The number of cultivators had grown exponentially lately, but even with the new minor realm open, they could not hope to meet the demand for resources. Moreover, the minor realm would only remain open for another 6 months, after which they would have to be self-sufficient. Colonizing the rest of the planets in the solar system would greatly help in this endeavor. For that, though, they need better technology and resources. "Are you nervous?" asked Bernard, who stood behind her. He was one of the leaders of the Council of New Order, and was one of the main instigators behind deposing the previous 5 heads of the world. "I just hope we have something to offer. The more time I spend at the inn, the more I realize how insignificant Earth really is. So insignificant that a single beauty pageant from Earth has several planets completely hooked," he said in an amused voice. Bernard had a unique way of always finding opportunities in even the more dire circumstances. He was the one who kept the council from collapsing when the holographic woman Fernanda appeared, and the one who gained permission for this event from Fernando in the first place. "Do not fret," he said, his voice as calm as ever. "We have overcome many challenges and will continue to do so. Our destiny cannot be contained by Earth. It is simply the launching pad for our stories. Next, we will find a way to repair your meridians, and then you can start to cultivate once again. With your lifespan expanded, you won't need to worry about the speed of our progress. We will have all the time in the universe." Hope and excitement flickered in her eyes, but she did not let it show on her face. When Miranda had work to do, she could not let anything else distract her. Currently, she had an expo to begin, and then only a month to secure everything they needed. Suppressing her excitement, as well as her nervousness, she walked through the curtain and onto the center stage. The opening ceremony for the first ever Interstellar Earth Expo had begun. 344 Pivardi Party. Lex thought his problems would be over once the noblemen and their children left, but a new, unexpected problem cropped up. Big Ben, the newly engaged man who had spent the last few days sleeping, finally woke up. He was healthier and more energetic than he had ever been in his life, but he did not celebrate his newfound health for long. It did not take long for him to find out the crew he previously worked with had been disbanded, and since he was asleep at the time, he was not amongst the few who were immediately taken into employment by his previous captain's debtors. This was technically not Lex's problem, but he felt guilty for putting Big Ben in that state. Moreover, he was looking for workers anyway, so he ended up hiring the big guy as his security. Big Ben seemed quite sociable and knew almost everyone who visited the tavern by name. While this was not a trait that made him intimidating, like Lex had imagined for his bouncer, sometimes this would work out even better. Besides, who said Lex was limited to a single guard? He could hire more if he found someone suitable. The one extremely important rule for his employment was that he couldn't drink while working. It was not Big Ben's fault, but in Lex's mind, he developed a reputation for knocking himself out a lot. The rest of the day passed calmly, and due to the darkness, Lex had Big Ben walk the triplets home. They insisted that they didn't need the escort, but Lex didn't change his mind. That night, Lex spent another few hours practicing arrays in the meditation room, before eventually taking a break to watch some Lady Cosmos. It was the top 30 now, and Lex was fairly surprised to find a familiar face amongst them. It was Alyssa Harmony, the YouTuber who had won the Midnight Games. She was the only remaining contestant from Earth and had the backing of the entire planet. The remaining contestants weren't any weaker in terms of support either. One in particular, Lex noticed, seemed to get a lot of support from the Midnight and staff members. Her name was Haley, and her charm seemed to have infected quite a few. Well, Lex couldn't exactly say he didn't understand the appeal of a beautiful woman with wings. As someone who had watched a lot of anime, he knew that she may have even stolen some supporters from Earth. He asked Mary and learnt that the inn's barber, Harry Styles, had developed a relationship with her. They had left many things unsaid and had not made anything official, as for now both of them were completely focused on the competition. Regardless, all the staff from the Midnight Inn silently supported the duo. In fact, they had to be extra careful about supporting her silently, because if word spread that the inn's staff had a favorite, it might influence others. Lex was at first surprised when he heard the news. Then he sighed. It seemed more and more couples would be coming to the inn, while he had more or less firmly cemented his position as forever alone. He briefly recalled his last girlfriend, who also happened to be his first girlfriend. He was not madly in love with her or anything, nor did he miss her, but watching his staff start dating while the noble innkeeper himself remained single. Lex ruffled his hair and quickly shook off such thoughts. After that, Lex totally did not go to the bar and pour himself a drink. It was even more impossible that he directly chugged the bottle and quickly threw himself in bed, leaving the poured glass on the countertop. It was simply false if one were to say that the following night Lex suffered from countless nightmares. In the morning, for reasons completely unrelated to anything that had happened the prior day, Lex had a ridiculous headache. Fortunately, he had the perfect solution. He took a dip in the hot tub and allowed himself to relax while he scanned the inn. Either consciously or unconsciously, he avoided the Lady Cosmos competition in his scan. Eventually, his curiosity landed on his new workers for the greenhouse, the rabbits. He scanned a random one to see what he could learn. Name: Mardona Leopold Agnieszka. Age 0. Sex: male. Cultivation details: chi training. Species: Nibiruyan rabbits. Bloodline: wild root ravager. Condition: a newborn rabbit that was born at the inn. It is a pure creature born without malice, but should malice enter its heart, its bloodline will mutate. Remarks: prepare yourself for a rabbit infestation. Lex told Mary to inquire about the details of the bloodline and let him know what was special about it. If it had attracted the turtle's attention, then it probably was pretty good. Done with that, he went to the main hall. It was still dark out, which meant that besides the sailors who were living at the tavern, no one else had come. Even they had limited what they ordered and only stuck to ordering meals, for no one knew how long they would have to live in the dark. Lex didn't mind, though, for the margins on his more common drinks and food were so ridiculously low that it effectively made no real contribution towards his total MP. It was just enough to break even and pay all his employees. The real source of income for the tavern would be the more exotic drinks, and when he could occasionally let guests into the backyard. Unfortunately, as much as he wanted to let people into the backyard randomly, the services were not cheap and could not be afforded by everyone. It was while Lex was ruminating on the tavern's finances that the main hall door opened, revealing Lex's latest workers. With Hina in the lead, all the troublemakers from yesterday walked in one by one. The clothes they wore were very simple, with no frills or patterns of any kind, though the fabric was still the best. Still, you could tell how self-conscious they all were with their tiny, uncertain steps and the way they dared to only look down and refused to examine the room. It was already a large contrast from yesterday. Lex, however, did not take too long to observe them, and completely treated them like actual new employees. So tell me, what kind of experience do you have so that I can assign you the appropriate tasks? I take it that none of you know how to cook, am I right? What about scrubbing? Has anyone scrubbed the floor before? Space. The weak, almost inaudible sigh, P. Vardy stepped out of the Noel Manor. There was no carriage for him to take, nor were there any servants following him this time around. His father's reaction could have been said to be mild this time around, for there was no screaming, yelling, or throwing him to join the armies to fight off the abominations of the dark. At the same time, it could be said to be extremely severe. All he said was that P. Vardy was a man now, and obviously had his own thoughts on how he should live his life. As such, he should no longer burden himself with the responsibilities and expectations that came with the Noel name. His family name was stripped from him, and he was made to leave with nothing but the clothes on his back. The only glimmer of hope he was given to return was that if he made some exceptional contributions to the family, he would be allowed to appeal his expulsion. Such a punishment was already severe enough, but out in the dark, he would be exposed to the harshest evils that the Crystal Realm had until he found the refuge of another settlement. But one should not assume that the manor was nearby to other towns, based on how quickly they arrived from Babylon. Not only was the carriage special, so was the beast pulling it. To make matters worse, P. Vardy didn't really know the way to any of the nearby towns either. After all, he always traveled by carriage, so why would he need to learn the routes? Pale Man chuckled to himself as he started walking. In the manor, his brother, sister, and mother watched him walk out of sight. As much as they wanted to protest, they could not. P. Vardy truly had been too willful this time around, and it was not just a matter of honor or disgrace anymore. The family his former fiancé was from was too formidable. If they didn't satisfy them by punishing P. Vardy sufficiently, then the entire Noel family would be threatened. P. Vardy, who somewhat expected a harsh outcome, quickly regained his energy for a few minutes. He forced himself to smile and said loudly, "From now on, my name is P. Vardy Party." After a few moments, he groaned and gave up that idea. He had to think of a better name. "I need a drink," he said, as his hand pierced through the head of a creature beginning to take form from mist. Suddenly he recalled the tavern he had recently visited and decided to go there. There was just one problem. He recalled neither the name of the tavern or the town it was in. This would take a while. 345 more guests. There was an awkward silence in the hall, following Lex's questions. Well, this much was to be expected. He more or less knew that these noble-born kids who had been spoiled rotten would have never even perceived that they would ever need to do such things. However, what Lex didn't know was that he still overestimated them. Let alone have experience in them, this was the first time they had ever heard of such chores. Scrub the floor, clean windows, wash, dirty dishes. Were these things that actually had to be done? "I have a lot of experience overseeing groceries. I can help with that," said one of them weakly. Only he knew that the extent of his experience was borrowing from his father's warehouses without showing any discrepancies. Unfortunately for him, that was one of the departments that the system handled for Lex, and since he had more or less given up pretending to be ordinary, he did not need to put up that front. I've hosted a few orchestras. I can probably arrange good entertainment," said another. "I can probably source excellent wine." "I can. I have. Once they started, they went on a roll, but almost all of their experiences were utterly useless to Lex. In the end, Lex decided to give them the absolutely most basic jobs, making it more difficult for them to mess up. "Stop, all of you, just stop," Lex said, hushing their attempts to list their skills and experience. "I'll give you all simple tasks, but I doubt you'll be able to master them, so we will treat today as training. Training days won't count towards your week-long punishment, so I suggest you pick up your tasks as soon as possible." All of them, except the one who knew an orchestra and the original offender who assaulted Ninny, were tasked with various cleaning duties, from cleaning rooms, taking out trash, making the bed, clearing the kitchen, washing dishes, and more. The triplets and Rick were tasked with teaching them and overseeing their duty. He had to say he was actually quite satisfied with how hard the girls worked, and was actually planning on increasing their salary right from the beginning. Currently, they were each being paid 1 silver coin each for a week's work, and he planned on doubling it. As for the 2 remaining miscreants, Lex was actually quite interested in arranging a musician to visit the tavern regularly, so he tasked the one who arranged orchestras to find him a musician willing to play at his tavern. Lex would then see how well the musician performed. As for the guy who tried assaulting Ninny, Lex had him scrubbing the main hall floor with nothing but a towel rag. That would be his only duty for the entire week, and Lex had no intentions of letting him take breaks or clean half-heartedly. Besides that, today Betty, Big Ben's wife, would be in charge of the cooking. She applied for the position when Big Ben was hired here, and Lex said that he would decide based on her performance. A few others were also scheduled to come today to interview for various positions. It would be a full day. Space. Although it was not cold, Anakin folded his cashmere scarf, one of the times he stole, inside his velvet coat and buttoned up. He picked the gold-embossed smoking pipe from his mouth and blew out some smoke into the wind. With his free hand, he reached into his coat pocket and lifted the jewel-encrusted pocket watch and checked the time. His latest business associates were late, and he could not really tell by how much because his pocket watch had no batteries in it, which annoyed him. He slid the watch back in his pocket, put the pipe back in his mouth, and continued to smoke. He did not mind his associates being late, for the Lady Cosmos competition was on break. The contestants needed to replenish their strength and be completely rejuvenated for the last portion of the event. Therefore, he really had nothing else to do. It was not his intention, but circumstances forced him to relax in decadent luxury. He did not have to wait much longer, though, as the 3 men he was waiting for quickly entered his sight. To be specific, they didn't really agree to work with him, but he told them where to find him when they could not figure out a solution on their own. Eventually, despite their reluctance, they ended up coming here. To be clear, Naaman had no issue he wanted to resolve, but no one else dared let him roam free and unsupervised. After all, if he truly knew their secrets, or at least some of them, they would have too much to lose. He was, however, mildly interested in the business opportunity Anakin mentioned, for he wasn't lying when he said it. "Gentlemen, I see you finally decided to avail my services," Anakin said in an extremely practiced manner. "Before I tell you the solution to your problems and guide you through them, I have prepared a small contract. I believe we'll be able to enact it through the guild room. You can read it at your leisure. It's just the basics, really. I'll accept a 1,000 MP payment from each of you up front, and you'll share any expenses incurred during the resolution process on my behalf." The three men glared at him angrily, but Anakin was immune to any such looks. He was a self-made man, so even when he gained a lot of wealth, he kept an eye out for more opportunities. "What assurance do we have that you'll actually resolve the problem?" asked Raphael. "Moreover, how will you ensure that this one never interferes with my business again?" he asked, pointing towards Naaman. "Even if the problem is resolved now, if he keeps going around spouting nonsense around me, it'll affect my business. For the resolution, you have no choice but to trust me. As for future encounters, I believe Mr. Butt and I will be business partners in the near future, so you won't need to worry. I'll make sure he no longer shares his gift with anyone for free." The rest grumbled, but eventually gave in and signed the contract. Pleased with the small fortune he just made for himself, Anakin took a moment to dwell in his accomplishment before he became serious. He had the trio follow him until he brought them to a building at the inn they'd never seen before. "Gentlemen, the building behind me is like none other. It is an exclusive feature of the Midnight Inn and is known as the Chamber of Secrets. Within it, you can deposit any knowledge you have to store, effectively removing it from your brain. Moreover, at the time of the deposit, you can set the required conditions to reclaim the secrets. So to resolve your situation, you can openly ask each other any questions you need to relieve your concerns. Once you're convinced, everyone in the know can go into the chamber and directly deposit all sensitive information related to each other, with the condition that it cannot be retrieved unless all three of you agree. Naturally, you can skip the sharing process and directly go and deposit the secrets, but where's the fun in that?" For a moment, everyone was dumbstruck. Did they just pay 1,000 MP to learn about something they could have found out for free? No wonder there was a no-refund clause in the contract. Space. Lex was in the kitchen trying the soup Betty made, which was really very good, when a sudden ruckus from the main hall attracted his attention. There were multiple voices yelling, and a woman screaming desperately above them all. Lex's heart dropped, and he suddenly thought of the serial killer on the loose. He bolted to the hall, ready for a fight, but the sight that awaited him was not of a murder, but of a family with many small children. The mother, who had a baby strapped to her chest and was holding several bags, kept the main door open using her body while 4 prepubescent children ran in the hall. A couple of older kids, teenagers seemingly, trudged in as well, over-encumbered with bags and boxes, barely able to see where they were going. Outside, there were a series of carriages and more families disembarking. There were numerous kids, the source of most of the yelling, and several mothers as well, trying to rein in the kids. "Excuse me," a man yelled over the noise, finally attracting Lex's attention. The man looked battle-weary, though maybe that was just the result of the many kids. "Do you have any rooms available? If you do, we'll take them all. We got lost in the darkness and barely made it to town. Most of the other places we've run across so far are full up, with everyone waiting for the darkness to pass. If you can fit us all in, I'll pay extra." Before Lex could reply to the man, one of the kids ran headfirst into the bar and started crying, attracting the man's attention. Then another one puked. 346 Daycare. Lex had seen the hell of battle, but this was a kind of anarchy he had never beheld. If only things had ended with one kid crying and one vomiting, it would not have been so bad. But, as if inspired by the first child, every kid in the vicinity started crying. Some kids who were still outside, and had not yet entered the tavern, also began to cry. But the crying was independent of running, as they continued to do both actions separately. Even the kids who vomited started crying and running, leaving tracks behind him. "George, make them stop," yelled a woman from outside. "I'm trying," responded the man who had been talking to Lex. But between checking up on one kid's wound and tapping another on the back, trying to calm them down, he was incapable of reaching the one, leaving a trail across the hall. The teenagers ran after that one kid, but he seemed adept at dodging, and navigated the hall like a battlefield, narrowly avoiding capture. But all was not lost, for in the moment right before the mother collapsed, like angels sent from the heavens for salvation, the triplets swept in. With a practiced hand, Naki grabbed the evasion expert directly by the ear, though she did not pull, and only used it as a threat to hold him in place. Nami used a napkin to cover the wounded child's bleeding nose, and started complimenting him on his bravery. Nanny rubbed her cold hand across a crying child's neck and massaged him. The cold hand grasped the child's attention, and the massage soothed it. Showing the prowess of sisters with many siblings, they pacified the hurricane into a gentle wind. "We only have 2 rooms remaining," Lex informed the weary man. Before even responding to Lex, he looked towards the exit and yelled, "2 families disembark, the rest keep searching." He waited a moment for confirmation, before he turned towards Lex and began listing his requirements. "You're going to need mattresses in both rooms and extra blankets and pillows. Also a hot shower if you have it and food for 16 people. Also, if you can send someone for a doctor, some of us have injuries. Also, if you have someone to carry the luggage. Also, we'll take the food in our rooms. Also, can you send someone for the news? We've been in the wilderness for too long." The man paused, as if to question if he had forgotten anything, and then asked, "Oh yeah, how much for the rooms?" 1 MP per night, Lex responded, taking the man by surprise. "That's a little expensive for a tavern, isn't it? You taking advantage of the fact that it's dark out. You know that's illegal. If I report you, you can get in trouble." "That's the price whether it's light out or dark. Our prices are fixed, they never change." The man was skeptical, but he couldn't take the risk of losing these rooms, so he simply accepted it. Lex had his latest workers, the miscreants who were causing trouble at the tavern, to carry all the bags up to the last 2 remaining rooms, which happened to be on the highest floor. Betty began preparing meals for the new families, and Lex sent out Rick to find a doctor, as well as Roland to bring the latest news. Lex himself temporarily retired to his own room during this, because he had something indescribably important to do. "Mary, we need to start a daycare service," Lex said very gravely. "What?" she asked, confused. She had been preoccupied with other things, and it took her a moment to absorb what Lex said. "A daycare service? Why?" "Just trust me on this," he said, as he recalled the look in the eyes of the parents he just saw. "This is imperative and will take priority for now. I want the entire planning team to come together and design a place for kids. Design it keeping various age ranges in mind and provide a large range of activities. In fact, I want you to work with them as well. You're familiar with my authority and all that I can do now, so take full advantage of it while designing it. Make it so that not only are we taking care of the kids, we're helping them in some way too. It's fine if you have to design different areas for different races, but I want it to be great. We can even use some of those rabbits working at the greenhouse as caretakers. They seem friendly enough. Give me an update when you've made some progress." "Sure," she replied, still confused about how Lex was behaving. Only after she gave an affirmative response did Lex allow himself to relax. Yes, the tavern really was a good idea. It was giving him new perspectives already, and would be good exposure for him on the finer details of hospitality. He thought about returning to the hall, but he trembled, and decided to cultivate instead. Recently, he had discovered a new way to cultivate that would speed up the process. Back when he was in Chi training, he rubbed a special oil all over his body to help with cultivation. For the foundation realm, he came up with a method on his own. He went to the bathroom attached to the room he made for himself and approached the bathtub. He summoned a bottle of expensive chilled tea and began pouring it in the tub. A single bottle was 150 MP, a sky-high price for the average foundation realm cultivator. It was, however, worth it because this tea was very rich in spiritual energy, which was extremely easy to absorb. As a true path cultivator, Lex's requirements for energy were much higher, so the benefit from drinking it wasn't so obvious. So he planned on submerging himself in it and then cultivating. Theoretically, it should boost his cultivation speed. He had to spend nearly 23,000 MP before he filled the bathtub completely. Lex quickly stripped before submerging himself, as if the tea warmed up it would lose much of its effects. He closed his eyes and began cultivating. Hopefully this would work, or else he'd have to use even more expensive stuff. Space. The town of Babylon, like many other towns and cities, had a very extensive formation in place to light it up whenever the darkness fell. Maintaining and protecting this formation was extremely important, as it was linked to the very survival of the town. After all, periods of darkness could last anywhere from a few days to weeks, months, or even, sometimes, years. The formation lit up not only the boundary wall, as well as the lighthouse near the harbor, but every street, building, and any other area within the town. It was so extensive that, functionally speaking, the town was just as well lit during the dark as it was when there was light. Only looking up into the empty sky would remind them that it was still dark, and dangers were all about. Such thorough preparations were absolutely essential, though, for the town's survival. While it was filled with cultivators, if they had to rely on themselves, the town would be able to survive at most 1 week before enemies became too powerful. That wasn't to say the town would be completely destroyed after that, but a majority of the people who were weak, relatively speaking, would most likely die. This deadline was something that had been tried and tested over thousands of years, so everyone was familiar with it. Now, it had already been a few days since darkness fell, and it was approaching a week. The longer this went on, the more severe and serious the protection and surveillance on the formation there would be. But even the strongest protection was only as strong as its weakest part. The serial killer, who was sitting on top of a pile of corpses, was reading a document that described in detail the light formation and all the important parts of it that needed extra protection. It was only natural that one of his victims should have such a document, for he was the deputy head of the constables in Babylon. He had been relentless in his search for the killer, so the killer decided to pay him a house call. This time, though, he had killed using poison. He had no other choice, as the targets this time were too strong for him to confront head-on. The fact that he was able to get his hands on poison strong enough to deal with the deputy spoke of his resourcefulness. But while he filled his kill quota for the day, being unable to cut living flesh or taste the blood of his prey left him unsatisfied. After all, he was crazy, but not stupid. He wouldn't drink poisoned blood. But his lust for blood had not been quenched, and that put him in an irritable mood. But that was okay, for this document had given him a new idea. He was really enjoying this darkness, and he wanted more of it. 347 waves of pleasure. It was well into the night when Lex finished his cultivation session. His body felt slightly bloated, but that was excusable when one considered that he had basically absorbed a tub worth of tea into his body. Or, more specifically, he had absorbed the energy contained within that tea into his body. The sense of bloating was both good and bad. It was good because it basically meant that Lex's estimate about using this particular tea was accurate, and all he needed to do was slightly reduce the amount of tea he used the next time. It was bad because cultivation was not a mindless process of absorbing energy. Each and every realm served a specific purpose, and cultivating within that realm had to adhere to the logic upon which that purpose was dictated. Qi training, for example, strengthened the body by absorbing qi, and prepared it to be able to absorb a stream of spiritual energy rather than individual strands of it. The foundation realm absorbed spiritual energy, and instead of strengthening the body, fused with it. The fusion process of spiritual energy with the cultivator's body was roughly divided into 3 different realms, which made the beginning, middle, and late stage of the foundation realm. The first stage was fusing spiritual energy in all the muscles, tissue, blood, fat, and other, relatively simpler parts of the body. The middle stage was fusing energy with the bones, and the final was fusing with all the organs. In essence, it was as simple as that. There was no higher or deeper meaning to it at all. At least, that was the case if your only purpose was to simply advance your base cultivation. As Lex had taken some courses teaching the basics of cultivation, he had a deeper understanding of it than what the regal embrace informed him of. After all, that was only a cultivation technique, and would not contain the deeper, more sophisticated intricacies of cultivation. A very simple explanation of this was that the process described previously only entailed the changes that took place in spiritual cultivation, and not in body and soul cultivation, as well as in the true path. Moreover, from the foundation realm onwards, cultivation began to be influenced by the sentience of the being cultivating. The explanation of cultivation was beginning to get abstract, and would continue to get even more complex with each successive realm, so comprehending exactly what it entailed correctly was very important. Simply stated, the purpose of the foundation realm was to build a foundation for the cultivator to be able to achieve higher realms of cultivation. By having the body fuse with spirit energy, it used the body itself as a foundation for a higher, more concentrated energy used during higher realms. Similarly, in body cultivation, it strengthened the vitality of the body itself to be able to accommodate a body that would be drastically stronger, maybe even larger, and much more complex. For the soul, it was even simpler, making it stronger in every sense, lessening its dependence on the body, and allowing the cultivator to tap into more soul energy. The true path achieved all of these in a more comprehensive and unified manner, ensuring that the changes all complemented one another. But that left the question of what role sentience played in all this. In theory and in practice, this was all that was needed for a human to raise his or her cultivation. If that was the case, and the act of cultivation was so simple as to simply follow a set pattern of actions to achieve ascendance, then surely sentience didn't matter at all. In fact, one could use various technologies or techniques to put an unlimited number of humans into suspended animation, and then have their bodies perform the required actions. That way, it would be like going to sleep, and when you wake up, your cultivation would be much higher, without requiring you to put in any effort. Not only was this something many scientists had theorized, many organizations had put it into practice. Even the rascals that attacked the inn had gone through a similar process to some extent. While on paper this achieved results, the end product would always be cultivators who would always be the weakest within their own realm. No amount of resources would ever make them apex predators within the same realm. They would only be good for hunting lower-level enemies. This was precisely because, from the Foundation realm onwards, it was not just the cultivation technique that determined your strength, but you as a person. While the cultivation technique established the foundation for higher realms, the cultivator himself had to set the foundation for what kind of cultivator he or she wanted to be. What exactly that meant was something Lex had not been taught. All he was told was that it touched upon certain traits of cultivation that were best he did not dwell on for now. He had, however, been guided on how he could develop his foundation as a cultivator. It was fairly simple. It was to select one or a few fields which interested him and spend considerable time on it until he achieved what he considered decent progress. There was no metric for this other than his own self-evaluation. For example, a painter could paint, a writer could write, a marksman could practice his aim, a fighter could refine his technique, and so on. For himself, predictably, Lex had chosen to practice arrays. Anyway, Lex's thoughts had gone on a tangent. In summary, the reason why feeling bloated was not good was that he could not force his foundation to form. It had to be a natural process, and any excessive pressure could end up having the opposite effects. Lex took a warm shower once he was done, and decided to check up on the inn and tavern. To his surprise, despite the late hour, there were still a few people sitting in the hall. Specifically, it was all the adults from the two families that had moved in today. They were not talking or eating or even drinking. They were simply sitting in silence, allowing their weary bodies and minds to slowly recover. It was not just the kids that had caused Tem endless exertion and drove them to the edge of sanity. It was the few days they spent in the darkness. Were it not for the fact that they had roads to follow, they would have never found a way to any town. During that time, they could not rest for even a moment as they had to protect the carriages, their families as well as the beasts pulling the carriages. Moreover, they were all in the Foundation realm, so they weren't exceptionally strong either. They were just a group of families who had timed their vacation poorly. Upon observing their exhausted faces, a sense of pity filled Lex's heart. He decided instantly to welcome his first guests into the tavern's backyard. Silently and without attracting any attention, a new door appeared in one of the walls of the hall, very close to where the families sat. At first, nothing happened, for no one noticed anything at all. But after a few minutes, the man who had previously talked to Lex, George, noticed something amiss. He looked beside him and saw a door he hadn't noticed before. For a moment he was confused, for he didn't recall there being a door here, but he attributed it to him being too tired or distracted to notice. But then, his wife saw him staring to the side and took a look as well. "Was this always here?" she asked as soon as the thought occurred in her head, bringing everyone's attention to it. "I don't remember, but it must have been right," replied George. "I wasn't paying attention. I'm still reeling from that medicine the doctor gave me. My stomach is still burning." "I don't recall it, but then again, I wasn't paying attention." The conversation repeated itself a few times before George's wife stood up, deciding to sate her curiosity. "Don't," said George. "What if it's someone's room?" "I'll apologize," she replied offhandedly and opened the door. What she saw caused her to tremble and weaken in the knees. Small, cozy wooden room with a couple of changing sectionals on the side appeared before her eyes. But what really caught her attention was the hot tub right in the center. Steamy mist was floating up the bubbling water, inviting her in to rest her weary bones, while a relaxing, soothing scent oozed out the door. The darkness had brought with it cold as well, but just the warm gush of wind that escaped the door seemed to drive the cold right out of her body. Mesmerized, she forgot to inform George. She even forgot to change her clothes. Before she knew what she was doing, she dipped herself in, and a long, deep moan escaped her lips. She closed her eyes and rested her head on the edge of the tub. What husband? What kids? Right now, she forgot all of it and simply savored the waves of pleasure washing through her body. 348 Sharing Secrets. "Honey," George called out, confused. From his angle, he couldn't see into the room very well, so all he knew was that she simply entered the room with a look of reverence. He exchanged looks with the other couple, who were just as confused. Synchronously, they got up and walked towards the door, intrigued, and the moment they smelled the scent wafting through, they entered a trance almost. Their tired bodies, aching muscles, exhausted mind all gave in at the same time, and surrendered to the pleasant aroma. When they arrived, they didn't go through the same surprise as George's wife, mainly because they were already hooked. They did not notice at all when the door closed on its own behind them, and the entrance from the hall mysteriously vanished. Absent-mindedly, they approached the hot tub and all got in, one by one, all forgetting to remove their clothes. A collective groan could be heard as they all got in, and the hot, healing water began working on their injured bodies. The two families could not be blamed for their state. They had just exited an incredibly high-stress period, so not only were they high-strung, but their bodies had undergone exertion they were completely not used to. The only reason the situation was not worse, and they had suffered no fatalities, was because the foul creatures formed early in the darkness were weak, relatively speaking. Moreover, this was no ordinary hot tub. How could it be when this was one of the services offered by the system? The hot tub was not a replacement for the recovery room or recovery pod, but it would definitely help the body relax and speed up its natural recovery. Moreover, the waters were mixed with healing and soothing concoctions that not only helped the body, but the spirit as well. The waves of pleasure that were washing over them was actually all the knots in their muscles being untied, and their bodies rapidly recovering. While this would not drastically help them recover, for example, it won't fix broken bones, but it would bring the body into the optimal state to recover on its own. As if that wasn't enough, small dark wastes started washing out of their pores, instantly evaporating under the water's purifying effects. While it could not perform the process thoroughly, the hot tub could purify the toxins they had accumulated in their bodies throughout their life. Once they were done, not only would their health improve, so would their cultivation. For 1 hour, the two families sat in the water in silence, letting their bodies be nourished by the magic waters. They reached a point, however, when they all suddenly felt that whatever process had been happening was complete, and staying in the water any longer would no longer help them. It was a subconscious thought, and they could not source where it had originated from, but they all had it at the same time. One by one, they exited the hot tub and took short, wobbly steps towards the door. Their wet clothes dried in a few steps, the water evaporating magically, as if it could not exist too far from the hot tub. And they exited the room. Both the couples somehow exited into their respective rooms. It was magical, but for some reason at the moment none of them questioned it. The gentle aroma of the hot tub room seeped into their bedrooms, relaxing the numerous kids sleeping on mattresses and pushing them into a deeper sleep. The parents, once again without changing, climbed into bed amongst the youngest of their children and fell asleep instantly. It was a deep and dreamless sleep, letting their mind and body recover. The hot tub room disappeared as magically as it appeared, and there was no indication on whether the families would even remember it or just consider it a strange dream they all shared. Space. In front of the Chamber of Secrets, Anakin, Larry, Raphael, and Naaman once again gathered. Although Anakin had informed them about the function of the chamber, they were not completely satisfied. Each of them tested the room by depositing and recollecting small, inconsequential memories and testing each other on it. Once all of them had tried it out and were satisfied with it, they decided on forming an agreement via the guild room that they would honestly answer each other's questions, and then deposit each other's secrets in the chamber, leaving only the memory of the surety that their own secrets or matters were secure. That left the matter for why Anakin was still amongst them. While he had no secret to share, for he truly was just an ordinary person adept at finding and using opportunities, he had convinced Naaman that he would benefit greatly by following Anakin from then onwards. How he had done it was unknown to the rest, but Naaman completely believed Anakin and involved him in this matter as well. Thus the four of them signed the agreement and arrived at the chamber. Since it was so secure, they decided to exchange their secrets right inside the chamber. First up was Naaman. Everyone was staring at him intently, making him slightly uncomfortable. He was also nervous because he had never shared his secret with anyone before, but at the same time, it also filled him with a strange sense of relief. "I was born with a special power," he said, scratching his cheek. "Whenever I hear or read a lie, I can instantly detect it. That is not to say that I automatically know or understand the truth. It just means that whenever I come across anything that has the intention to communicate anything so that it is perceived as anything but the truth, I can detect it. For example, if a person named Harry says to you that you can call him Adam, he is not lying. You indeed can call him Adam. But if in saying that, his intention is not to say that you can call him that, but to make you believe his name is Adam, I can tell that he is lying. This ability of mine has no restrictions. It can detect lies in any format, and it does not matter how high or low someone's cultivation is. I have yet to see anyone who can hide from my ability." His short and simple dictation was followed by utter silence, as everyone absorbed the weight of everything he had just said. His ability was absolutely broken, being able to detect lies regardless of cultivation. In the right hands, or maybe even the wrong hands, this ability could wreak havoc. Of course, the premise was that it had to be someone smart enough to use the ability effectively. Anakin's eyes were gleaming as various thoughts ran through his mind, though his expression revealed nothing. Larry went next. He had none of the nervousness of Naaman and directly began his tale. "My family was an extremely wealthy family back on Earth and owned several spirit stone mines. That made me extremely lucky, but I was also extremely unlucky because I was born without the ability to cultivate. Even the tiniest bit of spiritual energy would be poison to me, so regardless of the method or type of cultivation, I could not use it. But my fate changed one day when, in one of my family's mines, a unique treasure was born. The birth of the treasure caused a major disturbance in the spiritual energy of the region and attracted a lot of attention. Many people attacked my family in secret, trying to uncover whatever was found. Many of my family members died to protect it. But the treasure ended up being completely inane to everyone other than me. As such, I got it, and after an expensive and dangerous surgery, my father had the treasure merge with my spine. It took a few years, but when my body finally acclimatized to it, I gained the ability to cultivate. But it was no longer ordinary cultivation. I could cultivate by absorbing new and various kinds of metals into my body. The rarer the metal, the greater it would boost my cultivation. But at the same time, the more I absorbed one kind of metal, the less it boosted my cultivation. At the same time, my body has developed an incredibly high affinity for metals, to the point where it's almost impossible to harm me with a metal weapon. A while back, I was being hunted on Earth, and I fell into an ambush. Someone shot me in the head. That should have been the end of my life, but instead of my brain blowing up from the bullet, it simply absorbed the bullet. I was still hurt a little because I couldn't absorb the bullet fast enough, but the more metals I absorb, the stronger my body becomes. I was able to survive the shot and quickly killed the ambusher. But I suspect someone knew or somehow learned about this unique treasure and began targeting my family for it. They ignored me at first because I was simply a mortal, but eventually they must have realized something was wrong. I have been looking into this matter for a long time, but I cannot find out who the person hunting me is. At first, I thought it was someone from the Council of New Order, for only they would have the ability to target my family. But the matter seems more complicated than that. Everyone looked at Larry with interest and curiosity, but it could not garner the level of attention of Naaman's secret. Larry did not regret this, for he was not competing for who had the deeper secret. Moreover, no one other than him understood how amazing his ability to cultivate using metals really was. Soon, he would enter the nascent level. Then he would return to Earth and get his revenge on whoever it was that was hunting them. Then finally they all looked at Raphael. It was his turn to share. 349. The future. Now that Larry knew the truth behind Naaman's random murmurs, he was truly anticipating what Raphael had to say. After all, he was extremely suspicious of anyone who tried to approach him randomly, and there was definitely some ulterior motive behind Raphael trying to befriend him. The man in question, Raphael, kept his cool. He was thinking exactly what and how much to share, as his secret was much wider and had much more immediate repercussions than either of the other two. Before I begin, don't you think you should share a little something as well? If you have no secret to hide, how about a little about your life? Raphael was looking towards the nonchalant Anakin, and after his words registered, the rest looked towards him as well. It did seem a little unfair if he was the only one who shared nothing. Anakin only chuckled in response, but did not delay. My life is pretty straightforward. I grew up in a town called Springfield. My dad was a plumber and my mom worked at the local post office. We had a pretty good house my dad bought with some of his savings and money he inherited from my grandpa, so we had no debt to speak of the American dream. I did pretty well on my SATs and even got a scholarship for college. Life was swell and boring. That's when things got messed up. The Council of New Order appeared, the world became strange, cultivators appeared, and I found a golden key to the inn. Well, since then I've never looked back. It's an interesting life for me, or nothing at all. Oh, and one day randomly in my dream, some random old dude appeared and claimed I have a great affinity for the dark side. I have great affinity for darkness and gave me a cultivation technique which I'm currently cultivating. He's telling the truth, Naaman murmured absent-mindedly. Anakin's history was both surprising and unimpressive. Raphael had not heard of him in his previous life, so it was likely he never made any great achievements back then. But things were too different this time around, so it was hard to tell if it would be the same. Not bothering to comment on his story, Raphael cleared his throat and began. My name is Raphael Carter Bravey, and many years ago I was struck by an accident. It destroyed my entire body. But that is only what happened on the surface. The truth of the matter is entirely different. Paused for a moment as he thought back on the memories of his previous life. He remembered everything so vividly, every emotion, every ache, every hope, every moment of despair, all of it. It was that level of clarity that brought some doubt, for none of his other memories were so clear. The truth was something he would most likely never know, nor that it mattered, but for the first time he could voice his suspicions. The truth is, I've actually traveled back in time from the future. My original life, my original timeline was vastly different from this one, yet at the same time it was so similar. Everyone who existed in my original life exists now, and I was able to live and witness the history of Earth for a total of 134 years. The Earth in my original life was very different, and the war between the Council of New Order and the 5 nascent heads was also very different. When all was said and done, Earth was almost destroyed, and humans were brought to a fraction of their current population. He paused again, this time paying attention to Larry's disbelieving reaction. He waited for the subtle, he's telling the truth murmur before he continued. So far, many of the things that were supposed to happen in my original timeline have already changed. Although I don't know why they changed, I strongly suspect it has something to do with the appearance of the golden keys for the Midnight Inn on Earth. But while immediate disasters have been averted, there are more dangers ahead. I've already checked by various means that this timeline is mostly identical to my original one, and so I strongly believe that the troubles that lay ahead will still come, especially since they don't originate from Earth itself. So to fight against these dangers and prepare for the worst, it has been my goal to find the strongest people in the future, and band them together so that we can work together to solve the situation. That is why I approached Larry, because he is supposed to become one of the strongest people on Earth in the future. He finally stopped, for the amount he had shared was enough to cover the contract they had signed. But he knew, or rather anticipated something, and it happened immediately in the next moment. He's telling the truth, but he's also hiding something. The truth is incomplete, said Naaman, his voice filled with genuine wonder. Even with his vast experience, this was beyond anything he had ever encountered. Raphael sighed and said, "Well, actually, the thing is, I've been having some doubts lately, though whether they are true or not changes nothing for now. I'm not so sure if I actually traveled back in time or just had a vision of the future. At first, I thought I had traveled back, but there are certain things that make me think that instead of me traveling back in time, I just had visions of the future. As for what those things are, and why I think that, I believe I don't need to share them as our contract doesn't cover it. I've already revealed the matters that pertain to Larry and why I was searching for him." Everyone looked towards Naaman, who simply nodded to confirm he was telling the truth. They were all reeling from what they heard, but neither of them was more devastated than Anakin. Because of how apocalyptic the future Raphael witnessed was, he had no opportunity to learn any lottery numbers or know the leading stocks. Valuable investment opportunities were lost. The shame, oh, the shame. What he did not know was that he should have been rejoicing that the future was different from what Raphael knew, for Anakin had been one of the many casualties in the war that had covered the globe. That was why he never had a chance to reveal his stunning skills and capabilities in that future. "There's no need to share more," Larry said slowly. "At least according to the old contract, but we can make a new deal. If you can answer some of my questions about the future, I'd be willing to help you out in whatever you need." Raphael took a moment to think, but then shook his head. "There's no need for another contract. I'll tell you what you want to know, since you'll already remove the important bits of my secret from your memory." Actually, Raphael was taking a risk. He was betting that while Larry would forget other things, he would not forget his sense of goodwill developed by him answering honestly, because there was no reason to deposit that. "In the future you saw, did I have a family?" he asked, barely keeping his voice from wavering. Raphael shook his head. "I didn't know you personally, so I don't know the details of your life. I did, however, know that you didn't seem to have any family or friends." He paused to let him absorb that information, and then continued. "Since 3 of us are all from Earth, I'll share a bit more with all of you. After all, it has to do with our futures, and I'm hoping we can work together on this. After all, even if you remove your memories, the sense of belief or trust should still stay, so I'm hoping you'll help me." Anakin and Larry both nodded, though Larry was visibly upset right now. Anakin, though not taking things too seriously, did after all live on Earth, so he wanted to know what was going to happen. Has a huge secret that no one knows, though many suspect. If you've heard of the original 5 nascent cultivators who used to rule Earth, you might be familiar with the fact that one of them went from being a mortal to a nascent cultivator overnight. Larry himself found an incredible treasure, and I encountered something that allowed me to view the future. Anakin had dreams telling him about cultivation techniques. There are many, many more examples of people becoming way too lucky on Earth. You may think that it's all just coincidence, but if a coincidence repeats too often, it starts to seem suspicious. The truth is, it really isn't a coincidence. Earth is not as it seems. The planet is actually a prison for an evil goddess named Bastet and many others. This is because Earth and its surrounding region in space are in what is known as a dead zone in the universe. I don't know much about these, just that they are severely suffocated of spiritual energy. But I do know that in the year 2025 something happens, and the dead zone changes, and Earth, along with the solar system, becomes flooded with spiritual energy much more concentrated than the normal universe. The flood of spiritual energy causes the goddess to break free of her restraints, and that's when. There was pin-drop silence as everyone listened to Raphael very seriously, even Naaman. This was because he had heard of Bastet before. Space. Origin realm, planet Hazeth. The entire world was filled with a deathly silence as every living being, from single-celled organisms to sentient lifeforms, were under the coercion of a black-furred cat. "I have returned, you wretched traitors," her voice echoed over the planet. "Know this and live in fear. The moment I break through my shackles, your end shall be nigh." There was nothing more that Bastet wanted than to decimate this entire planet, but as someone who had touched upon the Tao, she was under heavy restrictions. Even she did not dare flaunt Henali's rules, but hopefully soon, that would no longer be a concern. 350 Blanket of Darkness. Lex was extremely pleased with how satisfied his guests were with the hot tub room. They only woke up around 2 p.m. the next day, and when they came down to the hall they were extremely refreshed and hungry. They were so energetic that they were having no trouble handling their kids, and for once, they sat at a few tables like a civilized family, chatting and laughing together. Betty was hard at work in the kitchen, making sure they didn't run short of food, and his delinquent helpers were also hard at work, doing whatever they could. Strangely enough, though, the triplets had not shown up to work as of yet. Considering their disciplined behavior so far, Lex was a little concerned at their absence and sent Big Ben over to investigate. He had been gone a while now, and should be back any time now. In the meantime, Lex leaned back in his chair and listened to the new musician he had temporarily hired. His performance and popularity would determine if Lex kept him, but so far he and his accordion had delivered a splendid performance. A short while later, Big Ben returned with the 3 girls, but the expressions on their faces warned of grave news. Lex quickly got up and checked if the girls were all right before asking what happened. "Their neighbors were killed," said Big Ben gravely. "Almost all of them. It was the serial killer. The bodies were discovered last night by accident. The constables suspected their family since they were unharmed amidst all that and arrested them. But the entire family works, so they all had alibis and had to be let go." The hair on Lex's back stood up as he imagined discovering all your neighbors had been killed in their own homes. That was genuinely horrific, especially when one considered that it could easily have been them instead of their neighbors who had been murdered. "Where's your family? Do they have a place to stay? If not, bring them to the tavern and we'll figure something out." "They're at the town shelter along with Dino and his wife. They lived nearby as well, and they're too scared to go back." Lex hesitated, but then nodded. He didn't know what the town's shelter was like, but at least it would be more secure since it was being overseen by the town. He told the girls again that they could bring their family to the tavern if needed and offered them a holiday. But the girls refused and said that they were fine and wanted to work. They tried their best to seem normal, but anyone could see the absence of the usual mirth they carried with them. Lex, too, was perturbed by the situation. He had been taking the serial killer lightly, as he completely expected that he or she would be caught soon. But the situation was becoming drastically worse, and the constables seemed incapable of handling the situation. The security here was worse than he expected. Sent someone to find and call Roland over. He really wanted to see what the news had to say about the discovered murders. Everything was happening contrary to common sense. He could still accept that this region, which was supposed to be one of the richest in the realm, showed no opulence. He could accredit it to the excellent management of the Noel family. But if their management and control over this region was excellent, why were so many murders going unimpeded? This was especially the case when the Noel brothers themselves passed through the town as well. Unless it was the Noel family itself behind the murders for whatever reason. Whatever the case, Lex started to get a bad feeling. He needed to prepare in case things got worse. Space. Babylon Town, 800 meters below the ground. The murderer licked the blood off the blade, his body trembling as he savored his kills. He was currently in the underground chambers that housed the formation encompassing Babylon. Even if someone knew the supposed weaknesses of the formation, it was not so straightforward to reach it. Weakness was only a relative term, as no expenses were spared. After all, the lives of all the townspeople depended on this formation. Providing light to the town was only one of the many functions of the formation, amongst a low-level spiritual gathering function, a barrier function to lock down the town, and others. With the importance of the formation, it can easily be guessed how difficult it would be to reach it, yet the killer strolled carelessly through the hall. "System, how many points do I need to get something that can override this formation?" asked a surprisingly charming and energetic voice. "No points required. Host has already received a reward for a previous quest that can both upgrade and override the formation." "How lucky," the killer replied, wearing a handsome grin. "How very lucky." His system did not comment on his remark, so the only remaining sound was that of steady footsteps walking through the chambers, leaving a trail of bloody footprints behind. "Space. Try this, it's called hot chocolate. It's perfect for cold weather," said Lex as he slid a mug across the counter to Roland. The young businessman went nowhere without his entourage, and this time it was larger than last, consisting of 15 other kids. It couldn't be helped, as even though the city was well lit even in the dark, they were, after all, children. They would use 100 excuses to hide it, but they were afraid of the horrors of the dark. Even though they had experienced a period of darkness well over 20 times in their short lives without incident, the promise of monsters hiding in the dark never failed to strike fear. "I can't, I'm on a budget. Dark times are always bad for business." Lex shrugged and took a sip from the mug himself. He was tempted to offer it for free, but he had noticed during his daily meditations that he was becoming more and more comfortable giving out things for free. It was a habit he needed to curb, lest it seep into other areas of his life. "When do you expect to get the latest news?" Lex asked, wiping the whipped cream from his upper lip. "Like I said, business is bad during dark times. They only compile news crystals once a week rather than daily, because less happens during dark times. You'll have to wait for 3 more days." "Well, just make sure to have it delivered to the tavern when it's ready. Treat me like a fixed client. I'll even get a few for some of my tenants, so bring a few." "No problem, consider it done. But I'm not here today to talk about that. I have a business proposal for you. You ever get tired of running errands through the town? Of sending someone out every time you need to grab a delivery, send a message, or find someone? Of wasting valuable time on petty chores? Well, with our errand boy service, with a subscription of only 2 silver coins a week." Lex was listening to Roland's pitch with amusement when goosebumps covered his body, and his instincts acted up. But the feeling of danger vanished just as quickly as it came. Lex was momentarily confused, not understanding what his instincts were trying to warn him of when he noticed the hall looked just a bit dimmer. That was strange, none of the lights in the hall had gone out. What could? He looked out the window and looked at Baker's Street. It was dark. Some light was still falling onto the street from the windows of the various buildings, but the various street lights that kept the town as bright as Times Square had gone out. Ignoring Roland, who had not noticed and was still delivering a pitch, Lex quickly rushed to the window and took a look outside. All the lights on the street that had been put up by the town had shut down, leaving only those being used by people privately. Even that would not last for long, as the people would eventually run out of spirit stones to power the lights endlessly. Roland and some of the folks in the hall noticed Lex's odd behavior and looked outside as well, trying to discover what happened. The first thought everyone had was another murder, so they didn't immediately notice the darkness as they were looking for bodies. Soon, though, people started to notice the oddity. But by then, Lex was already gone. Swiftly, he climbed the stairs and reached the rooftop terrace to get a good look at the town. Sadly, the situation was just as he expected. A blanket of darkness had covered Babylon, with faint lights twinkling in the dark like fireflies in the distance. Lex let out a sigh as his mind started racing. He had a decision to make. 351 screams. Standing on the rooftop, there were numerous thoughts running through his head. He was thinking of his tenants, of the people of the town, of the Noel family, of the killer, of the darkness, and most importantly, about himself. There was a very subtle feeling in his gut, something much milder than any warning he had ever received from his instincts. He could not exactly identify what it was, and it was so mild, in fact, that it was only now that he realized that it had been building up for a while now. He closed his eyes and tried to focus. He could feel the cold wind running across his body, hear it whispering in his ear like a close friend. He could feel weight. It was the weight of his body, but also of responsibility. He had with him the ability to shelter the entire town should he wish, but in doing so he would paint a massive target on his back. Maybe, during the darkness, no one would target him, or maybe he would be targeted by a few greedy people. He wasn't concerned about that. His concern was the immortals that might become curious if the mysteries surrounding the tavern seemed just a little too far-fetched. With his impressive formation and the amount of MP he had, he was sure he could survive an immortal coming to the tavern. But if more than one came, or they used some means beyond his understanding, he would be vulnerable. It was best not to enter their sights. But that more or less meant condemning the town to care for itself. It was a very difficult decision, but fortunately not one he had to make immediately. He didn't know what caused the issue with the formation, and maybe it could be fixed. Moreover, there were too many variables in this uncertain time for him to account for. After some consideration, he decided to face things as they came. For now, he would not do anything too drastic. But one thing was certain, he had no intentions of taking a single step outside the tavern. Feeling in his gut, it was like he had accidentally wandered into the territory of a predator. The signs were around him, but he did not know if he was the target. Moreover, it was not just danger he sensed. It was something more. Something beyond his understanding that was attracting him. It went beyond the scope of treasure or something valuable. It felt like a piece of his soul that he didn't know he was missing. It was too confusing to actually understand. Instead, he settled for preparing for the worst. Having made up his mind, he quickly returned to the main hall, where guests had gathered at the windows and began to panic. "Ladies and gents," his loud but calm voice blanketed the hall, grabbing everyone's attention. Before discussing anything else, I would like to assure you that so long as you are within the premises of this tavern, you are completely safe. He stopped talking for a moment as he continued to descend the stairs, his movements marked with a blinding lack of haste or concern. It was as if he was taking a casual stroll in his own home, which, in a way, he was. I'm not sure why the lights went out, but I'm sure that the issue will be fixed shortly. Even if it isn't once again, I have to remind you that the tavern is safe, and we have enough food reserves to feed everyone for a long, long time. At this time, it is very important that everyone maintain the utmost calm. Have some food, have a few drinks, relax, listen to some music, go take a nap, whatever you want. But do not create a panic. At this time, the relaxed demeanor Lex had been nurturing as a tavern owner disappeared, and his characteristics as the innkeeper shone through. He was calm and commanding, reassuring everyone while at the same time taking control of the situation. So long as they were inside his tavern, during this emergency period, they would have to listen to his orders. While the numerous guests calmed down a bit and began discussing amongst themselves what they thought might have happened, a few approached him with questions. Based on his performance, many assumed that he might have some information on what happened, but unfortunately he did not. For now, at least. The rumor room might provide him with a few ideas of what happened, but that would have to wait. He went up to Roland, who, despite his young age, seemed to have maintained his composure. Or at least that's what he displayed up front. Lex could tell at a glance that the kid was just pretending, so his friends would feel reassured. You guys go sit in the private room from last time, Lex told him. I'll send some food over and it's on the house, so don't worry. I strongly recommend you do not travel anywhere in the dark. From what I understand, it only takes a few minutes for some of the weaker monsters to form during the darkness. Roland hesitated, but eventually nodded. It was not obvious to the unobservant, but Roland was actually very proud. He detested taking handouts, and only ever relied on himself for anything he wanted. Even now, he had to struggle to accept Lex's help, and were it not for his friends behind him, he would have struggled even more. Sending the kids away, he summoned all his employees and temp workers to the kitchen. I know everyone might be worried about their families and friends out there, Lex said, looking at the triplets. And I won't stop anyone who wants to leave, but I don't recommend leaving the tavern. The mayor is probably working on a solution as we speak, and things might get better soon. But in case they don't, staying here is the best solution. Hina and the rest of the spoilt kids had gone completely pale, and they were panicking too hard to think clearly. They wanted nothing more than to return to the safety of their homes, but at the same time, they were too afraid to traverse the darkness. Lex didn't particularly care for them. It might sound harsh, but while Lex had a newly emerging sense of protectiveness, it only extended to his employees and guests. He would of course not throw them out to fend for themselves, but they would get no pity or leniency from him. After the triplets, despite their extreme distraught states, decided on staying at the tavern, Lex continued. We don't know how long this will last, but I believe in preparing for the worst. Follow me. He led them to a remote corner of the kitchen and moved a table, revealing a hatch in the floor. Decided to use the system and added a couple of secret underground rooms, pretending as if he had them hidden all along. One set of secret rooms, entered through the kitchen, would be for his employees to live at. He created another one with a secret entrance right in the main hall, hidden behind the bar. It was not massive, but it could accommodate a few more people in case the situation developed to them requiring refugees. He opened the hatch and climbed down dimly lit vertical stairs, revealing a corridor with 5 small rooms. He assigned one to Big Ben and Betty, and the triplets shared another. Roan and Rick, who had previously been living in the backyard, would also take a room each to keep up appearances. Once everyone got familiar with the rooms, they returned to the ground floor and everyone continued with their jobs. Betty began cooking, because it would be lunchtime soon, and because eating would temporarily distract people. Lex sent Big Ben to his neighbor's bakery to summon Dino and his wife over. Since the street seemed to be empty, of both people and monsters, it took him but a couple of minutes. The baker and his wife accepted the offer and quickly came over. As neighbors, they naturally heard about the speciality of the tavern and were too afraid to remain in their own bakery. Strangely, though, none of the other shop owners on the street came over. Lex didn't bother extending the invite either, for he didn't want Big Ben going too far. After the first half an hour, which was spent making minor preparations and passing out instructions, Lex ran out of things to do. All there really was to do was wait now. Wait and hope to either see the lights or the town guard patrolling the streets. Unfortunately, the first person Lex saw on his street was not a guard, but a corpse that had been thrown out of a building. The loud sound of a body crashing through a wall attracted everyone's attention, just in time to watch a long, bony thing emerge from a house. It looked more like an abstract piece of art than a creature. That did not, however, stop it from emitting a howl that shattered countless windows on Baker's Street. The howl was followed by screams. 352 lunches served. It had been nearly a year since the Midnight Inn first appeared, and regardless of its apparent popularity, on a universal scale, it was not even equivalent to a blip. First of all, a majority of all living beings in existence were simply not destined to ever make use of the inn, because it would take months of savings to accumulate even 1 MP. Second of all, despite its excellent services, they simply had no need for it. Even if one wanted a vacation, traveling somewhere local made more sense than some remote area in the universe. Among certain crowds, however, its popularity was spreading. This crowd mostly contained Foundation Realm and Golden Core Realm cultivators. The price was steep but acceptable, and the services were truly unmatched by anything on their planets. Moreover, the entertainment was excellent. While this crowd made up the majority of the guests the inn received, there was another strata of universal beings taking note of the inn. This consisted of those who kept tabs on rumors of any and all Daelords, and the latest rumor was of an unknown Daelord behind the scenes at the inn. Credibility was added to this rumor when the devil known as Loretta let it slip that she strongly suspected it was true. For the people who did not know the weight of her words, they meant nothing. For those that did, it changed everything. In the Milky Way galaxy, on a spaceship traveling at full speed across the stars, a man was hung in the air by chains that pierced into his collarbone. His legs had been chopped off clean, and his body was covered in brutal scars, but his hands and his face were not harmed in the slightest. This man was known as Mr. Jekyll, and was the instigator behind the rascal attack on the Midnight Inn. His life had been just peachy up until recently, when the organization backing him learned of the rumor about the Midnight Inn. Upon hiring independent investigators, unrelated to the organization, they learnt that not only was the inn unharmed by their small skirmish, they had a very mysterious backer. Although this organization could afford to mess with the William family, messing with a Daelord was out of the question. But considering the fact that there was no retaliation, they assumed that the Daelord could not be bothered with them. They did, however, need to punish Mr. Jekyll so that he would rein in his arrogance and stop offending any more people unnecessarily. They had humored him this much because of his unique ability, but it wasn't worth being destroyed over. "That's enough rest," echoed a voice from the dark. "Let's continue your punishment." Space. If the rumor about a Daelord had spread so far that even simple organizations could discover it, then the larger ones would also soon be in the know. The matter of fact was that as soon as the Jotun royal family gained a certain level of surety in the matter, they spread the news in the relevant circles. It may seem like those larger organizations hadn't taken any action, but it was only because they operated on a universal scale. Let alone less than a year, even 10,000 years was a short time frame for them. But the preliminary process had already begun, and today they officially began acknowledging the inn's existence. With a flash of light, several humanoid beings appeared at the inn at the same time. If one were to judge them based on the myths and lores from Earth, they looked like a devil, an angel, an elf, a dwarf, some unknown being of which there were no myths, and a human. They looked at one another silently while contemplating something. Finally, the angel spoke. 6 beings from 6 different galaxies, but we arrived at the exact same time. This is unlike any teleportation I am familiar with. You do not need to be familiar, spoke the devil in a matter-of-fact way. You only need to do your job. Remember, angel, we are only here as messengers. Do not provoke trouble, for us devils have been ordered not to provoke the Midnight Inn. I see a dragon, said the elf, ignoring the existing conversation. It has the mark of the condottieri. If the inn needs to hire security, maybe they do not have strong manpower, said the dwarf. Stop probing lest you offend someone, said the being from the unknown race. Too late, replied the elf. They looked up into the sky and saw a baby whale swimming through the skies. Walking slowly beneath it was a large turtle with a single horn protruding from its head. At first, the group did not pay much attention because it was weak. Then they recognized its race and froze. Crap, said the human, ready to escape. This was much scarier than a dragon, but the turtle paid them no attention at all and just kept moving. After all, it was completely normal for new guests to scan the inn with their spirit sense. He was already used to it. Only after it left did the 6 humanoid beings, all on the verge of becoming immortals, finally breathe. Even if they became actual immortals, they would not be insane enough to offend a being with the word sovereign right in the name of its race. Space. The creature's howl was the signal that ushered in chaos. From stunning silence to the sounds of shattering glass everywhere, followed by bitter screams. The situation should not have been as bad as it was, since these creatures were relatively weak, and everyone was a cultivator. To be specific, Lex couldn't see how good or bad the situation was, since most of the fights were happening inside the various buildings. For a moment Lex thought it was because of the sudden fear of the dark, but then a thought struck him like thunder. This was the crystal realm, not Earth. This may have been Lex's first time encountering darkness like this here, but it should not have been the case for the citizens. They should have been mentally prepared to encounter an accident at any time. Yet nothing he saw indicated that even a single person was attempting to fight back. Something was very wrong, and it wasn't just the abrupt shutdown of the light formation. Something was elevating everyone's fear and preventing them from thinking clearly. At first, when Lex saw everyone feel afraid, he thought it was the natural reaction, but now it seemed that it was. Moreover, they weren't the only ones affected. Even Lex's first reaction to the darkness was one of fear. He lost his composure easily and even began fearing being attacked by immortals. While his thought process was logical, Lex was not someone so easily frightened anymore. He had overcome too many unforeseen obstacles to be afraid of something that might happen. Lex thought of several ways he could test his theory, but that would have to wait for later. Mentally using the system, he outfitted the rooftop with an extremely strong light and turned it on, pointing it towards the sky. Not only did it brighten up the surrounding area, it stood as a beacon in the dark, signaling everyone to come here. As for the consequences if he attracted too much attention, he would deal with it when the matter arose. Worst comes to worst, he could claim his dad was an immortal. It wouldn't be the first time someone in the crystal realm would believe that anyway. But while he could attract attention with light, that was about all he could do. Even though the monsters formed now were weak and he could face them, something strange was going on, and he was not enough of a saint to risk his life for strangers. The weird bony monster that let out the howl looked directly towards Lex after it finished with its first meal. The guests in the hall were immediately frightened and fell backwards, but Lex remained standing. As if provoked, the monster lurched towards Lex, but before it could even get close to the window in front of which Lex was standing, it froze. It had entered the boundary of the tavern when it crossed the small garden in front and was thus within the space formation. Lex put it in a room of the exact shape of its body, and then squeezed. The monster blew up, unable to even touch the tavern building. Lex looked on as if he had seen something unremarkable. In fact, he was no longer paying attention to the street. He was discussing contingency measures with Mary and using the system scan constantly to monitor the tavern. After all, they would not be polite enough to only attack from the front. He had to keep an eye out on all sides. Upon seeing the monster explode, the guests were slightly reassured. Bang, the kitchen door slammed open, startling everyone, but instead of monsters, it revealed the triplets walking out with trays of food. "Lunch is served," said Naki with a smile. 353 Epistle. 6 humanoid beings toured the inn separately, for though they had the same objective and represented the same organization, the differences ingrained in them due to their races kept them from truly working together. The devil had the easiest time, for he simply walked to the stall the devils had set up at the inn in their attempts to make deals with various beings from various worlds. The devils were one of the richest races in the origin realm, and while their uncanny control over demons was a major source of wealth, their never-ending enterprising mentality also played a huge role. The others either explored on their own or took their personal holograms as guides to fully understand everything about the inn. Most aspects of the inn were very normal to them, since their experience was extremely vast. Yet a few things still stood out to them here and there. The mystery trial was one unique building they could not fully understand, though they could not try it themselves, for it was one of the most popular attractions and always had a line. Another was the way the Lady Cosmos competition was being broadcast so randomly throughout the origin realm. A rather important one was how the inn was cut off from the rest of the origin realm. They could not communicate with anyone outside the inn while inside it, something they had special equipment for. All in all, the inn seemed very ordinary on the surface most of the time, but once in a while it would let slip its specialness. After their judgment, they regrouped and made a joint request to meet with the innkeeper. As Lex was not available, they ended up meeting Mary, as had been the case with everyone who wanted to meet the innkeeper since Lex left. "How may I be of assistance?" Mary asked politely as she observed the 6 guests. Though she could not scan them, a glance was all that was required to determine that they were of unusual origins. Unexpectedly, of the 6 races, it was the human that stepped forward and spoke. "Would it be possible to meet the innkeeper? We represent a special organization we believe the innkeeper would be most interested in. The innkeeper has left the inn on some important business. I cannot say when he will be back, as I do not know, but you can deliver your message to me, and I can directly transmit it to him." The 6 were not surprised at being unable to meet the innkeeper, for how could it be possible to meet a Daelord at a simple request? In fact, it was not even their objective to meet the innkeeper. Their only job was to initiate contact between their organization and the innkeeper, and what followed afterwards was none of their concern. "In that case, I would like to officially present to you, for the innkeeper, an invitation to the Henali Assembly." The human withdrew from his robe an epistle with the word Henali embossed in purple on the envelope. The esteemed innkeeper can attend at his discretion, and will officially be welcomed as a member of the assembly at the time of his attendance. Of course, it goes without saying that the innkeeper can maintain his anonymity during the entire process, and no one will try to pry into his personal matters. At the same time, I bring on behalf of the assembly a small welcome gift to the origin realm for the innkeeper, as well as a copy of the Henali conventions should he wish to peruse. The elf stepped forward and revealed a small wooden treasure chest. Space. For the sake of his guests, Lex put a small illusion formation over the windows so that they would be unable to see the monsters outside or hear their gruesome screams. The truth was Lex expected an influx of refugees after his beacon lit up the dark sky, but not a single person arrived. Hours later, the sounds of fighting and screaming on Baker's Street disappeared, and only a deluge of monsters remained, all charging towards the tavern building. The ease with which Lex killed them told him that they should barely be equivalent to the Foundation realm in strength, yet somehow none of the residents were able to overcome them. More than the monsters, it was the mystery of what was affecting everyone that scared Lex. But now that he knew that something was artificially enhancing his fear and trying to disparage his mental faculties, he did his best to not let it affect him. His thinking cap helped greatly in this regard. The town, if Lex was able to realize this, so were many others. The town guard, consisting of soldiers who would regularly see battle, had honed instincts and excellent battle awareness, so that even if they were afraid, they could hold their own wherever they were. Naturally, the 5 nobles, Mario Rixa and the mayor all were just too strong to fall to enemies of this level, and were able to not only protect themselves, but also their nearby subordinates. This way, a few pockets of survivors and resistance were formed within the city, formed of either battle-hardened soldiers and mercenaries or nascent-level cultivators. All of them saw the giant beacon of light, and while they did not know what it meant, started guiding their survivors that way. But they weren't the only ones who saw the beacon. So did the killer, but instead of being enraged by the clear indicator of survivors, he grinned with glee. As silent and deadly as an assassin, the killer moved through the darkness, one by one picking off any loved survivors heading towards the light. This was too much fun, just too much fun. His sight was not at all hindered by the darkness, for as the wielder of the murder system, he was uniquely equipped for the task. In contrast to the deathly desperation engulfing the city, the tavern hall was filled with light and soothing accordion music. The kids, those that came with the guests as well as Roland's friends, were all sitting in a private room playing a bunch of board games Lex magically produced. The adults all sat in the hall, which crowded the room considerably, but they were just too afraid to go into their rooms and be alone. The triplets were serving a soothing green tea which acted as a mild sedative to calm their minds and keep them from overreacting to anything. Big Ben had to retreat, for all the energy he accumulated in his body from the various drinks he had at the tavern finally caused him to have a breakthrough. Betty was cooking in the kitchen, along with Dino, who was baking pies. Lex had done his best to keep everyone busy so that their minds would remain occupied and would spend less time thinking about the disaster occurring outside. Rick and Roan were the only ones who didn't need to be distracted, for they had unwavering faith in the tavern owner. Only Lex himself stood still, facing Baker's Street while standing on the rooftop. He was looking out for any signs of survivors, but he only saw monsters. Speaking of which, it was a good thing that he had set an illusion formation, or the guests would never be able to calm down. After all, in the short period since the monsters appeared, Lex had killed over 3,000 monsters that attacked the tavern, with even more visible from where he stood. Things were glum. But in that moment of dread, Lex heard a familiar sound, the sound of a system notification. New quest, host a Henali assembly at the midnight. Quest reward, subject to success of assembly. Remarks, maybe if you had friends, you could have hosted them. Instead, you can settle for hosting the oldest geezers in the realm. New quest, have the Midnight Inn officially recognized by the Henali Assembly. Quest reward, guest registry. Remarks, you're getting fat. Lex was surprised, for he was expecting to get a quest related to the events happening in Babylon, but this was completely unrelated. In fact, he had to scan the inn to understand what had triggered the quest. But the 6 representatives who came to deliver the epistle and gifts did not stay long to elaborate and bid their farewell. He asked Mary if she knew anything about them, but the system provided her with no knowledge regarding anything they said. Lex was more or less completely in the dark about what the assembly even was. When he asked her to open the epistle, she was unable. In fact, she was unable to open any of the items left behind. Lex sighed and told her to put them away. These were destined to be just 2 more quests that would sit in his system collecting dust for a long time. An explosion nearby attracted his attention, and Lex finally saw the first survivors heading towards the tavern. It was just 2 people. 354 bazooka. Though it was dark with Lex's improved eyesight, it was easy for him to see their actions clearly. They were trained warriors, of that there was no doubt, and they had excellent teamwork as well. They were much stronger than the monsters assaulting them, but there was strength in numbers as well. Moreover, the monsters born of darkness had no set pattern, and so it was difficult to come up with a fixed strategy to face them. Some attacked from afar, and some slithered right at them. Lex watched silently as they slowly made their way towards the tavern. A few times, he noticed that some monsters were able to sneak up on them and managed to land a few hits. They were mostly unharmed, but that was solely due to their armor, which seemed to have some kind of enchantments. He mentally added a few spotlights to the top of the tavern and lit up the entire street. He didn't want to put the light directly on the two warriors, as that might attract unnecessary attention. Now, instead, with the entire street lit up, it was easier for them to view the monsters. Calmly, he walked down to the main hall and awaited the two warriors' arrival. He was looking forward to any new information they could provide. A few minutes later, the warriors arrived at the front of the tavern and noticed that as soon as any monster approached the building, they would automatically explode. They were hesitant and even afraid to approach the tavern out of concern that the same may happen to them, but they had no choice. Originally, things should not have been so bad, but the town's guard had been overrun when they let fear interfere with their duty, and less than a third of them remained. They needed to understand more about this building throwing light into the air. Such an action not only assured them that this building had a large supply of spirit stones or some other form of energy to carelessly waste, but whatever defensive formation they had in place was still functioning. The truth was that the town had multiple contingency safe zones and secondary defensive formations in place in the event that the main formation shut down or broke. But when the anomaly with the main formation occurred, it suppressed all other formations within the city. This seemed to be the only one still working, and how could it not? 300 million MP, for a formation that only covered a small region and only had the function of manipulating space, made it far beyond anything local formations could compete against. Finally, they took a risk and stepped in, and were greatly relieved when nothing happened. Still, they did not let down their guard as they stepped in, but not even in their wildest dreams would they have been prepared for what awaited them. While outside the temperature was well below freezing, a warm, cozy breeze blew from the tavern door, accompanied by music and the sound of laughter. A waitress was carrying a tray full of steaming soup across the hall. Some of the sailors were playing a dice game while others were playing cards. A bartender was casually wiping a glass clean while standing ready at his station, awaiting a guest to come with an order. "Welcome, guests," said Lex when he noticed the men stood frozen at the entrance. "Come in, don't let all the warm air out." Lex's voice woke the men from their reverie, but also alerted all the guests of the new arrivals. They paused whatever they were doing and turned towards the door. The music stopped, and the room seemed to reach a standstill. The two men walked in, their gazes fixed on Lex, analyzing the man. Lex was also checking up on them and only retained the most important point. They were in the Golden Core realm. "You happen to know what is happening outside?" Lex asked, his voice as calm and soothing as always. But the two men did not perceive it as so. To them, it sounded like he was completely ignorant of what was going on and was relying on some kind of backing to keep him safe. They scanned the tavern with their spirit sense to see if they could detect anyone else that was actually a threat. "We are with the city guard," said one of the men gruffly. "Under orders of the mayor, we're here to investigate the source of light. Give us some food and water, and stop wasting all your spirit stones on useless lights, and stop wasting all this food needlessly. Everyone here will take up arms and obey my orders. As of now, this building is being commandeered as a military checkpoint, and you're all conscripted. Promptly prepare everything, and in the meantime." The man's eyes wandered to Nami, who had been serving soup, and just as he was about to say what was on his mind, the man's body shot out of the tavern like a rocket from a bazooka. His body smashed through dozens of monsters like the strongest artillery fire, and even through the front wall of the building on the opposite street. Lex had no idea if the man was alive or dead, and he frankly didn't care. Lex was more than happy waiting for him to finish before correcting him that the tavern would do no such thing. But the moment he turned his eyes onto Nami, Lex's patience evaporated. In all fairness, it was entirely possible that he was not about to make an uncouth demand towards Lex's staff, but just the look in his eyes was enough to turn Lex off. Were this the inn, Lex would have been bound by the system's rules and been unable to do anything until the man actually broke some rules. At the tavern, though, things were a lot more flexible, and Lex could do as he pleased. In this case, what pleased Lex was to manipulate the space around the man and hurl him out of the building like yesterday's trash. "Please excuse that disturbance," Lex said, with a polite smile towards his guests, before turning back to the other man who had frozen still of his own accord. He still could not understand what had happened, and so did not dare to do anything rash. As I asked your companion earlier, do you happen to know what's going on with the town? The man did not think too much, and obediently began answering. Something has gone wrong with the town's array. Instead of keeping the town lit and secure, it's actively suppressing all light formations within, and instead of keeping monsters out, has trapped everyone within the town itself. We suspect sabotage, but haven't been able to investigate yet. The mayor is trying to rally all the town guards before he begins scouring the town looking for survivors, but because of the suppressed formations, there's no good place to gather everyone. That's when the light from your building appeared, and he tasked us with investigating it. Whether we respond or not, he will be coming here with the gathered soldiers soon enough. To the warrior's disappointment, Lex did not seem bothered by the news of the mayor's arrival, as if he wasn't threatened in any way whatsoever. That's great news, said Lex. I'm glad to see that the mayor is prioritizing the safety of his citizens. The formation's malfunction, though, is troubling news. I have no proof, but my gut tells me this may have something to do with the serial killer on the loose. Do you by chance happen to know the travel paths of any nearby saw birds? How long can we expect this darkness to last? The man grit his teeth and answered truthfully. It's really hard to predict. Unless the Noel family learns of our plight and makes a move personally, the darkness should last anywhere between 1 to 3 months. Unfortunately, all communication with the outside has also been suspended. Lex nodded as he started making plans. It was best to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Space. The serial killer was frowning hard as he killed another monster. The citizens in the town were dying way too quickly, and most of them to the monsters. This was not satisfying to him. He needed to make a few changes to make the game more fun. Yes, it needed to be even more fun. Manipulated the formation and created 6 safe zones in the town where other protective formations weren't suppressed. He needed the people to live. They were supposed to fear him and die by his hands. The monsters and the darkness were only accompanying characters to his performance. He had to make sure everything was just right. System, list down all high-value targets in the area. I have to make sure they don't accidentally die. Several high-value targets are gathered at the Beacon of Life and are safe from monster attacks. How lucky, he said with a chuckle. 355 slimy business. Now that you've completed your task, do you want to take some time to rest and eat, or will you be returning to finish your report? Asked Lex to the remaining warrior. The warrior trembled upon hearing the question. Fear of the unknown was the most common thing, and what kind of danger the tavern represented was more or less unknown to the man. He only knew that it was enough to crush him, but at the same time, returning now on his own would present him with a great danger as well. Eventually he grit his teeth and decided to return to the mayor while the option was still available. He did not dare to hope that the tavern owner would actually provide him with food and rest. As for going back and checking on his partner, even if he had survived crashing through hordes of monsters in a building, possibly more than one building actually, he would most likely have been besieged by monsters by now. Even if, by some miracle, he had survived the monster attacks, he would be heavily wounded and his movement impaired. He would be a burden on the return journey, not an asset. Not wanting to waste another moment, the man quickly departed. His former partner launching out of the building had distracted the nearby monsters sufficiently for him to begin his escape with ease. Lex shrugged. It wasn't like he intended to punish this man as well, and so long as he paid, Lex would have let him rest. The carefully built environment of harmony in the tavern had been disrupted by the arrival of the 2 men. The news they shared wasn't what everyone had been hoping for. There was a problem with the town formation, and there was no communication with the outside. It would take months before the light returned. By then, the number of monsters would be much greater, and some of them may even be nearing the peak of the Foundation realm. When it came to monsters, their strength grew quickly in the beginning but would eventually slow down. Most never surpassed the Golden Core realm if they reached it at all. But their threat did not lie in their strength, but their numbers. Lex wasn't too bothered by the news, because he more or less was expecting only bad news. So far, everything was still within the range where he could survive with just the tavern. I know some of you may be concerned about the duration, Lex addressed his guests. But don't worry, whether it's months or years, the one thing the tavern will not be short of is supplies and food. You also don't need to worry about the lights turning off in here. The greatest challenge for you is to find something to entertain yourself with. Lex's last sentence ended as a joke, and visibly relaxed everyone, but deep down he meant it. Trapped in a building with nothing to do for a long time would slowly drive everyone insane. At the same time, this experience gave Lex a new perspective on the pro bono function of the inn. Across the many worlds, how many people would be in similar situations where they were completely trapped and needed aid? He understood that charity was not the purpose of the system, but suddenly he had a new appreciation for the feature. Maybe the system wasn't so bad. Maybe. 2 more days passed without anyone else arriving at the tavern. From the rooftop, Lex was able to see a few portions of the town where lights had appeared, which reassured him. He even shared the news with the guests. This meant that at least some people had found some kind of solution, and there were other survivors in the town. Moreover, if someone had found a way to turn on the light formations in those few areas, there was a chance that soon they would be able to fix the town's formation. Unbeknownst to Lex, their areas had lights because the killer eased up the formation in those areas. He allowed the strong warriors and soldiers in the town to lead survivors into those zones, so that all his targets would accumulate in a few areas. Currently, he was picking apart one of the newly created safe zones, killing one survivor every hour. Of course, he was doing it personally instead of using monsters or the formations. How else was he to enjoy it as much as possible? While things had slowed down considerably at the tavern, back at the inn, things were climaxing. The final 10 of the Lady Cosmos had been selected. At any given time, there were 13 million guests at the inn to enjoy the show. While not all of these guests were staying at the inn, they would more or less still spend some MP. Still, even 1 MP at a time, Lex had managed to accumulate 7.8 billion MP more, bringing his total to 10 billion more or less. Actually, it was 10,057,007,000 MP. Lex took the opportunity to create a request in the guild room for pure energy crystals and put down a deposit of 57,007,000 MP. He would use this to test the waters and see if absorbing energy from within the inn would help his energy accumulation. If it was, despite Lex's earlier plans, he might speed up his return. After all, things were just too unpredictable at the tavern right now, and he did not want to spend months and possibly years trapped, unable to do anything. But while he had a lot of free time, Lex was not free, for he had to constantly manipulate the formation to kill monsters. This was not feasible, as he would never have the time to sleep or rest. As such, he ended up spending 0.3% of his accumulated energy to add the security room feature to the tavern as well. He temporarily made Rick in charge of security via the security room and gave him control over the formation as well. This way, while Lex wasn't managing the security himself, Rick would do it. With that done, he spent a good deal of time cultivating, and when he got tired, he would watch the Lady Cosmos show. Surprisingly, of the top 10, only 2 were actually humans. One was Haley, the farmer from X-142 that Harry had grown fond of, and the other was Alyssa, the YouTuber from Earth. The favorite to win at the moment was a fair, followed closely by a slime. As surprising as it was for Lex to learn that slimes could be female, he was even more surprised to learn that this particular slime would manipulate its shape to form a very seductive humanoid figure. Moreover, it could manipulate the color of its slime to give itself the appearance of a woman in beautiful clothing. Its latest figure was that of an elf that it had seen at the inn, which managed to steal a decent bit of the votes from Earth. There was also a fox beast from Nibiru which, after undergoing an evolution in its bloodline due to the growth of the planet itself, could shapeshift into a human appearance. The remaining 5 contestants were from a race Lex wasn't familiar with called Echoes. They were not humanoid at all, but their cuteness level was astonishing. They were like cuddly teddy bears with eyes that could melt ice and a laugh that could fill one with glee. The next stage of the competition would be an intense one, for it was not on stage or in a stadium. Instead, in the floating city above the village, the remaining girls would have to live for 5 days unaided. Moreover, lucky viewers and some wealthy ones who paid for the opportunity would be living in the city alongside them. The final judgment would actually be influenced by votes of the viewers in the city, and the girls would have to convince them to gain their vote. This would be a live test of not only their charisma and social skills, but of their ingenuity and survival skills. This was because, other than a house to live in, the girls would not be provided with anything else. Of course, during this portion, the girls would be provided with security to ensure something untoward did not happen. Moreover, it had to be ensured that the girls would not buy votes using some kind of shady deals or offers, and that only their ability to convince fans would be at play. Lex was watching the slime have a jovial conversation with a group of ladies over coffee, regaling them with tales of its life, when Rick came to alert him of something. From the rooftop, he has seen an entire group of people approach the tavern, slowly and steadily fighting against the hordes. In the lead of that group was Mario Rixai, the Goatfather. 356 disappeared. Lex was not at all surprised that Mario was unhurt. After all, he was much too strong for monsters of this level to overwhelm him. But when he reached his rooftop and saw the size of his party, he was extremely surprised. It was much too small. Only around 10 people were following him, all of whom were excellent fighters on their own as well. Clearly, they would have survived even without Mario as long as the rest were together. But their small numbers and, most of all, slow and steady speed told Lex something was going on. That's when Lex noticed that Mario's son, Elio, was not with the group. He did not jump to conclusions, but he kept the thought in mind. Despite how near they were, the group did not get impatient at all and continued on their pace. It took nearly an hour before they finally reached the tavern. Like the previous two warriors, the group was hit hard by how contrasting the environment within the tavern was. But unlike the first group, they did not become overly arrogant once they reached this establishment filled with civilians. Thugs like them had a deeper understanding of the way of the world. In the killing field that Babylon had now become, only disgustingly overwhelming strength would allow one to live in such comfort. Lex had prepared food for everyone already, and at the sight of the steaming bowls of soup being laid down for them, these rough and tumble men gave Lex a look filled with sheer appreciation and gratitude, and sat down to savor their first meal in days. Mario, however, did not go towards the food, and instead sat himself down at the bar, his deep-set eyes gazing out into the distance. He ordered hard liquor with nothing but a gesture, and downed the glass like a parched man chugging water. "Your party is smaller than I would have expected," said Lex as he approached the man. Men like Mario did not need consolation or words to ease them. Instead, treating them softly or carefully might actually offend them. In such a case, it was best to just be upfront with them about what you were curious about. "It was that damn killer," Mario said, his voice hoarse. He downed another glass and began to pour one more drink for himself. "He shepherded us like cattle towards the light, only to pick us off one by one. Even I couldn't catch him. He has clever ways to hide in the shadows and of making people disappear only for their corpses to reappear a short while later. Do you think he had something to do with the light formation failing?" "Shouldn't. While he is very tricky and clever, he is not strong enough. The formation is heavily guarded. It would take at least a nascent cultivator to break through all of its defenses, and if he were that strong, he wouldn't be picking off the weak like that. He would be aiming for me. Instead, what he's been doing is not targeting me, but targeting people right in front of me. There's a small but significant difference." Lex did not need to ask to know what the difference was. One meant that the killer was strong enough to challenge Mario, while the other meant the killer knew he couldn't take on Mario himself, but was skilled or crazy enough to antagonize him. Lex asked him if he knew the situation in the rest of the city, which Mario did not. He had stuck close to his own turf until it became obvious that the killer would pick them off one by one unless they left. One thing that caught Lex's curiosity was that the killer somehow had a way to not be targeted by the monsters in the dark. While everyone else was fighting for their lives, the killer was sailing through the darkness like a ship in calm waters. Mario did not say much else, but the addition of new guests quickly caught everyone's attention. With not much else to do, they talked and exchanged stories, and quickly a new fear began to spread between those staying at the tavern that Mario and his gang had led the killer right to them. But nothing of the sort happened. The tavern was as safe as always. While Big Ben and Betty were just glad to be alive and safe, the triplets along with the Bakers had many minor panic attacks. They all had family out in the dark, but they knew there was nothing they could do to search for them. The small spark of stimulation provided with the addition of new guests soon waned, as the days returned to their previous monotony. Lex had somehow produced more mattresses and bedding, and opened up the hidden chamber underneath the bar so the tavern wouldn't get even more crowded. 7 more days passed like that, and just as everyone, the kids especially, were about to lose their minds, another group was spotted heading towards the tavern. This group was much larger than Mario's, but when they arrived, they were also in much worse shape. This group had been led by one of the nobles and the parents of one of the extra staff Lex had helping at the tavern. Unsurprisingly, their story was very similar to Mario's. They were surviving barely in one of the safe zones that had developed around the town, until one day when the killer appeared and started killing them off one by one. It was out of sheer desperation that they ventured out into the dark, but the giant beacon of light was not their first destination. It was like they had been forced by the killer to come this way, for when they head in any other direction, the murders would increase. Lex received this news with surprising calm. It made sense. He had been feeling something was slowly building from the moment the lights failed. 4 days later, another man appeared. He walked through the darkness alone, the monsters dying around him. He was another noble, and he had been unable to save a single person. It was mostly the monsters that killed everyone he had tried to protect, and the few survivors had been picked off by the killer. The next day, the remaining 3 nobles arrived as well, once again alone. And now the tavern building was jam-packed, even with the secret storage downstairs. The mood was grim. It seemed like they were the last survivors in the town, for no one knew what was happening with the mayor and town guards. Even with nearly 100 people packed into the tavern building, it felt like the loneliest place in the world. They lived on a small island of safety, surrounded by a hungry abyss. At least that was until Dino and Betty started getting creative with their foods, and started asking everyone what their favorite was. With the endless supply of ingredients that Rick somehow always provided them with, the mealtimes at the tavern became the most anticipated times of the day. People would place bets and play guessing games as to what would be the meals of the day. The music never stopped playing, and Lex provided an infinite variety of board game ideas for everyone to entertain themselves. It really did feel like there was a festival going on inside. This was because one day Lex had an epiphany. If everyone's mood was being disrupted artificially by some means, could he not do the same? He purchased a formation that blocked any outside interference in emotions, and another that slightly eased the mind. That was all that was needed, for the numerous children inside immediately became joyful and entertained all the guests. They created their own plays and put on their own performances. Deep down, no one forgot that they were in a desperate situation. But at the same time, they could do nothing about it, so they chose to indulge in whatever joys they could claim. Unbeknownst to them, for the last 3 days the killer had been outside the tavern, hiding from the spotlight that lit up the street. He had been watching. His plan to lure all the high-value targets in one place was a success. What he did not expect, however, was that his system would fail to provide a safe way to infiltrate the tavern. So, for the last few days, he had been using his X-ray sight to carefully observe the tavern and its inhabitants. There were too many peculiar things going on in there that could not be explained, so the killer didn't really try. His entire focus was on finding a way to infiltrate. In the end, when he could not find a way on his own, he had to rely on one of the quest rewards he had been saving up to kill the mayor. System: prepare the death bubble. Target the highest value person in that building. Suddenly Lex, who was busy cultivating in his room, disappeared. 357 lucky. Lex was, as usual, cultivating in a tub of iced tea. Not only did the tea bath speed up his cultivation, it left his body smelling nice after he was done. In the past couple of weeks, his constant dedication had actually somewhat helped him make progress in the foundation realm. However, while he was cultivating, he was hit with a sense of extreme danger. The danger was not external, but was a result of a disruption in his cultivation technique. Something had happened, and before he could begin to comprehend it, there was an abrupt change in the amount of spirit energy his body was absorbing, causing the cultivation technique to immediately shut down. Such a forceful interruption would normally be enough to completely rip away someone's meridians. Lex, however, managed to survive because of his incredibly sturdy body, as well as the fact that his meridians had been reforged out of metal. It still hurt like hell, though. Though he managed to survive the disruption, his sense of danger did not disappear. Lex opened his eyes to find himself in a completely foreign place. He was standing on a flat dirt road surrounded by the rubble of collapsed buildings. The sky was dark as usual, but the familiar glint of starlight could be seen across the expanse. Lex was suddenly hit with a wave of nostalgia looking up at the heavens, but now was not the time to get lost in thought. He turned around to his left and saw nothing more than rubble. Broken pieces of stone with rusted bits of metal sticking out of them sat in piles, undisturbed in this strange place for God knows how long. But it was not the rubble that Lex was looking at. He was looking at the ground right before the rubble. No one was there, or at least his eyes saw no one, but his gut was telling him otherwise. It told him there was a predator standing before him, and that he was in a situation he hadn't been in a long time. He was being hunted. It was like when he was chased by zombies back on Vegas Minima, or the pack of wolves back on Nibiru. But there was one stark difference between now and then. It was that he was not afraid. "How did I get here?" Lex asked, his voice calm and steady. Though he saw no one, his instincts had never been wrong before. Moreover, he had a pretty good idea of who he was about to meet. It was as if the gut feeling he had back when the lights failed was coming true. His question was followed by silence for a few moments, but eventually he got a reply. "This place is called Death Bubble. I can teleport anyone I target here, and then neither of us can leave until the other person dies." A couple of moments later, a man appeared right where Lex was looking. He was pale and lanky with short, dark hair. His thin figure made him look malnourished, but his eyes were full of life. He grinned at Lex, revealing sharpened, yellow teeth. "You're the first person to not panic at all when coming here," the murderer said in a gleeful voice. "I'm used to teleporting," Lex replied plainly. Though he was standing still, it wasn't as if he was doing nothing. Lex's mind was running as fast as it could, and he was already making plans on how to kill the other. Good, you're strong. I've never killed a brave one before. This will be a new experience." "Are you so sure that I'll be the one to die, and not you?" "I'm very lucky. I wouldn't have met you if I couldn't kill you," he answered excitedly, the saliva practically dripping from his lips. Then the battle began. The murderer stood still in front of Lex's eyes, but a figure appeared behind Lex silently and tried to stab his kidney. Lex, who no longer only relied on his vision and sense of sound, was not taken by surprise and turned perfectly to avoid the dagger. At the same time, a small array of merely a few characters quickly formed in front of his left hand. Using the momentum from his turn, Lex jabbed forward with his left hand, aiming at the figure's neck, a small spear-point blade of ice forming around his middle finger. The figure, which was revealed to be the murderer, was surprised and could not react fast enough to avoid the jab. But just as the small ice blade touched the murderer's neck, something completely unexpected happened. The rubble upon which Lexus was standing came loose, causing him to suddenly slip. Lex lost his balance, causing his jab to miss and making him vulnerable once again to the killer. A grin formed on the murderer's face as he realized what had happened and swung his dagger towards Lex. But while Lex could not dodge, he was not helpless. Using his right hand, Lex used talk to the hand, forming an invisible barrier which blocked the blade. With his attack blocked, the murderer took a jump back to regroup, and Lex quickly got up as well. Lex couldn't believe that he actually stumbled on some rumble. He normally wouldn't make a mistake like that. The array he used earlier was one of the quickest and easiest arrays he memorized. It absorbed the moisture in the air to form a blade that was very sharp and sturdy. But because it was a very basic array, the blade did not have a proper grip, and would only sit on his finger when attacking directly straight. If he tried a cutting or sweeping attack, the blade would fall off. Still, the lethality of the blade should not be underestimated. Moreover, this was just one of the many arrays Lex memorized. Lastly, Lex had also gone a step beyond just memorization. He had formed a very simple system of his own to help him create new arrays on the fly. Since attacking with arrays was not hampered in any way by regal embrace, Lex's lethality had shot up. Now equipped with an arsenal of his own, Lex no longer waited for the murderer to attack again and took the initiative. Two arrays began to quickly form, each in front of his hands. A ball of orange fire formed above his left hand, and he used his right hand to aim at the murderer. Before the murderer could even react, the ball of fire went hurtling towards him at a speed too great to avoid. This was the second time the murderer was taken by surprise, and didn't have time to react. By sheer coincidence, a nearby ruin that had survived the untold number of years these ruins had existed broke, stimulated by the small vibrations of their fight. The wall fell down just perfectly to block the ball of fire before it reached the murderer, causing it to explode. A cloud of dust exploded in the air, blocking Lex's sight and hiding the murderer behind its veil. When the dust cleared, the murderer had disappeared once more. Lex could temporarily not locate him, most likely because he was no longer being blatantly targeted by the murderer. He remained standing in place as he employed Ripple Shell in case the murderer succeeded in landing a hidden blow, all the while trying to figure out what happened. Twice he nearly killed the murderer. He wouldn't be surprised if the murderer found some way to dodge or block the attack, but strange things kept happening to protect him. Was this the murderer's doing, or were they all coincidences? How was he supposed to overcome this? A few ideas crossed Lex's mind, and he began forming one of the larger arrays he knew. It would take a few seconds to ready, during which he would not be able to block, so he needed to keep his wits about him. His back tingled and he dodged to the side once again, just in time to see the murderer glaring at him, his earlier joy gone, slashing towards him with his knife. "I will make your death slow," the murderer said between gritted teeth. He was genuinely afraid for his life for a moment. If his luck hadn't been so good, he would have died to that fireball. Angered by the retaliation, the murderer no longer cared about holding back, and used all the quest items his system had given him. It was lucky for him, they suited his attack pattern really well. The murderer kept stabbing and swiping, showing a certain degree of amateurishness in his moves. But no matter how careless he seemed, he had too many kills under his belt for Lex to take him lightly, which is why he didn't dare take on his attacks directly. Just as he was about to finish the array, he felt something stab him in the back. The sharp pain that was far beyond anything it should have been caused Lex to lose control of the array, causing a massive explosion. 358 like a king. More than the heat of the flame or the roar of thunder, it was the pressure of the explosion that rocked Lex. His body shot up into the air like a bullet, spinning and flipping like a gymnast, giving his best performance. It took a few seconds before the overwhelmed and dizzy Lex found a few moments of clarity, and a few seconds more before he was able to stabilize his body. In a heartbeat, he analyzed the damage to his body, and discovered, to his great surprise, that his back was completely unharmed. There was no stab wound, and the pain had completely disappeared, as if it was only his mind. Other than that, though, he was not in his best state. The shockwave that passed through his body had rattled Lex to his bones, and though he was largely unhurt, the blatant flaw in his array plan hurt him more. Deciding not to take any more chances, Lex decided to scrap every array he planned on using that would take more than 2 seconds to form. But before he could do anything to attack the murderer, he had to ensure he landed safely. He formed quick and small arrays to immediately change his trajectory, in case the murderer had something planned for him where he would fall, and immediately slowed down his descent. But changing the direction did not work, for the moment he landed on the floor, 2 stabbing pains shot up through his feet, as if he had landed straight into 2 pikes. Despite the experience from earlier, Lex couldn't help but look down to see that his feet were completely unharmed. His back tingled, warning of an impending attack, but the pain in his feet and his knee-jerk reaction to investigate them wasted precious moments, making it so he couldn't retaliate like usual. Instead, he leaped forward and fell into a roll to get some distance. But when he turned back, the murderer was not in sight. Lex narrowed his eyes. As amateurish as he was in his attacks, the murderer wielded abilities that were genuine and quite lethal. By now Lex had understood that whenever he felt piercing pain, it was fake and served just as a distraction. But he dared not completely ignore the pain in case this was a feint, so that a real attack would follow when he learnt to expect nothing. He had also somewhat gotten used to the murderer disappearing and consistently attacking from behind him, but even that he dared not get too comfortable with either. But no matter what he did, Lex would not overcome him by waiting for him to attack first. He thought up a plan quickly and formed an array that caused fog to slowly accumulate at the knee level. This way he'd be able to determine as soon as the attacker attempted a single attack. He also formed another array, using the low-level fog to hide a trap. But the effectiveness of the trap would depend on if the murderer continued to attack from the back and the nature of the attack. If he had managed to bring his thinking cap with him, he would have been able to use more complex and powerful traps, but alas, life does not follow one's wishes. His back tingled once again, and to hide the existence of the trap, Lex dodged normally, and just as he turned around to look, his back tingled again. This time the attack was too fast for him to dodge even with the warning, and something slammed into his back, throwing him onto the ground. The attack was not sharp and piercing, like he had been expecting from the knife. Instead, it was a large, blunt force, as if he had been hit by a beanbag or something. "You are nothing, idiot," the murderer yelled, his voice filled with both anger and jubilation. "You are nothing, you are dead. All that remains is your final struggle." Even disoriented, Lex was paying attention to his surroundings, and the moment he located the direction the sound was coming from, he fired off another fireball. But this time no accident happened to block the attack, and the murderer himself dodged it easily. Yet when he turned to Lex to gloat, he was startled to find a flaming man walking his way. Lex had actually lit himself on fire. This was not a diversionary tactic. Instead, Lex was acting off of his instincts. He felt that some kind of goo had latched onto his body where he had been hit earlier, and the goo was alive and trying to penetrate his skin. He felt actual, genuine danger for his life from the goo. But the information provided by his instincts was jumbled and vague. He could only determine that the goo was alive, and that it would not come off his skin easily now that it had latched on. Though taking advantage of his body's toughness, Lex lit himself on fire using an array. But that was not all. More than pain, Lex felt a minor sense of humiliation at having to rely on having to light himself on fire. This feeling of humiliation came from a recent sense of pride that had planted itself in Lex as he overcame so many trials. Now this pride was fueling a flame much brighter than the one covering his body, and it sent Lex's mind into a state of overdrive. It was similar to the sense of flow that Lex used to get, but much greater, and with far fewer restrictions. Not only did his mind work faster to absorb all the information his various senses and instincts were providing him, he could almost split his mind into two. He could focus a majority of his attention on a certain task, while leaving a portion of his thoughts to focus on a separate task without compromising the quality of work. Moreover, the boost in his thought process was dozens of times greater than when he used the crown made by the crystal race, or even when he used to enter the state of flow before he entered the foundation realm. This boost would have been great if Lex had anticipated it. Since Lex did not anticipate it, and was caught in the state unaware, all his extra mental energy was focused on his anger at the murderer. Lex used the technique he hadn't used a single time since he learnt it, home sweet home, and in a burst of speed, barely comprehensible, arrived before the murderer in the blink of an eye and slammed his burning body right into him. Burned and crushed, the murderer's body was flung away, but Lex caught his ankle, keeping him from flying away. With a furious bellowing roar, Lex slammed his body into the ground and put his flaming foot on his chest. He aimed his array at the murderer's face and launched a flame ball at him. But just as the flame ball was about to hit him, the ground beneath him collapsed, revealing a sinkhole, moving his body out of the way. Lex immediately absorbed a lot of information and quickly drew the conclusion that for non-lethal attacks, there would be no accidents, but as soon as he tried to kill the murderer, something would prevent it. A few theories popped into his mind, but before he could try them out, the murderer let out an angry yelp as he dangled over the sinkhole and disappeared right from within his hand. Lex squinted his eyes as he drew another conclusion. The murderer was not turning invisible but disappearing entirely or teleporting somewhere else. Lex formed 2 more arrays, entirely ignoring the fact that he was still on fire, and the goo that had latched onto his shoulder had been completely burnt off by now. The 2 arrays took him 2.4 seconds to form, even in his overdrive state. But once they were completed, a surge of spiritual energy started flowing around him, spinning in a circle. His burning body acted like a flint, and lit up the energy into a fiery tornado that began expanding outwards, quickly burning everything it touched. This attack would reveal the limitations of the murderer's teleportation if there were any. Well, it could not entirely test the limitation of his ability, but Lex would eliminate them one by one. In only a few moments, the tornado had spread across half the visible land and continued to grow when, spontaneously and without warning, a burning meteor fell from the sky. The meteor crashed into the ground some distance from Lex, causing a massive explosion that startled even Lex. He quickly deployed Talk to the Hand, using both his hands to block the aftermath of the clash between the fiery tornado and meteor. Cracks formed in the invisible shield, but it ultimately held until the force of the explosion passed, leaving in its wake a sight fit for Armageddon. Only 2 small patches of land seemed unharmed, one behind Lex's shield, and another conveniently blocked by a massive rock that jutted into the ground. Behind that rock stood the murderer, panting and in pain. Though his ears were ringing, the murderer managed to hear a small sound. When he looked up to investigate, he saw flaming Lex looking down at him from the top of the rock, like a king about to sentence one to death. 359 beatdown. Before the murderer could cry out or yell, Lex smashed his body into him using Home Sweet Home once again. The fire on Lex's body had gone out, but the one in his heart was raging on as he continued to attack relentlessly. Letting go of arrays, Lex used his bare fists to beat his body into submission. Since fatal attacks would trigger the coincidences, Lex aimed only to cripple him. Punch after punch landed on the murderer's skinny body, breaking it bit by bit. Compared to other body cultivators, Lex's strength may not be as impressive, but to a person who was not a body cultivator, each of Lex's punches was like being smashed by a wrecking ball. Unable to retaliate or even avoid, the murderer disappeared once again. But the ruins had been completely destroyed by the blast, eliminating all hiding spots. The moment Lex climbed up onto the big rock, he could easily see the collapsed body of the murderer in the distance. Not interested in giving him any time to retaliate, Lex dashed towards him once again. But the murderer had been pushed to the brink of desperation by Lex's relentless assault, and he began mindlessly using anything and everything in his arsenal. A blue bubble appeared around his body just in time to stop Lex, causing him to crash headfirst into it. Unable to stop in time, Lex's body hit the bubble hard and fell back with a strong rebound. His nose broke and started bleeding. Even in his state of anger, a part of himself could not stop himself from commenting on the irony that the greatest wounds he'd suffered so far were self-inflicted. The murderer was not interested in Lex's self-depreciation as he began to spend his murder points, or MP, to buy everything available to him. Mannequins started appearing out of thin air, all holding blades similar to the murderer, all looking at Lex with dark eyes. When 109 such mannequins appeared, they attacked Lex in unison. Their coordination was immaculate, and it was as if a higher power was controlling each of their movements. Each of their attacks were smoother and deadlier than the murderer's, though Lex could detect a hint of similarity in their attack patterns. Still, none of it mattered. Something as simple and straightforward as physical attacks could not overwhelm Lex unless there was a massive difference in speed and strength, which there was not. Guided by his instincts, Lex dodged so smoothly and seemingly effortlessly that were anyone to see it, it would seem that Lex and the mannequins were working together to purposefully avoid him. It was like he decided where he would move to dodge before they even decided to attack, and it was more or less exactly what was happening. This was a result of a flaw due to how perfect their coordination was. That perfect coordination made it so that their next moves became predictable, even to the point where, in his overdrive state, Lex was able to determine what would happen 4 or 5 moves ahead. Lex was moving as fast as he possibly could, but at the same time he was under no pressure. This allowed him to begin forming arrays to deal with the mannequins. But the murderer was not done either, as he had killed enough people to accumulate quite a bit of MP. A mannequin was hovering over him, healing his broken body, while 2, much more intimidating ones stood around him as guards. Moreover, armor filled with metal spikes slowly appeared around the murderer's body. At a small distance, dirt from the ground was automatically piling up on itself, forming some kind of massive monster. Up in the sky, the starlight was blocked by thunder clouds that were beginning to form. All of this was taken in by Lex, even though he was busy dodging the mannequins. He did not know how the murderer was suddenly doing all these things, but it was best to let him fully prepare. His mind went through the various arrays he memorized, but none were suitable for the situation. He also didn't want to risk using evisceration, as while he had increased his mastery over the technique, with the unusual coincidences happening, Lex didn't want to risk it. If the coincidence went from blocking the attack to somehow interrupting Lex's evisceration, the result would be catastrophic. He took a deep breath just as the arrays he was forming ended. The ground trembled and hundreds of sharp earthen spikes erupted from the ground, impaling most of the mannequins. It was time to employ the rest of Lex's preparation with arrays. The conundrum of forming new arrays to match various situations was an extremely difficult one. If he had time, it was not an issue, but in the heat of battle, it was not possible. So Lex found a loophole using his knowledge of programming and the unique connecting method employed in the crystal realm for their arrays. It would somewhat diminish the power of the arrays, but it was good enough as it provided versatility. Lex memorized over 100 extremely small arrays that performed very simple and basic tasks. He originally wanted to call them functions, but ended up just calling them letters. The reason for this was because the concept he was working towards was combining the various small arrays in the way letters combine to form words, and then words combine to form sentences. Combining the so-called letters was still not exactly straightforward, for even language has rules about how the alphabets behave, let alone something as complex as arrays. Yet the concept of joining many small arrays to form one big array was too attractive to overlook and much easier to design. What he needed now was immense, concentrated firepower, and so he began forming just such an array. At his current speed, within 1 second he could form up to 10 mini-arrays with the function of gathering heat. For the array he had planned, he would need hundreds of such arrays, so he couldn't wait and began immediately. A few seconds went by when the murderer realized that Lex was not attacking, as he usually did, and was instead preparing something. "Attack," he roared to his final 2 mannequins that acted as his bodyguards, as well as the arachnid-shaped dirt monster. "Attack, attack, attack, kill him for me." Sharp, piercing pain stabbed him directly through the eyes and into his brain, but Lex did not even flinch in his overdrive state. Pain meant absolutely nothing to him right now. The mannequins reached him in the blink of an eye, these ones armed with a sword and shield each. They were also much faster and much stronger than the previous ones. Truly, they were formidable foes. Well, they were formidable if their opponent was Lex. With the forewarning from his instincts, Lex dodged each attack easily. In fact, Lex did not even look away from the murderer as he casually avoided each swing of the mannequin's sword. The dirt monster, 12 feet, 3.65 meters, tall, also arrived and started smashing at Lex with its numerous legs. It was not as fast as the other 2, but it was much stronger. Dirt and rubble flew into the air under the explosion caused by its massive legs, yet Lex was as elusive as the wind. A hint of fear crept into the murderer's mind as he observed Lex, who never broke eye contact. But the fear was followed quickly by madness. He joined his hands together, forming a strange symbol, and began reciting some unusual prayer. From the moment he uttered the first syllable, Lex felt the danger around him increase, and he knew he could waste no more time. Whatever he was doing had to be stopped, but his array was not ready either. It would take a few more seconds. The duel suddenly turned into a lethal waiting game, and whoever struck first would gain the advantage. Normally, Lex might have felt nervous under so much pressure, but his overdrive state allowed him maximum control of his every thought. Nervousness was not a useful emotion right now, so it would never be activated. Of course, a part of his also had to do with the fact that Lex's mind had been flooded with pride and anger. Just as 2 seconds were all that remained for Lex's array to be complete, he dodged his attackers and rushed towards the murderer. A monster that had previously not existed suddenly appeared in front of Lex, blocking him. Unwilling to change his actions, Lex used Home Sweet Home and continued in a straight line. Either he would tear through the monster's body or take him along with him. But how could a monster formed from dirt be sturdy enough to block Lex? Bursting right through the monster's chest, Lex appeared before the blue bubble that blocked the murderer and aimed his right palm at him. Even Lex was interested to see what kind of coincidence could block him now. 360 Mutera system. Time seemed to freeze as the murderer looked at Lex's palm. He forgot that he was wearing special armor and even forgot that he could do something to move. The sight of Lex bursting directly through the body of a monster to approach his bubble was eared into his brain. Though the monster was made of dirt, when dirt was compacted enough, it was not easy or simple to break through it. Then there was the look in his eyes. The disdain in his eyes was as clear as day, and the murderer was spellbound. He could look nowhere else. They were eyes that told him that no amount of luck could deter him. No amount of help from his system was enough. No sword was fast enough or strong enough. They were eyes that told him death was nigh. The murderer's mind collapsed, but there was not enough time to show it. A bright yellow light shone out of Lex's palm. The next moment, a beam of yellow light with a 10 feet, 3-meter diameter was launched out of Lex's hand. It was silent. There was no loud bang, no sonic booms. Moreover, there was no sound of a collision or something crashing. One moment all was well, and the next a massive yellow beam seemed to appear and traveled to infinity. From afar, it actually looked pleasant. Nearby, however, anyone would be too distracted by the searing, immolating heat the beam gave off. When the light disappeared, everything that had been in its path disappeared. Even the ground disappeared perfectly in the shape of the circular beam of light where the light touched it, its cooked edges slowly giving off smoke. The attack had been the most devastating that Lex had ever released, clearing almost everything in its path. Almost because a single figure fell to the ground when the light disappeared. The armor the murderer had been wearing had melted into a puddle and had been blown away, yet the murderer had survived because of a protective amulet he had been wearing on his person. The amulet, through some unusual coincidence, had been specifically made to protect from heat-based attacks, and had been used up entirely to protect the murderer. Lex was not disappointed to see the murderer survive. He felt nothing. No matter how many times he avoided death, all Lex had to do was try again. Wasting no time, Lex arrived in front of the murderer and lifted him by the throat. The murderer was unresponsive, for his mind had collapsed due to fear. Lex ripped off his shirt and removed any and all jewelry or talismans he wore to further reduce his chances of survival. It was much easier now that the murderer was simply limp. Once he was sure the murderer had nothing else on his body, Lex punched his face, completely determined to kill him with that hit. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, landing directly on Lex's crown, paralyzing him and preventing him from completing his punch. Oddly enough, the lightning did not affect the murderer. When Lex recovered, he tried again, but the unusual land they were in experienced an earthquake, causing Lex to stumble. He tried again and cramped in the foot. He tried again and a massive gale started, pushing Lex to the ground. He tried again and darkness fell, causing him to miss. He tried again, his expression constant throughout. He was Lex freaking Williams, and even an act of God, or several acts, would save the murderer from him after crossing him. Space. Serene Williams, mother of Lex Williams, trembled as she looked at the person who arrived on the planet. It was her eldest daughter, Belle. Her face was as expressionless and cold as ever, and only the fierce determination in her eyes set her apart from an emotionless doll. The silence echoed through the hall as the two marinated in the tumultuous emotions that filled this moment. Finally, unable to control herself, Serene opened her mouth to speak, but Belle beat her to it. I've officially graduated from Ventura Gold, but I have no intentions of continuing on to Ventura itself. After trying to speak and failing multiple times, all Serene could say was, how? How could I not? I had the love and affection of my parents supporting me. All that was left was to break through my limits time and time again, use all the resources available to me and steal the ones that weren't, and force myself into the immortal realm. Even as she said this, and hinted at the grave dangers she faced all without informing her family, her expression remained impassive as ever. And you're leaving Ventura to go back to them. It is my duty and my place. I do not need the honor given to me as a birthright. I will take it on my own. You do not know the full story. They will kill your brother if they ever meet him. They are not the angels that they claim. Even better, then, that I become sovereign of the William family then, isn't it? I can then protect my baby brother with my own hands. You do not understand. Enough, said Belle firmly. I am not here for this. I only came to let you know that I have become immortal and to ask you a question. Will you continue to create a cultivation technique tailored to me, or shall I go to the family and take a complete one on my own? There was a painful moment of silence before Serene's eyes also became determined. Belle was always like this, from the time she was a baby. If she could not prevent her from taking this path, all she could do was help her. I'll continue to create a technique for you, she said, her voice regaining the command normally embedded in a parent's voice. But since you are determined to take your own path, do not blame others for doing so as well. If you change your name to Evangeline, then your father's sword will be drawn before its time. You know how he is about these things. Now come, explain your breakthrough to me thoroughly. We need to establish what tenets your future cultivation will be based on. No child of mine will ever cultivate a subpar technique. It needs to be perfect. Despite her usual impassiveness, Belle could not help her lip twitching at her mother's comments. Only she, Serene Williams, could call the cultivation technique provided at the Ventura Academy and Williams family subpar. After all, as far as humans were concerned, no one could form a better cultivation technique than her. Even her own father gave up his entire cultivation to start again under her guidance. Although his cultivation realm was now much lower than what it once was, no one dared to test his sword. No one. Space. Beaten and battered, Lex punched the murderer once again. It was ridiculous that the murderer himself had not been able to hurt Lex, yet the unusual coincidences had him drenched in his own blood. But even then, it was just to the extent of spilling a little blood. Whether it was earthquakes, tornadoes, lightning strikes, meteors, collapsing buildings, sudden cramps, loss of control of spiritual energy, and even a minor heart attack, Lex remained undeterred. He was genuinely amazed that even his body was susceptible to these coincidences. He really wanted to understand what was the cause, but he wanted to kill the murderer even more. Moreover, while the attacks his body suffered were lethal for normal people, to him they were naught but minor inconveniences. He could live for hours and hours even if his heart completely stopped beating, so a small heart attack was nothing. Due to the resilience of his meridians, the loss of control of spiritual energy was even less dangerous. Of course, if the coincidences became too dangerous, he would stop. For now, though, they were within an acceptable range. The next moment, though he was not expecting it, nothing stopped his fist from connecting to the murderer's face. His end was quite abrupt and gruesome. Lex suddenly left the overdrive state and was hit by the urge to wipe his hand. Not to be graphic, but not much remained of the murderer's face at all, simply because Lex had used too much strength. Much of it had been blown away, but some of it was still stuck to Lex's hand. He did not know when or how he would return, as apparently he would be sent back after one of them died, but then something unexpected happened. He heard the familiar sound of a notification from his system. System notification. New system detected. Analyzing the secondary system. Murder system grade D+ detected. Host can choose to assimilate with the secondary system and have two concurrent systems, or absorb it to strengthen the existing system. Please note, this decision will be fixed and final, and will result in the same action for all subsequent systems discovered. 361 Lucky Sutra. For a moment, Lex didn't register what he read and his mind blanked. Then he rubbed his eyes and read the notification again. System notification. New system detected. Analyzing the secondary system. Murder system grade D+ detected. Host can choose to assimilate with the secondary system and have two concurrent systems, or absorb it to strengthen the existing system. Please note, this decision will be fixed and final, and will result in the same action for all subsequent systems discovered. System notification. Murder system grade D+ detected. Murder in cold blood, one and all, to gain system points and receive a boost to your strength, as well as tools to help plan out intricate murders. The greater the murder, the better the reward. Murdering special, high-value targets yields better results and rewards. From weapons to technique to formations and golems, the system will provide you a smooth path to the most efficient murders. Lex read the notification again and again, his mind racing. This answered one of the greatest questions he'd had about his system for a very long time, and yet also resulted in more questions. First of all, he was not the only one with a system. While his system may be unique, though he wasn't even sure of that at the moment, it was a fact that others also had systems. It also did not mention any grade in his system or anywhere else, so he had no idea what grade his own system was, if it even had one. Moreover, the purpose of the systems did not seem to overlap much. After all, his system was targeted towards hosting guests and even promoted charity work of sorts, while this fellow literally had a system that encouraged murder. That raised the question, where did these systems come from and what was their purpose? His system, especially, confused him greatly. As his understanding of the universe was expanding, he began to understand how truly minuscule he was in front of the capabilities of his own system. In that case, what could it ever hope to get from him? This was a question for which he had no answer. After all, it could directly use its abilities to trap Lex and take whatever it wanted from him, but it didn't. Maybe there was something the system needed him to do. After all, he did not know if this fellow was already a murderer before he got the system, or had been influenced by the rewards the system promised to enter onto this path. Whatever the truth of the matter may be, it was a fact that Lex's life had been inherently linked to the systems for good. Even if he wanted to escape the influence of the systems, he would have to do it by getting stronger first. For that, ironically, the system itself played the greatest role. If somehow his system could become stronger, then it would aid him greatly, especially because he was not at all interested in going on random murdering sprees. Just as he was having these thoughts, a change appeared on the murderer's body, and a couple of items appeared. There was one crystal as well as a wide bracelet of pure gold. Before Lex could pick them up to observe, he appeared once again in his room back at the tavern, the murderer's body laying at his feet. He quickly scanned the tavern to ensure all was well and breathed a sigh of relief. Rick was controlling the space array around the tavern, so no monster was able to enter during his absence. "Mary, do you care to explain?" Lex said, calming himself down. He knew this was not an opportunity he wanted to miss, but before he did anything, he wanted to get as much information about it as possible. "I do not have the authority to comment on anything related to the system beyond what I've already told you. If you want my recommendation on what option to choose, I am not allowed to comment on that either. All I can say is, think back to your own experience when the system was new. How did it encourage you to complete its quests? How did it threaten you? I'm not saying that other systems will do the same, just that it is something you should remember. As soon as she spoke, Lex's mind flashed back to the early days when the system would threaten him to complete quests by stating the punishment for failure was death. If the murder system gave him a quest and set a similar punishment, Lex would be stuck. He would have no option but to complete the quest. The thought gave him shivers. He absolutely could not get more systems. As for the Midnight system, it was already strong enough to send him to other realms and so firmly had his life under his control. Making it stronger would not change that fact, but it could at least increase whatever benefits he could get from it. With his mind made up, Lex selected to have his system absorb the murder system to become stronger. The murderer's body exploded, and a small golden ball rushed into Lex's body the next moment. A strong sense of déjà vu hit Lex as he recalled a shooting star, but this time, fortunately, Lex was not knocked out. Instead, his system interface disappeared, and only the words updating appeared in its place. This made Lex nervous, for he used the system for a lot of things, even at the tavern, but all he could do now was wait. Also, he could clean. For once, the system's automatic cleaning function wasn't available, so he had to clean up the mess created by the murderer's body by himself. Well over an hour, Lex sat back down beside the window. He opened to air out his room, and investigated the two items that appeared from the murderer's body. The gold bracelet looked like pretty standard jewelry, right up until Lex channeled his spirit energy into it. Much like the book that appeared in the ring given to him by John, his worker at the inn, a scripture appeared in his mind from the bangle. For some reason, though, reading a single word seemed to drain him mentally. He was only able to make out Lucky Sutra before he became too exhausted to continue. In fact, he became so tired, Lex fell asleep the very moment he stopped reading. Woke up groggy and with a throbbing headache. It was only after he asked Roan to bring him a rejuvenating tea that felt better slightly. He put the bangle away, unwilling to look too deeply into it for now, though he seemed to have understood much about his fight with the killer. This so-called Lucky Sutra must have played a role in constantly keeping him alive, and why he mentioned that he was very lucky. It was definitely something to look forward to later. Rubbing his throbbing head, Lex reached out towards the crystal and reluctantly poured his energy inside. This time, instead of a book, the crystal revealed itself as the controlling mechanism for the formation around the town. How lucky, Lex couldn't help but comment, his facial expression eerily similar to the killer's as he said so. Lex himself, though, did not feel anything odd. It was natural that, if the killer had something to control the formation, it would fall into Lex's hands after the killer had been dispatched. Not wasting a single moment, Lex started to focus on the crystal, trying to understand how it worked, and how he could control it to restore the town to its previous state. During this time, he did not notice at all as he subconsciously wore the gold bracelet onto his left hand. His body, which had gone through an arduous battle, also did not warn him via the usual instincts that anything was wrong, as he subconsciously used a portion of his spirit energy and started channeling it through the bangle. As the gold bangle tightened around his wrist, Lex felt nothing, and when it began to fuse into his hand, Lex was too engrossed in the crystal. But that's when things became odd. The bangle, which at first seemed to be quickly melding into Lex's hand, slowed down. It was supposed to have fused into his hand seamlessly, like a person jumping into the sea holding rocks. Instead, it became like a person slowly falling in tar. It was thick and sticky, and while the bangle was still fusing with his hand, it was way too slow. Still, Lex was oblivious to all of this. When he finally managed to figure out the controls of the formation, he murmured, "How lucky," and began setting things straight. Turning on the lights would not make the existing monsters go away, but at least it would stop new ones from forming. The mayor, if he was still alive, would have a much easier time reclaiming the town. 362 Overdrive State. Turning the lights back on was not as straightforward as it seemed, mainly because every formation Lex had ever interacted with before this was generated by his system. As such, the formations would directly act according to his intentions, and Lex did not need to bother with the details of how the formation actually performed the relevant action. Now, on the other hand, there were hundreds of options for Lex to interact with, and he could not easily figure out what they did. Simple example of this is taking an avian beast that's been flying all its life with the aid of its wings, with each and every maneuver easily performed at a whim, and putting it in the pilot's seat of a commercial airline. It could not even begin to comprehend what the various buttons did. After a good bit of trying with no significant result, Lex decided to stop and take a break. He needed to reflect on his battle with the killer a bit. At the time, he hadn't noticed, but the signs of the killer being a system user were all there. From the get-go, being able to teleport Lex without any prior warning was a significant indicator that he was not simple. Moreover, being able to spontaneously summon monsters and mannequins, having a mannequin heal him, randomly disappearing or teleporting away. To be honest, any one of these abilities was extremely powerful, and had they been in the hands of anyone more competent, the fight would have been much harder. Lex was not belittling himself, for he had literally survived a meteor crash, but he also needed to be aware of the fact that the opponent had a system that directly increased his battle prowess. Should he face such an opponent again, and the possibility that he would encounter such foes in the future was great, he needed to be better prepared. After all, now that he was sure other systems existed, he would constantly be on the lookout for any hints or clues of system users. Similarly, with the renown of the inn increasing, he had to anticipate that other system users might suspect him as well. He tried to summarize the similarity between himself and the murderer that could be used to identify a system user, and be on the lookout for those attributes, while hiding the same features in himself. The most common was the random appearance of new items, such as the mannequins. This was bad, as he had already displayed that ability multiple times at the inn. Next was the ability to teleport. He had displayed that as well. As for his other peculiarities, Lex suspected they had much to do with the Lucky Sutra and not the system. He would need to do more research on the matter to come to a conclusion. With that out of the way, Lex then thought of the overdrive state that he had entered during his last fight. It was significantly different from his flow state. During the flow state, he would achieve extreme mental clarity. His focus would improve, and he would be able to perform any and all actions to the best of his physical capabilities due to the extreme control and precision he gained over his own body. The overdrive state was all that and more. It was not tapping into the maximum mental clarity or aptitude or focus he could physically achieve, but directly increasing it for a short duration. But, for now at least, the increase was limited to the mind only. That meant he was technically not any stronger than his normal maximum physical limit. But with his mind working much faster and with greater and more detailed control of his body, he could easily create the necessary situation to exceed his limits. The drawback was, once the overdrive state ended, if he overused it, he would be completely mentally drained. The greatest benefit, at least as far as Lex was concerned, was that he could sense how to enter such a state. It had originally been triggered by his strong sense of pride. He could feel that, with a little effort, he could enter the state again. He closed his eyes and focused, concentrating on his pride. What was he proud of? It was not something that appeared out of thin air. Even if he set aside everything the system gave him and his success with the inn, his repeated success and achievements in the crystal realm were definitely his own. It's the fact that the crazy man Vernon wanted to recruit him into strange classes, and that everyone mistook him for being born from royalty spoke volumes. Heck, he single-handedly took control of various minor realms when even someone like C. Wenhild went with a group. He was not just Lex Williams, a simple programmer from New York anymore. He was a genuine cultivator who was cutting out his own path in the universe. Just as he was swelling on these thoughts, his overdrive state was triggered. This time, since he was not overtaken by feelings of wanting to kill someone, he could actually take the time to appreciate all the changes. He could feel how his brain influenced his emotions. He could feel how each heartbeat affected every step he took. He could feel each breath nourishing his body. He could feel his arm. Wait a minute. Lex turned to look at his left arm and was very seriously surprised to find himself wearing the golden bracelet. But more than that, he was surprised to find it melding with his arm. Alarm bells rang in his head as he analyzed what was going on, and realized that, even without being conscious of it, he had been running his spirit energy through his arm and into the bracelet. The moment he cut off the energy, the fusion stopped, and after a few agonizing moments, the bracelet popped free of his hand and fell to the ground. He dared not pick it up and check the condition of his body again and again. All seemed to be fine, and his instincts gave him no warning of anything good or bad happening. It was as if his body failed to recognize this as anything but an ordinary piece of jewelry. He didn't know if that was a good thing or bad, but he used the space formation to seal the bracelet for now. He dared not mess with it again before the system returned. Maybe then he could use something to scan this item. In fact, when he thought about it, it was very lucky that he even considered trying out his new overdrive state. Had he delayed the matter for a few hours more, the bracelet may have completely fused with him. He did not know what would have happened if it did, but he didn't want to find out by experimenting on himself. Lex exited his overdrive state and went back to the bar. He needed a drink. As usual, the hall was as crowded as could be. Most people were forcing themselves into a state of escapism by playing board games and drinking all day and night long, and with the tavern at beyond capacity, there was almost no room. It would have felt extremely congested if everyone wasn't cooperating with each other very well and behaving appropriately. Of course, Lex's firm control over the space in the tavern and his emphasis on maintaining decorum greatly helped as well. "You don't normally drink," said Roland, the enterprising young businessman who was sipping hot chocolate while sitting at the bar. He looked sleep-deprived and worn out with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Lex did not know much about his personal life, despite spending so much time together, but he understood the kid enough to realize he was mature beyond his age. Unfortunately, with that maturity came stress and anxiety that not everyone knew how to manage. "I'm celebrating," said Lex as he took a sip of a chilled glass of Coca-Cola. "I have a scoop," said Lex teasingly. "Are you interested in the latest news from beyond the tavern?" "From beyond the tavern?" he asked suspiciously. Unable to guess anything, the kid relented and asked Lex the news. "The problem with the light formation is going to be fixed real soon," Lex whispered. Roland was startled upon hearing the news, but then gave Lex a defeated smile. "I'm not a kid, you can't fool me." Shaking his head in disappointment, Roland got off his seat and went to look for his friends. Although he knew nothing would happen to them at the tavern, he couldn't help but worry. Lex said nothing and only watched him leave, his hand fumbling the crystal in his pocket. After he got some rest, he would test his overdrive state on figuring out how to manipulate the formation. That should speed things up. A loud slamming sound woke Lex from his musings. 363, abnormal luck. Startled by the sound, the whole tavern looked towards the door that had been swung open. A brutish man, covered from head to toe in filth and monster blood, stumbled in, dragging behind him a massive double-sided axe. Well, it was formerly double-sided, but now one side had been corroded away by something. Even now the axe gave off the scent of burning metal. The man looked at the crowded tavern room, his weary face showing confusion and non-comprehension. Before he could say anything, Mario Rix rushed up to him with a concerned face and checked up on his body. They said nothing, but Lex strongly suspected that they were already talking through their spirit sense. "Lex, is it possible to get a private room for a short while?" Mario suddenly asked, turning towards him. "P?" Before he formed any theories on the identity of the worn-out man, Mario continued to speak. "Let me introduce you. This is the Honorable Mayor of Babylon and a distant relative of the Noel family. There are some matters we need to handle that require a bit of privacy." Distant relative of the Noel family, Lex immediately wished he had the ability to snoop on conversations like he could back at the inn. At the moment, the only way he had to properly even scan what was happening in the tavern was using the space formation. Still, the better his relations with these people, the better his chances of learning the secrets of this place. "Don't take too long," Lex finally said, deciding to accommodate their request. "As you know, we're extremely short on space, and forcing too many people in one space will make everyone uncomfortable." Mayor was still groggy, and barely registering what was happening as Mario led him by the hand to one of the private rooms Lex emptied out. After spending so much time at this place, he had come to understand how excellent the sound insulation in the private rooms were, so he was not at all worried that they would be spied upon. Moreover, any conversation they would have would be through their spirit senses anyway. After inquiring if the mayor required any medical attention, to which Mario answered no, they closed the door and began their meeting. Lex too retreated from the main hall, back to his room. So far the monsters that had spawned were not too strong, with only their numbers as their greatest asset. But if even the mayor had been brought down to this level, then things must be getting bad. He immediately entered his overdrive state and began deciphering how to use the formation crystal properly. Even if he could not restore the lights, allowing communication with outside, the formation should allow them to request for help. The crystal allowed him to observe each and every change that was happening to the formation, so with every proverbial button he flicked using the crystal he looked for changes. He spent an entire hour doing this before he was too exhausted to continue his overdrive state and took a rest. This would be a tedious process. Space. Teleportation formation flashed, and the crown prince of the Hum Nation appeared amongst a crowd of people who were traveling to the Noel family's lands. Although this piece of land seemed like it was independent of any nation, it was only because geographically it was too far from any of the nation's borders. That did not mean, in any whatsoever, that it escaped the influence of the nations. As a human ruler, no matter how far he actually was from Hum Nation, there was no way he would be able to continue his reign without the hidden support from Cornelius. Such was the case for many so-called independent states. It was just that the public did not need to know what went on behind closed doors. Regardless of all that, it was that connection that resulted in various teleportation formations that allowed travel even from the farthest regions. After all, it was unknown when they would need emergency help, and even Cornelius himself would take months if not years to travel to the farthest regions without these formations. In his hand he still held a plastic fork, and after checking something, the prince dashed out into the darkness, uncaring of any monsters in his path. A short while into his journey, however, he encountered another man making his way through the darkness. Considering that he might be lost and in need of aid, the prince stopped near him. But after appearing right beside the man, he stood awkwardly. It had been too long since he had spoken to another person while sober. He wasn't sure what to say. Pivardi, on the other hand, was as genial and excited as always. "Hello, friend," he exclaimed while slicing an elephant-sized monster in half. "Would you happen to know where Babel is? Or Baby? Maybe it was Baba. Ah, darn, I cannot remember the name of the town, but it had an amazing tavern." The crown prince's eyes flickered at the mention of a tavern, but then they dulled. How could he expect to find something that could get him drunk out here in the middle of nowhere? "I do not know the name, but I'm heading towards a town. You can follow me and ask for directions from there." "Excellent," he replied, his mood improving drastically. As soon as he agreed, the prince put his hand on Pivardi's shoulder and carried him along as he zoomed through the darkness. The speed was faster than anything Pivardi had ever experienced, and he was startled, but he quickly realized that he was not affected by the speed at all and began to enjoy the experience. That is, until they reached Babylon and found the formation shutting the town shut. Both Pivardi and the prince grew extremely serious upon witnessing such a sight. Space. 4 days later, Lex chugged a drink very similar to coffee, except that instead of caffeine, it flooded his body with easy-to-absorb spiritual energy. Unless Lex quickly used up the energy, it would dissipate and not get absorbed into his body. But the benefit of this was, if Lex was drastically using up the spiritual energy in his body, it would automatically get absorbed into his spirit energy pool and allow him to continue using energy for much longer. He needed this drink to facilitate his use of the overdrive state. After 4 days of continuous use, he learned that it was not only his mental energy that was drained, but it exhausted him physically as well as put a strain on his spiritual energy. Still, after 4 arduous days, he could proudly say he had gained enough of an understanding of the formation that he could finally return things to normal. It would take one final push. He entered the overdrive state and immediately began manipulating the formation. He had to be careful, for he had learnt through continuous experimentation that controlling the lights in the town was perhaps the simplest function of this formation. It definitely did many more things way too complex for him to understand, but they were not his problem. Soon things would return to normal. Lex remained unaware that, in the main hall of his tavern, the mayor and Mario exchanged worried looks. Things had turned extremely bleak when an important component of the town's formation had been turned off a few days earlier for just a few minutes. That was actually Lex testing out the function of the formation crystal. As a result, some energy signatures that the formation kept hidden had leaked for a few moments, and monsters hidden in the deep, dark depths of the sea had been attracted. Those monsters were way too strong for even the mayor to handle. No matter what happened, they needed to make sure that they could request for aid from the Noel family before something else happened to the formation. Otherwise, the repercussions would spread far beyond just Babylon. Unfortunately, the luck of the entire town had been undergoing abnormal changes of late. Of the millions of buttons, Lex messed with the single most dangerous one, just long enough to attract trouble. And now, at the worst possible time, he finally figured out how to turn the formation off. Just as suddenly as the town had been blanketed in darkness, the lights turned back on, revealing a town nearly destroyed, and an army of monsters filling the streets. The gentle hum of various formations returning to life filled the town. The hum was followed by an earth-shattering howl as a massive creature exited from the sea. 364 Fruit Trifle. From the dark, ebbing waters of the coast, 2 massive claws emerged and set themselves deep within the docks. The ground crumbled under their weight, and the earth itself began to split when the creature they belonged to put pressure on them to pull itself out of the water. A massive head, 30 feet, 9.1 meters, large, emerged from the water, 2 equally massive tusks emerging from the base of its jaw and ran closely down the length of its face. The weight of its gaze froze countless monsters nearby, but their existence was too paltry to even notice to the behemoth. Unable to sense the aura it had traced all the way here, the creature continued to lift itself out of the water, its body emerging from depths like a nightmare escaping a dream. Zagan the Ocean King was not impatient. It would take its time and search thoroughly. On the other side of the town, Pivardi and the Crown Prince had been testing the formation for its abnormalities. They did not want to take any drastic action until they fully understood the situation. But when the formation returned to normal, they were taken by surprise. But when the town full of monsters revealed itself to them, their expressions fell. Before they could even completely comprehend the situation and even consider eliminating the monsters, Zagan had revealed itself. Pivardi instantly reached into his pocket, looking for the emergency summoning talisman for his father, but found his pockets empty. Now, weeks after it happened, Pivardi was struck hard by the truth once more. He was no longer a part of the Noel family. The prince wasted not a single moment and unleashed his strength in full, the radiance of his immortal aura illuminating the war-torn town with its splendor. With speed mere mortals could not comprehend, he appeared in front of Zagan, only acting in deterrence and daring not to attack first. Of the many monsters born from the darkness, very few ever reached the immortal realm. Moreover, for them to reach the immortal realm, they would need to live in the darkness for hundreds of thousands of years. But even amongst the immortal monsters, there was a higher class that not only gained complete sentience, but had strength and recognition so great they had names and titles that were passed down through generations. Zagan, the Ocean King, was one such monster, and the prince recognized him immediately. "This is human territory, Zagan," the Crown Prince said in a warning tone. "Withdraw lest the situation escalate." It was not that the prince feared Zagan. Honestly speaking, the prince feared no one other than his own father. Instead, it was the certainty that if they fought, the entire town would be destroyed that kept him from taking action. His appearance was right out terrifying, but Zagan did not have a feisty personality. He did not get aggravated or agitated. This was because, with his strength, getting what he wanted was always a certainty. It was merely a matter of getting what he wanted a bit sooner or later. As anarchy reigned from the skies and the laws of the world itself bent in the air, the triplets served fruit trifles to the tavern guests. With illusion formations protecting the tavern from the view of what happened on their doorsteps, and a space formation protecting the building, everyone inside was completely unaware of what was happening. Lex, after fixing the formation, surveyed everything. Technically, the formation also had defensive features to attack monsters, but he dared not try to activate them for he had no way of differentiating friends from foes. But now that new monsters wouldn't spawn, the nascents and even the golden core cultivators would easily handle the monsters. Especially since the unusual interference to everyone's emotions, making everyone afraid, had also been deactivated by him. Satisfied with his progress, Lex decided to finally relax a little. He entered the hot tub room and soaked himself in the warm, bubbling water for an hour to allow himself to unwind. Once he was done with that, Lex donned a cozy night suit and slipped into his bed. He fell asleep almost instantly, for he did very little actual rest the last few days. Outside the tavern, the state of the town was even worse. Buildings had collapsed and rubble fell from the sky like rain, crushing monsters left and right. While Peabody could not help with the fight, there were other things he could do. Though he was no longer from the Noel family, his entire life had been spent in it, so he knew their secrets in and out. He broke into the formation chamber underground and forcefully served the connection of the formation with its control crystal and reconnected it to a new one. He searched the town for signs of life and was elated to discover that a good number of citizens had survived by hiding in underground bunkers. What he didn't know was that this was not a coincidence. The murderer had created safe zones in areas with emergency survival bunkers and herded all survivors that way. He immediately began using the formation, which was the only thing unaffected by the fight happening due to it being buried so deep underground, to further secure the survivors. Well, almost the only thing, as the Midnight Tavern stood tall and proud on what was once known as Baker Street. It was the only building still standing in the vicinity, with all others having collapsed due to the aftershocks of the battle. Still, Peabody knew none of that. Peabody also enabled the emergency aid broadcast, alerting the Noel family to the situation here. He did not think he'd be meeting his father again so soon, but it couldn't be helped. While all this was happening, the tenants of the Midnight Tavern were playing a game invented by the tavern owner called Bingo. It was immediately a crowd favorite, and Lex even allotted a few glasses of very expensive drinks as the ultimate prize to keep the audience hooked. Round 8 hours later, Lex woke feeling completely refreshed. The first thing he did was check on the status of the system, but it still only said updating. The long duration of disconnect had made him nervous. He did not know what was happening at the inn, and he wasn't used to it. Hopefully, things were all right. "Space!" Fenrir growled aggressively, ready to rend the world asunder under its might. But it was futile. In the face of overwhelming strength, even the little deterrence afforded to it by its bloodline meant nothing. The galactic sovereign turtle lifted Fenrir up by its leg using a vine and threw him into a pool of water. The dog really needed to get used to showering. Fenrir yelped and struggled, but the turtle didn't care. It liked its garden to smell nice, not like a sweaty dog. Little Blue, which had entered the Foundation realm, laughed at Fenrir's state. Its little brother, Fenrir, was far too powerful for the whale to handle or even run from anymore, so whenever it got bullied by the turtle, Little Blue would enjoy it endlessly. Unfortunately, its fun times were about to end. Under the orders of Mary, Little Blue was about to start its first job. Lex had once instructed them to plan out a play area for kids, and after extensive research, it was discovered that Little Blue had a natural instinct when it came to effectively communicating with kids, regardless of its species. Although Mary could not contact Lex at the moment, she could not let anyone know. So unofficially, work was still in progress on all his projects. But soon, things would spiral even out of Mary's hands. That was because the final for the Lady Cosmos competition was coming up, and more than one complication had arisen. Things were under control so far, mainly because of Lex's thorough preparation, but she could not guess how long it would last. Up on Midnight Mountain, the dragon no longer slept and was instead watching the inn intently. A fight had broken out just a day ago when a rather powerful cohort appeared, claiming that one of the finalists in the competition was their slave, and that the inn needed to hand her over. The dragon had to personally make a move to prevent the situation from going downhill quickly, for no one else at the inn, even Cowan, could handle them. More importantly, there was a notorious playboy whose reputation had been spread across the galaxy who had been attracted to the inn, and a fight between him and Harry Styles had nearly broken out, and he wasn't the only one who nearly fought with him. The situation was incredibly tense, and everyone was awaiting the finals to see if any drama would occur. 365 Dragon's Wake. Unable to check up on the inn, Lex decided to have some breakfast before going up onto the roof and investigating the state of the town. Once he confirmed everything was all right, he would go and alert the necessary people about the changes. Since Lex hadn't really been following a fixed schedule when he slept, it was well into the night when he awoke, meaning most of the guests were asleep. The few who were awake sat in silence, mostly by themselves, or whispered to someone nearby. Lex paid them no mind and got himself some leftovers, heated them up, and enjoyed his meal. Feeling good at his recent accomplishment, he decided to pair his breakfast with a 10,000 MP glass of warm malt. Taking his time, Lex began to think about what to do during the next few days. It was unknown when the system would finish updating, and he was limited to the tavern building, so the most he could honestly do is cultivate. He was also thinking of how to keep the tavern guests occupied. Bingo had been a great success, so his next plan was karaoke night, but he was not familiar with local songs and did not know if there was much of a culture based on singing. Lex's musings stopped when he noticed that Rick was walking towards him. Lex was startled, for he was supposed to be controlling the space formation which, for Rick, would usually completely occupy him. "You haven't been attacked by a single monster in well over an hour," Rick explained when Lex asked. "But I had to solidify the entire space around the tavern, preventing anyone from coming in or out, because the tavern seemed to be suffering from some kind of long-range attack." Treating the matter extremely seriously, Lex took back control of the formation and quickly climbed up to the roof. Yet when he expected to see a brightly lit yet monster-filled town, all he saw was a war zone. The wooden tavern building was the only structure still standing as far as the eye could see, and stood out like a sore thumb. Everything else, every building, every wall, every statue, every monument, had been reduced to rubble under the might of an epic battle. In the air, a man battled ferociously with a massive monster that looked like it came out of Godzilla's nightmare. Each gust of wind released from their clash blew fiercer than a hurricane, and carried with it massive boulders like flakes of snow in a winter storm. The town's formation, despite the state of what could no longer be called a town, seemed to be active and running, for the battleground was well lit, and it seemed to restrict the monster somewhat. With each clash, the human would release a roar that would put thunder to shame, his fists carrying might that made lightning seem like mere static, yet the monster remained unperturbed. In fact, the monster was not even paying full attention to the man. From time to time, it would try to attack the ground, as if looking for some buried treasure. The man, who looked more like a single flea in front of the creature, however, managed to block each and every one of its attacks. He should have felt fear. Instead, his gaze was focused yet calm. He put on this thinking cap to put him in the artificial state of flow, so that he would not make a mistake or miss out on something important. While he could not make any last-minute additions to the tavern using the system, he was not unprepared. From the moment his gut gave him the unusual warning from earlier, he made plenty of additions. While he still lacked a means of attack, as ever, he had more than one formation to protect himself. In fact, as absurd and crazy as it may seem, Lex spent 780 million MP just on adding different formations to the tavern to increase its protection. It may seem like an absurd amount, but there was no amount of MP Lex wasn't willing to spend for his own protection. But even though he was willing to spend MP, the reason he ended up spending so much was because he did not know what kind of trouble to anticipate. He had to add various formations to cater to as many possibilities as he could imagine. "Zagan, this is your last warning," yelled the man, his voice sounding more irritated than angered. "Retreat! If this goes on much longer, then even if it means I have to stop holding back, I'll make you regret it." Lex was startled to learn that the state of the town was a result of a battle where the participants were still holding back. He didn't know what had caused the battle, but he really hoped the monster would be deterred. Unfortunately, that was not the case. The monster only increased its pace of attack, bombarding the humans and the ground with pulses of energy. The human tried, but he was not fast enough to block all attacks, causing them to create massive craters in the ground. The lights produced by the formation flickered as the formation was finally being threatened, though it still seemed to be holding on. "Mr. Innkeeper," whispered a familiar voice in Lex's mind. "I sensed something really, really wonderful underground for a moment. If you can find it and eat it, I think it would be very delicious. Even I'm feeling a little hungry after sensing it." Lex was startled, but quickly made the connection. Indeed, there was some kind of treasure hidden here, and the formation's real purpose was to hide its aura. Well, Lex couldn't be completely certain of this fact, but it seemed completely plausible to him that someone would build a town here so that the addition of such a massive formation wouldn't be questioned, and it could continue to hide the prescience of whatever treasure was here. But the monster's attacks seemed to be threatening the integrity of the formation, causing it to leak the aura of whatever it hid. The world seed lotus on Lex's back wasn't the only one to notice the aura. The monster had as well, and its eyes lit up as it began to concentrate its attacks. But the human was no pushover. True to his earlier threats, he had stopped holding back, and instead of blocking the monster, he now focused on attacking. Cracks seemed to appear in the sky itself whenever he attacked, and the monster was finally forced to take things seriously. It stopped attacking the floor and instead defended itself. The speed of their fight soon exceeded what Lex could comprehend, and all he could witness was the continuous aftermath of the battle. Before things reached their crescendo, two more humans seemed to arrive from a distance and immediately joined the battle. Lex had no idea who they were, but they were definitely also extremely powerful. The fight, still beyond his comprehension, only seemed to be getting more intense with the addition of the new participants. There was no indication that they were close to defeating or even intimidating the monster. Moreover, the cracks left behind in the sky from the various clashes seemed to be increasing, and Lex could feel an acute threat from them. It was best to resolve the situation as quickly as possible. He thought for a moment which one of his formations would be most helpful, for no matter which one he used, he could not directly defeat the monster, only fool or intimidate it. There was a gentle shift in Lex's expression as he shifted into his innkeeper persona, exuding innate confidence even in the face of the most powerful guest. He activated the formation called Dragon's Wake, a formation that had cost him 180 million MP and performed only one function. It acutely replicated the dragon's aura that was released by the dragon back at the inn, though in greater intensity, even if only for a short moment. The aura spread from the lonely tavern building, and in the blink of an eye, covered the entire battlefield. Zagan, the crown prince, Bertram Noel and his father, both of whom had just arrived, were washed in the feeling of being eyed by a predator. Their hearts froze as an inborn terror filled them, and in their heads they all saw the image of a single reptilian eye quivering just a little. It was as if a dragon was on the verge of waking up. 366 Flood of Colors. The aura disappeared just as fast as it appeared. It was but a single moment of pure suppression, but it had completely stopped the flow of battle. Each participant eyed each other warily, as if to determine if the others knew the origin of the aura, yet they were all equally surprised. Lex considered making a statement, a simple one-liner to let them know that he was displeased or that he would let the matter stay so long as they ended their battle. But the move didn't feel right. As the innkeeper, if he gave excessive explanations while in the inn, it would still make sense since he had to provide an explanation to his guests. Outside, however, he did not need to explain. Since he was playing the role of a powerhouse, no matter how down-to-earth he made his personality seem, some things would be beneath him. In such a situation, the fact that he supposedly flashed his aura at them was already enough of a warning. Giving further explanations would make him seem weak. So with arms folded across his chest and an impassive face, he just looked up in the air and watched everything. Whether or not the battle continued would determine his follow-up. In fact, he was already preparing for the battle to continue. After all, while he was using the mindset of a powerful overlord to judge the situation, he had to live in the reality where he was pathetically weak in front of those up in the sky. Single second went by since the aura disappeared. For Lex it was a minuscule amount of time, barely enough to form a couple of thoughts, but for the immortals in the sky, a single second was akin to a lifetime. The speed at which their minds worked was not comprehensible to mere mortals, and so, a single second of indecision was actually an immense deal. It showed just how much of a deterrent that aura had been. Zagan understood that the target of the aura had been him all along, since he was the one who came here and started making trouble. Since whoever released the aura marked this place as his territory, he surely had an understanding with the humans. The only question that remained was if he was willing to risk fighting whoever released the aura for the treasure. After all, it need not be explained that for a being of such level to reside here, the only attraction was whatever that treasure had been. Zagan was confident in his own strength, but if he had to fight the owner of that aura alongside these humans, it would be a little difficult. Zagan hated things that were difficult, for he was somewhat lazy by nature. Letting out an irritated groan, Zagan turned around and returned to the watery depths. The immediate threat of the beast was gone, but the humans remained frozen in the air. This was because they did not understand where the aura had come from. Was there some ancient monster sleeping in the area from long before they ever even arrived? It seemed like it. Yet even as they waited, nothing happened. No monster arrived, there was no follow-up. When they were convinced that all was well, Bertram and Joseph Noel, the patriarch of the Noel family, finally turned their attention to the battlefield that had once been Babylon. Bertram was especially hit hard by the town's current state because he had visited it so recently. It was hard to believe that there would be a single survivor. Then they turned to look at the Midnight Tavern. Midst the broken land, filled with monster corpses and the burnt-up remnants of what might have once been houses, a single 3-story wooden building stood pristine. The small garden at the front had the sheen of freshly cut grass, but other than that, it did not seem like it had even suffered from strong winds. They even noticed that by a particular windowsill, a robin had made a small nest. It was safely nestled on top of its tiny eggs, asleep without fear or concern of the carnage that had struck the lands. It was too peculiar. If there was any chance of survivors, it would be there. Suddenly, Bertram was struck by a memory of a visit on his passage through the town. "Midnight Tavern," he mumbled, softly remembering the place where his brother had last partied. But before he even had the time to reminisce, a hole was blown open in the ground, and Pivardi emerged. "There are survivors," he yelled up into the sky, uncaring that his family would treat him as a stranger. "But the entrances have been buried and the formation isn't working properly. It's been too badly damaged." The family that did not expect a reunion so soon quickly began excavating an entrance to the underground bunkers. Finding survivors would help them understand what exactly had happened here, and what exactly that one building was. Back inside the tavern, Lex descended from the rooftop in a jolly mood and clapped his hands loudly to attract everyone's attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have excellent news," Lex said slightly formally, forgetting to step out of his innkeeper persona. "The town's formation has returned to functioning normally, and all the monsters outside have been taken care of. For safety reasons, I suggest you still stay indoors for a bit longer, but someone should be visiting us soon to let us know it's safe outside." The crowded tavern was frozen still, unsure if they believed what they were hearing. The problem had been resolved. That was easier than it should have been, right? Though they were crowded, they were never hungry or bored. They realized long ago that some kind of illusion had been cast on the windows, for they could never see a single monster outside. Even now, things seemed exactly the same if they looked outside. But the tavern owner had no reason to lie to them, for this was a lie easily exposed. That must mean it was true. Cheers erupted altogether, and even those who weren't in the hall quickly found out what happened. The kids especially were the happiest, and some started crying. It had been too long that they had been away from their parents, and they were too afraid to even think of what had happened to them. In the jubilation and merrymaking, no one besides Lex noticed that the front door softly opened, and a single man stepped in. He was holding in his hand a remarkably familiar-looking plastic fork, and he was looking directly towards Lex. The two exchanged glances before the man turned towards the bar, and after hesitating for a moment, went and sat down. Lex went and sat beside him. "The strongest drink you have," the man answered. "The strongest, you sure? It's expensive." Yeah, I can afford it," he said casually. Roan looked at Lex, who only nodded, before he retreated towards the kitchen. He had to go to the wine cellar to bring out the truly expensive drinks. There was silence between the man and Lex, as neither said anything first. A few minutes later, Roan returned holding a small jade bottle sealed by a cork. After showing the man the bottle and clearly stating the price just to be sure, he poured him a drink. This single bottle had been worth 1 million MP and held only 2 servings worth of spirit, which meant the drink the man was having was 500,000 MP in value. When he heard the price, the man almost thought he was being ripped off, but when the bottle was opened, the man went into shock. The plastic fork dropped from his hand, and his attention was solely focused on the small white bowl in which the drink was poured. Milky white drink with chilled fog hovering around it appeared in his eyes, and became the only thing in his world. As the drink poured from the bottle, he observed its flow like he was watching the most beautiful woman in the world. When the bowl was ready, the man reached forward with shaking hands, but when he held the cup, his hands became steady. In his world, silence descended as he brought the cup near his face and took a deep sniff. Even with eyes closed, the man saw an explosion of colors in his mind. Waves of red clashed with yellow and green, forming a tempest of raging beauty. The The colors changed form and became a river flowing from the highest peak, filled with fish swimming up and down the stream. Birds chirped as they flew over the river and rainbows bloomed. Grass spurt from the ground along with the most fragrant of flowers. The man was lost in his own world, for he had gotten drunk just from the smell, the cup still full in front of his nose. 367 tears. The Crown Prince of Hum had lost himself in the intoxicating smell of his drink. His world now a clash of vibrant visuals and obscure concepts. He seemed to have lost himself in the world where grass grew in moments and life flourished in rivers of milk, where honey dripped from trees, and the concepts of beauty and peace merged together to form angels with the sole purpose of giving him their love. The blue skies were filled with saw birds dancing in the distance. Fairies formed communities in trees, and the wind carried within it the sound of laughter always. It was heaven, for the world was perfect, and it was hell because it was forever out of reach. His eyes still shut, the Crown Prince moved the cup to his lips and took a single sip. As refreshing as the morning dew, the spirit sat in his mouth, refreshing all of his senses. He savored the soft flavor for a while, but he finally drank. The heaven that had filled his mind now enveloped his body, but not as strongly as it had captured his mind. It was like a tingle on the back of his neck, like a teasing wink of a lover just out of reach. Unable to stop himself, the prince downed the whole cup in one go and let the sensation fill him. It was like the embrace he had longed for, the warmth of a hug he never knew he needed. He felt everything that was broken inside of himself, and then he felt a gentle hand run through his hair, playing with his curls. He heard a whisper. No one would heal the injuries in his heart for him, but there was no rush for him to heal either. He could be weak for as long as he needed until he had the strength to heal himself. That was not to say that he believed the fork was extremely unique or completely unavailable on the market. It was more of the fact that the chances of him running into a mysterious stranger who was incredibly powerful and happened to be walking around with a fork that was identical to his. He was more inclined to believe that the man had used it to somehow track Lex down. When Lex had left the Hum Nation, he did not actually know what danger he had been avoiding. He was blissfully unaware that the king himself had made an appearance in search of him and wanted to procure his cultivation technique. He was also ignorant of everything that had happened after. It was for this reason he did not immediately make the connection between the man and the king himself. His first thought was that the crazy Professor Vernon had sent someone to track him down. He was patiently waiting for the man to finish enjoying his drink, but was taken aback when the man suddenly started bawling his eyes out. One moment he was fine, and the next tears were streaming down his eyes like a waterfall, and he was wailing like a baby. His face had turned completely red, and he had completely lost all control of himself. Others, who were celebrating, and were caught in the emotional tempest that the announcement of the end of their self-imposed imprisonment in the tavern was ending, saw the man crying and began crying as well. The triplets themselves were too anxious to work, so Roan and Rick were passing out drinks the fastest they were able to, and the presence of the drinks made everyone even more vulnerable to the fluctuating emotions. The doors to the tavern opened, and Joseph and Bertram Noel stepped in, ready to encounter a life-and-death battle, only to encounter the scene of hundreds of men and women drinking and crying. They were frozen still, unsure of what to say or do, when an annoyingly familiar voice sounded out from behind them. "Drinks all around, barkeep. The Noel family will foot the bill today." P. Vardy, who no longer had any responsibility towards helping his family out, strutted into the tavern and ordered a dimmelin juice. He had forgotten the name of everything, but he did not forget the name of his new favorite drink. The crowd did not cheer as he expected, but he could not be bothered as he crossed his family and made his way to the bar. He found Aegis, who he had spent some time with already, wailing away. Slightly creeped out, P. Vardy decided to ignore the man for the moment and just drank on his own. Lex, upon noticing the arrival of Bertram, dissolved the illusion formation around the tavern. Even if his guests saw the mayhem that had occurred, there were others who would deal with it. But before he could go greet the man himself, the mayor quickly arrived in front of the duo and began whispering something to them. Lex decided to let them have their privacy and kept their distance for the meantime. Soon the crowd began to notice the situation outside the tavern and were struck by horror and disbelief. What was happening? Where was Babylon? Had they teleported somewhere? Too afraid to exit the building, they gathered by the door and windows and looked outside as a hush fell over the tavern, with only Aegis still crying loudly. But the mayor was an accomplished man. He did not let chaos descend and quickly conscripted most into his rescue party. He had sent a large number of soldiers to gather the town's citizens and lead them towards underground bunkers. The bunkers had now been buried by the rubble and needed to be excavated. The truth was, this was something that could have been easily achieved if he did it himself, but the people could not be allowed time to wallow. They had to work, and helping to save people would give them some hope in this situation where they had been struck by despair. Soon the tavern was relatively empty once again. Many of the children had to be put to sleep because they became hysterical upon seeing the destruction, but some, like Roland, managed to keep themselves from acting out. As he watched everyone leave, the triplets along with the baker and his wife included, Lex had a heavy heart. He was not sure how many survivors there were, but he'd venture that most of those who went out had lost someone. Even the formerly spoiled workers at his tavern went out to search, doing their best to keep themselves from trembling as they saw the destruction. Soon only the now drunk P. Vardy, Aegis, Bertram, and Joseph were left in the hall. Lex exchanged a look with the two who still stood at the entrance, shrugged, and went to the bar as well and poured himself a drink. He could not decide what was the best explanation to give as to how his tavern remained unharmed, but decided to be as vague as humanly possible about it. Upon noticing that Lex was making no moves to approach them, Bertram stepped forward and ordered a glass of sunset wine. "We meet again," he said as he swung the wine in his glass, making no actual move to drink it again. "So we do," replied Lex, as if there was nothing unusual going on at all. "Your tavern has made quite the impression on me," Bertram said, slowly introducing the topic. "Thank you, though I must say, the neighborhood isn't as safe as advertised when I bought the property." Bertram smiled weakly. It seemed the tavern owner was taking a dig at him. He readied himself to broach the topic directly, since if Lex hadn't shown any hostility so far there was no reason to believe there was any. Yet, as luck would have it, at that exact moment, the midnight system finished updating. Along with a mental notification beep that only Lex could hear, a sort of spatial tremor released itself from Lex's body, startling Bertram and his father. The tremor did not travel far, only till the boundary of the tavern building, but that was more than enough to give the two much to speculate on. Lex, who was also taken by surprise, felt an immense change overtake him. Moreover, the system kept giving him multiple notifications, drowning his mind with the repeated beeps. "Excuse me for a moment," Lex could not help but say to Bertram. "I have a small matter to take care of. Please make yourself comfortable. I'll be back shortly." Though he said he was back, the Noel family had already received the answer they were looking for. Lex was some kind of hidden expert, and a powerful one. But he seemed to not want to get involved in others' matters, which is why the tremor only went as far as the tavern premises. It was a silent way of letting them know that whatever happened outside the boundary of his tavern was none of his business. In truth, they were forming their own explanation for what had been a coincidence, or rather, a lucky coincidence. 368 upgrade. At the moment, Lex did not care much what the Noel family was thinking because he was feeling too impatient about the upgrades to his system. The fight with the murderer had been incredibly tough, but at the same time, Lex could feel that the killer himself was too much of an amateur, and perhaps had not been using the system for long. It was unlikely Lex would ever encounter such a weak system user again. Moreover, even if he did, Lex was not a mindless killer. He could not accept randomly killing someone just to steal their system, unless they provided him with a sufficient reason to get rid of them, of course. Setting all that aside for now, Lex looked towards his notifications. New notification. System upgrade complete. New system status unlocked. System Midnight Inn. System grade, Divine Broken SSS B+. System owner, Lex Williams. System functionality, 12%. System self-repair time, 33,312 billion years. New notification. New features unlocked. New features include Beyond the Grave. Blend reality. Fishing well. Murderer. New notification. Inheritance detected. Unlocking the Inheritance Lounge. Please submit the inheritance to activate the Inheritance Lounge. New notification. Live map function unlocked. New notification. Interrealm broadcast unlocked. New notification. Murder ground unlocked. New notification. Targeted scan unlocked. New notification. Remote prescience unlocked. New quest, accelerate the system's recovery by absorbing more systems. Quest reward, 1 maximum grade level reward. Remarks, sometimes, helping yourself is the same as helping others. New quest, help your guest overcome his alcoholism. Quest time limit, 3 days. Quest reward, midnight signature brew coffee. Remarks, there is more than one way to serve a guest. New quest, recruit Zagan the Ocean King as a midnight in valet. Quest reward, Rainbow Bridge. Remarks, good luck, bro. Lex blinked several times as he read the many notifications, as there was a lot of information to absorb. Right off the bat, his system's level was way too high compared to the murder system, so why did it appear as if that system was more proactive in directly helping its user? At least, he seemed to have abilities that Lex would have guessed came from the system, because the killer himself did not seem skilled enough to learn them, especially something as complicated as teleporting at his cultivation level. He had a few guesses of his own, but he ventured that it was most likely because either their systems were of different types, or because his was apparently broken. As far as system types were concerned, Lex had too little information to make an accurate judgment. All he could venture was that his system was focused around running a business, and the killer's was directly focused on a type of action. This was why his system only gave him support in terms of helping that business, while the killer's system focused on making it easier for him to perform that action. He would need to encounter and study a few more systems to work out how the division happened, or what they were based on. Then came the focus on his system's broken status. Considering the fact that his system could reach the entire universe while being broken, apparently, made it so that the system's true capabilities were genuinely beyond his comprehension. Apparently, it was only working at 12% of its maximum capabilities, which left a lot of room for Lex to imagine what kind of services it really had. As for the time required for it to heal on its own, Lex completely ignored it. He had no idea what would happen to him tomorrow, let alone 33 trillion years later. Next, his attention directly snapped to the 4 new features the system added. He didn't even need to ask Mary about them, for the system informed him of its own. Beyond the grave. If a guest enters the inn right before the moment of their death, in exchange for all their accumulated wealth, they can continue to exist at the inn as a guest in the form of a spirit. The amount of time the guest can stay as a spirit depends on the amount of wealth exchanged. Blend reality. The Midnight Inn can sometimes merge with portions of the worlds connected to the inn, allowing guests to directly enter or sometimes see into the inn. Fishing well. Guests can attempt to fish in the well. The well leads to worlds connected to the Midnight Inn, and unowned items can be fished through it. The item can be immensely precious or completely common, and depends on luck. Murderer. Every time the host kills someone stronger than them outside of system grounds, the host can learn one of the victim's abilities techniques. If this theory was true, then in the future he would be able to unlock new cool features depending on the system he merged with his own. This theory was both easy to prove and incredibly hard. It was easy because all he had to do was merge with a system, while it was hard because Lex had no idea how to look for other system users. He could spend more time pondering these matters later, but for now, his attention turned to the next unlocked room, the Inheritance Lounge. He did not need to wonder what the inheritance was, as the next feature unlocked by the system, the live map function, clearly outlined it for him. It was the bracelet that had the Lucky Sutra inside of it. That was the inheritance. Not wasting a moment, Lex picked it up and submitted it to the system, activating the Inheritance Lounge. New notification. Lucky Sovereign's inheritance detected. Malicious karma was detected, eradicating karma and absorbing the inheritance. New inheritance, Lucky Sovereign's Lucky Sutra. Lucky Sovereign ran out of luck one day and died in the 7-nation crystal realm. Before his death, he condensed his ties of karma into a bracelet and embedded it with his Lucky Sutra. Anyone who cultivates the Lucky Sutra would slowly be influenced by the Sovereign's karma. Once they cultivated sufficiently, due to the influence of karma, the Lucky Sovereign would be reborn in the cultivator's body. The Lucky Sutra is not a direct cultivation technique, but rather an auxiliary technique used to influence luck. One of the many ways it can be used is to allow the wielder to steal the luck of any victim he kills, activating it to save himself from bad luck at critical moments. But beware, stealing good luck inherently attracts bad luck. Notification: Inheritance Lounge can now be placed. Guests can attempt to gain the inheritance, though the chance of failure is high. The inheritance will not disappear upon being learnt and can continue to exist in the lounge. Bloody hell, Lex thought to himself as he read the description of the inheritance. On the one hand, he suddenly understood why it was so hard to kill the killer. He had absorbed the luck of so many victims. On the other hand, he had really dodged a bullet by not trying to read the Lucky Sutra. Though come to think of it, had he not entered his overdrive state, he would have absorbed the bracelet into his body, and then may have been forced to cultivate it. He wouldn't be surprised if that's what happened to the killer. In a way, his luck was pretty good that he chose to enter the overdrive state at that time, and not later. Shuddering at the thought, he set the matter aside, for the system had taken care of it for him. He then turned his attention to the live map function. It was incredible, and in a way was a deeper version of his normal scan function. His scan allowed him to check the status of anyone within the system grounds, while the live map showed him everything that was happening at the inn and the tavern, and highlighted different people and items in various colors, giving him even more information. Stuff like friendly or hostile, treasure or poison, a potential in recruit or someone to be wary of, were all things that the map allowed him to do. It was like the maps in video games, only more details. The only unfortunate thing was that, once again, it was only limited to the system grounds, or else he'd never have any problems avoiding trouble again. Lex then looked at the next unlocked feature and his eyes shone with excitement. The interrealm broadcast would save him a lot of trouble and make life much, much easier for him, most of all. Lex held out his hand and activated it. After a moment, Fenrir, the wolf he was normally able to summon from the inn to the various worlds with him, appeared in front of him. 369, I have a question. Fenrir had been undergoing a growth spurt, but it quickly learnt that the larger it grew, the more obvious its existence became to the bossy turtle. As such, he had been trying hard to repress his growth. He was not able to do that, but by focusing so much on a specific thing, he was able to unlock a bloodline ability that let it manipulate its size. These days, it spent most of its time either the size of an ordinary dog or the size of a pup. It was unfortunate, since the larger he became, the more love the various guests would give him, which was nice. But the turtle was too scary, he had to avoid it. As for what made it scary, no matter how Fenrir displayed its bloodline repression, the turtle would remain unaffected. At least in other beasts, this was not an ordinary reaction. Even the grumpy dragon atop the mountain gave him at least a snort when he used his repression. When Fenrir was summoned, he appeared before Lex in the size of a pup. He was asleep, for it had exhausted itself from fighting the turtle. The change in the environment, though, immediately startled it awake. Its size immediately more than tripled as it readied itself for a fight, yet it was immediately assaulted by a familiar scent. The next moment its eyes laid on Lex and its body froze. It sniffed a few times to check, but Lex's scent was both familiar and yet different. Who could blame him? His body had absorbed so many metals, his scent was the least of the changes he had undergone. Yet it was neither the scent nor the familiar sight that assured them of each other's identity. It was the bond they shared that tied them together as partners. Fenrir howled in excitement as it quickly leaped onto Lex, not bothering to care that in its current size it was much larger than Lex. Had this occurred before Lex's breakthrough, he would have fallen over, but now the massive size was naught but a minor inconvenience. Compared to Fenrir's excitement, Lex was a lot more emotional. It had been months since he had gotten stuck at the inn, and a part of him believed that it would be years before he ever got a chance to return. He had resigned himself to being unable to meet anyone he was familiar with, and in honesty, he had made decent friends here as well. That did not change the fact that deep down, Lex had missed the inn terribly. Somehow he missed it even more than Earth itself. As for his family, Lex had been keeping himself from thinking about them for quite a while. Still, the joy in his heart swelled at finally seeing a familiar face. He had used a support token on Fenrir which allowed him to summon and unsummon him from the inn to wherever he was. Unfortunately, he had been sent to the Crystal Realm, which was not another world but another realm. Due to the complexities involved in traveling from one realm to another, not only was Lex stuck behind until he gathered enough energy, he could not exchange items from the inn in the way he usually could. For example, he used to be able to buy healing items from the gift shop and use them on himself, but was no longer able to do so. Now with the interrealm broadcast unlocked, not only was this issue resolved, it would change the nature of Lex's stay at the inn. To be specific, all the interrealm broadcast allowed the inn to do was, when required, broadcast a special signal to other realms, allowing the system to, temporarily, form a connection between the inn and that realm. This was different from how the system acted within the origin realm, which could be accessed by the system at any time all at once. But by having a broadcast, through whatever unique method it used, the inn could maintain its normal functionality to other realms as well. There was only one drawback to this, which is that while in the origin realm, things like the golden key could instantly connect, in other realms there would be a considerable delay. For Lex, this represented two major changes. The first was that from now on, not only would he be able to connect other worlds, but other realms to the inn as well. This meant that the golden door that randomly opened sometimes on planets connected to the inn would now open randomly anywhere in any realm connected to the inn. The second major change this represented for Lex was his current status in the Crystal Realm. He had been pulled into this realm by an accident caused by an unknown anomaly, and to return, he had to manually gather enough energy to allow the system to return him. He also had a quest to uncover what the anomaly was. Now, however, due to the existence of the interrealm broadcast, the energy requirement to transport him back had dropped so dramatically that the emergency protocol that gave him additional authority had been withdrawn. In a short time, he would eventually link this realm to the inn, which would allow him to return naturally. He could still, however, absorb vast amounts of pure energy to speed up the process further. His excitement at the prospect of being able to return actually managed to overshadow his feeling of grief that he no longer had the additional authority. That made many things much easier. For example, the drink that had been served to the man back at the bar who was crying was something he was only able to buy with his increased authority. He was no longer able to buy such high-level drinks. In fact, let alone drinks, even the formations he could now buy were limited to, at most, being able to affect nascent-level cultivators. But what was done, Lex couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. He spent a good amount of time hugging and playing with Fenrir before he turned his attention back to the system. There were still many other notifications he needed to understand. After the interrealm broadcast was the ominous-sounding murder ground. Murder ground. When on a planet linked to the inn, you can select a target and instantly teleport both the target and yourself to the murder ground. Neither can leave while the other still lives. Selecting a target requires marking them through physical touch. Additionally, the murder ground can be rented out to resolve fights and wars without disrupting the environment of the original planet. Please note, surrender is not an option when using the murder ground, as only the victor can be living to exit the murder ground. Lex did not doubt for even a single moment that the murder ground was an ability the system got from the murder system. This was exactly like what had happened between himself and the murderer, except that he was pretty sure he had been marked without physical contact. Still, this ability was too powerful and ominous, as it could teleport others away from their home ground. Moreover, the option of not allowing surrender also ensured that the battle would be bloody, with no recourse. From an environmental perspective, it was good, as it would spare the planet from suffering through the trial of war and its accompanying destruction. But by leaving no survivors, it merely channeled that destruction from towards the environment to the opposing enemies. Lex continued to read the new additions. Targeted scan. The host can scan living beings outside of the system grounds. However, the amount of information received will be diminished as compared to the scan in the system grounds. He nodded, appreciating the ability. Even if it was limited, it would help him immensely. Remote prescience. You can project your image anywhere in the system grounds and interact with guests via the image. The keen observer will be able to detect that it is an image and not a real body. Lex raised an eyebrow. This was a good ability, especially since he did not intend to stay at the tavern once the inn was also unlocked. Whether he was at the inn or the tavern, he could use his remote prescience to handle matters personally. Next, he turned his attention to the quests. Whether he was required or not, he more or less intended to help the system recover, though he wondered greatly about how the system was damaged in the first place. Based on the knowledge that others also had systems, Lex could conclude that there was a great possibility that someone had the system before him. Suddenly, he froze, and a few things clicked in his mind. He might not have been the first person to use this system. Mary, he said suddenly, his voice very even, I have a question for you. 370 greatest weakness. Yes, Mary asked, unaware of what was going on in Lex's mind. She had become aware of when the connection was restored and was waiting for Lex to finish up his business before she began briefing him on the situation at the inn. Things really were getting bad. I know you're probably going to tell me your authority isn't enough, but did the Midnight System have an owner before me? There was a moment of silence as Mary did not answer immediately. He did not know if she was hesitating, or investigating the truth for herself, or checking her authority, but the silence itself was very telling. Regardless of what she said, Lex had made a conclusion on his own. Last time we had a conversation about systems, I told you that you should become much stronger before you learn about these things. But since you have already encountered another system user, it is imperative for you to learn as much as possible about other systems lest you are caught unprepared. Since you also have a quest relating to absorbing more systems, your authority and rights to sensitive information in this regard has been adjusted. I will share with you what you can know. First of all, a system exists in the form of an item. It is currently residing in your soul and not inside your body, but from the moment you gain the Midnight System, the system has been operating through that item as its core. When you reach that nascent realm, the system will successfully merge with your soul. At that point, both you and the system will experience a minor overhaul. You will have a great increase in authority, and the system will have a much easier time operating. Mary paused again, distress painting her holographic image. As you have guessed, this is not the first time your system has had an owner. Such is the case for most systems in the universe, for they have existed for a very long time already. When one owner dies, the system continues to exist and simply changes its owner. But and this is the most important part, no two systems are completely identical. They may be extremely similar, but they will never be the same. At least, so far it has been like this. This is because when a system changes owners, only the grade of the system remains the same, not how the system operates. So your system, when it had a previous owner, did not exist as the Midnight Inn or even a hotel of any sort at all. The only thing that has remained is the grade, though due to severe damage, while the grade remains, the functionality of your system has dropped immensely. Lex was honestly not expecting to receive an answer, but now that he did, it left him feeling kind of hollow. The user dies, but the system remains. So maybe there really isn't something special about him that the system wants. Maybe it's just riding in his body until he dies and it moves on to another host. Did you know the previous host? Lex asked soberly. My memories began the moment you absorbed the system, Mary answered succinctly. After another brief pause, Mary continued. While systems have great abilities, they are not omnipotent. Strong beings and cultivators can easily detect the prescience of soul treasures in lower-level cultivators, and if their attention is focused on you, they will easily be able to detect the system. The only reason you've avoided this so far is because each time you met an overwhelmingly powerful cultivator, it was in the system grounds, where the system has the most ability to hide itself. But that is not the only way to detect a system. Depending on the grade of the system, the way in which it interacts with the universe at large is different. For lower-grade systems, there are many ways to detect its interference if one is looking for it. For you, this, at least, is not a concern because even while your system's functionality has been lowered, the level it is operating at has already transcended the letter grading system. Can a system's grade be raised? Lex asked, his interest piqued. All systems began at the E grade, Mary answered. If its grade is higher, then it's because its owner or previous owner has raised it himself. For you, this is irrelevant because the level of your system is too high compared to yourself. The chances of you encountering something that can help you raise your system's level is too low. Of course, you can also raise your system's level by absorbing other systems, but you already had so much trouble facing the murder system, a grade D system. Trying to absorb higher-level systems is something you should completely forget about for now. Mary paused again, as if thinking about something, then said, You will gain more authority regarding systems when you reach the immortal level. If you want to learn anything else about systems before then, you will have to figure it out on your own. Lex took in a moment to absorb all the information he received, his hand mindlessly running over Fenrir's thick coat. He could not even imagine how strong the previous owner of his system must have been for it to reach the Destiny realm. Yet he died all the same. Moreover, considering the system's damaged condition, there was a real possibility that the death wasn't pleasant or peaceful. Of course, there could be other explanations, but he put it out of his mind for now. Any tips on how to identify other system users? Lex asked. He hadn't had much time to consider this, but he had been wondering if he had run into any other system users while running the inn. Considering the kind of business model it was, even if he hadn't yet, there was a good chance that he would in the future. A system's greatest weakness is another system, is all Mary replied. 371, Merciless Onslaught. What is that supposed to mean? Lex asked. A system's greatest weakness was another system, so was his system supposed to help him out in looking for other system users? That is all I can say, Mary said, shaking her head. Lex mused on everything he had learned today and thought about things he needed to do in the future. One very important thing to take note of was that if he was outside the inn or tavern, the prescience of a treasure within his soul might become perceivable. While the system could hide itself, as it had once done when he encountered Loretta's dad, Lex needed to take a more active role in its protection. If he was on the lookout for more systems, there would be others as well. He didn't want to spend too much time thinking about these things, for he hadn't forgotten that he had guests waiting for him. What's the update on the inn? Lex finally asked. Did I miss anything important? Many things, Mary replied in an exhausted tone. The Lady Cosmos is nearing its end. Only 2 contenders remain, but a few days ago an incredibly strong cultivator arrived claiming that one of them was her slave, and that we should return her immediately. The dragon managed to subdue him, and the security team managed to kick him out of the inn, but now the contestant is too afraid to go on. She is very concerned that, once the competition ends and she returns to her planet, someone will show up to turn her into a slave. Lex narrowed his eyes. He truly had no solution for what someone might do outside of the inn. Tell me about her, Lex said. Her name is Jill. She's a fox from Nibiru that underwent an evolution and became able to convert into a human. She claims that she has lived her whole life on Nibiru and has always been free. The person who claims to be her owner is from a species known as Galati and was very strong. Even Cowan was unable to deal with him, and only the dragon's assistance resolved the situation. Well, what's the issue then? If he's not her master, then there's no way he'll be able to locate her or her planet. I believe everyone was very carefully informed not to share personal information during the show. She did not reveal anything, but someone from Nibiru recognized her and spread her information. Although the person hunting her may never be able to find her planet, she is extremely afraid of returning. He was just that strong. She's been completely crippled with fear. Even if that Galati can't find her, she's too afraid of being found by others. Lex nodded and said, I'll create a new room called the Hot Tub Room. Send her there to relax and relieve the stress on her mind first. Afterwards, send her to Harry and have him help her out in removing the excess fear that has taken hold of her mind. In the meantime, we'll think of solutions. In fact, send me her details. If she's skilled and has a good personality, we can hire her as a staff member and then she can live here. That'll solve her problem. Mary nodded and said, "Since you've brought up Harry, there's also a matter concerning him. He's been asking me to find out if he gets married, can his wife live at the inn with him as well?" Lex was genuinely startled by the question. Harry was 17 years old, or maybe he was 18 now. Either way, he was extremely young. Why was he thinking of getting married? Not waiting for Lex to ask, Mary explained how Harry and quickly developed a relationship with one of the contestants for Lady Cosmos. Though she did not win, she had made it to the top 5. Once the competition was over for her, she and Harry had spent so much time together and had developed feelings quickly. As abrupt as it seemed, both wanted nothing more than to get married at once, hence the question. After all, without the inn, they both lived on different planets and would not be able to have a life together. Lex, of course, knew a bit about what was going on between Harry and Haley, but this was a little too much. Still, he was happy for them and allowed them to live at the inn together once they got married. After all, Harry already had a room at the inn. Next were a few other miscellaneous problems, including the children's area Lex requested. At the time, he had allocated a massive empty plot of land at the inn and wanted to turn it into some kind of childcare/festival type area, where parents or guardians could temporarily drop off their kids. The design was ready, and after getting Lex's approval, he spent 2 million MP to make it happen. It wasn't too elaborate since it was targeted towards kids. It was mostly just colorful and full of play areas that were child-friendly. While Lex was receiving a report of the inn's situation, at the inn, near the area where the kids' area was designed, 2 kids were riding peacocks across the lawn. The peacocks, which had lived at the inn for nearly a year, had naturally been nurtured by the turtle and had grown powerful enough to support the weight of fully grown men, let alone 2 children. "Princess Layla knew territory straight ahead," said the boy, looking through a pocket telescope at the new structure that was plainly visible to the naked eye. "Well then, Deputy Commander Captain Jimmy, full speed ahead. Peacock warriors, we will conquer all these lands." As if to answer her declaration, a few other children riding peacocks appeared on the horizon. The battle for the playground was nigh, but would the staff of the Midnight Inn be able to handle the merciless onslaught that awaited them? 372 Time to hunt. The Midnight Inn daycare service, which had existed for an entire 3 minutes 21 seconds, fell under the siege of the Peacock warriors. Astride their viscous mounts, they leaped over the padded, child-proof boundary walls and right into the children's zone. Some landed in the hedge maze, filled with ripe, delicious fruit ready to be plucked and eaten. Others who leaped over the walls landed in the ball pool, or rather, in the sea of colorful plastic balls. Others still landed in houses made entirely of trampoline-like surfaces, while some landed on the jungle gym that stood above a massive pool. Delicious candy was stashed like treasure in the center of the jungle for all to see, but the path to it was perilous. "Princess Layla, the enemy has laid booby traps," Jimmy said, his eyes affixed on the jiggliest plate of jelly ever known to man, hidden in the center of a mirror maze. "The Peacock warriors know no fear," she replied gallantly. "Forward march, the lands shall know our might." But before the march could even begin, the rabbits from Bunny Nation appeared one by one, confused. They had been hired as caretakers at the daycare, but no one had come to drop off any children, so where had these little ones popped out from? Unfortunately, no one would answer them. The bunnies barely had any training on how to deal with kids, so they began hopping around trying to calm them down. Unfortunately, they only made themselves easy targets for the Peacock warriors. Like this, the first of the great Peacock Bunny skirmishes began. Lex, woefully unaware of the plight of his workers, dismissed Mary and finally returned to the main hall of the tavern. Having regained control of the system, not to mention having attained great upgrades and benefits, Lex's mood was noticeably better when he returned to the Noel family. The man on the bar was still crying with his head covered by a towel that Rick threw his way. Bertram and the other man were also sitting at the bar, casually sipping on a hot beverage as they waited for Lex to return. Although the town needed their help and supervision, there was no longer any emergency, so they could take their time. After all monsters were dead, and the people who were trapped underground were only trapped and not harmed, probably. Even if they were, understanding the truth behind not only the tavern, but possibly even that mysterious aura from earlier took precedence. After all, it would be too much of a coincidence for a tavern capable of surviving Zagan's attacks to appear at the same time as an unknown, powerful entity they had never discovered in the region before. Even if it was not hostile towards them, they could not simply ignore it. After all, this was their territory, and they had plenty of secrets to hide. Even if they had no conflict now didn't mean there wouldn't be a conflict in the future if their secrets were revealed. "Please excuse my behavior from earlier," There was a matter that required my attention, said Lex as he walked up to Bertram. Considering all that's happened here recently, it's completely understandable if there are a few fires to put out here and there, Bertram replied. Allow me to introduce you. This is my father, Joseph Noel, lord of this territory. It's an honor to meet you, Lex said politely, though he only gave a slight nod instead of an elaborate bow as one might do before such an important person. It was already too late for him to start pretending to be ordinary, so there was no point in him being too deferential now. Your establishment provides surprisingly good service, Joseph said, as he raised his mug a bit. I'm surprised you opened up in such a small town rather than one of the big cities. Small towns have their own rustic charm, Lex replied. Besides, I was not really in the mood for too much hustle and bustle. A simple tavern in a simple town is enough for me. A simple tavern? Joseph repeated with an amused tone. Indeed, in a simple town, Lex replied, looking the man in the eye. By the way, I have something for you. From his pocket, Lex took out a stack of papers and presented it to the man. Not to be rude or anything, but I'm assuming as the lord of the territory, you'll take care of the lodging and food expenses for all the survivors during this period. The papers were an itemized bill for all the services he had provided during this time to all the people who had crammed themselves at the tavern. At first, in the name of humanity, Lex decided not to charge them since it was an emergency situation. But since the lord of the territory was here, there wasn't any reason for him to continue to bear the cost. After all, he was running a business, not a charity. Joseph struggled to keep his face straight as he received the bill and handed it to his son without even looking at it. Of course we'll take care of it, Joseph answered. Though speaking of taking care of survivors during an emergency, it's quite impressive that your tavern was able to survive Zagan's destruction. It was time. Lex had to give some kind of answer, no matter how vague. Very fortunate, I think, said Lex. It was due to a protective formation left behind by a friend of mine who was very concerned for my health. God bless such friends, Joseph replied, though it was unknown whether he believed the story. Is your friend still around? With skill like his, even I wouldn't mind paying for his services to build a formation or two. After all, danger is around every corner in these parts. Even Zagan, the Ocean King himself, was scared away by the aura of another powerful being nearby. Even I was startled by it, yet I noticed none of the survivors who escaped your tavern even felt the aura. Such protection truly is remarkable. My friend already left a while ago, though I'll thank you on his behalf for complimenting his skill. I'm not sure what aura you're talking about since I didn't feel it either, but maybe you should check underground. There have been a number of strange auras coming from underground lately. Words spoken were all polite, but the subtle testing and probing by the Lord were all deflected by Lex. When Joseph hinted that Lex might know or have something to do with the aura that scared away Zagan, or that it might even belong to his mysterious friend, Lex replied by letting him know that he had no intentions of revealing anything, and that if questions needed to be asked, there were a few he could ask himself about what was happening under the town. After all, even the lotus on his back had been attracted to the aura that had been revealed earlier. Whatever was hidden down there was truly something unimaginably precious. Maybe, just maybe, the whole reason the town was formed here in the first place was to use a protection formation as a guise for a much more elaborate formation, the true purpose of which was to hide the treasures underneath. There was a moment of silence after which Joseph was about to reply to Lex when the weeping man beside them quickly got up. He removed the towel over his head and looked at Lex with eyes filled with red streaks. I want more, he said hoarsely. It had been a long time since he had been as splendidly drunk as what he had just experienced. Unfortunately, the effects of the drink, while splendid, did not last a long time. With his cultivation level, he could barely remain drunk for an hour. As an addict, he was naturally desperate to drink it again. Yet Lex did not forget his latest quest. He had to help the man overcome his alcoholism, and he had to do it in 3 days. This would not be easy, but Lex would definitely try. In fact, he already had 2 plans in mind on how to tackle the problem. The first was a complex plan that hinged on the man's own willingness to cooperate. The second was to turn him from an alcoholic into a druggie. It was not the most moral solution, but with only 3 days he had to be a little creative. I'm sorry, but I only have 1 more serving of the drink left, and the price of the drink has changed. It doesn't matter. No matter what the price is, I can pay it. It's not a matter of money, said Lex as he said goodbye to the 500,000 MP he would get from selling it. You have to do a few things for me. Let's start with this. Lex let out a low whistle, summoning Fenrir from the kitchen, wagging its tail. Take him out of the town and help him hunt the monsters for a bit. He's never had such an opportunity, so it's the best time to practice. Of course, you can't let it get hurt. Honestly, since Fenrir's original role was supposed to be a protector of the inn, it was about time it started training a little on how to hunt. 373, Impressive Pup. Bertram, Joseph, and the drunk all looked at Fenrir with curiosity, although only a very short time had passed since they arrived. Bertram and Joseph at least had gotten a full debriefing of everything that happened during this period and had paid special attention to everything relating to the tavern. There had been no mention of a pet dog whatsoever, and in a building as cramped as this had been, it was impossible to hide such an animal. After all, even if the animal itself was hidden, any sound it made would still be heard by the various guests. The drunk, instead, looked at Fenrir like a man parched in the desert, finding a glass of water before him. By instinct, without even realizing that it would be inappropriate, all three immortals scanned the dog with their spiritual senses. It had been a split second only before they snapped out of it, and recalled that Lex may find the gesture rude. Yet that split second was more than enough to give them an overwhelming amount of information. First of all, even under the pressure of three immortals, Fenrir did not flinch. He continued to wag his tail and stroll towards Lex. He had entered a whole new world full of new energies and new smells, and best of all, no scary turtle to give it baths. He was incredibly happy. The fact that he had returned to Lex also greatly improved its mood. Just his amazing resilience to their aura was enough to alarm them, but then what their scan revealed was even more amazing. A simple scan was not enough to reveal to them the secrets of Fenrir's bloodline, but it was enough to let them know that Fenrir was of an astounding pedigree. So much so that Joseph and Bertram came to a tacit understanding that the beast that had revealed its aura earlier had been related to this dog here in some way. Now they were certain that Lex himself was a powerful person, hiding his identity for some reason, and had an even stronger entity hiding in the tavern. They did not do something as immature or juvenile as blaming or judging Lex, despite his immense strength, for not helping out the town instead of sticking to his tavern. The strong did not need to give an explanation for what they did, and it was not their responsibility to begin with. In fact, saving as many as he did, and even going so far as only charging Joseph something as paltry as money for his service, already spoke of Lex's immense magnanimity. All these thoughts went through the immortals' heads in merely the first second of Fenrir's arrival, and though Lex noticed something, he did not comment on it. Of course, if you remove all danger, then it won't count as proper training, continued Lex. Let him battle on his own, but if the situation gets too dangerous, you can help him out. A few scrapes here and there won't be a big deal either. Understood, said the drunk as he accepted the task. Lex was not worried that he would end up not doing his task properly and let Fenrir get hurt. First of all, Lex had seen how he fought Zagan. Despite his drunken appearance, the man was a legitimate powerhouse. Secondly, with his connection to Fenrir, he would always know if Fenrir got hurt and could summon him right back to himself in case of an emergency. Still, as a precaution, Lex scanned the drunken man. Name, Aegis Cornelius. Age 88. Sex, male. Cultivation details, Earth immortal. Species, human. Condition, drunk. Remarks, a child that never grew up. Lex raised an eyebrow out of curiosity. He had dealt with Wenhild enough so that he was no longer intimidated by the thought of someone from the royal family. But an immortal who also happened to be from the royal family, tracking him down specifically with the plastic fork in his hand. This required a bit more caution. But it mattered not. Not only did Lex have ways of protecting himself, he just seemed to have forgotten whatever his task was. The remark, alongside his reaction from when he had his drink, gave Lex some ideas on how to proceed with helping him overcome his drinking addiction. Once Lex told Fenrir that Aegis would take him hunting, he became extremely excited and began jumping up and down with excitement. Aegis too wasted no time and quickly took Fenrir alongside him outside the town formation. The darkness did not intimidate the dog, and the various monsters that suddenly turned their attention towards them seemed only like playthings. Fenrir looked at them with his head turned out of curiosity. He was supposed to hunt these things. He felt no threat from them, though. Whatever, he would treat it as a game. He bared his teeth and leaped into the closing horde. Weak as they were compared to Fenrir's own strength, the pup's total lack of combat experience immediately began to show. Fenrir did not give up, though, as the pain from the various attacks unlocked a memory it had suppressed. It recalled the pain it had been feeling from even before it was born. It remembered its flesh being torn open and stitched back again and again, helpless and unable to even understand. Most of all, it remembered a vague memory of another pup, of a sibling, maybe. Slowly, the anger that had been buried deep within its bones but had turned cold due to a simple and easy life began to rekindle. Slowly, his viciousness began to return. Slowly, Fenrir began to step onto the path destined for it. Back at the tavern, Lex turned to Joseph. Before they were interrupted, they had been probing each other silently and secretly. Now, though, before they could return to such a state, Lex took control of the situation and diverted the conversation. I'm sure you have much on your plate right now with all that has happened, but if you get some free time, there are some things I could use your help with. Of course, I would not take your help for free, and will see how I can repay you. Maybe I can even ask my friend to help out with some matters, though at most he will help get some precious materials instead of directly helping out. Bertram and Joseph both turned towards Lex, interested in what he had to say. P. Vardy, who had been drinking on his own all this time, had fallen asleep at the bar and was lightly snoring. Though Lex still did not know the details of what had happened to their family, he assumed that his presence was not required for such important conversations. After all, his personality seemed more in line with partying than actually working. I'm in need of energy, massive stores of energy. Something like spirit stones won't cut it. I've seen crystals before, completely clear crystals that contain extremely pure and dense energy that are used by the crystal race for cultivation. If you can get your hands on those, I'll try my best to satisfy your requirements as well. How many do you need? Bertram asked, his voice steady, not revealing what he was thinking. Not many, about 100 would do. 100. Bertram and Joseph were both startled. Unbeknownst to Lex, they actually had a mine from which they extracted such crystals, but even so, producing 100 of them was a monumental task. 100 is impossible, but I'll see what I can do. The question is, how will you pay for them? Providing you with a formation like mine is impossible, Lex said flat out. But I can procure other precious materials for you. I'm not sure what will be available, but you can provide a list of things you need, and I'll see what I can get. The father and son exchanged a glance, and no doubt had a mental conversation, discussing the details of their trade. The truth was, Lex wasn't really in need of energy. Asking for the crystals was only the first step in helping them become more comfortable trading with Lex. This was because the rare items he said he could procure would come from various requests in the guild room. Since he could ask for rare materials, he could skip the middleman and directly ask for concentrated energy stores. In fact, he had already put up various requests in the guild room for energy stores or batteries or whatever. Since he had interrealm broadcast now, he'd be able to summon items from the inn which had, essentially, resolved his energy crisis. It was only a matter of time now. What Lex was truly after now was secrets only strong natives would know. He wanted to know the history of Craven. Although the elder from the crystal realm he met hinted at the fact that he could find out from him, Lex did not want to place all his chips on a single horse. Once the Noel family began to trust him a bit, he could begin his investigation. 374, making a plan. Save me, roared a bunny, but it was of no avail. It was each rabbit for itself right now. Deputy Commander Captain Jimmy was having trouble holding onto the rabbit he had begun to ride, but he was, after all, not ordinary. He had built up the peacock warriors side by side with Princess Layla and had conquered many beasts. Only the ever-elusive flying whale had remained safe from him. Not even the miniboss of the inn, the giant turtle, had been able to avoid being his mount. Though to be fair, the turtle never tried to resist to begin with. Still, Jimmy was a relentless child. He had affixed himself onto the large rabbit's back by clamping his thighs shut, and he was holding onto its ears like a harness. It could jump around as much as it wanted, but he would never let go. Or so he thought. Jimmy, it's time to go, called his mother, who casually walked through the chaos of the child's zone, informally now known as No Man's Land. When all the children in all the inn, human, beast, or otherwise, all gathered together in one area, there was bound to be chaos. In fact, egged on by the antics of their counterparts, a few gangs had already formed in the No Man to compete against the Peacock Warriors. Furthermore, whoever was running the child care area was extremely sharp-minded. Instead of dispersing the gangs, they organized small, friendly games to build competition between the gangs. They went from hide and seek, tag, puzzle solving, cooking, crafting, and more. Each competition would net the winning team some points, and at the end of each week the winning team would have their name put up on a recognition board and win small prizes in a ceremony. Moreover, the competitions were short and were formatted in such a way that the entire gang did not need to participate all the time. Whenever someone from Peacock Warriors was available, they could take part in any competitions going on at the time. "Just a minute, Mom," Jimmy yelled back as he maintained his tight grip on the rabbit's body. A few seconds of crazed hoping later, an alarm ran announcing the end of the competition, allowing Jimmy to finally relax his grip. The rabbit and the boy both fell to the ground in exhaustion, but the difference was that while the rabbit was mourning the fuzzing of its fur, Jimmy had a wide grin. He had yet to lose a single competition. "Jimmy, let's go," said his mother once again, picking the boy up from the ground. "You have to complete your homework before your bedtime. Mrs. Evil Teacher has been complaining about your work lately." "No, Mom, Nuwu," he wailed, his good mood ruined. But alas, it was to no avail as his mother took his hand before both of them disappeared. In the distance stood Raphael, who had been watching the entire competition. His eyes were filled with strange emotions. In his past life, he had known Jimmy as a silent but hard man. He was a warrior like no other, and though he was not strong, he had distinguished himself from the rest due to his sheer grit. Watching him now like this, enjoying games with friends and going to school like an ordinary kid, Raphael could not imagine this was the same person. He did not know what had happened in his life to turn him from this normal, happy child to such a dark and grim person. Whatever it was, Raphael swore he would not let it happen again. Jimmy had not been the closest friend he had in the future, and his achievements on the larger scale of things were unremarkable. Still, whatever he had was worth protecting. After all, there would be no point in his return to the past, or maybe his visions of the future if he didn't change the future. Even if it was a small change that would only affect or protect one child, he would do it. This was merely his beginning. In the future, he would change everything. Space. Joseph and Bertram were left feeling slightly awkward. Lex had asked for extremely precious resources, but in exchange had offered vague payments. Saying stuff like he could procure precious or rare materials or treasures sounded more like a scam than anything else. Plus, whatever it would have to be equal in value, and then something they actually needed. After all, there was no point in gathering something valuable but completely useless. Fortunately, Lex was not asking for delivery first, and instead requested that they submit a list of items for him to locate first. If he insisted that they provide the crystals first, they would start to think that he was trying to blackmail them. Regardless, since Lex had requested that they provide him a list of items, Joseph quickly prepared one. The Noel family's speciality, publicly, was their treasure manufacturing. For certain items, their production was halted or slowed due to the absence of some rare materials. It was not a matter of the Noel family being unable to pay for them, but rather of the items not being available in the market all the time. The list he gave Lex only had items that were either not available on the market frequently, or were so rare it would take decades for it to appear at all. Lex perused the list casually before putting it away. He would put down these items and their descriptions in the guild room. Hopefully, he would get a response quickly. With their initial business concluded, the Noel family left to go oversee and help with the citizen rescue. Lex was left nearly alone in the tavern, with only Rick, Roan, the sleeping P. Vardy, and the children that had been put to sleep to keep him company. All others had gone in search of their friends or relatives. He knew for a fact that most of them were about to be met with disappointment. Even if they had survived the darkness, the killer, and the monsters, the destruction of Zagan's battle was thorough. Unless one was hiding underground, Lex did not think they would have any hope of surviving. And even then, it was only a hope and not a certainty. But of all of them, he hoped that at least the triplets and Dino's families were all right. Only time would tell now. With that done, Lex retreated to the meditation room and put on his thinking cap. With everything that had been happening the past few days, Lex hadn't had time to properly reflect on all that had happened. By nature, Lex liked to have a plan to follow and liked to think things out. It was not necessary to follow the plan to the letter, but at least the plan gave him direction. If he started from the beginning of recent events, the first was that he had been pulled into the killer's death bubble without any forewarning whatsoever. It was the first time his instincts had failed him entirely. He always knew that his instincts couldn't be entirely perfect, but he always assumed that it would be someone with a much higher cultivation level than him that would beat him. Instead, it was someone with a system. That revealed to him that, most likely, in all things related to systems, his instincts would likely not work. This theory needed further testing, but it made sense. The systems were something beyond common understanding after all. The next matter was that he was teleported out completely without any protection. Even though the tavern wasn't exactly as secure and in sync with the system as the inn, he had safety measures in place, but he was still at the mercy of the system. According to Mary, only a system was another system's weakness, so if he wanted to be protected all the time, he should never leave the inn, although he wasn't so sure he wanted to do that either. Next point of concern was that his new battle style using arrays was more or less a success. What he needed to do now was increase his implementation speed and thinking speed. Implementation could be sped up with practice, but increasing his thinking speed would likely require him to train in some kind of mental technique. That led to his next issue. He needed a reliable source of cultivation techniques. He could, theoretically, return to the Hum Nation and go back to the academy and search for techniques there, but he'd rather not risk it. He didn't know what danger had driven him away from there, and he was in no mood to find out. He had John who could design techniques, but how long would that be a viable solution? He needed a new venue for techniques. The next issue was that he needed to up his practice with evisceration. If he had completely mastered the technique, even Lex was curious to see what kind of coincidence could have saved the killer from him. With these few, relatively simple points addressed, he now had to think about systems and system users. 375 don't kill. It was a matter of fact that, from now on, no matter who he met, a part of him would always wonder if the other person was a system user. But excessive suspicion was not only really bad for him, it would actually distract him from locating actual system users since his attention would be spread so thin. What he needed to do was, keeping in mind everything he knew about systems, maintain a vigilant state for clues. Only if a person behaves oddly or did something out of the ordinary would he consider analyzing the likelihood of them having a system. Maybe this way he would miss out on actual system users, but the fact of the matter was that he had other objectives than just looking for system users, and if he didn't ration his mental capacity, he would fail in all his tasks. Moreover, once he did identify someone he suspected had a system, his surveillance had to be as discreet as possible. In fact, it would be best if he could spy on them at the inn. He did not enjoy undertaking unknown risks. As for what he would do once he was sure someone had a system, that was a decision that would have to wait till the actual situation occurred. Another thing he had to do was go through the list of people he actually knew or guests from the inn, and gauge whether or not they likely had a system. From his actual personal life, he directly dismissed everyone he knew. There was no point in even considering he had lived too ordinary a life before the inn to even suspect anything mildly supernatural, let alone someone having a system. Then came his various guests. In lieu of their insane cultivation levels, Lex wanted to suspect Bastard and Falak, but then dismissed the idea. Though they were strong, they did not do anything unusual enough to warrant suspicion. Next he thought of Marlowe. To be honest, just based on how crazy his life had been, Lex wanted to believe he had a system. But if he did, he would not have lived with an injury for so long, nor would he have ignored his son's plight. Next was Alexander Morrison, but he was just rich and privileged, not crazy supernatural life system users. Then he thought of Ragnar. The general from the Jotun Empire sure had an epic story, even if Lex didn't know too much of it. But again, he was strong and accomplished, but nowhere near supernatural enough. One by one, Lex went through the list of his guests. He considered the bodyguard he had during the Midnight Games, he considered Loretta's dad, he considered the various beasts he'd met, and more. None of them had done things crazy enough for him to suspect they had a system. However, there were a few things that caught Lex's interest. Maybe if Lex wasn't sitting in the meditation room, which boosts his focus and concentration, and maybe if he wasn't wearing his thinking cap, Lex might not have remembered or even considered these few suspicious points. The first was that the sovereign galactic turtle could influence his system. Not only that, the system had hired the turtle on its own. This was much too suspicious. Lex could not explain it, and his authority was not high enough for Mary to explain it to him yet. It came to the point where Lex began to wonder if the turtle had some kind of interference system that only worked on other systems, allowing him to share some of the authority. Still, Lex left some room in his mind to consider the fact that there was much he didn't understand yet about systems, and there could be other answers. Maybe the turtle's race was special and was being treated as such by the system. The next thing Lex noticed, or rather remembered, was that he encountered a few people his system could not scan. To be more specific, it scanned them, but Lex only got an error message. One was the bodyguard he had during the Midnight Games. This was the only reason Lex still didn't know his real name, and only later learned that he belonged to some race known as the Celestials. The second was his temporary worker, John. Just the error message was not enough to prove anything, but the error could possibly be explained with the statement that only a system was another system's weakness. Still, this was not enough to be sure. It was, however, enough to suspect them a little. His bodyguard was too strong, not to mention out of reach, but John was available right at his inn. He asked Mary if John had done anything suspicious, but the man had never done anything other than work, and often visited the mystery trial. During the invasion the inn suffered, he helped out a bit, but none of his performance was too out of the ordinary. Lex told her to keep an eye on him, and let him know if anything popped up. But other than those two people, he could not even begin to even mildly suspect that anyone had a system. It made sense, to be honest, for if systems were commonplace, then they would not be such a secret. Lex spent the rest of the day planning his future actions, and how he planned on growing the inn, as well as becoming stronger. The next day, Lex was faced with some good and some bad news. The bad news, predictably, was that a lot of people died. Dino and his wife's entire family was gone, as well as all their friends and everyone they knew from their neighborhood. Good news was that, since the triplets had several murders take place near their house, their entire family had moved out of fear. They were temporarily living in a town shelter. When darkness fell, they had been protected by the town guards and moved into the underground bunkers, which had been kept well lit using candles and lanterns. When Zagan attacked, the entrance to the bunker had been destroyed, but fortunately they had been resuscitated before all those trapped ran out of oxygen. Lex also found out that the Noel family would be migrating a large number of people to rebuild and repopulate Babylon, as they said it was a strategic point too valuable to give up. Lex did not comment. Instead, he turned his attention to Aegis. Fenrir had hunted all night long and the effects had been drastic. Though the pup was completely covered in wounds, he was not deterred. In fact, he started to display a bit of bloodlust that even Lex could feel. Even the look in his eyes became more savage. The change had been so drastic that Lex stopped the hunt temporarily to let him recover, both physically and mentally. He just was waiting patiently for Lex to give his next request, for he was extremely parched, and it was not water that would quench his thirst. "Sit," said Lex, as he invited the man to a private room. "Before we get on to the matter of further payment, would you mind telling me why you were looking for me?" He just showed signs of struggle for a mere moment before he shamelessly betrayed his father. "Old Pops wanted me to go and get your cultivation technique. He told me to agree to whatever price you wanted, so long as you agreed to hand over the True Path cultivation technique." Lex raised an eyebrow out of curiosity. There was a lot to unpack from that one simple statement, but he didn't want to divert his attention from his quest for now. He had only 2 days left, and he had to use them wisely. "For the next part of the payment, tell me about yourself." "Myself," Aegis repeated, surprised. "Yes, tell me about yourself. About why you started drinking in the first place. Tell me in detail, don't skip over anything." This time, Aegis struggled a bit longer. The look in his eyes was of one who did not want to look back at life, of one who had suffered immense torture and struggle. His eyes were well filled only with pain, and now someone had asked him to bring out that pain, one bucket at a time. Still, the struggle did not last long. He gave in and with a deep, depressed sigh began talking. "I started drinking because life was just too damn boring. It's just so boring. When I was a few years old, maybe 6 or 7, I heard someone mention that old Pops was really strong because he cultivated the True Path. I looked at the cultivation technique, and after a few days, learned all of it and began cultivating even in my sleep. Then I heard Craven were very strong, so I went to kill them, but then I killed so many that old Pops came and stopped me. I heard girls were—" Wait, said Lex, suddenly freezing. "You're saying the king actually prevented you from killing too many Craven?" 376 lucky chance. "Wait, you're saying the king prevented you from killing Craven?" asked Lex, realizing he had finally touched upon the real secrets of this realm. "Yeah," replied Aegis, not at all fazed by the severity of what he was revealing. "I was very young back then, like maybe 11 years old, so old Pops never really knew who I was yet. But when I started killing too many Craven, he had to come and stop me. He said I was too young and wanted to hide my potential." Lex calmed down a bit upon hearing that. If it was to protect and hide a very promising child, then preventing him from killing Craven made sense. It was still not incriminating enough. "Everything I did was too easy. Learning was easy, fighting was easy, cultivating was too easy, killing Craven was too easy, finding a girlfriend was too easy. Life was just so boring. In the end, I gave up. There was nothing fun to do at all. I even considered taking on the Craven in a war, but old Pops stopped me again." At this point, Aegis stopped, his drunken visage retreating a bit and his expression turning serious. "When I told old Pops about my conundrum, he offered me a new solution. He wanted me to defeat him, and if I did, I could become king. He said the challenge of running a country was immense, since it did not depend just on my efforts, but on the efforts of all its people. The offer finally enticed me, so we fought. It shouldn't have been hard. I had never lost a fight before, and Pops and I were in the same realm." At this point, Aegis trembled. But man, oh man, a single slap from the old man nearly killed me. All the bones in my body broke, and in fact, shards of my ribs filled my lungs. To top it off, my spirit was completely disoriented, and my soul seemed to lose its shape. But it wasn't all bad. I was excited, in fact. I finally found something that wasn't easy. He paused again, and looked at Lex with red eyes full of tears. "Can you imagine? Finally, for the first time in my life, I found a challenge. I found something that I couldn't accomplish with just a little bit of effort. I found something to work towards. I trained like a madman and improved beyond what I could have even thought, yet still only a single slap put me out of commission. But instead of being deterred, I was even more excited. I worked for years and years and years, training and growing beyond anything anyone can imagine. I fought Craven and Crystal Race alike until I could find no threats. I fought monsters born in caves so deep underground they've never seen light for as long as time has existed. My strength grew and even my realm grew, until I reached the very peak of the Earth Immortal realm, surpassing my father who was still somewhere in the middle. After all of that, when we finally fought again, this time he didn't even need to slap me. He just started laughing as tears streamed down his face. He didn't need to slap me. He simply blew a whistle, the tune of which caused my spirit to collapse, putting me in a coma for years." The drunk began laughing as if he told the funniest joke ever heard, yet the tears never stopped rolling down his face. Can you imagine the feeling of finally finding something to look forward to, but it's not a challenge. Instead, it's an impossibility. For a long time, Aegis continued to laugh, while Lex felt slightly bad for him. Based on the little he heard, Aegis seemed to be some kind of never-before-seen genius, learning everything with ease. But the first time he encountered a challenge, it was instead an impossible wall to overcome. But fortunately, if this is what caused him to start drinking, he had a few ideas on how to solve it. But first, why did the king continue to stop you from killing the Craven, even after you became an immortal? He said that instead of the strength of one man, humankind needed to grow strong in its entirety. He said that even if I killed all the Craven, some other threat would replace them. The only real answer was that if the entire human race started producing geniuses like me more frequently. Lex frowned. One need not be a genius to know that the king was just providing a barely logical-sounding reason to prevent the Craven from being eradicated. This was such a strong contrast between the ideology he spread amongst the common people of the nation that Lex could not identify what the real reason behind it was. Do you know if any of the other races do the same thing, by preventing the truly strong cultivators from eradicating the Craven? I'm not sure. All I know is that the Craven no longer try to invade the Crystal race. The last time they did, the Crystal race retaliated so strongly that the Craven's war with all the races was affected. Unfortunately, the Crystal race isn't too interested in the state of the realm, since no one can really affect them. The truth is, although I said that no one in the Crystal race could fight me, that was only counting crystals around my own age. As an immortal race, they have way too many unbelievably strong cultivators just randomly sleeping around. For the rest, though, maybe on average, humans aren't as strong as them, but humans have their own advantages. We are not pushovers either. Lex pursed his lips as he thought hard. The old man from the Crystal race told him that those that needed to know the truth of the Craven knew it, and the way for him to learn was becoming important enough to have them tell him. He could tell that Aegis was on the periphery of that list, but not quite on it. He had not earned the trust of his father, or proven himself enough, and quite frankly, Lex could understand why. He had not hesitated at all to sell out the trust of his father, or maybe he never even perceived this information as a secret at all to begin with. Whatever the case, it made sense that he had not been brought into the fold. Yet Lex was not ready to give up so quickly. Maybe he didn't know about the Craven, but his position still exposed him to many secrets. Lex would thoroughly take advantage of this situation. What do you know of the Noel family? Lex asked, diverting the topic. Joseph Noel was a common adventurer who stumbled onto some huge secrets, Aegis replied just as casually as before. But he was smart about it. Instead of trying to hoard everything for himself, he made a pact with Old Pops and gained his protection. In exchange for his protection, he offered Old Pops a lot of immortal-grade treasures. I don't know all the treasures he provides, to be honest, but I know a few. In fact, I'm pretty sure that there is an ancient trellis graveyard under this town, full of immortal-grade fruits. I remember right before I became an immortal, Old Pops offered me one of the fruits. It really helped with my breakthrough. Lex's eyes lit up as he thought of many ideas. A secret garden full of valuable fruits. He wondered if he could find anything that would be useful to him. Moreover, since Joseph had proven himself a smart and capable partner of the king's, Lex wondered if he was exposed to the secrets of the Craven. Lex asked a few more questions, and when he was satisfied, moved on to actually trying to remedy Aegis' alcoholism. Though the man was 88 years old, Lex felt that in many ways he was actually still a kid. His exposure was limited, and so was his thought process. "Listen here," said Lex, leaning forward over the table as he looked him in the eyes. "I'm about to reveal the secret of why you can't beat your father to you, so pay attention." Lex's words struck Aegis hard, and he immediately started paying attention even though in his mind he was skeptical. He had simply accepted his father as all-powerful. "The way Joseph discovered some secrets, so did your dad," said Lex, completely making something up. "And now it's your luck, kid, because you've encountered your lucky chance as well." 377, Return of the Butter Knife. "What do you mean?" Aegis asked, feeling confused. "You guys are in the same realm, yet you cannot even touch your father's sleeve. Don't you think it's unusual?" There was a gleam in Lex's eyes as he recalled several novels in his mind. Good fiction was rooted in the truth, and so nothing he said could deviate too far from the truth. "Isn't it normal? He's Old Pops, founder of the Hum Nation. How can he achieve so much if he was normal?" "That's different," Lex said as he shook his head. "I'm sure that you have realized that not everyone is as talented as you. Not everyone can cultivate as easily as you, nor do they achieve things at the same rate as you." "Of course I understand," replied Aegis. "If everyone was as talented as me, Pops would not need to stop me from killing the Craven. It's because they're not as talented as me that we're in this situation." "Well, now that you know everyone is not as talented as you, do you really believe that the only reason your old man is stronger than you is because he's more talented than you?" Before Aegis even had the time to answer, Lex continued. "Because I can firmly tell you he's not. In fact, I can firmly tell you that the relationship between talent and strength is not nearly as important as you think it is. Otherwise, the human race would be doomed. After all, most humans can't even cultivate the true path. Everyone is stuck on a single path, yet that does not stop them from reaching the immortal realm. In fact, Lex had no idea what it took to reach the immortal realm, but he knew that according to his professor there were only very few true path cultivators, perhaps in the single digits, and though immortal cultivators were rare, they were not nearly as rare as that. Moreover, you may think that even if they reach the immortal realm, they're not as strong as you or your dad. But I can tell you clearly that there are many people, many humans, who are not even 10th as talented as you, who are much, much stronger than you. He just looked at Lex skeptically, but before he could speak, Lex continued. Maybe you're having a hard time believing me, but that's because your knowledge is extremely limited. For example, Lex used the tavern's formation to create a room right around Aegis' body and trapped him where he stood. Shock filled his eyes as he tried to resist, but he could do nothing as Lex slowly lifted his body in the air, twisted him around, and sat him back down. Don't overreact, I'm about to let you go, said Lex a few seconds before letting the formation rest and having the room around Aegis disappear. Aegis did not react once he found he was freed, but he was certainly alarmed. It had been a long time since he felt so helpless. True, he did not go all out with his strength in resisting the power that held him, but as an immortal it was not so easy to trap him to begin with. A point of showing you that was not to intimidate you, but to make you realize that there are many things that exist in this universe of which you have no idea. Your father may not be as talented as you, but he's much stronger than you. Why is that? The answer is simple. He had tools or opportunities that helped him push his strength far past what you can dream. It's like you're trying to fight him with a butter knife while he wields a sword. No matter how talented you are, a butter knife is no match for a full sword. But compared to your father, you're not even holding a butter knife. You're holding a toothpick and he has a spear. There is no comparison at all. He just was extremely skeptical, but he was also hooked. He wanted to deny everything and just accept that his old man was akin to a deity, invincible and undefeatable. But a small, resilient voice in his heart refused to give up. It wanted to hold on so badly to any hope at all and kept him from completely accepting defeat. So what are you saying? That you can help me defeat old Pops? Not at all, Lex clarified. I just said that your old man no doubt had some kind of lucky encounter that helped him reach his current level of strength. As for whether you can reach his level of strength or surpass it is completely up to you. What I can offer you is an opportunity. What you make of it is up to you. He just bit his lower lip and looked down to the ground, a million thoughts racing through his head. At this point, he had completely forgotten his original objective of getting Lex's cultivation technique. To be entirely honest, he did not care about it at all, nor did the title of the Crown Prince entice him. He had long since gone past his pursuit of wanting to find something difficult to challenge him. Now all he wanted was to overcome the obsession in his heart of defeating his own father, and then, maybe, look for something in life to live for. There were hundreds of billions of humans in the crystal realm. He didn't believe that he was unable to connect with any of them. All right, I'll take it. I'll take whatever you have to offer, he said, his voice a mix of desperation and dedication. Not so easy there, Lex said as he leaned back against his chair. I have an opportunity for you, yes, but I never said I'll give it to you for free. What do you want? Aegis asked with pain filling his heart. Just because he was desperate didn't mean he was stupid. He knew that people might want to take advantage of him and his situation. A part of him even accepted that Lex was about to scam him when he heard talk of price, but he asked the question nonetheless. He was just that desperate. Want nothing, but the opportunity I have can't be given so easily just to anyone. The person has to be worthy of it, so now, before I give it to you or even tell you about it, you have a choice to make. Slowly Lex lifted his hand and revealed the small jade bottle from which he had gotten his previous drink, before placing it on the table in front of Aegis. You have to choose. You can choose the drink in front of you and get lost in the feeling it provides you. Or you can take an oath, the most powerful, meaningful oath you can, to never touch any intoxicant again until you defeat your father. Lex paused for a moment for Aegis to absorb his words, then said, Now choose. There was a slight moment of relief as Aegis was finally convinced Lex was not trying to scam him. After all, it made sense for Lex to only want to give the opportunity he wanted to the most worthy. That relief was followed by an intense struggle. He wanted that drink so bad. The sensation, the feeling, the pleasure it gave was all too great, but the small voice in his heart could not let go. Finally, when it could see hope again, it could not give up. At first it was only a small voice, but eventually it consumed him until Aegis could no longer see the bottle, but only the defeated figure of his father. Suddenly he stood up, pushing away the seat upon which he sat, and said in an ominous voice, I swear upon the tenets of my immortality that I, Aegis Cornelius, will never touch another drink again until I have defeated my father. As the echo of his voice dimmed, Aegis' aura exploded, and his entire being seemed to undergo a huge change. If Lex hadn't locked Aegis down in a small room, The aura from his sudden elevation would have squashed all the surviving residents of Babylon and destroyed the tavern building. His drunk eyes seemed to clear as drive and focus filled them, and his languid posture straightened to that of a soldier. Lex cared for none of that, though. He instead was focused on his system notification. Reward, Midnight Signature Brew Coffee, 1-minute butter knife token. Lex was perplexed since the reward for this quest had already been declared as only the signature coffee brew, so where did this new token come from? He read its description to further investigate. 1-minute butter knife token. The butter knife is the god of all weapons, and a measly spear is putting in front of it. Use this token to strengthen the butter knife to its final form for 1 minute. Remarks, even the gods will kneel before toast that has been buttered well. 378 only the best. Lex had to stifle his laugh as he read the remarks for the 1-minute butter knife token. It seemed the system had felt offended at his disregard of the butter knife. To be honest, his remark had been somewhat motivated by how little the knife had helped him of late. Indeed, in the beginning it had helped him, but even with its upgrade from butter knife to fruit knife, it was merely able to handle golden core cultivators. Sure, that was still above Lex's power level, but he had many powerful workers at the inn now in front of whom a measly golden core cultivator was nothing. But it seemed he had taken the butter knife lightly, as its upgrade sounded monumentally strong. Its description did not give an exact power level at which the knife was effective, but the remarks made it sound especially strong. Lex knew that the system liked to joke or make fun of him, but in these matters it was extremely serious. Just the mention of so-called gods in the remarks made Lex believe that it was incredibly powerful. Well, he hoped he was not wrong, and so he kept it as a backup during an emergency. After all, unlike the butter knife itself, which could only be used within the Midnight Inn, the token could be used by him anywhere. It was a decent reward, not to mention the original reward. Midnight Signature Brew Coffee. Reinvigorating brew that can completely replenish a drained mind for an hour. Can be strengthened to match various cultivation levels based on the host's authority. Repeated use in a short time reduces its effects. It was not a bad addition, and it was relatively cheap. But since the strength of the coffee could be changed based on the cultivation level, he decided to use different prices for different levels. While the most basic version, which reinvigorated chi training cultivators, had a profit of only 1 MP, the highest authority Lex had to serve, which was the nascent level, had a profit margin of 150 MP. Lex moved his thoughts away from his notification and turned his attention back to Aegis. Now that he had completed his quest, it was now time to deliver. Even for that, Lex's capitalistic mind, his resourcefulness, allowed him to come up with a plan that would benefit them both. Lex waited a few more minutes for Aegis' apparent breakthrough to conclude and for him to settle down before he asked, "Tell me, Aegis, what do you know about the universe?" "The universe," Aegis repeated, confused. Lex had been speaking their local language, so the word he used for universe was correct, but therein lay the issue. Whenever anyone referred to their world or area within which they exist, they used the word realm. Even the word universe was a secret known only to a few, to the point where it was completely alien to Aegis. Simply put, the world that you know, the realm, the people, everything is only a small part of a much bigger one, that being the universe. The entire crystal realm is like a grain of sand compared to the universe at large, and it is full of countless other realms just like the crystal realm. There not only can you meet those much stronger than yourself, you can learn and experience things far beyond your imagination. The Ascension realm? Aegis suddenly said with a startled face, as if suddenly realizing something. There are rumors that when someone surpasses the Earth immortal realm, the crystal realm can no longer accommodate them, and sends them away to the Ascension realm. Honestly, for fear of being sent away is the only reason I can think of for why my father hasn't broken through yet. So it's true. Lex paused, for he had just heard something new. No one had mentioned this so-called Ascension realm to him so far, but it made sense since he was so far away from entering the immortal realm. But whatever it was, he was glad that Aegis knew of it, for it made his job easier. Yes, like the Ascension realm, but even that realm is merely one of many, many realms in the vast, never-ending universe. Yet despite its vastness, there exists a place that can reach even the far corners of the universe and can connect all the many realms. The name of that place is the Midnight Inn. Lex barely whispered the name, yet it clapped like thunder in Aegis' ears. He could not even imagine, despite his immense strength, a place that could connect all the realms in the so-called universe. In fact, he could barely comprehend that there existed more realms even beyond the Ascension realm. Suddenly a thought occurred to him, and his eyes shrunk to pinholes. "Midnight Tavern," he said, as if just the name was a connection unto itself. Midnight Inn is a place where everyone is welcome as a guest, so long as one follows the rules. Yet one has to be extremely lucky if they wish to become something more than a simple guest at the inn and actually work for it. The opportunity I can present you with is a single chance to try and become an employee of the inn. Of course, it's completely up to you if you don't want to, and can back out right up until the last moment if you think it isn't worth it. But at least you can go there and see for yourself. He just absorbed the information, and though he didn't show it on his face, he had doubts about becoming an employee for a place he didn't understand. Fortunately, Lex was in no rush, mostly because golden and platinum keys couldn't be used here until he officially returned to the inn and linked the crystal realm to the inn. You don't have to decide so quickly, for it will take me some time before I can provide you with the opportunity to enter the inn. But just know this, I can provide you with an opportunity to enter the inn for free, once. But if you really want to avail the chance and become an employee, you have to do something else first. What's that? Nothing much, you simply have to deliver a platinum key to Zagan and convince him to use it. He just smiled weakly. Of course, nothing so great could come easily. The question was, how was he even supposed to track the Ocean King? Even though he didn't know what he would do in the future, he began planning already for how to find the monster. Space. In front of Cornelius stood Nora Hodgen, his wife, and Wenhild Hodgen Cornelius, his daughter. Though something unusual was that his daughter seemed to have lost all of her cultivation and was akin to a mortal. Yet she was not disappointed with that fact. Instead, there was a hint of pride hidden in her eyes. So you've succeeded? Cornelius asked. Yes, and I'm here to complete our deal, said Nora, as she handed Cornelius a crystal with Wenhild's latest cultivation method inside of it. Throughout this process, Wenhild said nothing. The reason for that was her mother had sealed her mouth and body, for the little girl would no doubt pick a fight with Cornelius. She couldn't allow her daughter to ruin her plans when they were about to bear fruit. Good job, little Wen, he said, not letting on the fact that he had once again forgotten about her right up until they showed up here. You will be my second child to cultivate the true path, though I hope your performance is better than little Aegis. If you're half as good as that Lex child once you start on the true path, I'll consider rewarding you again. Wenhild, because she was frozen still, could not show her alarm when she heard Lex was a true path cultivator, but suddenly everything made so much sense. No wonder he was so strong, but after amazement, sorrow filled her heart. Despite everything Nora told her, she still considered Lex as her half-brother and had already decided that he must have had a very tragic past. Hopefully, his future would be better. We'll be off then, Nora said, and summoned the metallic card given to her by Cornelius as payment for the technique. She held onto her daughter's shoulder and crushed it, disappearing instantly from where they stood. A second later, they appeared in a hall in an entirely different realm, with an old man with a long, white beard standing waiting for them. Welcome to Ventura, the largest school in the universe, the man said politely. If you have arrived here, you most likely already know our policies, but I will repeat them for you nonetheless. Here in Ventura, we only accept the best of the best. Whether it's your talent, your will, your character, your determination, your cultivation, or anything else, at least some aspect of yours needs to be of sufficient standard to gain entry. But fret not, for if you fail our admission test, there is still hope for you in one of our subsidiary schools, such as Ventura Platinum, Amethyst, Gold, and so on. Now, which one of you will be taking the test, or will it be the both of you? 379 Appreciation. This is not part of our deal, said Joseph warily, as he eyed the Crown Prince of Hum. It had been a few days since they last met, and Joseph was busy taking care of things, still trying to understand exactly how or why the formation lost control. While the duration was small, the change in his demeanor was massive. No longer did he look like a sickly child, moving lazily to do a tedious chore. He was a man with a straight back and a fire in his eyes. Everything from the way he looked to his expression, his voice, and even his actions seemed to have changed. While previously he was indifferent to the world, now his every action was filled with purpose. To be clear, this is not a part of your deal with Hum. This is a deal you're making with me, Aegis. Name your price, you will find that my reach will surpass your expectations. But at the same time, do not think this is something that can be avoided. At times, it is simply best to make use of the opportunity before you. Joseph actually felt a great threat from Aegis as he said this. He was literally being blackmailed into selling secrets to Aegis, and being threatened of the consequences if he continued to state a price. Basically, Aegis did not care how high or low the price was, so long as one existed. As much as he hated being bullied like this, he had to face the truth that in both status and strength he was below Aegis, and so there was really nothing left to negotiate with. He had to concede. Suddenly, he had an idea. In fact, there is something you can help me with. A son of mine broke off his engagement with his former finance, who is from a family of great means. If you can get rid of the pressure from that family and ensure they won't attack us in the future, the prize will be yours. Simple enough, Aegis commented blandly. Tell me the name and location of this family. I will deal with the situation myself. Excellent. Space. It had been over 10 days since Lex last spoke to Aegis, and the man had disappeared since. That did not worry Lex, as the man had taken his oath and was definitely interested in what Lex had to offer. Well, if he didn't, Lex would find some other way to hire Zagan. Oh, that was not his concern right now. Currently, he was watching the finale of the Lady Cosmos show. The winner after a lot of drama was the fox from Nibiru called Jill. Not only was she officially crowned the first intergalactic Lady Cosmos, but she was awarded a cash prize equivalent to 30 million MP, raised from the profits the show generated. Of course, they were only a small portion of the profits. Jill, now an extremely wealthy woman, decided not to return to Nibiru. She had not taken up Lex's offer to work as an employee at the inn yet, but with 30 million MP, and a normal room costing 50 MP a night, she had 600,000 days to decide on an alternative solution. Once the show concluded, the number of guests at the inn began to drop drastically, so much so that for the first time in a while, Lex had fewer than 1 million guests. Oh, he did not mind whatsoever. Just from his own profits, Lex had generated a massive 22 billion MP more in the last few days, and 770 million MP was given to him by the Lady Cosmos show as his share of the profits. This put his total MP to 31.9 billion MP. Suffice to say, Lex was not worried about his finances at the moment. In fact, it was to the degree that he had been dropping MP like crazy to accumulate energy. At the moment, he had already filled his progress bar to 91%. If he still had his elevated authority, he would have been tempted to stay a little longer and use this accumulated energy to enhance the inn. Now all he wanted to do was return home, to the Midnight Inn. Especially because, in another 10 days, Harry Styles would officially be marrying Haley, the contestant from the Lady Cosmos show. He did not want to miss the wedding. After all, it was the first time one of his employees would be getting married. During this time, work on the reconstruction of the town Babylon had already begun, and because of the intensive requirement in labor, everyone had been conscripted. As such, Lex had almost no guests these days, and any who came would usually only stay for a meal. It was almost because he did have one guest staying, Roland. The young entrepreneur had become an orphan, like many other of his friends. He did not have a massive outburst like many of the other children when he heard the news, but he had barely spoken since. While the other children had been taken into the care of the town, Roland somehow convinced the mayor to let him be on his own. He had since been living at the tavern. Lex had tried striking up a conversation a few times, but the boy was not ready to speak just yet. While Lex was lost in his own thoughts, Rick knocked on his door and told him that Aegis had come to see him. "I heard you were looking for me," Lex inquired politely, more interested in what he had been talking to the child about. "Yes, I know you did not ask for it, but I cannot accept favors from others lightly. Though it pales greatly in comparison with what you're offering, I got something as a token of my appreciation." 380 glow. Lex was taken by surprise, as he was honestly not expecting it. Mostly it was because the opportunity he was presenting to Aegis was already actually taking advantage of him to do his own work. Still, he could understand the gesture. After all, as a crown prince, he was surely taught etiquette and surely put a great deal of emphasis on reciprocation. "You really did not need to," said Lex, "but since you have already gotten something, I will not refuse your goodwill." "Great," Aegis said with a hint of excitement in his voice. "We need to go somewhere to get to it, so whenever you're ready we can head out." Had it been before, Lex would have hesitated to leave the tavern. He had already exposed himself, and if he left the boundary of the tavern, he would have been defenseless. But since he had the butter knife token, Lex could barely convince himself to head out. After all, in matters such as this, he still trusted the system's integrity. "We can head out now," said Lex casually, as if he had nothing to lose by leaving the tavern building. He passed a few instructions to Roan in case they had guests while they were gone, and left the tavern with Aegis. "Do you mind if I speed us there?" asked Aegis once they stepped out. Since the tavern did not have the same protection as the inn, Lex's Foundation realm cultivation was evident for all to see. Some were convinced he was actually just hiding his own cultivation level and was secretly an expert. Aegis did not try to test him and directly proposed taking the both of them himself. Once Lex agreed, he placed a hand on Lex's shoulder and rushed them to the other side of Babylon. It barely took a single second. Yet from the tavern building, they had quickly arrived at one of the latest buildings that had been temporarily set up whilst reconstruction took place. He led Lex in, where Joseph and Bertram were waiting for them. "The formation is ready. I can take you in whenever," said Joseph, leaving his son behind to stand guard. With a nod from Aegis, they prepared the formation and stepped on it. Like an elevator, the formation started to descend downwards, only it seemed to be taking them down directly through the ground. Lex did not let his surprise show, and only calmly observed as they descended for a good 2 minutes. before arriving in some kind of underground cave. The cave was filled with a sharp blue light that illuminated every nook and cranny, even causing Lex to squint. Yet the blue light was not a fashion choice, and was being exuded by a single, small crystal. Lex did not need to be introduced to know that he had arrived in front of some kind of immense treasure, for the cave was so dense with spiritual energy that it started to condense right on Lex's skin. Had his meridians not been remolded out of metal, he would have suffered from spiritual energy poisoning just from standing there. The two immortals that came along with Lex slightly nodded at the scene of him being unaffected by the spiritual energy, silently confirming that he was well above his apparent cultivation level. Normally, Lex would have caught the action, but currently he was too distracted by a voice speaking directly in his mind. "Mr. Innkeeper, sir, I detect something amazing in front of you," said the juvenile voice of the lotus in his mind. "Can I have it, please, Mr. Innkeeper, sir? I'll pay you back, I promise." "It's not much," said Aegis, "but please accept this token of gratitude from me." Joseph was startled by what he heard, and suddenly started wondering what had happened between the two, but knew better than to ask. "I've kept a small piece of the crystal as well to lure out Zagan when I need to, but the rest is all here." The shining crystal was only as large as an adult human fingernail, but its small size did not deceive Lex at all. It must be filled with either immense power or energy. "How can I give it to you?" Lex asked the lotus. "Just eat it and I'll absorb it from within your body," the lotus exclaimed with shrieking excitement. This was the first time in its short life it had ever wanted something, and the first time it was getting it. The experience was overwhelming, especially since the noble innkeeper had to suffer a loss just so that it could have the crystal. How was the lotus to ever know that to Lex? The lotus was already way more valuable than any crystal. "Well, don't mind if I help myself," said Lex out loud and walked up to the crystal. Joseph was just about to explain to Lex the safety precautions required to handle the extremely radioactive crystal, when his jaw dropped as he saw Lex pick the crystal from the cave wall and pop it in his mouth like a tic-tac. He did not even need to swallow it, as the moment the crystal touched his tongue it was absorbed into his body, filling him with overwhelming heat. But just as quickly as the heat arrived it disappeared, leaving only the sensation of warmth on his back where he had a lotus tattoo. Joseph and Aegis both had not recovered from the horror they had just witnessed when Lex released a comfortable groan. A pool of spiritual energy had started flowing through his body, quickly elevating his cultivation level. In a matter of moments, it raised his cultivation level to the peak of the foundation realm. And his body could absorb no more, the energy instead started being absorbed by the system. The progress bar instant crossed 100%, and in fact had already reached 379%. But the energy in his body kept overflowing, and soon, his body started to release a blue glow. 381 Stupid. Regal Embrace was a cultivation technique with the sole purpose of building the strongest defense possible. Every aspect, every facet of it was geared towards that one goal. As such, it was fundamentally impossible to cultivate it and have an unstable foundation due to rapid growth. This was because the cultivation level would simply not grow if it was forced in such a manner. But in the situation where the cultivation level did grow, time had little to do with it. For the cultivation technique to progress, the relevant aspect of it that each specific cultivation realm required had to be fulfilled. For the foundation realm, cultivation would not progress by pumping the body full of endless energy, but by slowly and steadily building the foundation for cultivation within the body. In Lex's case, a steady foundation had to be built not only for his spirit, but his body and soul as well. It had to be exactly perfect according to the requirements of the cultivation technique, and the built foundation, while taking only a single form, was actually elevating all three. This was because Lex's body, soul, and spirit had all merged into one entity. So then, the fact that the energy released by the blue crystal was able to flawlessly raise Lex's cultivation level to the peak of the foundation realm was already an unbelievable testament to the absolute purity, vitality, and gentleness of the energy itself. This was because Lex never actually used his cultivation technique, or rather he did not get a chance to, before the energy automatically started merging with his body so flawlessly it raised his cultivation level. In fact, the moment Lex reached the peak of the foundation realm, he felt the information to enter the golden core realm reveal itself to him, but he purposefully chose not to enter the realm at that moment. This was because, while his physical cultivation had built up its foundation, his professor heavily emphasized the need for some kind of achievement to create a mental foundation for him. The achievement was completely up to him to decide, so he could have gone with his fight with the murderer or his upgrade on the system. But he had already decided that he would use arrays as the base for his achievement. So while the use of many small arrays joining to form large arrays quickly was ingenious, he was not satisfied with his application of it. He felt like he could do better. As a result, this energy found other channels to divert itself. It was a shame that Lex's pride got the better of him, or else he may have potentially entered the nascent realm today, or even higher. With his foundation built, the energy sought to heal his body. But how could he have the perfect defense if his body was full of flaws? A hidden aspect of regal embrace came into play here, which was that while he could heal, he would eventually heal perfectly. Only inherent flaws already existing in his body would escape the healing powers of regal embrace. So then where should it go, for it could not physically strengthen Lex's body any further? It found a sieve within Lex's soul and poured itself in, bombarding the system with endless energy. One may wonder, why would so much energy travel towards the system, and not the lotus which had requested the energy to begin with? The answer was simple. The energy that was flooding Lex's body was simply the small leftovers that managed to escape the lotus control. The lotus itself was going mad from excitement with the energy it was absorbing, but that was hidden for now. Aegis and Joseph were struck dumb, because while the energy released from the crystal was being described as gentle and nourishing in Lex's situation, it was mostly because it was less than 1% of the energy the crystal contained. Were the lotus not absorbing the rest of it, Lex's body would literally have exploded before the system even got a chance to absorb the excess energy. Blue light was escaping from Lex's body, at first only from his fingernails, ears, and nose. But eventually the brightness increased, and even his skin began to glow. His body started levitating until it was 3 feet in the air, and a violent, oppressive force began to form around his body that gave both the immortals chills. The force was not generated because of Lex, but the tattoo on his back. Immortal though they may be, how could they compare to a seed that would give birth to a 5-star world? More importantly, its status as a 5-star world was only the lowest guaranteed achievement, and did not account for its upper limit. Most importantly, whatever world it would form would already have an already awakened consciousness. Lex was completely unaware of all of this, as he had entered some kind of trance as the energy transferred from his body to the system. In a few seconds, it reached 500%, and then while it began to slow down, when his body returned to the ground a few minutes later, he had 1200% energy. That was to say, the less than 1% energy that the Lotus was unable to control actually provided Lex with enough energy to travel from one realm to another 11 times. This was a level of energy even Earth immortals could not wield. No wonder the 2 immortals who were watching this were thoroughly startled. When Lex woke up from the trance, he heard a few system notifications, but he didn't want to delve into them in public. "Let's head back," he said, barely able to keep his voice steady. The worst part of all of this, for him at least, was that Lex was only showing his cultivation as peak foundation realm after that. How stupid did he think they were? 382 home. "You said you've kept a small piece to lure out Zagan?" Lex asked casually as they returned the formation that would take them out of here. "Indeed," replied Aegis, as he gulped nervously. "It's much, much smaller than the one you took, but it should be more than enough to attract Zagan." "Not bad. What's this crystal called?" he asked, still enjoying the warm, fuzzy feeling that had enveloped his body. "We're not sure if it has another name, as there's been no record of it before. Joseph, who found the crystal, called it blue crystal essence. It is filled with an extremely potent destructive energy that is normally used to power formations." He just gave him a look from the side of his eye, but said nothing more. Lex, on the other hand, was quite confused by the destructive description. But how could he be blamed for considering it gentle when he only had less than 1% of the energy in his body? "I've spent many years studying it, trying to figure out how it was formed," said Joseph, who politely included himself in the conversation. He suddenly felt it was very important to maintain good relations with Lex. "I was unable to figure out how it was actually formed, but I did learn how it definitely wasn't formed. The formation of the blue crystal essence was in no way familiar to that of spirit stones, and there was no energy accumulation process in the vicinity. In fact, there are no spirit stone mines anywhere nearby this area. Do you have any more in the area? I'd be willing to trade for it. Speaking of which, I've managed to get my hands on many of the items you put down on your list for me. You can drop by whenever you want to check them out." "I'll make sure to visit soon," Joseph replied, looking away. He knew for a fact that no unknown people had come in or gone out of the tavern these past few days, so how did he get his hands on the required material? Not to mention he got it so quickly. Once Lex returned to the tavern safely, he told Aegis to stick by as he would give him the platinum key soon. Aegis wanted to take Fenrir out hunting again today, as the pup had shown great promise during their last venture out, but Lex told him next time. Since it was very likely he was about to return to the inn, Fenrir would be returning with him. Once alone, Lex did not immediately check his system. His body was still warm, and while he felt great after such a massive increase in strength, he felt slightly disoriented. His brain was not yet used to controlling his new strength and was causing him problems. Not bothering with anything, Lex jumped directly into bed and took a nap. Though what he assumed was a nap lasted 2 whole days. A part of his rest was because of his brain once again getting used to a new, more powerful body, but also because of the tattoo on his back. It had grown bigger slightly, and more petals had appeared in each layer. Previously, the petals had been arranged in 3 layers, with 5 petals in each layer. Now instead there were 6 in each layer. Such a change did not seem drastic, but that was only from a visual point of view. The lotus had grown much stronger and gained immense potential, but as a result, had also increased the strength of its body with Lex's body. When Lex finally woke up, completely unaware of the amount of time that had passed, he stretched like a cat before lazily checking the system from right inside his bed. New notification. 100% progress reached. Host can return to the inn at any time. New notification. 100% energy surpassed, channeling excess energy into dormant system functions. New notification. 1100% excess energy being transferred, new building features unlocked. New features. New status panel for monitoring in unlocked. New status panel for workers unlocked. New status panel for tracking multiple events unlocked. New status panel for locating quest potentials unlocked. New building, Innkeeper's office building unlocked. Innkeeper's office building. Small building where the Innkeeper may see guests who wish to meet. Lex raised an eyebrow, caught by surprise that he had actually surpassed the energy requirements. Moreover, while the description for his new unlocked features seemed simple, he doubted that was the case. But all of that could wait. It was time to go home. But the moment it disappeared, Lex, who had his eyes closed, could immediately tell that he had returned. It was in the freshness of the air, the smell carried on the breeze, the gentle sunlight on his skin. A smile formed on his face as he took in a deep breath, and after holding it in for a moment, let it all out with a satisfied sigh. When he opened his eyes, a projection of Mary was standing there waiting for him. The smile on her face was no less than his. Truth be told, she was extremely nervous the entire time Lex was gone. "Welcome back, Innkeeper," she said simply. "It's good to be back," he said with a grin. "It's excellent that you're in a bright mood," she continued, "because someone showed an interest in the jobs put up by Ragnar, but he said he wanted to meet with the Innkeeper before he accepts the tasks. I hope you're ready to convince him to take up the tasks, because depending on how this goes, you could be on the verge of becoming a trillionaire." 383. Anachronistic ignition. Lex was not ready, nor was he expecting to get right to work the absolute minute he arrived at the inn. But the incentive to become a trillionaire was exceptional. Not that he was in need of a great deal of money at the moment, but he knew that he would be in a state of expansion for the foreseeable future. Not only would the expansion cost a lot of money, buying anything for a higher cultivation level always cost more money. He had merely bought a drink that could affect an immortal, and the price had gone in the millions. Were he to buy a building or service, the price may even go in the hundreds of millions. Getting too comfortable would be a mistake. With that mindset, he put away all thoughts of going out for a stroll and decided to get right into the thick of things. Before anything, however, he looked at the Innkeeper's office building. While the building existed as a service, the shape and design were completely up to him. If he had extensive time, he would have assigned the task to the Planning Commission, but since he did not, he took matters into his own hands. Thought for a minute about the kind of office someone of the Innkeeper's status should have. He could go overly grand, but to Lex it seemed slightly desperate to prove the status of his position, or just plain gaudy, which he did not like. He could go for extremely simple and basic, but he felt like the whole transcended the need for worldly possessions, and find the truth in simplicity. It was an exhausted and overused spiel. In the end, he just decided to keep it as he liked. His mind, now faster than ever before due to the boost provided by his elevated cultivation, recalled every office he ever liked and tried to find a commonality. He'd visited a few penthouse offices as well when he worked back in New York, not to mention his own regular offices, so he had some ammunition for his thoughts. On a small plateau near the Midnight Manor, a rectangular building appeared. There was a torch-lit, pebbled path leading up to it, with open gardens on each side. There was not much in the building, since it only served as his office. The entrance led to a large hall with marble flooring and granite walls, with a reception desk at the far end. There was a waiting room that could be entered from on the right, but the entrance to Lex's office was in the corner behind the reception desk. Unlike the entrance hall, the floor of which was gray, Lex's office floor was black marble. But it was not plain black, as streaks of gold flowed through the midnight black, like water flowing down into the dirt. On the left and right side of the office were ceiling high bookshelves, stacked with hardcover books that had no titles. There were a few sofas placed in the center of the room, amidst a few decorations and plants here and there. Opposite those sofas, towards the far wall, was a single desk with an office chair tucked neatly in. Speaking of the far wall, unlike the rest of the building, it was made entirely out of one-sided glass with an extensive view of the Midnight Manor and the rest of the inn. Lex teleported into the building to see it for himself, and was immediately hit with an oppressive feeling. Lex remained unaffected for what could truly affect him at the inn, but he felt the oppression nonetheless and knew immediately that it radiated from the very walls of his office. Each and every step was daunting, but somehow the oppressive feeling was not exactly intimidating. Instead, it was a sort of reminder of who one was about to meet. As he walked, the sound of his footsteps echoed loudly in the empty hall, prompting him to stop immediately, a frown upon his face. He snapped once and then continued to walk. The sound was no longer a loud and never-ending echo. Instead, each of his footsteps was incredibly light and respectful, yet not entirely gone. Not bothering to check out the waiting room, Lex headed right into his office. Unlike the entrance hall, there was no oppressive feeling here. Instead, the room wafted with a clean and refreshing scent that reinvigorated Lex as soon as he stepped in, despite the fact that he had just recently woken up and had been full of energy. Lex felt incredibly calm and peaceful in his office, as if he knew from deep within his heart that this was a safe space. He walked to his table and pulled out his seat and sat down. The moment he sat, he became even more in sync with the inn than when he wore the host attire. The host attire, which was currently in the shape of a three-piece suit, allowed Lex to fully control everything happening at the inn. It was a conduit between himself and the system, for he knew now that he was simply unable to even begin to process everything his system did, let alone control it directly. When he sat down in the chair, however, it was kicked up a notch. For example, while he could become aware of everything at the inn at any time, he would need to scan the inn, or look for someone in particular to know what was happening. Once in the chair, however, it was like a portion of his newly acquired mental strength was diverted towards always keeping in touch with the system. Every action taking place within the system was being ranked by a level of importance from 0 to 100, and at the back of his mind, he knew the numbers for each action. As soon as a number appeared that was abnormally high, or even a minor anomaly for that matter, he would know immediately. Moreover, while previously he could perform generic scans, now he could look for something more specific. While this was not entirely new for him, since he was always able to directly ask Mary whenever he needed to know something, it was still a good feature. His attention turned towards a few items that had been placed on his desk. There was a journal, an ink pen, an inkwell, a letter opener, and a card holder full of cards that only said Innkeeper below Midnight Inn written in bold letters. He was convinced that these things were not ordinary, but he decided that first he would deal with the matter of the person wanting to take Ragnar's requests before anything else. Yet even that required him to do two things before he addressed the matter. The first was the matter of having a receptionist. Lex could hire one of his workers randomly, but he wanted instead to have a dedicated receptionist, who would perhaps even be his assistant. Not to mention, it gave him an opportunity to use his new worker's status panel. While previously he could directly hire what the system called AI to create living workers who could take up jobs at the inn, leaving their skills and traits up to fate, he could now be so much more specific in his requirements. First of all, for gender he chose male. As a bachelor, it would be inappropriate for him to have a female receptionist, mostly because it would trigger the memory of every corny TV show he had ever seen in his life. The trope of falling in love with your employee was too cliché for him to even joke about. He skipped over stuff like age, appearance, height, etc., and went directly to his skills, abilities, bloodline, and cultivation. Every amendment he made would drastically increase the price of his worker, but Lex had money to spare. Without hesitation, he picked anything that sounded even remotely helpful, from eidetic memory, perfect recollection, exceptional multitasking, strong mental calculation abilities, exceptional perception, excellent reflexes, the best possible health recovery, immense vitality, and so much more. He made sure the assistant had a strong sense for etiquette and morality. Unfortunately, he could not have the assistant created with an elevated cultivation system, as everyone would still start as a mortal, but he could choose the bloodline. Other than Regalia Bloom, which all his workers seemed to start with, he had two other options. The Regalia Bloom was of great assistance in manipulating energy, but it was not necessarily the best choice for his assistant, so he looked at the other two. The next one was called Anachronistic Ignition. When he read the description, Lex's jaw dropped, and for the first time he actually felt incredibly jealous. It was hard for him not to envy his workers, who were all born with such an amazing bloodline right from the start. But he controlled his emotions, for he knew he had advantages of his own, especially when Regal Embrace was unique in the whole universe. This next one, though, it was just ridiculous. 384 Luther. The Regalia Bloom bloodline allowed the user to take control of all kinds of energy within a certain zone, with only physical strength and stamina as the determining factors for how much energy the user could manipulate. The energy could be used by channeling it into any weapon or item as the medium for energy transfer. Though there were a few limitations and price, such as the endless beautification of the bloodline holder and the user's ability to transfer the energy fast enough, theoretically such a bloodline would make one knight invincible. If Lex had this bloodline, along with his incredible reflexes and abilities, he most likely wouldn't even get a chance to use that incredible defense of his. Just the fact that, as a chi training cultivator, Gerard was able to combat a nascent level cultivator should be a clear indicator for how powerful and deadly this bloodline was. An anachronistic ignition, while supposedly on the same level, seemed ridiculous to Lex. Unlike the Regalia blood, which had an area effect, the anachronistic ignition was completely confined to the user's body. What it could do, though, was that it could completely displace any kind of effect, status, or feature acting on, or part of the body, to a later date. In simple terminology, it could manipulate time with the user's body as the medium for time displacement. The use could be from something small to anything incredibly massive. For example, if the user was fatigued, he could use his bloodline to displace the effects of the fatigue over the next several hours, days, or years, depending on the user's ability. Moreover, he could do so endlessly as long as the bloodline was not exhausted. The beautiful part was that bloodline exhaustion in itself was an aspect of the body that could be displaced, making the use of the bloodline potentially endless. Of course, at a later time the user would still have to suffer the displaced effect, but the potency of the effects could also be determined at the time of use. For example, in the case of fatigue, only 5% of the original fatigue will affect the user, but the duration is extended to make up for it. These were the simple things being displaced. The more complicated things could be something like severe wounds, such as stabs, illness, burns, poisoning, organ damage, and even, if one were fast enough, death. Something as mundane as indefinitely delaying death, or instantly recovering from severe damage such as a stab wound through the heart, was no longer enough to startle Lex. What completely drove him overboard was the second effect of the bloodline, as so far only the anachronistic portion of it had been discussed. The way to completely and properly utilize anachronistic ignition was to take something the body was suffering from, and instead of sending it forward in time, completely ignite it and remove it from ever returning in the timeline. This part was not as easy as the first part, but if succeeded, and say the user took a lethal injury and ignited its occurrence on his body from ever returning, based on the event being ignited, the user would be filled with a massive burst of energy, as a sort of reward from time itself. So in essence, a skilled user of the bloodline could not only endlessly suffer lethal attacks only to erase them moments later. With each injury he erased, the user would not get weaker but stronger and more energetic. There was almost no drawback. Almost because once the user activated this bloodline for the first time, they would suffer an unspeakably horrific curse. Their body would stop aging forever, making them essentially immortal. Oh, how burdensome it was to know you could never take another sick day from work ever again, because your body is forever stuck in its peak healthy state. Lex gulped and turned his attention to the last bloodline. He was almost afraid to read about it. Fortunately, its name was simple and not as unique or intimidating as the last two. Moreover, unlike the previous two, its effects were not so multifaceted. It was simply called Death Counter. Its effects were that the user could hide a drop of blood anywhere, and once the user died, 24 hours later, the user would come back to life from that drop of blood, in perfect health and at the peak of his power. There was no distance or realm restriction to where the blood could be hidden, and in the case the drop was hidden behind some kind of barrier such as the one that secluded the inn, and 24 hours passed, the user would come back to life whenever the barrier had any disruption at all. It was not at all too fancy, and just made one essentially immortal, even beyond the previous bloodline. Lex needed a minute to stabilize his mood as he struggled with the thought that such insanely cool bloodlines existed, which his system could give his workers, but he himself was forever without any bloodline. After all, if he had a bloodline, it should have been activated by now, right? Regardless, Lex didn't waste any time and selected anachronistic ignition as his receptionist's bloodline, which raised the price to 350 million MP, but it would not change his mind. He didn't know why there was such a gap in price between Regalia Bloom and anachronistic ignition, since they were both impressive in their own right, but they were thoughts for later. He could have been called handsome, were it not for the fact that he had an entirely too delicate frame. He was a petite man, as if he could be blown away by the wind, but his expression was stern and serious. Luther reporting for duty, sir. 385, Lord. Luther, you will be my receptionist, said Lex with a smile. Yours will be a heavy responsibility, so I hope you will be up to the task. I do not expect to be seeing a lot of guests too frequently, so you will have a lot of time on your hands. I hope you use that tie wisely and raise your cultivation level as soon as possible. It would be slightly embarrassing if my own receptionist has too low a cultivation level." "As you wish," Luther said with a bow, his expression forever unchanging. "I am expecting a guest soon. Mary will update you on the details. Send him in once he arrives." Luther bowed even deeper, before he promptly stepped outside Lex's office and took his place at the desk. A deep, almost malevolent look flashed in his eyes once he left Lex's office, but he quickly suppressed it. He was nothing more than a common receptionist, and things would remain that way for now. "Mary, send me the list of Ragnar's requests and any information about them," said Lex, as he once again sat down on his seat. "There are a total of 7 requests he set, and they have been listed in order. To do the second one, you must first complete the first one. All requests have to be carried out in order, though they don't seem to be connected. According to what Ragnar mentioned, his true request has not yet been written. Only after someone is able to complete all 7 tasks in a satisfactory manner can they be qualified to learn about the real task." Lex nodded and looked through the 7 tasks. To be honest, they were completely beyond his comprehension. Even while reading them, he could not understand what it was Ragnar wanted. For example, the first task was to light a jaded horn lantern in a field of bedravens underneath a sky full of moons blocking out a star. The 5th task was to swim in the ash of Gilder, while the final task was to whisper the name of the deathly precinct under the shade of a divine mango tree. Literally, he had no idea what answer he was supposed to give if the person who came asked him what any of that meant. Well, Lex shrugged. If he was unable to answer, he'd just tell him to ask Ragnar instead. A short while later, Luther opened the door to his office and welcomed in the person who wanted to attempt Ragnar's tasks. What walked in was an 8 feet, 2.4 meters, tall creature in the shape of a centaur. But instead of the lower body of a horse, it was a gray-skinned, 6-legged creature with massive rippling muscles all over its body. Its upper body, still gray in color, was humanoid, but had 4 hands instead of 2 and 6 eyes. The creature had long, straight hair falling down his back and all over his face, and a sharp and pointed beard. Curious, Lex scanned it. Age 67-55. Sex female. Cultivation details, too high for host to view. Species, Bravenharbinger. Midnight in prestige level, 1. Remarks, the only thing more lethal than a Bravenharbinger with a weapon is one without. Not to be biased, but Lex would never have been able to guess that Dillian was a female just based on how muscular her figure was. But then, he had never seen anyone from her species before, so he had no point of reference to judge the appearance of a male or female. Whatever the case, it was true that she struck a formidable sight. While Lex was undergoing musings of his own, Dillian had several of her own thoughts going on. She was from the Henali court, and had recently heard about the appearance of a new potential member. Out of curiosity, she came to the inn at the same time as the representatives who left Lex a gift behind. Other than the teleportation, she saw nothing too impressive. Yes, there was a lot of potential here, for example, that toddler galactic sovereign turtle, but nothing that struck her as worthy of a new member of the Henali Assembly. Even the dragon was clearly not a member of the inn. The tasks she saw put up on the board in the guild room interested her, if only slightly. It was actually the price that attracted her most. She wanted to use those requests as an excuse to meet the innkeeper, but the moment she stepped into the office, she regretted her earlier arrogance. How could she even begin to suspect a potential member? When had her station been high enough for that kind of judgment? The pressure that each and every brick of this building exuded shook her to her very core. Yet the ease with which it transitioned from the hall to the office, which was calm and comfortable, scared her even more. She was wise enough to recognize a silent warning when she encountered one. So the moment she laid eyes on the innkeeper, she expected to have her spirit shook and her soul pressured. Instead, she saw a rather handsome human. His sleek and suave appearance, which would have usually disgusted her, appeared rather pleasing to her eyes. He had a soft smile on his fair face, and his eyes were filled with politeness rather than the usual disdain she witnessed in Daelords. Suddenly she was startled at her thoughts, and suddenly realized her mistake. Without an ounce of hesitation, Dillian dropped to her knees and lowered her gaze, pleading, "Please excuse my transgression, noble one. My eyes were unworthy to gaze upon you." Her heart was trembling with fear. As someone who worked at the Henali court, it was unimaginable that she would make a mistake as basic of looking towards a lord without permission. Yet she had made it. Now she could only hope for forgiveness and leniency. "Relax," said Lex, his voice filled with brilliant gentleness. "Here at the Midnight Inn we treat our guests with great care." 386 Evil Intentions. Dillian relaxed upon hearing the innkeeper's answer. It was not unheard of for Daelords to be nonchalant about etiquette, but whether or not they were was their prerogative. Regardless of her status or strength, Unless she touched upon the Tao, she had to prostrate herself before them. Now that he had told her to relax, however, she must not emphasize on continuing her display. Another very important rule about dealing with Daelords was not giving them a reason to repeat themselves. She silently chided herself for ever doubting the veracity of the rumors regarding the innkeeper. If she had not been arrogant enough to request an audience with the innkeeper to further investigate the inn, she would not have ended up in this situation. Upon noticing Dillion instantly obeying his instructions, yet detecting the strong sense of fear and regret radiating from her body, Lex connected many dots and immediately came to a conclusion of his own about what was happening. He chuckled and said, "Sometimes our own extensive experience can be our own detriment. At the inn, so long as you do not break any of the inn's rules, you are completely safe. Now tell me, how can I help you?" Dillion's body trembled, but she managed to keep herself from having any stray thoughts and bowed deeply towards Lex. Only after a minute, when she got up from her deep bow, did she say in a reverent voice, "I am Dillion Jormender, great lord, a custodian in the Henali court. I came to seek some clarification on the tasks posted in the guild hall." "In that case, why did you seek me out, and not the person who put down these tasks?" "Great lord, I feared that checking the details of these tasks was beneath you, and the person who put up these tasks may have been using your platform with insidious intent. That way, should news of the tasks come to light, the one to suffer the fallout would be the inn instead of the original author of these tasks." Strictly speaking, Dillion's words were true, which was the best answer she could give in this circumstance. Naturally, the whole truth was that she doubted the innkeeper's actual strength and status, but the coercion she suffered back in the hall before his office set the record straight. It was not something that could be easily fabricated. "Oh," Lex said, suddenly pulling up the tasks and looking at them again. To be honest, even with this new information he could not make heads or tails of it, yet he could not allow her to realize as much. The second request was a little strange, to tickle the soul of an aged marble moon fruit. Was that the one that was insidious? Lex, an extremely ticklish man, always felt that the act was the devil's work. Or was it the third request, to steal the death of an acrote? It literally had the words death and steal in it. Nope, Lex could not make heads or tails of it, so he had to look at the matter from another angle. The tasks were put up by Ragnar, so did Lex judge the man to be one with machinations behind his actions. He had a strong feeling that Ragnar was not such a man, so he would not use the inn to perform any evil tasks. He was a man with a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, so he wouldn't be out here wasting time over nothing. There had to be more to these tasks, but whatever the secret was, Lex was convinced it was not something evil. Also, he really wanted that 1 trillion MP. "The tasks have been put up by a repeated guest of the inn, one I have met personally many times," Lex said, his voice as reassuring as the warmth of the winter sun. "I trust that there is sufficient reason for him to put up such requests." She was hesitating about whether or not she should elaborate, or if it would seem rude for her to continue on with a topic the innkeeper already deemed safe. Lex, who was now more in sync with the system and its space than ever before, was naturally able to pick out the expressions on her face. While he was not familiar with her race, his instincts in this heightened state were naturally able to detect what was on her mind. "Do not be afraid to say what's on your mind. After all, the more you speak, the more I will learn." Naturally, Lex did not say the second part, and only thought about it. The last task, of speaking under the shade of a divine mango tree, especially taking the name of the deathly precinct. If it is not performed with the utmost care, it could end up interfering with the preparations for the Henali Champions' tourney. Such a transgression, it is not one that can be easily borne. Dillion dared not look directly at the innkeeper, despite his assurance that it was all right, but she was observing for any reaction that the innkeeper had at this information. After all, even Daelords had to obey the Henali. But there was none. The innkeeper was as casual as before, as if he did not care at all. "Maybe the whole purpose of the task, then," he eventually said, his voice as if explaining something simple to a mere child, "is to find someone capable of fulfilling the requirement without causing problems. I'm sure he does not mean to attract endless trouble towards himself, but is rather searching for someone brave enough to attempt it and skilled enough to pull it off. I suggest you do not take the task if you do not consider yourself of sufficient skill." Dillion was startled, and somehow she felt challenged. Though from the innkeeper's voice she heard nothing but genuine concern, calling her courage and skill into question, for her own safety, affected her more than any insult ever could have. She was not crazy enough to try and offend Henali, but suddenly she was curious about what kind of requirements they have for a person, if just their test alone is already so tough. "No, I cannot risk anyone else attempting the task and messing up. I will take this upon myself," she said, both reassuring herself and informing the innkeeper. He smiled at her, his eyes filled with more gentleness than even her own father had shown her, and said, "Then I wish you luck." He truly did, for there was 1 trillion MP on the line here. Space. Once Dillion left, the innkeeper retreated, leaving Luther free to do as he wished. The innkeeper had suggested he cultivate, and had even provided him with an excellent cultivation technique, but Luther's heart could not settle down. He spent several hours familiarizing himself with the inn, then used his position as the innkeeper's receptionist to get a meeting with one of the most famous of the inn's workers, Gerard, the head of security. "It's a pleasure to meet you," Gerard said, as amiable as ever. His appearance had changed drastically due to regalia bloom, making it so that he no longer looked like an aged man, but rather a handsome, mature man. Compared to him, the delicate Luther seemed very lacking, yet Gerard saw a fire in his eyes that let him know not to take this man lightly. "Senior Gerard," Luther began, his voice polite yet professional, "I have been doing some research since my appointment, and if you do not mind, there are some matters I wish to discuss with you." "Oh, taking initiative, I like that. Tell me, what do you want to talk about?" "Well, Senior, it has come to my attention that up until very recently, a lot of the security was handled by guards that had been outsourced for the Lady Cosmos competition. But since the competition ended, the guards also returned. During that entire time, and still, many guests took the inn's rules as nothing and kept breaking them, causing the security to have their hands full. Now that the extra guards are gone, your teams should be even busier now than ever, correct?" "That is true. I believe, Senior, that the reason people keep trying to break the rules is because of how lenient the innkeeper is. Naturally, someone of his caliber would view all the guests as nothing but children, and so would treat them gently." An evil light shone in Luther's eyes. "But as the representatives of the inn and the innkeeper, we need to maintain the respect that they deserve. I believe, if we took a stronger stance against rule breakers, the rest would be too afraid to transgress." "What do you have in mind?" 387 Gossip Queen. "What do you have in mind?" Gerard asked, his expression turning a little more serious. In matters regarding security, he took nothing lightly, and this matter, which involved them taking an initiative to propose a change in the way things operate, was especially one that required his full attention. "If I'm being completely candid, then if it were completely up to me, all rule breakers would receive the capital punishment," Luther said, his eyes narrowed. "But no matter what, we must not let the inn's reputation be tarnished. As such, different levels of transgressions must have different levels of punishment. In that case, if we do things my way, the lightest transgression for a first-timer will result in a 1-year ban from entering the inn, while a repeat offender will get permanently banned. We can also suspend any tasks they're performing or requesting in the guild room. Furthermore, depending on how serious the issue is, the punishment can be even more serious. According to what I know, some marauder attacked the inn some time ago and are still being held at the inn as prisoners." "Yes, that is the case," replied Gerard. "He took care of the prisoners' security and nutritional requirements, which is why he was one of the few people still aware of the prisoners. The rest seem to have forgotten about them. They were pillagers who attacked the inn. A lot of them were captured instead of just killed. The innkeeper did not feel like executing them, so they have been kept hidden at the inn so far." "Excellent, so following that train of thought, we'll also need to develop a dungeon, or a prison. Guests who break very serious rules can be put in prison or punished otherwise. Of course, for matters related to this, we will have to get the innkeeper's permission, but we should prepare a full-fledged proposal before we present it to him. Moreover, I've noticed that we have many strong cultivators, but most of them are at a low level. We should prepare a thorough recruitment plan and present it before the innkeeper. Some of the guests are genuinely talented, and we should utilize them to the best of our abilities. At the same time, I've noticed that we have many workers, and all of them are treated very well, but very few have additional benefits, which has caused everyone to become complacent. I think we should design a promotion system to motivate employees to work harder." The evil gleam in Luther's eyes began to shine even brighter. He had a very calculative and mathematical mind, and the inn, as impeccable as it was full of inefficiencies. Of course, that was not the innkeeper's fault, but a result of the workers who he found lacking. The innkeeper had trusted him, and Luther would not disappoint him. That he would make sure of. Space. Lex had dismissed Luther because he wasn't expecting to see any more guests and wanted to explore the inn he had been away from for so long, but it was not meant to be. A number of inn employees applied to meet with the innkeeper, for they had many things to report. Although Mary had kept him abreast of all matters that required his attention, that was only on the large scale of things. The minor details relating to the inn were many things he had overlooked as a result of his absence. Well, he could not blame anyone, nor was his work getting any less by avoiding it. He began meeting everyone one at a time. The first worker he met was the sovereign galactic turtle, who had requested his presence at the greenhouse. In fact, it should no longer be called the greenhouse, but a farm due to its massive size and formidable output. Fields of vegetables were planted over the sloping hills of the Midnight Inn, with several orchards nearby as well. The formation that was supposed to protect the greenhouse had undergone many upgrades, both in size and function. Since it was only designed to confuse any who entered and prevent them from delving inside too deeply, the upgrades were not costly. Or at least, not too costly at only 700 million MP. It had resulted in the greenhouse staying safe so far, though now Lex was considering adding fruit picking as an activity for guests to indulge in. "How have you been?" Lex asked as he appeared in front of the massive turtle that had buried its shell in the soil. Lex had no idea what it was doing, nor did he want to ask. "There has been a small, teeny-tiny accident," the turtle said slowly. "Yes, just a small, teeny-tiny accident. Oh dear, why does no one ever listen to me?" "What was the accident?" Lex asked, suddenly becoming serious. It was the first time he heard the turtle lose control of a situation. "Well, a guest paid me a handsome commission to plant a sapling and help it grow up quickly at the inn. Since the conditions for the sapling to grow were too difficult to find normally, I accepted. At first, all was well. Then the sapling grew a consciousness. Then it fused with the delinquent viper vine hidden underneath the inn's soil and took control of the vines." Lex was extremely alarmed at the news, as the delinquent vines spread as far as the inn extended, and were a very important part of the inn's security system. They were what restrained any troublemakers before guards or security could reach them. If someone hijacked the inn's security, that would be problematic. "Show me," said Lex gravely. The turtle, after considering for a moment, rolled over. The soil that covered it was ripped from the ground, falling everywhere but leaving a hole in the center where the turtle had been. There in the ground was a small but very familiar plant. "Jishima," Lex said, suddenly startled. He remembered the sentient plant well, for it had given him quite the shock back when he saw it the first time during the midnight games. But it could not be Ijishima, for he remembered receiving a notification saying that it had died, and its MP balance had been sent to its inheritor. Yet the plant looked too similar for it to be a coincidence. "The name is MacDonald," said the small sapling, young MacDonald. "Hello, young," said Lex with a hint of amusement when he realized that this plant was actually an employee as well. But unlike the turtle, which had hired itself as an employee, this time the system claimed MacDonald as having been born only due to the unique environment it provided, and so accepted it as a part of the system in the form of an employee. "I have been told that you've taken over the vines underneath the inn. What are your intentions, little sapling?" The few green leaves on the sapling changed color, as if blushing out of embarrassment. "I didn't mean to do it, promise, it just kind of happened." "Well, I hope you can continue to use them to protect the inn, since you've taken control away from everyone else." "I don't know how," said the sapling, its voice reduced to a squeak. "The turtle will teach you," said Lex, before turning to give the turtle a silent look. This was the first time he had lost control of the situation, and Lex kind of found it amusing. He also did not forget the little scamper had been accepting MP payments privately. It seemed the turtle was entering its mischievous age. "Let me know if there's anything else," said Lex one last time before teleporting away to his next worker. He really had a lot of ground to cover and a lot of work to do. But in a way, this was probably the best way to settle back into the flow of things. He met with a few workers who were planning Harry's wedding and wanted Lex's permission with a few things. He met with workers who had, predictably, gained a bit of weight from eating too much of the inn's extremely organic, extremely nutrient-rich foods, and he met with a few who were just making up fake excuses to be able to meet the prestigious innkeeper. Met with Gerard's old racing crew, who had grown vastly in numbers now. Their fleet of golf carts could be seen all over the inn, some even racing against the midnight train. He met with Little Blue, the flying whale, who had grown a lot more cheerful these past few months, and he met some of the animals who had been living at the inn for so long that they began cultivating. Everything was going well, then he met with Velma. She approached him pulling behind her several bags, all full of notebooks. She had reports to give, and they were extremely detailed. After all, she was the gossip queen of the inn. 388 First Binder. "It's been a while," said Lex as looked at Velma, doing his best to avoid looking at the several bags behind her. No matter what, Velma and Gerard held a special place in Lex's heart as the first workers he'd ever hired at the inn. They had been with him through everything, and their help along the way was invaluable. All things considered, it was not strange to say that Lex genuinely missed them dearly. "It has been too long," she said, maintaining the professionalism in her voice, though Lex could clearly hear how emotional she felt. "No need to be so formal between us. We can be considered old friends now." Velma lightly trembled upon hearing the innkeeper's words and relaxed. Her smile widened as she gestured to the innkeeper to have a seat. She had prepared some snacks and refreshments, for their meeting would not be a short one. "I hope you had fun," Velma said, but then greed gleamed in her eyes as she got to matters she really cared about. "Moreover, if you encountered any touching love stories, I hope you'll share them with me." Lex smiled weakly as he quickly went through his memories to judge if he could recall any love stories. The hedonistic king's harem of wives did not really paint him as a romantic, and everyone else was too focused on killing Craven to have any decent love stories. At most, Dino and his wife could barely count. I visited a realm under siege by an alien race. I did not get the chance to see any decent romances. How unfortunate, she said in a saddened tone, though Lex wondered if her sympathy was towards the realm being invaded or the lack of romance. Her morose mood lasted only a moment, though, as she quickly brightened up when she unzipped one of the bags and pulled out her first binder. The inn, on the other hand, was rampant with love stories of all kinds. While I was learning about them, I managed to also learn a bunch of interesting things about various worlds. Take Earth, for example. When she opened her binder, Lex was expecting to encounter a scrapbook dedicated to the romances of his home planet. But what he saw instead was an extremely well-documented and completely unraveled list of secrets. Though the planet has come under the rule of Fernanda, beneath her there is a web of political intrigue, all secretly being manipulated by the many political prisoners kept on the planet. From the binder, she took out a few pages which had pictures of a few key political leaders on Earth, as well as pictures of the so-called political prisoners on the planet who were manipulating them from behind the scenes. The more Lex heard, the more serious he became. It reached to the point where over 90% of all wars in the last 200 years were caused by the same 3 prisoners, who all happened to be friends. In fact, Velma even managed to uncover the fact that one of the nascent cultivators from Earth, the one fondly called as Fatty, was just a normal person who reached his current realm due to a random treasure he found. The truth regarding that matter, however, was that one of the prisoners lost a bet, and had to give a treasure from their personal collection to a mortal on Earth as punishment. As if that was not it, one group of prisoners had been influencing the nascent cultivators, and another had been manipulating the so-called rebellion, treating it all as some kind of entertainment. The more Lex heard, the more horrified and amazed he was. He was horrified because of the reach and influence of the prisoners was ridiculous, and amazed at the detail with which Velma had managed to gather information. He did not even have time to process the complexity and intricacy of the conspiracies she was uncovering in front of him, so much so that the next few hours flew by like the wind. But unfortunately, the few hours did not mean they went through all the binders, no. It took them so long only to cover one binder, which had been labeled Earth. None of the other binders had anything to do with Lex's home planet, which frankly once again left Lex astounded at Velma's capabilities. When he asked her how she learned all this, she said this was just her collection of useless information she got while asking various guests about their love lives. Lex's jaw dropped, only mentally, of course. In actuality, his expression only changed slightly and showed genuine appreciation for her effort. In the end, though, Lex concluded that he could not listen to her entire briefing today, and instead told her that he would listen to her elaborate on one of her binders each day. Velma found that most satisfactory, as she had assumed that the innkeeper would only take her binders away and read them at his own leisure. By allowing her to tell him about them each day, he not only ensured that they would meet often, he allowed Velma to fully show off her hard work. But he was not done with the binder from Earth, no. He told Velma to create another binder, keeping only information pertaining to all the people secretly causing wars and strife throughout Earth. He would first give the new ruler of Earth, Fernanda, a chance to set things straight. If she could not, he would make all that information public. Once he was done with Velma, countless other workers had requested meetings, including Gerard, so Lex was still not free. Between meetings, though, he still found some time to set down the inheritance lounge and open it, as well as used his new remote presence ability. The remote presence ability let him create a holographic projection of himself anywhere on system grounds. In this case, that included the tavern. This was very important for Lex, for while he was doing the rounds at the inn, some people had arrived at the tavern to deal with him. Namely, Joseph Noel had shown up, followed closely by Mario and Elio Rix. They had been very discreet in their arrival, ensuring that no one knew they arrived together. Moreover, they had gone directly to a private room, not taking the risk of being spotted together. After all, Mario Rixai was the goatfather of Babylon, while Joseph was the actual owner of the town. In theory, they should be at odd ends instead of so close. Lex, however, had long surmised that they must have a close relationship. Now that Joseph knew that Lex was in close cooperation with the royal family of Hum Nation, he had dropped his guard, somewhat, and had arrived with the intention of discussing business. Lex did not feel like leaving the inn any time soon, so the remote projection ability came in handy very quickly. Moreover, with the increase in his cultivation, his mental faculties had improved so much that Lex had no issues controlling the projection while he did work of his own. When Lex's projection entered the private room, Joseph and the rest stood up to greet him respectfully. It appeared as if everyone had been briefed on exactly the kind of behavior they had to display in front of Lex. Lex, I know that you have already met, but let me introduce you again. This is Mario, my on-ground manager for many of my ventures. Mario, said Lex with a nod in acknowledgement. Lex, said Mario likewise with a nod. In the future, he will be conducting trade on my behalf. Moreover, although it was a little tough, I've managed to arrange 100 energy crystals for you, though they'll be delivered in batches of 10 over the next few weeks. That's excellent. I have the stuff you asked for as well. I'll have someone bring them in, though I managed to get a lot of material. The price naturally went over 100 crystals, so you can just choose which ones you want and which ones you don't. Joseph was both surprised and very pleased to hear the news, and became even happier when Rick carried in a chest full of extremely rare treasures. In his heart he wondered why Lex had trouble locating energy crystals when he could find other treasures so easily, but he did not complain. There was no market for the materials he wanted, simply because they were never available. In comparison, while the energy crystals were extremely expensive, at least they could still be found. A meeting eventually concluded with both parties very happy. Lex, especially, was very happy since he planned on relying on Joseph to learn about the secrets of the Craven. That's because he asked Mary if another incident like the previous one where he got trapped in another realm could happen again. She only replied that until they uncovered the anomaly that resulted in Lex being sent there in the first place, they could take no precautions against it. 389 Sudden Quest. Lex did not dismiss his projection after he was done with Joseph and Mario. Instead, he went to Aegis, who had been sitting at the tavern, once again conversing with Roland. P. The Crown Prince responded immediately, leaving Roland with only a plate of fries to keep him company for the moment. When he entered the room, Lex did not waste any time and presented him with 2 keys, 1 platinum and 1 gold. Originally, Lex considered not giving Aegis with a key of his own unless he got Zagan to use the platinum one, but he decided not to be so restrictive. Not only would this give Aegis a better impression, but it would also account for the fact that the Crystal Realm was now linked to the system, and golden doors could spontaneously appear anywhere. Using them, Aegis could accidentally arrive at the inn at any time, so he would rather provide him with a golden key first. If he wanted the platinum key, however, he would need to complete the task. Of course, the chances that Aegis would encounter a golden door were too small, but Lex no longer trusted luck. There was also a considerable drawback to providing him with the golden key, which is that considering his wealthy status, there wasn't much he could go from working at the inn that he couldn't just buy himself. This made him consider the fact that he needed to improve his worker benefits. This was yet another thing he would add to his ever-growing list of things to do. This is a golden key and can take you to the Midnight Inn. You can begin your search for greater opportunities from there as a guest whenever you want. But if you want to join the Midnight Inn, you have to prove yourself by having Zagan use the platinum key. Carefully, Aegis took the keys from Lex's hand, his expression extremely ominous. He did not think he'd get access to the inn so easily. But at the same time, he did not even consider reneging on their deal and avoiding Zagan. Whether he joined the inn or not, it would be best not to start their relationship with a bad experience. Feel free to use the golden key once before you try to find Zagan. It'll be good to know what you're fighting for. He just caught his breath, as he was severely tempted to do just that even before Lex said so, now that he had permission. Before he could decide on what to do, Lex dismissed his projection, disappearing from in front of Aegis, scaring the hell out of him. It was not easy to get the drop on an immortal, but Lex kept doing it. As for Lex himself, he was in a meeting with the planning division. They had proposed many changes and alterations to the existing setup of the inn, including Main Street, which was originally where all the main attractions of the inn used to be. Now, with the addition of the party village, a majority of the crowd was attracted there, while the Main Street and the rest of the inn became welcome places for the guests who were just visiting. In fact, since the development of the party village, something remarkable happened that Lex had looked over for a very long time. When Earth won the cultural portion of the Midnight Games, they won the award to have their top performers summoned to the inn to perform for free. In fact, they would actually get paid for their performances. But as the inn lacked proper venues to host such events, that aspect of their award was never triggered. Now, finally, various performers from all over Earth found themselves performing live in front of the universe. If nothing else, it had kick-started Earth's economy, as well as cultivation. There were over 100 nascent realm cultivators on the planet now, but almost all of them lived virtually permanently at the inn due to the better environment. Setting all that aside, Lex had been overlooking plans for renovations to Main Street when he saw a proposal for the addition to a very Gothic-looking cathedral. He had long since understood that the workers in the planning division all had unique personalities, and their personalities were often reflected in their work. He had no issue with the Gothic nature of the cathedral at all, but simply wanted to avoid building religious buildings, for he did not want to involve himself in matters of religion. Earth alone was chock full of religions and religious zealots, let alone the rest of the universe. So this was one controversial entity with which he wanted a clear distance. Yet the moment he selected the cathedral to remove it from the proposals, he triggered a hidden quest. Hidden quest? Different guests require different environments to survive. Establish 5 unique environmental biomes to cater to different kinds of guests from all over the universe, including divine guests. Quest progress complete. Stable terrestrial biome, low chaos. Aquatic biome. Stable fossorial biome, underground. He had to pause, not only because of the unique way in which the biomes had been decided, but because of the fact that he could almost immediately complete this quest. This was because as soon as he built the cathedral, supposedly, he would gain another biome. It would be a biome that would allow divine beings to exist. Basically, of his existing biomes, on land, in the water, and underground, all counted as unique biomes, but for whatever reason the open air did not count. Or maybe it was a part of the on-land biome. So then, what else would he have to do to get another biome? After all, on top of Midnight Mountain he had a snowy terrain, yet the change in weather was not counter as another biome. He theorized that the environment was not drastically different enough to count. He would need to run a few experiments to find out. Also, did he have guests who'd been living underground all this time? He had to look into that, for he would have to figure out how to serve them. 390 Fire Temple. With a bunch of new tasks suddenly on his plate, Lex quickly concluded the meeting with the planning division by approving their changes to Main Street, and told them that they would have to reschedule the rest of their meeting. At the same time, Main Street started to change. The road in the middle became wider and the buildings, which had been closely packed together to resemble the urban style of New York, started to gain some distance between themselves. Some of the buildings became taller and wider as well, but in the case of the barbershop, battle axe, and gaming den, they only grew slightly bigger without gaining any floors. Street lights sprouted from the ground, growing like plants and filling in the empty gaps on the road. Benches, small and large, appeared on the edges of the sidewalk, right in view of the greenbelt which were full of flowers. Statues appeared at intersections, all of the various workers from the inn who had gained some repute. Underneath the statues were small planks with the names of each worker. As much as the planning division wanted to rearrange Main Street as well, Lex chose not to mess with the original layout. Maybe some of the larger attractions, such as the Avalon building, would be more appropriate on Main Street, but he preferred the smaller shops run by his workers. They were unique and irreplicable, which gave them character and built the charm of the street. He did, however, allow the addition of the Gothic cathedral onto Main Street, though he kept it near the end. It was a massive building, seemingly carved out of a massive gray rock or mineral. Gargoyles and demons of other kinds stood as statues where even the smallest of space was available, in contrast to the angels and spirits depicted on the stained glass. That was it. There was no center stage for sermons or worship, no idols or pictures of deities. Yet it was filled with a strangely unique aura that was both ominous and resplendent. Lex knew that this was the so-called divine aura, which created an environment uniquely suited to host divine guests. Maybe. He would look into it, and in fact, he had a great idea where to get all his information and new cultivation techniques from. When he finally got free, he would go back to X-142 and visit the Infinity Emporium once again. His experience there had been good, and he recalled that the person told him that if Lex didn't mind waiting, he could place orders for items that weren't immediately available. Currently, though, it was time to develop the next biome. Lex walked to the lazy river as he thought about what kind of new environment he wanted to build. He dipped his hands in the water and ticked off one of the many things he'd had on his list for a long, long time. He added Magikarpet to the inn finally. He added many animals from Earth to the inn, but next to none from the other planets. When he saw the big, red, beautiful fish, he knew he had to have them at the inn. But the system could not create something out of nothing. He needed to provide the system with some DNA for the animals he wanted to summon. Moreover, they could have no cultivation whatsoever. Moreover, if their bodies were too complicated or had some unique treasures in them, they could not be replicated either. Lex smiled as he felt one of the Magikarpet rub against his foot. He was thinking that he had to create a drastically different environment for it to count as a biome. Currently, he was considering 2 such options. One was a massive lava pool inside a volcano, and the other was an extremely cold cave that reached 100 Celsius. There would, of course, be formations in place to ensure the temperature does not interact with and escape to the rest of the inn. Normally, in circumstances like this, he would have flipped a coin. But since had completely lost all faith in luck, he was forced to make a decision on his own. So, as a compromise, he did something completely different. Lex disappeared and reappeared near the edge of the boundary for the inn, and with a flick of his hand, split the ground open. A ravine hundreds of feet deep and a mile 1.6 kilometers long was formed soundlessly. Spending a nominal 100,000 MP, he put down a formation to ensure the temperatures inside and outside the formation wouldn't interfere with one another, before creating several lava falls from the ground deep into the ravine, slowly filling it up. He could have filled it up with lava automatically, but he wanted to watch as it happened slowly. He intended to fill the ravine only 3/4 before creating an endless loop. Lava would continuously fall down while the same amount of lava disappeared from the pool down below, causing its level to be constant. Soon the temperature inside the formation began to rise rapidly, and a short while later, he heard the familiar ting of a completed quest. Quest complete, existing biomes. Stable terrestrial biome, low chaos. Aquatic biome. Stable fossorial biome, underground. Divine biome. Lava pit. The host's reward is being calculated. Reward upgraded for completing quest in less than 1 hour. Reward upgraded for having one extremely unique biome. Reward rank B+. Reward 1, Fire Temple. Reward 2, New Worker Class unlocked. 391 cliffhangers ahead. Lex smiled because he had finally been encountering some easy quests. Before, from quests ranging to recruiting an immortal behemoth to visiting a 5-star planet and developing a permanent guest district, Lex kept getting quests way beyond his capabilities. Lately, though, finally, he had some good ones. He shook his head, denying himself the hope that his luck was getting better, and looked at his rewards. Fire Temple. Building to host divinities with a fiery temperament, though others can visit it as well. It contains all the basic necessary facilities required by a divine being. Must be built in an extremely hot environment. New worker class unlocked, Draconian Apostle. Draconian Apostle. An insecta found in only the most hazardous environments, these extremely versatile can freely adapt the structure of their bodies to suit their survival needs. A powerful but simple-minded race, their lives are hollow until they find a master to serve or an ideology to propagate. This was a surprise. Lex always knew he would eventually hire workers that were non-humans, but he always thought he would need to take the initiative in finding them. To be honest, he was so comfortable with humans that he hadn't really felt the need to hire races. In fact, he somewhat believed that his perception as the Innkeeper had strongly been tied to humans or at least humanoid creatures, for even the Henali sent all humanoid representatives to greet him. But before he even got around to it, the system had provided him with a new race, or as it called it, class of workers. He spent 5,000 MP to purchase a Draconian Apostle to see what they looked like and get a better understanding of them. All he understood so far was that they were some kind of insect. Though what he was mentally prepared for and what appeared in front of him were completely different. A 3-feet-long honeybee appeared in front of him, wearing the signature suit all Midnight and employees wore. Its yellow fur made the suit fitting look fluffy and snug, while its 2 massive eyes on the sides of its head made it look like it was in a perpetual state of puppy dog eyes. It made a gentle buzzing sound as it hovered in the air in front of it, but it was actually quite pleasing. "Greetings, Innkeeper," whispered a cute baby voice in his head. "Greetings," replied Lex verbally, testing if the apostle could hear. "Introduce yourself and what you're capable of doing." "My name is Fredrich. I can do most basic physical and spiritual tasks and have a racial advantage in building stable structures in extremely volatile areas. For my survival, I cannot long stay in such a temperate environment, and am best suited for places with extreme heat, cold, radioactive decay, strong electrical clouds, etc. I can change my shape as needed to suit my environment and task. The cultivation of my species is dependent heavily on the environment in which we live. The more chaotic environment we are able to adapt to, the stronger we will become. Naturally, the environment must also have spiritual energy for us to grow from, but it need not be stable at all. In fact, it is best if it is even a little violent." "So a race of masochist bees," Lex mused. "Take a look at this ravine. Do you think you could survive there?" Lex asked as he pointed towards the ever-growing pool of lava. Fredrich took the request very seriously, and even flew down into the ravine to properly inspect everything. Due to the Draconian Apostles being an entirely different race, Lex could not determine its facial expressions, or even detect the to be honest, but his instincts let him know that it was filled with excitement as it flew back. "This area is perfect for me and will greatly boost my cultivation," he said, barely able to suppress its joy. "All right, in that case, whenever we have a guest come to this area, you will be in charge of taking care of their needs," decided Lex, as he summoned a few more of them to give Fredrich some company. With that done, Lex decided to place the fire temple within the ravine as well. As it turned out, the ravine was just large enough to accommodate the structure of an ancient mosque, with tall spires on 4 of its sides and a pointed domed structure in the middle as the temple itself. Not interested in exposing himself to the heat of the lava, though he'd be protected from it anyway, Lex simply scanned the temple to see what it was like on the inside. Considering it had what all divinities needed, he was expecting to see a few rooms and amenities, but all he saw were several altars in closed-off sections of the temple. Other than that, it was very plain and mostly filled with decorations. He was feeling a little tired from meeting all his workers for the past several hours, so instead Lex decided to catch up on a few other tasks that were waiting for him, the primary of which was the gifts left behind for him by the Henali representatives. There was an epistle with the words Henali embossed right onto it, a small sealed booklet which contained the conventions alongside a small wooden chest that contained some kind of a gift for him. Such official business was best conducted in his new office, so he retreated back to it and comfortably sat down on his chair. He had asked Mary to try and open them, but she had been unable to open it. There was a very decent chance that Lex himself wouldn't be able to open it either, but he would only find out by trying it out for himself. After a moment's consideration, he reached towards the epistle first, since it was addressed to him directly. Supposedly it was an invitation to the Henali assembly, whatever that was. He did not wait for dramatic effect and tried to open the epistle as soon as he got his hands on it, but predictably nothing happened. The epistle did not open. Lex sat back in his chair and frowned as he considered why he was unable to open it. Perhaps since they assumed him to be a Daelord, he needed the strength of a Daelord to open it in the first place. Such reasoning would make sense, and if that were the case, these items would remain untouched for a long time, if they were ever touched again at all. While he was thinking, his sight wandered over the other items on the table, and he noticed the letter opener. Could it be? Lex scanned the items on the table, for he hadn't had a chance to earlier. He started with the leather-bound journal, but discovered it was not a journal at all. Midnight in letterhead. One as prestigious as this cannot be without proper stationery. The midnight letterhead can be used by the innkeeper to write official letters or messages bound for outside the inn. They will be tinged with the aura of the innkeeper. Innkeeper S-Pen. Each of the innkeeper's words is worth 100 worlds. Writing anything with this pen will imbue the words with the aura of the innkeeper. Inkwell. The medium to carry power must be powerful as well. No word written with this ink may ever be misconstrued, misunderstood, or manipulated to mean anything other than what the author's intentions entail. Innkeeper's letter opener. Prestigious man must have prestigious friends. An exchange between people of status needs proper etiquette. The letter opened uses the aura of the innkeeper to open letters and packages addressed to the innkeeper to confirm the identity of the recipient. Innkeeper's business cards. Everyone cannot be everywhere all the time. These business cards carry the aura of the innkeeper with them, and when spiritual energy is passed through them, a temporary clone linked to the innkeeper's consciousness can appear. The innkeeper can send it to those with whom he wishes to converse. Lex was genuinely impressed by these items that had remained completely unmentioned so far. They were genuinely so useful for his identity as the innkeeper, but the system had not deigned to mention them at all. Or maybe they were just a part of his new office, which is why the system did not give him individual notifications. Business cards especially were blowing his mind and opened up so many potential options for him to continue to use his innkeeper persona. He had been invited by the Henali to attend some kind of assembly, but Lex honestly had no intention of going. It would only expose him, and maybe even put his system at risk of being detected. But with such clones, he could now consider the option. 392. Entering the big leagues. He would find an opportunity to test the innkeeper's business card on someone inconspicuous and test out its abilities and limitations. For now, however, he had another item he wanted to try. He picked up the letter opener and, without waiting for the dramatic build-up, used it to open the epistle. The wax seal easily came off, and the envelope unfurled on its own, revealing a single page that automatically began to hover in the air. Due to the universal language converter that Lex had received, he was able to pretty much read and write every language he ever encountered quite easily. In fact, it had been the reason he was able to communicate with the Craven. But when he saw the language written on the epistle, the beautiful purple calligraphy on the page, he knew two things immediately. First, regardless of whether he had the language converter or not, he would be able to understand everything this said. Second, he would have to learn some calligraphy of his own if he ever wanted to write a letter as the innkeeper. Putting away his random thoughts, Lex began to read. Honorable Innkeeper, your presence and activity in the Origin Realm has been noted and acknowledged. The Henali would like to thank you for choosing the Origin Realm to establish your business in, and would like to invite you to the Centurial Henali Assembly to meet and interact with other influential and like-minded individuals. In case you are unfamiliar with the Henali Assembly, it is a gathering that invites all those in the Origin Realm who have touched upon the Tao, under the protection of the Henali, to come together and discuss current events. No affiliation is required to join the assembly, and attendees may keep their identity anonymous. The Henali Assembly is also the only portal through which a Daelord can request to join the Henali Court and other essential, affiliate-restricted events. This epistle also acts as a key to enter the assembly, and can only be activated in the first hour of the assembly. Henali looks forward to your attendance. Time to assembly, 104 hours, 33 minutes, 59 seconds. Lex read and reread the epistle time and time again, analyzing it for as much information as he could get. His heart beat extremely fast as he considered the possibility of going and all the risks associated. If he had to go in person, he would never ever risk meeting a Daelord for one simple reason. It did not take a genius to guess that the Daelord realm was even higher than the realm Bastet was in, since her cultivation was only titled as Demi-Daelord. Moreover, since he now knew that high-leveled cultivators could potentially detect his system, he was more than inclined to avoid them as much as possible. But the business card presented him with a potential solution. Since the Innkeeper's aura was being generated through the system, he would not doubt that it could emulate whatever strength people had associated with the Innkeeper. And since the event would be under the protection of the Henali, who or whatever they were, he would not have to take the risk of having his consciousness clone attacked or even analyzed in great detail. He was extremely tempted, and his usual greed that was normally hidden once again showed its ugly head. This would be a great opportunity, and he could gain a lot, but at the same time he was also risking a lot. Moreover, the assembly that happened only once a century was taking place a little over 4 days from now. Still, time waits for no man, and he had a decision to make, and only a few days to make it. Lex turned his head towards the other two things left behind by the Henali representatives. The wooden chest was apparently a gift, but the other was a copy of the Henali conventions. Whether he would go or not, reading the conventions would greatly benefit him, as they would supplement his understanding of the universe, or at least the Origin realm. He picked up the purple tetragonal pyramid-shaped crystal and tried to channel his spirit energy inside of it, but as expected, nothing happened. He then channeled his spirit energy into the crystal through his letter opener, and lo and behold, the crystal cracked, and a stream of energy flowed into Lex's mind. Instead of merging into his memory, a sort of book appeared in his mind which he could open and peruse at any time. Just because the book was in his mind did not mean Lex had all the information memorized, but it did mean that Lex's reading speed would be astronomical. Filled with anticipation, Lex began reading the conventions, and many things finally started making sense. At the same time, Lex finally understood why everyone was so afraid of Henali. In the way that humans, devils, and dragons were races, Henali was actually the name of a race. There was not much of a description of them in this book, as that was not entirely relevant to the conventions. What was mentioned, however, was that this entire massive Origin realm, that the humans on Earth used to previously consider the entire universe instead of just one realm of many, was but a single one of the realms that the Henali controlled, and their conventions applied in each and every realm that they owned. Moreover, the reason Daelords were forbidden from participating in any civilization-related incident in the Origin realm was very simple. Much in the same way that the Earth Immortal realm was the peak of the Crystal realm, the Daelord realm was a level beyond the natural peak of the Origin realm. Should they use their strength, they would destabilize the entire realm. After all, as the Origin realm was apparently only 19 billion years old, it was not mature enough to naturally support the existence of beings on such a high realm. The more Lex read about the rules, the more goosebumps he kept on getting. Space. In the heart of the Origin realm existed a landmass that was impossibly large. It could not be called a planet, for what planet could be so large that it made galaxies look small? Yet despite its size that defied science, at least as Earthlings understood it, the landmass existed in a stable state. It supported life, had rich and diverse climates, was absurdly rich in spiritual energy, so much so that instead of water, it often rained liquid energy, and most of all, did not seem to affect the entire Origin realm with its gravity that should have been strong beyond comprehension. Yet it was not just the size of the mass that defied fact and fiction. 6 chains, each consisting of links, each one lather than the entire solar system, protruded from the mass out into space. As if that was not enough, each link on the chains also developed a climate of their own, and gave birth to unique life forms and never-before-seen races. Yet that was mere happenstance. The true purpose of the chains was to act as leashes, and the thing they leashed would startle anyone who even slightly understood the universe. 6 black holes hovered around the mass, sucking everything the universe had to offer, yet at the same time, they seemed to be doing their best to run away from the landmass, as if they had some kind of sentience. Unfortunately for them, the chains that held them in place were not at all threatened by their awesome power. On this landmass somewhere was a temple in which a bird, seemingly made out of pure energy, was reading some kind of book. It was engrossed, as if the world itself could not distract it from the secrets of the universe it was indulging in. Yet a powerful bolt of energy struck it, knocking it off its perch and attracting its attention. "Stop reading that perverted crap and get back to work," an ethereal voice thundered. "Another epistle has been opened, and so another Daelord's presence has been confirmed. Add another chair to the assembly hall and look into who the new Daelord could be. Also find out if they're participating in the Hanali Champions tourney. The betting pool will open soon, so if there are any new participants we need to do our research." The bird made of energy only rolled its eyes, and with an exhausted sigh, began obeying the voice's instructions. If a knowledgeable person saw the bird, they would be scared out of their wits, for this bird was exactly one of the few remaining Phoenix in the Origin realm, and yet here it was, being treated like a servant. The Phoenix, though, did not show any reluctance or hesitation as it began doing its work. 393 Fugan. Lex spent a good while reading the Hanali conventions, and then even longer pondering over what each convention meant, and the reasoning behind it. Beside a brief introduction of the Hanali race, as well as the Origin realm, right at the beginning, the rest was just a list of rules. Lex had to extrapolate a lot of information from the rules and make a lot of guesses, not to mention that these were the conventions that only applied to entities that touched upon the Tao. The first and foremost rule was that beings that had touched upon the Tao realm were expressly forbidden from directly interfering, meaning using their own abilities in any way, with any civilization in the entire realm, regardless of how strong or weak they were. The second rule was that, should they need to conduct a private battle, they had to stabilize the Origin realm around themselves first, by themselves. If any tear is detected in the realm because of them, they will be heavily fined. Everything seemed fine and dandy so far, as the focus seemed to be on protecting the realm, but the conventions after this were what let Lex know that nothing was ever as simple as it seemed. Any entity that touched upon the Tao, affiliated or unaffiliated, was to immediately report the presence of any so-called Fugan invaders, and in some cases, take direct action to eliminate them. Though there was no explanation for what the Fugan invaders were, upon reading a few more rules, Lex concluded that there was a realm-wide war going on in the Origin realm as well. Unlike in the Crystal realm, where the origin of the Craven was questionable, and the local leaders even took some actions to ensure they were not defeated too quickly. In the Origin realm, the Fugan invaders had to dealt with on sight, and had been established as invaders from another realm. Anyone who associates with the Fugan invaders would immediately be identified and treated as an enemy by the Hanali, and in the case of Daelords, they would be expelled from the realm. This rang alarm bells for Lex, for what would he do if a Fugan arrived at the inn as a guest? He did not know what a Fugan was, so there was no reason to believe they would even be interested in being a guest, but that did not change the fact that one could end up being a guest. He needed to understand more about the Fugan, and more importantly, he needed to get his hand on the reward for discovering the anomaly in the Crystal realm. The reward was a realm seed, and would allow the inn space to form into its own realm. That way, they would technically no longer be within the Origin realm, so even if he had a Fugan as a guest, he did not need to worry about being expelled from the Origin realm. This was because when it came to beings powerful enough to own and control multiple realms, he did not think for even a second that they would have a tough time locating the inn, regardless of how easily the system hid it. After all, the system had already shown that it was not perfect at hiding. Lex kept reading, but the many conventions after seemed to slowly start getting extremely abstract, and beyond Lex's understanding. The few more that Lex was able to understand were fairly simple. Mass genocide was disallowed when taking control of a new planet, soul farming was forbidden, bloodline farming was forbidden, and no one was allowed to attempt a breakthrough into the Daelord realm within the Origin realm. In summary, the Origin realm was the private property of some race known as Hanali. Though they were owners, their interference within the realm was mostly limited, and the races of the realm were allowed to propagate and spread according to the natural order of things. There were very few crimes they actually policed, such as mass extinction for colonial purposes, and for the most part did not care about who did what. They were in contact with most races or organizations that reached a certain level, and provided protection against these Fugan invaders should their threat cross a certain threshold. Lex finally leaned back and considered his next actions carefully. He only had 4 days to decide. Before that, though, he turned his attention to the wooden chest and swiped it with his letter opener. Much like the other items left behind by the Hanali representatives, the treasure chest unfurled itself, revealing some kind of mechanical orb. Lex had only just wondered what the orb was and was thinking of scanning it when the system spoke. New notification. Upgradable material found. Should the system upgrade for free? Upgrade details. Provide the inn access to the Henali portal for free permanently. Using the portal from the inn will keep the location and all other user data hidden unless specifically otherwise stated. The portal cannot be used to track or locate the inn. Lex raised an eyebrow and then laughed when he understood what happened. He had been given the interstellar equivalent of an internet router. He had heard of the Henali portal before and had planned on checking it out on his travels, but never got the opportunity, and now the opportunity had presented itself to him. He did not hesitate and selected the upgrade, causing the mechanical orb in front of him to vanish. Unlike most upgrades to the inn, this one was not instantaneous, which was convenient for Lex could catch up on his other tasks. As it happened, an entire day had passed, and Velma had appeared again, this time with another binder. Lex rubbed his forehead as he wrapped his head around the fact that an entire day had passed. He had been so busy that he had not noticed the time at all. Still, Lex made time for her since her last briefing had turned out to contain so much valuable information. This binder was on Nibiru and all the changes that had been happening to the planet. In a unique phenomenon that no one fully understood, the planet had actually increased in size. The sloth known as Golden Hair that was supposedly supposed to look after the planet had once again disappeared, leaving the world to descend into chaos. And so many beats were undergoing mutations and gaining sudden strength, not everyone was as convinced of their roles, and everyone kept challenging the order of things. The entire planet had descended into chaos more or less after that. There were a few beasts in particular that had gained great fame during this period, one of which was Havel Elyon, a serpent who had proclaimed all the seas of Nibiru as his own territory. There was vehement opposition, but none were able to stop his rapid ascent. Moreover, a large number of humans had revolted after gaining unique bloodlines of their own. Not to mention Tiffany, the girl Lex had met back on that planet, had been spreading cultivation techniques for humans across the globe with her own efforts. In fact, Tiffany was being heralded as the new leader of humans on the planet, and a number of beasts wanted to pursue her, but none were able to capture or kill her. As if that was not enough, there had been official meetings between high-ranking members of the Jotun Empire and several beasts on Nibiru. The Empire had shown extreme interest in reports of mermaids on the planet. Unfortunately, while there seemed to be some proof of their prior existence, no one was able to find a living mermaid. Regardless, the Empire put up several rewards for the location of a mermaid, though they were very careful to also specify that they did not want the mermaid harmed even in the slightest. Just as Lex was pondering over why the E-Empire valued mermaids so much, Velma elaborated. Apparently mermaids could transform into humans, though that wasn't relevant. What was more important was that a child of a human and a mermaid would always be human, but sometimes with the bloodline of the mermaid. The details were unclear even to her, but she was able to gather that the Empire was unbelievably attracted to a certain bloodline ability owned by mermaids, but in all the galaxies that the Empire controlled, they had never been able to locate it. Still, they were determined to get their hands on it one way or another. Lex listened with great interest as he expanded his understanding of the universe, even if it was only one planet at a time for now. Once he was done, Lex took the binder with information on Earth from her, and after a long time appeared at the inn as Lex Williams. It was time to meet some old friends. 394 personal. From the moment Lex decided to use his original identity to when he teleported and walked all the way to where Marlowe's wife, Sophia, was, he had already gotten several notifications from Mary about tasks that needed to be handled by him. It may have seemed like the inn had been functioning fine in his absence, but the truth was they were barely holding things together. It was a ship at voyage having its leaks repaired using duct tape. An undeniable truth, unfortunately, was that the quality and standard of the inn had fallen. It was not Lex's fault, for he had been doing his best to keep up the expansion of the inn as its presence grew in the universe, but he expanded from having a few thousand guests at any given time to a few million in the span of a few months. It was virtually impossible to keep up with the standard, especially because of Lex's cultivation level, which limited the amount of things Lex could do at any given time. An example of the high standard he had early on was the presence of unique places such as the barbershop, gamer's den, and battle axe. They were more than sufficient to cater to a few hundred, possibly even a few thousand people. But with millions of guests, even if they operated at maximum capacity at all times, they still wouldn't be able to keep up with even 1% of the demand. Due to the fact that such shops couldn't be replicated, the uniqueness of the inn fell. Indeed, the meditation, training, hot tub rooms, etc. were good, but they were generic. Lex needed more unique attractions and features to keep up with the demand. Moreover, despite the strict control of the security team and his other employees, more and more people were beginning to misbehave at the inn. This was because while Lex and the rest had given demonstrations, that was a long time ago. Moreover, the people who were visiting for the first time may have not even heard of them. These were exactly the reasons Lex had decided to temporarily not go to other planets and just focus on improving the inn during this next upcoming period. The Henali assembly, in comparison, while still risky, would not take as long so Lex could still afford to go. Still, while all of these were concerns, Lex was aware of them and already planned on fixing them. Sure, it may take some time, but it would not be a huge loss. This was exactly why Lex could take some time to handle a few personal matters, such as the one regarding Earth. What he did not know, however, was that an army had been silently gathering at the inn for the past few months, completely under the radar. When Lex visited the planet X-142, a mysterious group had begun to infiltrate it. Their purpose was unknown, though their actions suggested that they were either there to destabilize the Dmitri family or steal from them. The Dmitri family, a business-oriented family that had bought the rights for the X-14 star system for 1,000 years, had picked up on their infiltration quicker than anticipated, and had reacted more strongly than anticipated. Many of the infiltrator teams were captured or killed, but fate is an unusual thing, for it was only a short while earlier that those planets had been connected to the Midnight Inn. The chances of one of those remaining teams encountering either a golden key or the golden gate that appears randomly were minuscule, yet that is exactly what happened. As soon as a single member of the infiltrators figured out the nature of the inn, he spread the word. It was so that this mysterious group, after entering the planet, began using a golden key to teleport to the inn and remain there until they were themselves required there. Over time, due to the secretive nature in which they were operating, over 5,000 such infiltrators had entered the inn through various strategic points on the planet. When the time was ready, they would return and wreak havoc. Moreover, because they had been at the inn for so long, they had a deep and thorough understanding of the inn itself, and so made no attempts to create trouble. In fact, even while at the inn, they were extremely careful in their behavior. They did not stick together, and instead split up as much as possible. They involved themselves with different events such as the Lady Cosmos and Earth Expo to fit in, and started to acquaint themselves with some of the workers and guests at the inn to seem more authentic. But now, for the first time since they began arriving, some of the group members were holding a secret meeting. "Yes, sir," was all the reply he got, and it was all he needed. The plan was in motion now. Oblivious to the nefarious plot being hatched with the inn at the center of things, Lex was patiently waiting for Marlowe. The man had rented a large house at the inn and practically lived here permanently. Considering it was just him, his wife and his son, spending money on a 2,000 MP a night house was a little extravagant in Lex's opinion. But then again, who was he to complain? Lex was genuinely impressed by the fact that Sophia did not seem to be bothered by his request to meet Marlowe and directly called for him. After all, as a popular man, there must be many wishing to meet him, yet he was still so receptive. The truth was that due to Marlowe's newfound strength and complete disregard for social norms, most people feared even coming in front of him, let alone meet him. So this was genuinely an uncommon occurrence. When Lex finally saw him, he noticed that the former giant had finally started to regain some of the muscle on his body that made him seem more of a monster than a man. Yet currently the amount of muscle he had stacked up was still within the realm that mere mortals could understand. "Well, well, well, look who has the guts to show up at my house after dropping my class," said Marlowe, wearing his signature mad grin. Unfortunately for him, now that his body proportions were actually normal, he looked handsome instead of crazy with that smile. Lex simply shrugged and said, "Your wife had my apartment ransacked. I didn't want to get pulled into your family drama." Marlowe, who had been fully intending on messing with Lex, froze. He had no idea about the details and turned to look towards his wife, who was just filing her nails nonchalantly. She couldn't even be bothered to deny it. "Well then, lad, I'd say you did the best possible move to defend yourself by running far away," Marlowe said with an approving nod. He sat down opposite Lex and made himself comfortable. His old butler from back in his apartment in New York appeared from a different room and began laying down snacks and refreshments. "As much as I'd like to sit here and reminisce about the good old days, I'm here on some serious business." Lex put the binder on the table in front of Marlowe and said, "You can treat this as a request or a favor. Or maybe if there's something you need, I can help you get it done, but I need your help to get this binder in the hands of the woman named Fernanda." Marlowe raised an eyebrow in curiosity. He recalled Lex clearly because he had been ordered by his step-family to keep close tabs on him nearly a year ago. In fact, it was through Lex that Marlowe first learned of the Midnight Inn and gained his opportunity to improve his life. He not only had a good impression of him, but he was also quite intrigued by him. There was clearly more than met the eye about him. So now that he directly referenced Fernanda so straightforwardly, without making any roundabout excuse of why he even knew that name, he was even more intrigued by what was in the binder. Without saying anything, Marlowe picked up the binder and began perusing. At first he was nonchalant about it, but only a few minutes later his wide grin dropped and he became utterly serious. The story about a hidden hand manipulating all the conflicts on Earth would have been too far-fetched for Marlowe to believe just a year ago, but now he doubted nothing. A few moments later, a tinge of red entered his eyes as he read about a certain conflict, to be precise, the one in which he had to sacrifice his golden core and lost a majority of his comrades. That too had been a part of a worldwide chess game between the prisoners being held on Earth. If before he had only been intrigued in hearing what Lex was saying, now he was suddenly greatly invested. After all, it had just become personal. 395 Professional Gossiper. Is this all real? Marlowe asked the question that seemed obvious. Yes, said Lex, his expression extremely serious. Moreover, their backgrounds out in the universe are not simple at all, otherwise they would not be kept prisoner like this on a planet like Earth that has lacking spirit energy. Other than constricting their cultivation, they're essentially free, which is probably where the oversight occurred, allowing these people to treat Earth as they wished. Lex shrugged and said, as long as these people stop creating problems for Earth, it's good enough for me, but at least if you give it to Fernanda, it'll be a good way of gauging her reaction. I'm not used to Earth suddenly having an owner, but if it has won its best to at least understand them first. Marlowe did not immediately answer as his mind churned, going over the pros and cons of various decisions. Regardless of much time he spent at the inn, it was an essential truth that his foundation was based out of Earth. To stay at the inn, he needed to pay, and his source of income was indubitably linked to the planet. Moreover, after the recent Earth Expo, Earth's economy was undergoing a boom. Everything was progressing at a rapid pace, and a new space race had already begun to reach the other planets in the solar system. Others, instead, were planning for mining operations out in space, with the ultimate goal of building massive satellites and space stations around the planet. In fact, based on the history of Earth and humanity, many expected that the rich and powerful would have all their attention focused on their own personal growth, and the weak and helpless would once again be forgotten, except when it was time to shun them. But a mysterious organization by the name of Rose Society had appeared overnight with seemingly unlimited resources and reach, and changed the world forever. Rehabilitation centers, homes, schools, colleges, trade schools, farms, and more were suddenly provided by them, and they began attracting all those that could not help themselves. In a mere 3 weeks, a very large portion of homelessness disappeared, for all those willing to move had been relocated, provided with excellent living conditions considering they had not asked for anything in return, and were already training them to re-enter society, under the care of the society, of course. No one knew who was behind the society, regardless of how much they tried to dig up the details, and no one understood what the society's purpose was in doing this. No one, at least no one with significant power, believed such a large organization was truly altruistic. Regardless, all of that was irrelevant in the face of those whose very purpose it was to create chaos. If those prisoners were not handled, all the progress Earth was making would only become a setup for a larger conflict later. Despite himself, Marlowe ended up asking, "What do you plan on doing if you find Fernanda's reaction lacking?" Lex shrugged and said, "What can I even do in that case? Maybe I could kill those prisoners myself, but that would not solve the problem, which is that Earth is under the ownership of a callous leader. Maybe in that case, it would be time to consider changing who has control over the situation. I've heard good things about this Jotun Empire. Maybe we could invite them to visit the planet." Marlowe did not comment on Lex's plan, and simply stated that he would deliver the binder to Fernanda. Without the copious amounts of pain he felt at every moment distracting him, Marlowe was actually a very disciplined and sensible man. Unfortunately, years of being crazy under the influence of his pain had made it somewhat of a habit, and the wide grin on his face after Lex left indicated that he was about to do something crazy again. Lex, on the other hand, had already stopped thinking about the matter. It wasn't as if he didn't care about his home planet, but rather that he had too many other tasks to deal with. But also, on some level, when he left his home behind and moved into the inn, a part of him started treating the inn like his home, and Earth is just another planet the inn was linked to. As for his family back on Earth, Lex shook his head. For a while now, he had done his best to avoid thinking about them. In fact, it was precisely after he removed his tumor that he subconsciously started avoiding thinking about them at all. It was not very difficult, for he was swamped. There was one task, especially, that he had been thinking about for a long time. He had been searching for some race or some unique guest who had an innate advantage in this field while completely ignoring those already available and with sufficient skill for the role. He was thinking specifically of his quest to start a news service he got back in Chapter 162. No. Of the quest he got back when Earth was undergoing civil war, and he was desperate for news about how things were going. He had been thinking that he needed to find someone with an innate skill or ability to collect information. Now that he thought about it, if he ever encountered someone with a newspaper system, he would be perfect for the role. But there was no point in completely putting off that task until he ran into someone like that, especially when he had someone as skilled as Velma. Her ability to gather information had genuinely surprised him, and it went far beyond the scope of general information available to the public. She was sifting through information so hidden even the upper echelon of Earth itself had been unaware, not to mention what she told him about Nibiru. Considering these were only 2 binders, he couldn't even imagine what the hundreds of other binders contained. She was more than qualified. He just had to now give her the tools required to do the job well. Lex teleported back to his office, which he was growing incredibly fond of, and summoned Velma back. She showed up excited with another binder in her hand, but before she could begin, Lex started speaking. Velma, I am genuinely impressed by your ability to collect information and have reevaluated your role at the inn. You've been placed in upper management because of how long I've known you and your deep understanding of the inn, but I see now that this is not where your skills are best put to use. For a while I've been interested in starting a news agency, and I think you'd be perfect to run it. What do you think? I'll give you full control of how you want to run it and monitor your performance. Then, as your operations finally begin, I can continuously give you feedback on how you can improve. Yes, she blurted out, filled with immense excitement, while in her mind she could only think of one thing: the gossip column. Excellent, said Lex with a smile, and after a ridiculously long time, finally completed the quest by designating Velma as the head of the news service. Quest complete. Reward: Midnight News Building. Without hesitation, he put the Midnight News Building on Main Street, once again contributing to the most unique street at the inn. He teleported himself and Velma over to inspect the new building and check out all of its features. It was a long, rectangular building with only the ground, first and second floors. The ground floor was a public area, with dozens of counters where guests could come in to purchase specific news. Lex went through the functions of the building in his head, and began sharing them with Velma. The most common feature of the building was its ability to publish newspapers instantly, and have them appear throughout the inn instantly. On the first floor, there was a records room as well, where a single copy of every newspaper ever published would be recorded for posterity. Other than that, the building had an interview room, where any lie told by the interviewee would immediately but discreetly alert the interviewer. As much as Lex was hoping, the building lacked any function to detect huge scoops, and searching for and retrieving news would completely be up to the journalists hired at the building. There was, however, one feature that greatly excited Velma, though Lex did not exactly see the charm. It was the advice column. 396 Boulder Shrine. While Lex had told Velma that he would let her run the news service as she wished, he still inquired about what her plans were and what kind of help she needed. Despite the short duration of Velma's designation, she had already come up with an extensive plan for what she wanted to do. While it was a news service, it was based out of the midnight, and so whatever news they published would be based around the inn. In fact, she was not planning on doing a full newspaper anyway. Velma had planned on releasing a single-page newsletter once a day detailing events and incidents, as well as stories featuring prominent guests and inn workers. There would, naturally, be a special events section that would mention if anything significant was happening on any worlds related to the inn. That, naturally, did not mean that she would not collect information about other worlds, just that if anyone wanted something more specific, they would need to come to the Midnight News Building and purchase whatever they had available. Obviously, Velma was not omnipotent, so it would not be possible for her to always know everything. But the more time she spent doing this, the better she would become. Besides, all the information she had on the binders could directly be added into the agency repository. But at that point, Lex realized that if all the news was spread equally, it could cause problems. After all, some information was sensitive. In this case, he told her to divide information into 2 categories, and the more sensitive information was reserved only for employees, such as himself or potentially others who would be interested in it. Of course, even they would have to pay, though they would get a discount. But naturally, collecting news casually and actively collecting news was different, so Velma would need help. But contrary to what Lex expected, she did not ask for any new employees. Instead, she said she would only require the help of Anita, the pregnant lick that had become an inn employee. Lex didn't ask in too much detail how she planned on collecting news and information. She was clearly an expert. He did, instead, ask about what she intended for the advice column, since she seemed a little too excited for that. The advice column, as the name suggested, would be a column in the newsletter where guests at the inn could ask for advice regarding any problem they were having, and Velma vehemently hoped they were romantic problems. and she would answer under the column heading called Ask Rachel. Anyone could submit questions through their personal holograms, and then Velma would filter through them and answer as she liked. It seemed very ordinary to Lex, but then again, he had a lifetime of experiences behind him while Velma was on the verge of turning 1 year old. Speaking of which, for a long time now, Lex had a little something planned for the Inn-S as well as Velma's and Gerard's first birthday, and he could finally start working on it. Feeling quite pleased with the enthusiasm Velma was showing for her new position, Lex disappeared from the news building. He was on a roll for crossing things that had long been waiting to be done off his to-do list, so naturally he wanted to keep that stake going. Next thing he did was retrieve a small pebble from the Midnight Tavern. This was no ordinary pebble, for it produced water that drastically raised Lex's strength. He was planning on submitting it into the gift shop for a moment so he could read the system's description of it, but something unexpected happened the moment he retrieved it. He got a system notification regarding the tiny rock. New notification. A unique treasure worthy of being an inn attraction has been discovered, generating a new room to maximize use of treasure. Unique treasure, dead core of a divine boulder. Remarks, in an era older than most can remember, even the mundane was worshipped. But in this era, even something as grand as the inn has no worshippers. Such a useless era. New room unlocked. New room, Boulder Shrine. At first Lex was extremely impressed at what he was reading, but when he read the part about immediately being poisoned to death, he trembled. He had taken a huge risk by absorbing that water, or divine essence, as he now knew it was called. But then again, Lex was being guided by his instincts into absorbing it, so on some level his body clearly knew it was good for him. "Mary, is there any way to prevent this poisoning?" he asked, as he tried to look deeper into the building's specifications. "Maybe if you upgrade it further, but at the moment, there are none. Moreover, there's no guarantee that the recovery pod will even be able to heal such a poisoning, as the only way to be really sure is to find someone suffering from it and scan them." "Is this really something we can add to the inn then?" Lex asked with concern. He knew for a fact that the system judged him negatively if a guest who had not violated any rules died at the inn. Since this is a building provided by the inn in the first place, there should be no problem. We'll just have to make sure that everyone who tries to use it is aware of the risks first, and that the inn takes no responsibility should an accident occur. Still hesitant, Lex looked into what he needed to upgrade the room. After all, he was a rich man now, so he could surely afford to directly upgrade the Boulder Shrine a few times. Unfortunately, that was not how the room worked. To upgrade unique rooms such as this, Lex not only needed to pay an MP, he needed to provide some unique materials as well. In the case of this room, he needed to provide material that was compatible with the dead divine boulder core, and he had no idea where he could go looking for it. He thought for a moment, but then decided to add the shrine. He would make sure anyone who took it was adequately warned. Also, he wanted to see if the divine essence produced by the shrine could continue to help him improve his body. He placed the shrine right next to the inheritance lounge, and teleported in before anyone else had a chance. Instead of a room, the shrine consisted of 4 pillars placed in such a way that they were forming a square, connected only by leafy vines that went from the peak of each pillar to the next, drooping in the middle. The vines formed a natural curtain with only one entrance, allowing anyone to enter. In the middle of the shrine was a small bird bath, in the middle of which lay the dead core of a divine. The difference now, though, was that while the rock barely produced any moisture previously, even after a while, the pebble-sized core was already producing essence now. It was not fast enough to quickly fill up the bird bath, but it was much faster than before. Without hesitation, Lex dipped his finger in again to check if anything happened, yet it was not to be. It seemed that this level of divine essence was no longer useful to him. Next up, he had to think of a price for this. It was not hard if he did things normally, but while Lex was thinking of what he could offer to Aegis, he realized there were truly too few incentives to be an employee when he could gain everything as a guest. So now, the prices of things, especially unique opportunities, would no longer be simple. Use the divine essence, a guest would have to pay 10,000 MP for 10 milliliters, but at the same time, the guest also had to be at prestige level 3 minimum. This was a kind of division he could have always had, but he never bothered to do so. Now, however, he was going to put it to use. After all, the more exclusive an item was, the more its value increased. In fact, he even changed the qualification of using the inheritance lounge, keeping the price at 100,000 MP per attempt, but setting the requirements as minimum level 4 prestige. Of course, employees did not need to care about prestige, and could use all facilities directly so long as they paid. This may seem like the difference created was not huge, but it was. It would just take time for it to become evident. After all, the first few levels of prestige could be unlocked with money, but not the later ones. 397 second seed. The inn's prestige system had been unlocked for quite a while, but it remained mostly unused beyond the first level. Even then, it was mostly because the first level was free and anyone who arrived at the inn would automatically get it. The only benefit prestige one availed was the use of special glasses with the Clark Kent effect. Anyone could put them on and hide their appearance and energy signature perfectly, allowing them to come to the inn in perfect disguise. This was a feature all guests had, and was probably the most used feature that the inn offered. Then came Prestige 2. A guest had to spend 10,000 MP to unlock this level, a feat that was originally very difficult when the prestige system was unlocked, mostly due to the fact that there was nowhere to spend the money. Now, though, renting a small village for a single night costs 15,000 MP, which would put you well within the prestige limit. But the only benefit this level offered was to be able to instantly teleport to the inn, once a year without the use of a golden key or door. There were genuinely a few circumstances in which this feature may seem useful. For example, if you ran out of keys, or for example, were in the middle of an intense fight and needed a sudden getaway. But outside of those very special circumstances, the feature seemed very lacking. After this came Prestige 3. Though the feature this level unlocked was also time-sensitive, it was definitely more attractive. This level would allow the user to directly travel to a planet connected to the inn once every 10 years. Considering that interstellar travel could take hundreds of years, especially while traveling between galaxies, the appeal of this feature was considerable. It was somewhat unfortunate that the reach of the inn was limited so far, but over time this would become an extremely sought-after feature. But despite its attraction, it was just one feature. Considering a guest had to spend 100,000 MP to unlock this level, it was both cheap and expensive. For anyone who needed to travel large distances in the Origin realm, it was dirt cheap. But for everyone else, it was too expensive. Moreover, traveling to another world would pose considerable risk if one were not strong enough, so why would they leave the comfort and familiarity of their home planet? Such features that were limited in their use cases made it so the privilege level was an almost forgotten feature of the inn. But now Lex intended on increasing its uses and setting certain features as only available at certain prestige levels. After all, while the first 3 levels were simple to achieve, from Prestige 4 onwards, there were more and more restrictions. The 4th prestige level itself, other than requiring guests to spend 10 million MP, required the guest to be minimum at the nascent level cultivation and have spent at least 1 month renting a room at the inn. The requirements may seem simple, but they became progressively more difficult as the level went higher. At the same time, the level of difficulty matched the subsequent perks. For example, Prestige 4, which would allow guests to have a 5% discount on all inn services, would also allow guests to use any inn facility once while outside the inn once every 10 years. This meant that they could use anything from the facility of the meditation room, recovery pod, hot tub room, etc. from anywhere in the universe. As Lex added more and more services, the number of facilities they could use would continue to expand. For example, now anyone who reached Prestige 4 could directly retrieve some information from the news building without having to come to the inn, and then approach the building for specific information. Speaking of which, Lex suddenly had an idea and sent it towards Velma. Instead of dividing news into 2 categories, one available for public and one only for the inn staff, she could create various levels of sensitivity and make certain information available only if the guest was at a certain prestige level. Yes, once Lex started thinking like this, more and more ideas started coming to him. He recalled that the sovereign galactic turtle had charged someone for growing a plant. He had been so occupied with hiding the greenhouse, he forgot it could be used as a service. Still would not let guests into his greenhouse, but he created a small portion of it available to the public in the forest that surrounded the greenhouse. He then decided to create a service which would allow guests to submit rare or difficult plants to grow, and the inn would grow it for them. Or, they could also sell it directly to the inn. Lex was interested in collecting rare plants as he wanted to develop his collection. Who knew when he would encounter something useful? According to the difficulty, the payment and prestige level would be raised. Lex assigned the duty to the turtle, but since he was doubtful about how serious the turtle would take this job, had Mary keep an eye on him. After assigning the tasks, Lex already moved on to other tasks. Had he continued to pay attention, he would have realized that the turtle was nowhere near the greenhouse, as usual. Instead, he was standing over the ravine which contained the fire temple. Its eyes contained a fanatic glow as it lowered vines into the lava pool. Strangely, the vines were not incinerated by the heat, though of course, they never directly came in contact with the lava. Near the peak of where the lava reached until, the vines drilled into the ravine walls and disappeared. A short while later, black-crusted mushrooms began to grow, feeding off not only the heat, but the divine radiance of the temple. After watching its experiment succeed, the turtle carefully took out another seed. This seed was one of 3 Lex had given him. The first one had bloomed on its own after the inn underwent an increase in star levels and became the world's seed lotus that now resided on Lex's back. He lowered the seed, this time even more carefully, and planted it in the ravine, as close as possible to the lava without actually touching it. At first nothing happened, but a short while later the aura of the fire temple fluctuated as a majority of it was sucked away. But just as quickly as it vanished, it returned, for the system's control over the inn was insurmountable, and it quickly adapted for the aura being absorbed. A short while later, a single charred stem grew from the ravine wall, pointed towards the temple. Its growth stopped, as if it was satisfied with simply being exposed to the temple's aura, but the turtle grumbled. Clearly, this was not the result it wanted. Back at Lex's office, he had to temporarily stop his growth of the prestige level, for something else important attracted his attention. Marlowe had delivered the binder to Fernanda. The reason Lex knew this was because he had slipped one of his business cards inside it. Not only was this a good way for Lex to experiment on how useful his business cards were, this allowed him to know how Fernanda would react to this information. This was a loophole Lex discovered in the system's design. Originally, he would not be aware of anything related to the card until someone channeled spirit energy into it, activating his consciousness clone. But when he sat in his office chair, his connection to the system and the inn was deepened completely. This included, among other things, any business cards he had given out, since they were also generated by the system. Returning to Fernanda, the strange thing was that Marlowe handed the binder to a projection of Fernanda on Earth, but once the projection disappeared, the binder disappeared with her. But Lex knew that the binder reappeared on a space station somewhere where her real body was. Lex raised an eyebrow. That was cool, he had to admit. He was watching silently and intently as she read the binder, though he could not detect any changes in her expression. Either she was used to maintaining a cold expression, or she already knew all the information she was reading. All Lex could really do was observe the environment around the card. Otherwise, he would have started considering whether or not to activate the card. He really needed to see what a consciousness card felt like, but there was no way he could prompt her to find it and channel her energy into it. After a few minutes, she closed the binder without finding the card and went away. Lex did not know if she planned on doing anything, but he would keep an eye out for any changes on Earth. If she did nothing, well, even if the innkeeper did nothing, Lex Williams was also now a force to be reckoned with. 398. A matter of laws. Lex waited an entire day, but Fernanda did not return, so there was no opportunity for her to find the business card. Time was running short, and he had to test out its capabilities, but it seemed like he would have to do it himself. He could naturally just find a random person on any planet and have them activate the card, but he had a better idea. Time was tight, so he did not sit around and teleported out of the inn, reappearing in a familiar environment. He looked around to ensure he was alone before he turned in a particular direction and used Home Sweet Home, blasting off in a straight line. Home Sweet Home was a technique Lex used, which was ridiculously fast in a straight line, so much so that if an ordinary person were to use it, they would need to wear glasses just to keep their eyes open against the wind pressure. But now that Lex's cultivation had reached the peak of the Foundation realm, his speed had reached a whole new realm. In fact, Lex's speed at the moment had somewhat crossed the threshold of what normal Foundation realm experts could achieve. Of course, this was because of the unique nature of the technique as well. Otherwise, without the use of any techniques, the only aspect of his body that transcended his realm was his toughness. The care or hesitation hidden behind those actions was rooted in the body's perception of the possibility of harm and its instinct to avoid it. To a large extent, all such instincts had basically vanished from Lex's day-to-day life. The only danger he perceived, if at all, was from extremely strong individuals. He felt nothing when he looked down from high places. Most sharp edges felt as dull as a boulder. He was pretty sure that even the oh-so-intimidating guns from back on Earth would not scare him much. In fact, if he did not feel the need to perfect his foundation through his actions, he would have broken through to the Golden Core realm. At that point, his defense would have been even stronger. A side effect of his increased defense was a sense of security that made him more comfortable taking risks, which is exactly what he was doing now. He was currently in X-142, and he was returning to the Infinity Emporium. He ran until he reached a small town, where he used some of the massive supply of spirit stones he had in his home at the inn to straight out by a hovercar from someone. It took him quite a few hours, even at the fastest speed, to reach the Emporium, but it was completely worth it. Even the last time he came here, Lex ended up buying quite a few valuable things. In fact, it was at this moment he recalled he had an amulet or something that hid identity from cameras or something like that. He had no idea where he put it, to be honest, and had forgotten it even existed right up until this moment. It seemed even cultivation could not prevent you from losing your own things. He stepped into the familiar building, once again amazed at the fact that dozens of people entered before him, yet once inside, he arrived completely alone. The only other person in the shop was the familiar Powell Grant, standing behind the counter with a familiar smile. For a moment, Lex could not help but wonder if the Emporium was a part of a system or something. How else could so many people enter, yet detect no difference as they all get teleported to an individual room? It certainly did tick the box for systems by manipulating space, but honestly that was not enough to confirm his suspicion. After all, just because it was impressive did not mean it could not be achieved through other means. "Dear customer, it's good to see you again," said the shopkeeper with a smile. He seemed to recognize Lex as if it was yesterday, and rightly he should. Lex sold him some premium information, the likes of which were not easily encountered. "It's good to be back," Lex said, as he glanced at the items on display. "Just in case you returned, I had our catalog updated," the shopkeeper said, bringing out a book from beneath the counter. "Last time we could not provide you with truly impressive items due to the kind of sales we have on this planet normally, but now I have arranged for a premium selection that can be made available in as little as a day upon order. After all, since your last transaction boosted you to a level 8 membership status, we have to make an effort to cater to your needs. I recall during your last purchase you were interested in items with spatial properties. All such items are level 7, and usually too valuable to keep on a planet with a level 4 rating like this, but I managed to stash one here in case you ever come back." The shopkeeper was filled with pride as he elaborated on his preparations, though Lex doubted the man expected to encounter such an amazing deal yet again. Regardless of what he thought, Lex was about to clean out his so-called premium stock. The talk about level also gave him similar vibes as to how his system worked, as it divided guests into prestige levels instead of membership levels. But once again, this was too arbitrary a comparison to make a judgment, yet. "I'm glad you've made preparations this time," said Lex, his smile very sly. "Because this time I'm in search of very particular items and I already know how I intend to pay. The burden is on you now to perform." The shopkeeper listened with excitement. It seemed like Lex was his lucky customer. "I have a card here, a business card. It belongs to a mysteriously strong person, suspected to be in the Daelord realm. If anyone channels their spirit energy into it, a temporary clone of that person will be summoned that one can interact with. The person in question is known to not be very hostile or aggressive, so summoning the clone should not earn you any ire. But the drawback is, the card will only remain active for the next 24 hours. The shopkeeper was momentarily startled. The time limit of the card greatly reduced the value of the card, yet the inherent value of such a card was monumental. When he recovered, a massive grin painted his face as he opened the latch on the counter and welcomed Lex to the back. The item had to go through appraisal before any further discussions. Space. Lex had spent the last few months in the Crystal Realm, and a lot had happened to him during that time. In fact, it was not just himself who underwent a massive change, but his system as well. But the level of his change, while massive compared to his starting line, was not enough to get him in touch with the higher levels of the universe, directly at least. While he was in the Crystal Realm, due to the natural boundary of the realms, his changes were detected by none, for there were none in that realm looking out for the kind of changes he underwent. Once he left the Crystal Realm, he went directly to the Midnight Inn, which had a Destiny-level protective formation, preventing the influence of karma, destiny, scrying, prophecy, and so on. Thus, once again, for better or for worse, his changes lay undetected. The moment he landed on X-142, however, his aura resonated with the laws of the Origin Realm, and like a ripple, the resonance carried out into the vast unknown. Due to the ridiculously size of the Origin Realm, one would expect that it would take a long time for the ripple to travel throughout the realm, yet this was a matter of laws. In a unit of time, so infinitesimal Lex could not possibly perceive it. Like a trumpet announcing the arrival of a lord, news of Lex's changes were declared in the very fabric of the realm. What this meant was too complicated to explain simply. The repercussions of this, however, while few, were significant. On a planet far away, Serene Williams was sighing as she thought of her rebellious daughter. It would be so much easier if she rebelled by bringing home a boyfriend or something. But no, she had to go participate in an intergalactic war for honor and pride, and a few other equally worthless things. Before her thoughts could go deeper, though, a tremor ran through the entire planet, splintering it instantly and causing many continents to instantly collapse. In fact, had it not been for several formations that sprang to life immediately stabilizing the place, the splinter would have run directly through the planet, destroying its core and causing an explosion that would have changed this from a planet to a bunch of meteors. "What happened?" she asked, instantly appearing beside her husband, her eyes extremely grave. Only he could have done this, but it didn't make sense. His training was going well, he should not have lost control of his strength like that. "The mark I left on Lex's skull has vanished. He is either dead or someone has removed the mark. Horror filled her eyes as she visibly paled, but her husband spared no time to reassure her. Things had to be done quickly. 399, Emporium Treasure List Number 1. Cracked planet slowly started to heal itself under the influence of various formations, but that did not mean all was well on the surface. Billions of creatures had already died due to the sudden cataclysm, while hundreds of millions more were affected by the drastic change in climate. But fortunately, the formations that were healing the planet were treating the planet holistically, so the creatures that managed to survive the first few dangerous instants had a very large chance of surviving. Serene Williams and her husband, however, that did not matter at all. To begin with, this planet was a training ground for Lex's father. After all, since he restarted cultivation from the very beginning, he would have to have a host of proper enemies to face and arduous tasks to complete. Thus, this planet, which was originally in its early stage of developing life, had been artificially populated with the most dangerous predators in the universe. In fact, there were even several beasts with impure dragon bloodlines, and one very real dragon, all kept as prisoners on this planet as the man's grinding tools. Well, technically, the dragon was no longer a resident of the planet, for it had been killed long ago. After all, they could not afford to let it go free after imprisoning it for so long. Individualistic though they may be, dragons had immense pride, and if it ever got out that a dragon was kept as a prisoner for a human's training, let alone the Williams family, the entire human race may not be able to face the repercussions. Again, none of that was a concern for both of Lex's parents at the moment. The news shared by Lex's father was the worst possible outcome. Neither of them considered the fact that anything dangerous could happen to Lex, for they had gone a prophet to see into the future and predict the direction of Lex's life. He predicted that so long as Lex stayed away from cultivation, and stayed away from the influence of the cultivation world at large, he would live a relatively safe life for 50 years. Based on that information, they had made their own timeline to increase the pace of their cultivation and accomplish a few things. About a year ago, when they learned that Lex had begun cultivation, they feared the worst and increased the pace of things. When they began hearing news of the presence of the Midnight Inn on Earth, they feared the day Lex might himself get involved in such matters. Now it seemed like that time had come. Get someone on Earth to locate Lex if they can. But do it discreetly. My gut tells me he's gotten himself involved with something dangerous, and I don't want to attract any attention. What about you? Serene asked, her voice laced with concern. You still haven't mastered Neelam Slash. Man, Lex's father, frowned for a moment before it seemed like he made a hard decision. Standing there, the man's aura changed, and if Lex saw him now, after getting over the fact that the pot-bellied old man now had sick abs, he would recognize that he had entered the state of flow. A second later, he transcended the flow state and went into the overdrive state Lex had recently unlocked. Then, he went beyond even that, and soon it seemed as if the world itself began to bend according to his will. Ultimately, for the briefest of moments, he reached an even higher level that almost brought him to the threshold of causing a ripple in the fabric of the origin realm, much in the way Lex just had. The moment did not last, however, because the very instant he achieved it, the man drew his practiced sword and slashed forth. Something seemed to click, and the single slash he had been trying to master for years became so simple it became more inherent to him than breathing. His form, his strength, his swing, his intention were all perfect. A tall, rather handsome man stood in the hall, a glass of wine in his right hand and a book in his left. He looked up to see the couple and raised an eyebrow. This he was not expecting. Father, said Lex's old man, as he stepped through the cut space, as if he was simply walking through the door. Serene followed closely behind him. Less space began to heal itself, separating them. I was just thinking about you, my rebellious child, the handsome man said, his voice just slightly forbidding. Would someone like to explain to me why I suddenly have a 23-year-old grandson suddenly appearing in the family tree? Instead of replying, Lex's father responded with another question, his voice reeking with the desire to murder. Would someone like to explain to me why my daughter is going off to war? The handsome man was startled by his son's tone until he noticed he had overlooked something incredibly obvious. His son, meaning Lex's father, had entered the family grounds holding a sword. Crap. Space. Howell Grant was grinning so widely it almost hurt his cheeks. Almost. Not only had he verified the veracity of the card, the instant he entered the card in the business's database, someone bought it with a price so amazing Powell was looking towards a bonus several times the size of what he got for the information regarding the Bangle of Narn. Mr. Lex, no I mean Sir Lex, I think you will be greatly pleased with the price we're offering for your card. Of course, if you have anything you need, feel free to mention it, and I personally guarantee that as long as it exists on the market I will get it for you. Why don't you tell me what you're offering first? Said Lex, feeling pretty good. One would think he would get sick of earning money after all the MP he had, but not really. It always felt amazing. Sir Lex, I would first like to tell you that your membership rank has been raised to level 9, the highest possible rank one can achieve without meeting the owner of the Emporium himself. What that means is that the list of items available to you none is even larger, though if you select a rank 9 item it will directly be traded for the card. If that is your wish, I can arrange it for you, but I had already created a carefully selected list of items I suspected you might like based on our previous experience together. First, as requested, I have created a list of spatial items that I can easily arrange for you within the next 10 hours, as well as their sizes. Next, the rarest and most sought-after seeds in the galaxy, as well as the most optimal fertilizer for plants of various grades. After that, I recall you had a unique interest in preventing your identity from being exposed, so I managed to get my hands on a unique bangle that prevents long-distance tracking via prophecy so long as the other person doesn't have some of your blood. Then I noticed that you were using a very old version of one of the Emporium's best-seller items, the fancy monocle, so I procured the latest version for you, the AR contact lenses. The man continued elaborating on his list, but Lex was momentarily startled when he heard what he had said. The fancy monocle was actually a product of the Emporium. Lex always thought that it was something his own system had created. If it wasn't, did that mean that all items he got from the system were actually stolen goods from across the universe? Or was his earlier guess correct, and the Emporium was actually a part of another system, and that systems could somehow trade items internally or something? Without any outward change, Lex focused on Powell and tried to use one of his new features that allowed him to scan people even outside the inn. Name Powell Grant. Age, sex, cultivation details. Species unknown. Midnight in prestige level, 0, never been to the inn. Remarks, if you want to sell your soul, he can get you a good price. Species unknown. Wasn't he human? Before Lex could continue to ponder such important questions, the shopkeeper showed him a list of items available to buy with his new and increased rank. On the top of the list was an item that Lex could not believe he was seeing. Emporium Treasures List. Number 1, History Wiper. In case of an untimely demise, this valuable treasure will be sure to erase any and all evidence of any actions you may want to keep hidden. A must-have for adventurers, entrepreneurs, Casanovas, and those with questionable browsing history on the Henali portal. 400 Marzu. After buying the History Wiper, for no reason in particular, Lex quickly went through the list. The things the shopkeeper had arranged for him were tempting, but he wanted to get a look at some of the really valuable items as well. Unfortunately, as monumentally rare and impressive as they were, the truly high-tier items had no way of helping him as they aided in the cultivation or requirements of very high-level cultivators. Either way, it did not matter much to Lex. His next focus was going to be on finishing the foundation and beginning his journey on the Golden Core realm. As such, he would now start getting items that would help the inn better nurture Golden Core cultivators, as well as himself personally. The first thing he got was a spatial bangle that would allow Lex to store items within it. For example, if he had a chest full of gold in front of him, he could teleport it directly to the space within his bangle, without being burdened by its weight or having everyone see him moving it. Wenhild used to have such a treasure, and it made Lex supremely jealous, though he was pretty sure that the one he had now was far superior to hers. After all, it contained a space the size of 5,000 cubic meters. After that, despite how odd it felt, he got himself the upgraded version of the fancy monocle. For better or for worse, he had to know if they truly were the same, or were at least the same kind of technology. Then, naturally, he bought the other bangle that would help him hide his identity. After that, he bought a couple other level 7 items that would ultimately aid his own cultivation, and his guests as well, of course. One particularly interesting item he bought was a spirit stone vein seed. It was an item that would absorb chaotic energy from the universe and create spiritual energy in the form of spirit stones. Of course, the level of energy produced wasn't too high and could barely suffice for nascent-level cultivators. Otherwise, such an incredible money-making machine would never be up for sale. And he bought an entire repository of techniques. His real purpose was to get various spirit techniques for himself, but there was no reason he shouldn't populate the inn's library at the same time. Size of the repository Lex requested was so large, in fact, that even the Emporium couldn't deliver all the books at once. After all, the amount of books that could be fit into the payment for the business card were beyond count. Furthermore, ensuring that techniques were not repeated made it even harder. Even Powell was troubled by the sheer volume of this request, and ultimately had to promise Lex regular payments every month instead of delivering all techniques to him at once. That little maneuver made Lex a little proud, as he more or less solved his technique problem for the near future. There was, however, one more thing Lex bought, something he had been on the lookout for many months. He bought information on the Craven race. He was very pleased to see that the Emporium actually had information on Craven, until he started reading, that is. Instead of a detailed report on their race, their culture, their strengths and weaknesses, the information was only a summary of their history in the Origin realm. Much like they were behaving in the Crystal realm, the Craven were a warring race. They waged continuous war throughout several galaxies and were responsible for the extinction of many races. Perhaps this trend would have continued, but in their mad desire for conquest, they attacked another extremely strong and extremely vindictive race called Marzu. After being attacked once, the Marzu wiped the Craven from the Origin realm. The matter for how they were wiped out remained a mystery to this day, because the race had not been encountered ever again in the Origin realm, even in newly encountered galaxies. This was a huge deal, since there was a pattern of races reappearing throughout the realm. Even planets completely separated from the rest of the realm, several races reappeared, as if they had evolved as an original race of that planet specifically. It was in the way that humans kept reappearing on various planets throughout the realm. Yet according to the information, the Craven had never been encountered again after that incident. Unable to help himself, Lex looked up information on the Marzu as well. When he read about them, he was startled to learn that he had already encountered this apparently ridiculously strong race. In fact, they had once been natives of Earth as well. The only thing was that now on Earth, this race had gone extinct. Moreover, after studying their fossils, the name humans had given them was Tyrannosaurus rex. Apparently, their innate advantage in cultivation was so immense that they controlled over 100 galaxies in the realm. That was several times the size of the Jotun Empire. Since he failed to learn anything useful about the Craven, he collected information on the Marzu and returned to the inn. There were only 2.5 days left until the assembly now, and he was getting impatient to try out his business card. Fortunately, he did not have to wait for too long. On a massive space station, a teleportation formation powered on, revealing a square block of metal. A mechanical arm picked up the block and put it on a conveyor belt, transporting the block across the station to what looked like the command center. A gray-skinned being that had its body merged with various machines weakly opened its yellow eyes and looked at the metal block. Though it appeared to do nothing, the metal block was sliced open, revealing a thin paper card buried in the middle. The card looked extremely ordinary in the spaceship, surrounded by exceptionally advanced technology, yet the being knew its worth was immeasurably greater. With a pained expression, it channeled some of its spirit energy into the card, activating it. Once energy was channeled into the card, it gained a life of its own and began absorbing energy from the environment on its own. Lex, who was sitting in his office, felt a brief but sharp pinch in his mind before he suddenly realized that he felt like he had another brain. Though still linked with his main body, somewhere out in the universe another version of himself appeared, completely able to think and behave on his own without even slightly affecting the brain power or awareness of the Lex who sat in the inn. A few moments later, that brain also developed a complete but ethereal body. Lex looked around and found himself in an extremely dark room. He immediately noticed that in front of him seemed to be some kind of face buried completely in an avalanche of tubes and machines that seemed to keep it alive. Lex did not immediately address the being, for he was busy investigating the features of his new clone. He seemed completely unable to move, and he could vaguely detect how long his clone could survive. He felt he could shorten or elongate the existence of his clone, but there was a limit to how long it could exist. At the same time, his clone seemed completely able to use all the system's features. It was not the being that spoke, at least not on its own. The sound came from various speakers throughout the spaceship, as if the being had merged with the ship itself. Lex did not respond immediately and instead observed the being. His physical body was not present, obviously, but his instincts were still active. The being before him was much, much stronger than himself, yet it seemed unable to gauge his strength. If the clone hid his strength, that would be most convenient. "What kind of hope are you searching for?" he finally asked. "Your Excellency, I am on the verge of death, yet my mission remains incomplete. My cultivation has regressed so far that I have no hope of breaking through, while my technology is no longer able to support my body. If you can allow me to live a while longer, you would have my eternal gratitude." Lex raised an eyebrow, for this request really was too convenient to fulfill. After all, he had just received an upgrade to allow just such a thing. "Would you choose to continue living, if it was only as a spirit?" The being closed its eyes, as if it had been asked the most painful question it had ever heard, and yet it was one he needed to answer.